unexpectedly transported to the realm of Blue Star. Su Ming initially believed he would lead a life of leisure as a landlord for all eternity. However, 6 months later, the tranquil world he inhabited was abruptly shattered by a resounding voice that disrupted the established order, thus heralding the commencement of his extraordinary journey. Vanguard of the 10,000 Souls. At 18 years of age, those within the 10,000 Souls banner stood like ants. Demon Soldier number 1. If I do not cultivate, encountering the Demon Lord is akin to a frog in a well, gazing upon the moon. If I cultivate, encountering the Demon Lord is akin to an ant gazing upon the azure sky. Su Ming. In that year, I served the Demon Lord, wielding the Human Emperor banner. Chapter 1. The Cataclysm of Eris. On August 9th, a fierce typhoon ravaged the island nation, resulting in severe devastation. On August 24th, disregarding protests from nations around the globe, the island nation forcibly discharged nuclear-contaminated water into the sea, and on August 27th, the White Elephant Country experienced catastrophic flooding. On September 1st, a significant wildfire erupted in the eastern region of Huagua. As Su Ming glanced at the myriad notifications popping up on his phone screen, he casually opened a bottle of ice-cold cola and took a sip. Recently, disasters around the world had been escalating. Even someone like him, who seldom paid attention to global affairs, found himself informed of the latest news through notifications on his phone that he was not a native resident of the Blue Star world. Half a year ago, on a dark and stormy night, he was inadvertently thrust into a parallel universe by a reckless dump truck driver. This experience could be likened to Zhuang Zhou dreaming of being a butterfly. He, Su Ming of Blue Star, was merely the corporeal manifestation of his counterpart in a parallel dimension, with both identities intertwined. Upon absorbing the memories of his predecessor 6 months ago, Su Ming envisioned himself wielding supreme power and basking in the affection of beautiful women, destined for the pinnacle of life. After all, it is a well-accepted notion that every traverser possesses a unique advantage. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. There were no golden fingers or systems awaiting him. He simply transitioned into a world where he inherited a building and a 7-figure sum in Blue Star currency, living a carefree existence as a landlord. The day after his arrival, Su Ming came to terms with the situation. Although lacking a system or golden fingers, being a landlord held its own appeal. Contentment and modest wealth was far preferable to the grueling work schedule of his previous life. In the ensuing days, he embraced a lifestyle centered on well-being in the Blue Star world, practicing Tai Chi each morning and engaging in leisurely night runs to maintain his health. That he had no desire to repeat the fate of his predecessor, who perished from gaming and late-night studying. He prepared to tuck his phone into his pocket and head out for a night run. A vast voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Blue Star has been designated as the testing ground for the Era Cataclysm game. Please listen carefully to the following rules. Point 1. All humans may autonomously choose whether to enter the game. 2. In the event of character death within the game, without resurrection items, all account information will be erased, preventing re-entry. Point 3. Please select a safe environment to log in. Forced log-off is not permitted during combat. Each game session requires a minimum duration of 8 hours before safe log-off is possible. Point 4. Items acquired within the game may be brought back to the real world. 5. Carrying firearms will prohibit entry into the game. Firearms may be permitted after the internal test reaches a certain stage. Point 6. Further game rules are to be discovered independently. Friendly reminder: strive to survive and endure until the end. Immortality shall no longer be a mere fantasy. Once the voice faded, Su Ming found a slightly ethereal light screen materializing before him. You choose to enter the Era Cataclysm game? Yes, no, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not hallucinating. His heart began to race. He had distinctly heard that items within the game could be returned to reality, and survival until the end could grant him immortality. After taking several deep breaths to steady his nerves, Su Ming did not rush to enter the game. Instead, he quickly rummaged through the kitchen for a kitchen knife and a frying pan, donning a motorcycle helmet from the apartment while discreetly stashing some snacks into his pockets. The rules stated that firearms were prohibited, but they made no mention of cold weapons. Given the lack of better options, he had no choice but to make do with what was at hand, selecting the items most advantageous to him. Considering the time it would take to venture out and purchase better equipment was not within Su Ming's contemplation. Had he ample time, he would have meticulously prepared. However, anyone familiar with gaming knew that entering a new zone required prompt action. Delay would mean losing the opportunity entirely. There was no need for deliberation. After tonight, the world's dynamics would undergo a silent transformation. If he wished to live a stable life, entering the game was imperative. With a flash of white light, Su Ming's figure vanished from his apartment. Simultaneously, numerous individuals across various nations were also transformed into beams of white light, entering the game world. Many were astute, seizing opportunities with alacrity. Thus, upon realization, a significant number promptly chose to enter the Era Cataclysm game. Governments worldwide swiftly initiated corresponding deployments, for the instincts of politicians often proved sharper than those of ordinary citizens. However, the majority refrained from rashly entering the game, instead opting to await first-hand information. As consciousness gradually returned, Su Ming quickly surveyed his surroundings. To his relief, he found himself in a relatively safe, dust-laden small room that resembled a single apartment layout. Dim light filtered through the curtains, indicating that the weather outside was overcast. Pinching his arm confirmed that he had indeed entered the game world in his true form. Just as he was about to rise and approach the window to observe the outside world, a crisp notification sound rang softly in his ears. Ding. You have entered the Era Cataclysm game. Your personal data panel is being generated. ZZZZ. Data anomaly detected. Panel generation successful. *** game panel ***. Name, Su Ming. Level 10/20. Health 100. Upon reaching 0, physical death occurs. Vitality 8 out of 8. Insufficient vitality may result in physical fatigue and weakness. Spirit 13/13. Low spirit may lead to lethargy and headaches. Skills none. Overall combat power 10. Equipment slot expandable. Plugin infinite furnace. Function 1. Infinite space automatically collects bodies of slain monsters and dropped items including, but not limited to. Function 2. Can smelt various biological bodies including, but not limited to. Function 3. Not yet unlocked. Will be unlocked as the owner's strength increases. Gazing at the ethereal panel hovering before him, a peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face. If he was not mistaken, the furnace depicted on the panel resembled the heirloom pendant he had worn before his traversal. A small bronze furnace, roughly the size of a thumb. In times of financial need, he had pawned the furnace, only to be told by the pawnbroker that it was merely a modern craft and held no value. Who would have thought that the words of his grandfather before his death were true? This bronze furnace was indeed a treasure. It had merely lain dormant in the original world, only to be activated in this new realm, transforming into his golden finger within the game world. After gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Infinite Forge's capabilities, Su Ming's mind stirred as he clicked to open the equipment panel. Character equipment weapon. Left hand, frying pan. Right hand, kitchen knife. Helmet. Motorcycle cap armor. Ordinary casual attire. Gloves, none. Leggings, none. Footwear. Standard casual shoes. Auxiliary equipment. Ring, necklace, belt. Not yet activated. Frying pan wearing level. Level 1. Gray, mundane. Quality, common. Equipment commentary. A rather ordinary pan, wielded to strike the heads of low-level creatures. It possesses considerable lethality, but bears no additional attributes. Kitchen knife wearing level. Level 1. Grade, mundane. Quality, common. Equipment commentary. Forged from common steel. It exhibits average sharpness, capable of slicing through the skin and muscle tissue of low-level creatures, with no additional attributes. Chapter 2. Enchanted rodents and goblins. After swiftly reviewing the equipment information he possessed, Su Ming's thoughts shifted, and he promptly deactivated the data panel. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. The kitchen knife and frying pan remained disappointingly mundane, unchanged by his entry into this game world. Clutching the kitchen knife, he hastened to the window and peered through the uncurtained gap. Upon glancing outside, his pupils involuntarily constricted, clearly taken aback by the shocking scene before him. Amidst the ruins and devastation of the street, a number of monstrous figures had materialized. Goblin. Level 1. Remarks. A greedy, cowardly, and utterly despicable creature. Enchanted rodent. Level 1. Remarks. A magically altered mouse. The night is its paradise, exhibiting heightened aggression. As his gaze swept over the apparitions, information pertinent to these creatures materialized in Su Ming's mind. Although the details were scant, merely the monster's name, level, and remarks, it sufficed for him to acquire a rudimentary understanding. This was not an innate ability of the Infinite Forge, but rather a fundamental capability bestowed upon every player in the game, allowing them to view basic data on creatures within 5 levels of their own. More intricate details would likely require skills such as the probing technique. Observing the multitude of monsters infesting the street outside, Su Ming cautiously retreated to avoid drawing the attention of the creatures that might wander his way. While the likelihood of being noticed was minimal, it was better to err on the side of caution. Should any monster possess an acute sixth sense capable of detecting his gaze, it would spell trouble. Having distanced himself from the window, Su Ming began to experiment with the first ability of the Infinite Forge. This ability not only allowed him to automatically collect drops and carcasses from slain monsters, but also enabled him to actively gather other items. Swiftly exiting the dust-laden small coffee table, he casually placed his hand upon it and silently commanded for collection. In the next instant, the 1-meter-long glass coffee table vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a grid of slots appeared before him, with the first slot now containing the glass coffee table. At the bottom of the grid lay a line of data, 1 infinite. The former indicated the occupied slot, while the latter represented the capacity. As he mentally closed the item grid, Su Ming activated the scavenging mode. Upon collecting the first item, he received an intuitive piece of information. He could only gather items he was capable of carrying, unable to collect those beyond his physical limitations. This seemed reasonable. If there were no restrictions, one could forcibly collect anything they touched. With remarkable speed, he cleared the room of all clutter before cautiously making his way to the security door. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed beside him. Ding! The new area has opened for the first time. A 4-hour double experience bonus is now active, during which monster drop rates are significantly enhanced. Seize the opportunity. Upon hearing about the increased drop rates and double experience, Su Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, the first batch of players was granted benefits. Although these perks appeared modest, one must remember that this game was not a mere illusion, it was a live-action experience. Any slight advantage could transform an ordinary individual from the depths of the previous world into someone extraordinary. Of course, whether one could capitalize on such opportunities was a matter of fate. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, he stealthily approached the security door, peering through the peephole. His view was limited to the opposite door and a sliver of the corridor, a constraint of the peephole's narrow scope. After listening intently to the sounds outside, he cautiously twisted the doorknob. With a faint click, the security door creaked open a fraction. At this moment, Su Ming's heart raced, his focus sharpened. Having finally activated the ancestral artifact, he certainly did not wish to fall victim to a monster, resulting in the loss of his account and the inability to log back into this enigmatic game. Once he had opened the door to about a 15-degree angle, he cast a sidelong glance in the diagonal direction. There, a large black rodent was situated approximately 7 or 8 meters away, munching on something. This was none other than the enchanted rodent, its size comparable to that of a medium-sized dog. Noticing that the enchanted rodent had yet to register his presence, Su Ming swiftly retrieved his phone, switched it to camera mode, and extended it through the gap in the door to capture a quick glimpse of both sides of the corridor. The room he occupied was akin to a single apartment, remarkably similar to a university dormitory, thus he needed to ascertain whether he was situated centrally or in a corner. After pulling back his phone and silently reviewing the footage, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a hellish beginning. Currently, there was only one enchanted rodent on his floor. He remained uncertain whether this was sheer luck or merely a simple test for novice players, but he had to act swiftly to eliminate the large rodent outside. As he heard a cacophony of sounds from the street, Su Ming recognized that the opportunity had arrived. From his inventory, he retrieved a recently collected bed cover, draping one end over the doorknob while tucking the other into the corner of the door, fashioning a rudimentary trap. He then gently tapped the security door several times. The crisp sounds instantly caught the enchanted rodent's attention. It turned its head, its beady eyes locking onto Su Ming. In a flash, the enchanted rodent darted like a bolt of black lightning through the gap in the security door. With a slight allowance, Su Ming watched as it squeezed through the opening created by the bed cover. Once the prey had entered the trap, Su Ming swiftly closed the door, clutching the bed cover and retrieving a blanket from his inventory to cover the bed cover above. Before the enchanted rodent could find a way to escape, he lunged onto the blanket and drew out the frying pan, gripping it tightly as he began to strike forcefully. In this scenario, the frying pan's lethality far surpassed that of the kitchen knife. It was worth noting that Su Ming had chosen a high-quality pan, renowned for its durability. A grown man's strength was considerable. In the real world, taking down a medium-sized dog was feasible if one was not focused on a no-damage strategy. And now, the enchanted rodent, equivalent in size to a medium dog, found its claws and attacks thwarted by the blanket, pinned beneath Su Ming. Left with no choice but to endure the relentless blows, its demise merely a matter of time. Approximately a minute later, the enchanted rodent, trapped within the blanket, ceased to show any signs of struggle. Nevertheless, Su Ming did not relent. He had yet to hear the kill notification, and the large rodent had not been collected by the Infinite Forge. After delivering several more heavy strikes for about half a minute, he suddenly felt a void beneath him, accompanied by 2 somewhat mechanical notification sounds. Ding! You have slain a level 1 enchanted rodent, gaining 2 experience points. The monster dropped a common skill book on heavy strikes, 10 common currency, and a level 1 broadsword, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the enchanted rodent? Chapter 3, The First Refinement, Essence, and Soul. Gazing briefly at the ethereal storage compartments, Su Ming did not hastily examine his spoils, but instead silently murmured a word of affirmation in his heart. Immediately, he beheld the body of the transformed rat being cast into the illusory infinite furnace. Ding! Refinement completed. Extracted 1 unit of level 1 demon rat life essence, 1 unit of level 1 demon rat soul, and a trace of ordinary magical energy. In less than a second, 3 items materialized within the storage compartment before him, accompanied by the emergence of a numerical value of 1 beneath the infinite furnace. As he directed his thoughts towards this number, a fragment of information revealed itself to him. This energy was derived from the refinement of the demonized rat and was associated with the yet-to-be-activated capabilities of the infinite furnace. After mentally sealing the furnace, Su Ming began to scrutinize his bounty. First, he examined the products obtained from refining the demonized rat. Level 1 Demon Rat Life Essence. Item description: can enhance the vitality of a living being whose health has not exceeded 15 points by 1 point. Note: can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 5 health points. Level 1 Demon Rat Soul. Item description: can enhance the spirit of a living being whose spirit has not exceeded 10 points by 1 point. Note: can also be used for spirit recovery, instantly restoring 3 spirit points. Ordinary Magical Energy. Item description: the most common energy in the demon realm, capable of causing ordinary beings to undergo demonization. Note: this item has more uses, which await your exploration. A swift glance at the information of the 3 items contributed by the demonized rat brightened Su Ming's gaze. Indeed, the infinite furnace was extraordinary. Even the most commonplace demonized rat could yield such substantial rewards. If he were to dispose of more monster corpses in the future, he would surely soar to new heights. Suppressing the slight excitement within him, he shifted his attention to several items that had dropped. Ordinary Skill Book, Heavy Strike. Item description: by using this skill book, one can learn the Heavy Strike skill with no learning prerequisites. Ordinary Currency. Item description: in-game currency used for trading. Slashing Saber. Wear level: level 1. Grade: common. Quality: good. Attribute: sharpness 1. Equipment commentary: forged from special steel. This weapon is relatively sharp and can easily cleave through the skin and muscle tissue of lower-level creatures, making it a novice's essential tool. A skill book and a high-quality novice weapon were indeed a timely boon for Su Ming. He suspected that perhaps the first kill had contributed to the enhanced drop rate, but he would find out for certain when he dispatched a second monster. Observing the Heavy Strike skill book occupying a slot in his storage space, he decided without hesitation to learn it. The next moment, a beam of white light entered his mind, and for an instant, Su Ming felt as though he had practiced the Heavy Strike skill 1,000 times over. Heavy Strike. Skill description: consumes 1 health point to unleash a powerful strike. With no specific usage requirements, can be executed with fists, feet, or weapons. Note: the actual damage inflicted depends on the user. The usage of Heavy Strike was remarkably straightforward, akin to the temporary bursts of immense power often depicted in novels, sacrificing one's own health to deliver a formidable attack. There was no fixed damage value. The extent of damage dealt by Heavy Strike relied entirely on the user's prowess. To Su Ming, this was perfectly reasonable. He was not engaged in a virtual MMORPG where one simply traded blows. In real combat, it should indeed be so. After mastering the skill, Su Ming invoked the life essence stored within his inventory. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming warmth surge through his body, washing over him entirely. This state persisted for approximately 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Without needing to consult his status panel, Su Ming could sense a notable enhancement in his physical attributes. Based on his calculations, the health value of an average adult male, who regularly exercised, should be around 10 points. However, due to the toll of excessive late nights on his original body, he had only managed to recover to a state of 8 health points despite gradually normalizing his routine. His strength and endurance were significantly inferior to those of a robust adult. Nevertheless, he was at least within the average range. After all, in this era, most people's physical fitness sharply declines upon entering university, and it plummets even further afterward. Maintaining an initial health value of 8 points was commendable. Clenching his fist, Su Ming promptly replaced the kitchen knife he had been wielding with a flash of cold light, a slashing saber. Approximately 110 centimeters in total length, with a 40-centimeter handle and a 70-centimeter blade, materialized in his right hand. After swinging the blade with both hands, he found it quite impressive, though it was cumbersome to wield single-handedly. It was not particularly light. He estimated its weight to be around 4 to 5 pounds. While that may not sound heavy, one would realize its heft when attempting to wield it in combat. After stowing the slashing saber back into his storage space, Su Ming made his way to the window to observe the commotion outside. Earlier, while enhancing his health, he had heard numerous anguished cries, likely the result of humans being discovered by monsters. Peering through the gap, he soon spotted a figure in prison garb being besieged by a dozen demonized rats in the street. He was uncertain whether this individual had appeared on the street from the onset or due to other circumstances. For now, he only knew that this person was perilously close to being eliminated. One demonized rat was not daunting. What was terrifying was their numbers. If one were to be bitten by these creatures at vital areas such as the throat or groin, it would likely lead to a swift demise. Under Su Ming's watchful gaze, the middle-aged man in prison garb, after strenuously shaking off a few of the demonized rats clinging to him, was ultimately bitten on the neck by a large rat that had ambushed him from behind. At that moment, even the surge of adrenaline could not salvage the situation. After enduring for a mere 10 seconds, the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the swarm of demonized rats and was subsequently reduced to a shower of sparkling lights, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Su Ming felt that the game was indeed challenging. Had he not possessed the extraordinary infinite furnace, he would likely have been cleared from the game in no time. As he observed the demonized rats retreating down the street, not heading in the direction of his building, he felt a slight sense of relief. Truth be told, Su Ming would rather face a dozen goblins than contend with a swarm of demonized rats. He felt that, armed with the slashing saber and the heavy strike skill, he might carve a path through the former, but with the latter, death was all but assured. The rats were simply too agile. Their enlarged forms did not diminish their inherent nimbleness, only slightly reducing it. Having lost interest in the scene outside and the misfortunes of others, Su Ming slowly stepped away from the window, preparing for his second hunt. Approaching the anti-theft door, he employed the same tactic as before, first pressing his ear against the door to listen for sounds outside, then discreetly using his phone to scout for any signs of movement. After retrieving his phone and inspecting the dimly lit corridor, he found no signs of monsters or human players. Chapter 4, Goblin Leather Armor. After pausing to ponder, Su Ming gradually pulled open the anti-theft door and stepped outside. He could not afford to waste the 4 hours of doubled experience and loot drop rates. After exiting the room and stepping into the corridor, he disregarded the tightly shut doors and began his search for any that were ajar. The boundless space must be utilized wisely, hence the more resources he could gather, the better. They might prove invaluable in critical moments. Following the direction of his right hand, after traversing a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he spotted a door that was not completely closed. His mind stirred with intrigue, and he promptly drew his broadsword from the confines of his space, gently pushing the door open with his left hand. As the door swung wide, a chaotic scene unfurled before his eyes. The room was shrouded in dust. Various items strewn haphazardly across the floor, resembling a refuse heap. In stark contrast, the room he had previously occupied was markedly more orderly. Holding his breath, he entered the room, swiftly sorting through the usable items such as a table, chairs, and other miscellaneous objects. These would serve to fortify the corridor, enabling him to construct a defensible position. After collecting all the valuable items within the room, he hastily exited and returned to the corridor. He continued his search, but after taking 2 or 3 steps, he suddenly halted, refraining from proceeding. From a room diagonally across, approximately 3 meters away, faint sounds could be discerned. Ears pricked. He listened intently for a few seconds before stealthily approaching the door, peering through the narrow opening with the corner of his eye. Inside, he caught sight of a small goblin eagerly attempting to don human clothing. Without a hint of hesitation, he pushed the half-open door aside and charged in. The goblin, caught off guard amidst its fitting, momentarily froze, having dropped its wooden club. In that instant, Su Ming silently invoked a heavy strike, gripping his sword with both hands and delivering a powerful slash that struck the goblin's neck. With the finely crafted broadsword and a slight expenditure of vitality, he unleashed a devastating blow that severed the goblin's head as effortlessly as slicing through a radish. Before the blood could spurt forth, the goblin's lifeless body was automatically absorbed into his storage space by the infinite furnace. Observing the blood dripping from his blade, Su Ming felt no discomfort. He remained unaware whether this indifference stemmed from having faced death once before, rendering his soul apathetic to mortality, or some other reason. The act of vanquishing the goblin, much like his earlier encounter with the corrupted rat, brought him a peculiar sense of joy, a thrill in the act of slaughter. Ding! You have slain a level 1 goblin, earning 2 experience points. The monster dropped 10 pieces of ordinary currency and a level 1 goblin leather armor, which has been automatically collected. Do you wish to refine the goblin's body? Upon hearing the notification, Su Ming turned to securely close the door before he began examining his spoils. The items dropped by the goblin reinforced his belief that first kills indeed offered an enhanced drop rate. A slight depletion of vitality left him feeling somewhat fatigued, yet it was manageable. His decision to utilize the heavy strike skill against the goblin was purely experimental. He could have easily dispatched the diminutive creature with a mere kick. Opening his storage panel, his gaze fell upon the newly acquired equipment. Goblin leather armor, wearing level 1 rarity, common quality, fine attributes, defense 1 equipment commentary. Crafted from high-quality leather, this armor offers a degree of defensive capability. After reviewing the armor's attributes, Su Ming promptly donned it. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and a deep brown leather tunic appeared upon his torso. The unique feature of the equipment panel was that items dropped by monsters could be equipped automatically, streamlining the process. Should he wish to remove it, he could simply will it away. With his broadsword, he lightly grazed the sleeve of the leather armor, revealing a noticeable white scratch where the blade had passed. Curious, he took out a kitchen knife and made a similar cut, this time leaving only a barely visible mark. Through these tests, he gained a clearer understanding of the goblin leather armor's defensive capabilities. While it could not withstand the blows of another finely crafted weapon such as his broadsword, it effectively mitigated damage from a blade of ordinary quality. It was imperative that he thoroughly comprehend the effects of his equipment, for they were crucial to his survival. Temporarily removing the goblin leather armor and placing it into his storage space, Su Ming then commanded the infinite furnace to refine the goblin's remains. Ding! Refinement complete. You have extracted 1 portion of level 1 goblin vital essence and 1 portion of level 1 goblin spirit. The yield from this refinement mirrored his first experience, save for the absence of demonic energy. To discern any differences between the two types of essence, Su Ming examined the item information. Level 1 Goblin Vital Essence. Item description. Can enhance the vitality limit of a living being by 1 point, provided it has not exceeded 15 points. Note: also usable for vitality recovery, instantly restoring 6 vitality points. Level 1 Goblin Spirit. Item description. Can enhance the mental limit of a living being by 1 point, provided it has not exceeded 15 points. Note: also usable for mental recovery, instantly restoring 4 mental points. A swift glance at the two items revealed that, in comparison to the essence and spirit from the magical rat, the goblin's offerings had subtle distinctions. While the vitality limit remained unchanged, the instant recovery for vitality had seen a slight increase. The spirit, however, had shifted to a 15-point cap, also experiencing an enhancement in instant recovery. To Su Ming, this indicated that the goblin was marginally superior to the corrupted rat in direct encounters, thus yielding slightly greater benefits overall. Upon utilizing both the essence and spirit simultaneously, he was instantly enveloped in a sensation akin to experiencing extremes of heat and cold. A warm current surged through his body while his mind was enveloped in a refreshing coolness, an overwhelmingly delightful experience. 3 minutes later, as the pleasant sensation waned, Su Ming focused his thoughts to summon his data panel. Game panel, name, Su Ming level, 1 420, health points, 100 vitality points, 1010 mental points, 1414 skills, level 1 heavy strike, 120, overall combat power, 30 equipment panel, expandable plugin. Infinite furnace. He noticed that the slight depletion of vitality had been replenished to its maximum due to the goblin's life essence surpassing his limits. However, Su Ming sensed that consumption must not exceed 1 point. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through the vitality ceiling, relegating it solely to restoration. Chapter 5. The Boundaryless Human Player. Upon glancing at his data panel, he observed that his overall combat power had increased by 20 points since his initial entry into the game. Yet, the exact contributions from his equipment and skills remained unknown to him. After closing the panel, he proceeded to gather the remaining disordered items within the room. Among the items present were a fruit knife, a kitchen knife, and 2 bottles of soybean oil, their plastic surfaces coated in dust. After savoring the sweetness of life essence and spirit, Su Ming had no intention of lingering in the room. His sole desire at this moment was to hunt monsters. He cautiously probed the quiet corridor outside, and upon discovering the absence of both creatures and human players, he boldly pushed open the door and stepped out. Having vanquished the corrupted rats and goblins, Su Ming experienced a subtle shift in his demeanor. Previously, a faint sense of tension lingered within him. Now, however, he had grown considerably more composed. It is evident that different individuals adapt to their surroundings at varying rates. At this moment, Su Ming, wielding a cavalry sword and clad in goblin leather armor, commenced his exploration of the floor. He dared not venture outside the building, for doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The street harbored more than just lowly goblins and corrupted rats. Through a fleeting glimpse from the window, he had caught sight of a larger shadow lurking in a distant corner, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. As he passed the door of the room where he had initially arrived, he suddenly heard the sound of another door creaking open nearby. Startled by this unexpected noise, Su Ming instinctively tightened his grip on the cavalry sword. "Hey, don't be alarmed. I'm human, not a monster," called out a rotund figure sporting a disheveled hairstyle and black-framed glasses as the security door was pulled ajar. Upon realizing the figure was not a creature, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Ming's eyes. Fortunately, encountering another human player was within his expectations, so he refrained from displaying any overt surprise. "That sword you have, did you obtain it from slaying monsters? It looks incredibly cool. May I take a closer look?" the chubby youth exclaimed, his gaze gleaming with admiration for the cavalry sword. Su Ming furrowed his brow at this request. He harbored a deep aversion to individuals lacking boundaries. "It's a drop from a monster. If you want to see it up close, you'll have to kill one yourself," he replied, taking a cautious step back to maintain a ready stance for an attack. In a game such as this, a sharp weapon could incite envy in many, and Su Ming's mistrust of human nature was not unfounded. "I'm not brave enough to hunt monsters," the chubby youth admitted, instantly deflating at the thought of facing the corrupted rats and goblins, knowing full well he had never even harmed a fish in real life. "Then it's best you stay put in your room," Su Ming advised before he turned and continued forward, gripping his cavalry sword. Were it not for the fear that the youth might shout and attract monsters from the street, Su Ming would have dismissed him entirely. The figure half concealed behind the security door wore a disgruntled expression. He had originally intended to inquire about forming a party, but quickly abandoned the thought upon sensing Su Ming's standoffish demeanor. With a sigh, he closed the door and retreated to a small sofa in his room, torn between a desire to hunt and an overwhelming fear of the monsters outside, ultimately opting for safety. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had been observing from the corner of his eye, felt a slight sense of relief as the sound of the door closing echoed in the air. He preferred dealing with monsters over humans, as the former were straightforward in their intentions, lacking the deceitful intricacies of human nature. After traversing past a dozen closed doors, he arrived at the staircase. He paused momentarily to contemplate his next move before ascending to the higher floors. Upon viewing the corridor video on his phone, he spotted 2 corrupted rats. A twisted smile creeping across his lips. With a swift motion, he opened the door to the stairwell and lightly tapped the doorknob with his cavalry sword. The sharp sound immediately captured the attention of the entwined rats. Upon noticing the bipedal intruder, their blood-red eyes ignited with an overwhelming desire to attack, and they lunged forward. Su Ming did not falter at their approach. As the 2 large black rodents closed in, he executed a powerful kick, followed by a fierce slash with his sword. Just as one must exert full force to kill a chicken, he unleashed his heavy strike skill for both the kick and the slash. This skill boasted no cooldown period. As long as he had sufficient health, he could use it repeatedly, a veritable treasure in the early stages of the game. Thanks to his unique inherent ability to refine monster bodies and gain life essence, he could afford to use the heavy strike as a regular skill rather than merely a last resort. The first corrupted rat, struck by Su Ming's forceful kick, was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. The other, met with the edge of his cavalry sword, met an even more grisly fate. As the bodies of the 2 corrupted rats vanished, a delightful notification chimed in his ears. Ding! You have slain 2 level 1 corrupted rats, gaining 4 experience points. Monsters dropped 20 coins, 1 level 1 helmet, and 1 level 1 boots, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of the 2 corrupted rats? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming chose to refine them first. The exertion from executing 2 heavy strikes left him somewhat fatigued. While he did not feel utterly drained, the sensation was nonetheless uncomfortable. After acquiring the essence of the 2 corrupted rats, he promptly applied both portions to himself, consuming a bit of health. 1 portion of rat essence would assist in enhancing his health limit while simultaneously replenishing it, having just expended 2 health points. Using both portions of rat essence would perfectly reach a threshold, ensuring no waste. As a tingling sensation surged through his body, the pleasure almost compelled him to exclaim aloud. Minutes later, as the sensation subsided, Su Ming gradually relaxed. With an increase of 2 health points, his current total health value reached 12. Not quite on par with the elite soldiers of the real world, but significantly surpassing the average. Chapter 6. Corrupted Red Serpent. After swinging the cavalry sword and feeling the newfound ease in his hand, Su Ming turned his attention to the loot dropped by the corrupted rats. Boots. Wearing level 1. Rank, common. Quality, good. Attribute, resilience 1. Equipment comment. Boots crafted from durable leather, providing a measure of foot protection. Helmet. Wearing level 1. Rank, common. Quality, good. Attribute, defense 1. Equipment comment. Constructed from special materials, offering a degree of head protection. Glancing quickly at the descriptions of the 2 pieces of equipment, Su Ming removed his shoes and the motorcycle cap he had been wearing, donning the new gear with a sense of satisfaction. By this point, he had successfully gathered 4 pieces of first-tier exquisite equipment. At this juncture, Su Ming had also roughly discerned the drop patterns of first-tier monsters. It was established that a minimum of 10 ordinary coins would drop, followed by a random first-tier exquisite item, with the remaining drops entirely dependent on luck. The thought that this was still under the influence of a 4-hour launch bonus made him feel that once the time elapsed, the drop rates for monsters might plummet to a point that even a dog would shake its head in dismay. Shaking off the scattered thoughts in his mind, Su Ming resumed his exploration of this layer. Since his arrival in the game world, nearly 20 minutes had passed, and his data panel still displayed 3:41:26 of welfare time remaining, necessitating a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, in the real world, chaos had erupted. Within a mere 20 minutes, numerous unfortunate souls had fallen victim to monsters in the game world, thereby losing their qualifications to play. Many were venting their frustrations across major social media platforms. "Oh, I'm going insane. I shouldn't have been among the first to teleport over. Damn. Who can understand the agony of dropping dead right upon arrival? I landed smack in the goblin tribe. Is this some kind of joke? Whoa. I just happened to materialize inside a gold shop, and because I laughed too loudly, I attracted a giant black cat the size of a tiger from the street. Does anyone understand my plight? It's over. My chance to transcend social strata has been squandered. Don't stop me. I just want to go to the rooftop and be alone with my thoughts." As many human players lamented online, various nations were busy gathering substantial information about the game world. The environments within the game were diverse, with some players arriving in abandoned cities, while others found themselves in desolate wilderness. Furthermore, the world was teeming with monsters, the most common of which were first-tier mutated rats and first-tier goblins, while more formidable creatures like mutated cats and dogs were, for the time being, relatively scarce. This brought a sigh of relief to the higher-ups in various countries. To be frank, they were genuinely concerned about the presence of zombies in the game world. If such creatures were to exist, the real world would likely descend into panic. After all, the mysterious voice had made it abundantly clear that items from the game could be transported back to the real world. If zombies were involved, it was inevitable that someone would attempt to smuggle the zombie virus back. Fortunately, no players had yet reported the existence of zombies in the game world. And regardless of what may transpire later, they at least had time to prepare in the initial stages. Subsequently, based on the information at hand, countries hastily dispatched elite forces into the game world. While firearms were prohibited, there were no restrictions on the use of poisons, anesthetics, and other specialized items. The resources that the state machinery could provide far surpassed what an ordinary person could obtain in the real world. As nations delved deeper into exploring the game world, Su Ming, situated in the corridor of an apartment building, had reached the end of the hallway. Upon hearing rustling sounds emanating from a room at the end, his gaze flickered. The noise resembled that of a mutated rat, but until he laid eyes on the creature, he dared not confirm it entirely. When he cautiously peered through the partially opened door, he was taken aback as he discerned that the creature within was not the mutated rat he had anticipated, but rather an enormous serpent. Mutated Crimson Serpent. Level 2. Commentary. A pet snake that has been mutated, possessing enhanced but weak toxicity and a notably aggressive demeanor. As the information regarding the serpent flashed before his eyes, Su Ming's heart rate accelerated. Most individuals harbor an inexplicable fear of snakes, regardless of whether they are venomous. The sight of this mutated crimson serpent, which was comparable in size to a small python, intensified his trepidation. Gradually distancing himself from the door, Su Ming began to contemplate how he could defeat the mutated crimson serpent without sustaining injuries. If it were non-venomous, he could charge in and dispatch it with a single strike. However, if it were toxic, he would need to devise an alternative strategy, as recklessly rushing in would be unwise, particularly since he lacked an antidote. Upon careful observation, he noted that the serpent's abdomen was swollen, indicating it had recently consumed prey and was currently digesting its meal. Generally, snakes exhibit reduced aggression after a substantial meal. Yet Su Ming was uncertain whether the mutation had altered this characteristic. After a rapid succession of thoughts, he formulated a plan. As he slowly pushed the door open, the mutated crimson serpent, coiled on the floor, immediately raised its head in a defensive posture. In response, Su Ming stepped over the threshold and advanced a few paces. The serpent's reaction indicated that its desire to attack had diminished considerably, as it did not strike immediately upon detecting an intruder in its territory. Observing the serpent shift from a coiled position to a defensive stance, Su Ming initiated his assault. In an instant, a blanket materialized in his hands, which he hurled towards the crimson serpent. This sudden turn of events caught the serpent off guard, leaving it ensnared beneath the blanket. Without pausing, Su Ming swiftly followed up by throwing a second blanket and various sheets, determined to create a battlefield advantageous to himself. Due to the serpent's satiated state, its speed of movement had significantly decreased, leaving it unable to escape the confines of the blankets. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming dashed forward, pinpointing a location, and hurled a small refrigerator from his storage onto the blanket, pinning it down. This decrepit refrigerator, one of the items he had salvaged from a previous room, weighed approximately 40 kilograms, proving to be fortuitously useful at this moment. Suddenly, the mutated crimson serpent felt the weight pressing down on its head, causing it to writhe in agony as it struggled to escape the constricting grasp. However, Su Ming was not about to grant it any reprieve. As he tossed the refrigerator, he leaped atop it. To ensure the serpent's demise, he jumped again at the moment he landed on the refrigerator, executing a powerful strike. With the speed of his descent, combined with his weight and the force of the heavy strike skill, the blow crushed the serpent's head and part of its body into a pulp. Chapter 7. The Strong Man Locks the Man. Ding! You have slain the level 2 mutated crimson serpent, receiving a 0.5 coefficient bonus for exceeding your level, totaling 6 experience points. The monster dropped 30 ordinary coins, a level 2 crimson sword, and a level 1 health recovery potion. Would you like to refine the body of the mutated crimson serpent? Upon hearing the notification of his kill, Su Ming quickly approached the door, secured the anti-theft door, and then proceeded to refine the serpent's body and examine the items it had dropped. Crimson sword. Equip level 2. Tier, common. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, sharpness 2. Equipment commentary. Crafted from the scales of a bizarre beast, it boasts considerable sharpness, capable of easily piercing the skin and muscle tissues of low-tier creatures. Level 1 health recovery potion. Effect. After use, health and vitality can be gradually restored by 3 points within an hour. After glancing at the descriptions of the two items, Su Ming shook his head slightly, finding them of little utility to him. Although the red serpent sword boasted a sharper edge than the broadsword, it was not a weapon he could wield effectively. Thrusting required a certain finesse, while a direct slash was less manageable than a knife. Furthermore, in the era of Cataclysm game, equipment dropped by monsters must correspond to the appropriate level to exhibit their characteristics. Thus, wielding a level 2 red serpent sword at level 1 would render its sharpness attribute ineffective, making it akin to wielding a mere stick, essentially a locked piece of equipment. Not overly fixated on the red serpent sword, Su Ming's thoughts shifted as he retrieved a small vial of crimson potion from his storage compartment. This health-restoring potion would indeed be a commendable item, provided he had no life essence. It could guarantee the release of 3 heavy strike skills at the very least. Though the recovery time was somewhat protracted, it was preferable to having none at all. Relying solely on rest to recuperate health was a formidable challenge, like other human players. Once their vitality was depleted, they would have to wait until they returned to the real world to consume copious amounts of restorative food to replenish their health. After gently shaking the glass vial, Su Ming, with a flicker of thought, returned the health-restoring potion to his storage compartment and turned his attention to another notification. Ding. Refining complete. Extracted 1 unit of level 2 red serpent life essence, 1 unit of level 2 red serpent soul, 2 strands of ordinary magical energy, and the ordinary skill book Deathbind. Upon discerning the items forged from the red serpent's body, Su Ming's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. It was indeed possible to refine a skill book from a monster's corpse. This led him to contemplate the potentiality that the demonized red serpent possessed this skill. In contrast, the previous demonized rats and goblins were rather mundane, yielding nothing beyond essence, soul, and magical energy. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Su Ming hastily clicked on the details of the items. Ordinary skill book, Deathbind. Item description. Utilizing this skill book allows one to learn the Deathbind skill, which requires a high degree of bodily flexibility. Level 2 red serpent life essence. Item description. Enhances the health limit of a life form whose health has not exceeded 15 points by 2 points, or can increase the health limit to 16-20 points. Note, it can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 10 points of health. Level 2 red serpent soul. Item description. Enhances the mental limit of a life form whose mental capacity has not exceeded 15 points by 1 point. Note, it can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 5 points of mental capacity. Compared to the level 1 demonized rat, the life essence derived from the level 2 demonized red serpent could surpass the 15-point health threshold and, when used for instant recovery, could restore 10 points in a heartbeat. Additionally, the level 2 red serpent soul was not significantly different from that of the level 1 goblin soul, offering merely a 2-point increase in instant mental recovery while similarly failing to surpass the 15-point limit. Su Ming was not surprised by this. In his view, enhancing mental attributes was indeed more challenging in the early stages than augmenting health. As a transmigrator, following the merging of memories, he commenced with a mere 13 points of mental capacity. It was conceivable that the vast majority of human players might not even start with 10 points. Without further contemplation, after reviewing the item information, Su Ming immediately applied the red serpent essence and soul to himself. The warm flow that erupted within him and the refreshing sensation in his mind lasted longer than before, continuing for a full 5 to 6 minutes before subsiding. Feeling a noticeable enhancement in his physical condition, Su Ming could not help but display a hint of joy on his face. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. He then chose to learn the Deathbind skill from his storage compartment. Deathbind. Skill description. In close combat, one can use their limbs to ensnare an opponent's body, consuming 1 point of health to unleash a powerful strangling force. Note, the specific damage inflicted is contingent upon the user. Upon acquiring the details of the Deathbind skill, Su Ming experienced a slight pang of frustration. This skill was reminiscent of a real-life chokehold. He had no desire to employ it unless absolutely necessary. As peculiar thoughts flitted through his mind, he summoned his personal information. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 1, 1420. Health, 100. Vitality, 1414. Mental capacity, 1515. Skills, level 1 heavy strike, for 20. Level 1 deathbind, 020. Overall combat power, 50. Equipment, level 1 broadsword, level 1 goblin leather armor, level 1 boots. Level 1 helmet, equipped. Plugins, infinite furnace. Glancing at his experience bar, Su Ming's gaze flickered. He was merely 6 experience points away from leveling up, which sparked his curiosity about the rewards that awaited him. After closing the data panel, he surveyed the room, taking note of the discarded bedding and old refrigerator before casually returning these items to his storage compartment. Experience had shown that judicious utilization of infinite space facilitated easier monster farming. Taking a few steps to the window, Su Ming began to scan the street below and the nearby buildings through the curtain's gap. With his vitality boosted to 14 points, his vision had also improved, allowing him to see further than before. However, as he quickly surveyed his surroundings, a frown creased his brow. There was not a single trace of monsters in sight. This indicated that the sudden influx of creatures had likely infiltrated various buildings or ventured down the streets to other locations. After a careful observation, Su Ming's breath momentarily caught in his throat. He spotted a sizable creature lurking in a secluded corner, which he might have easily overlooked had it not been for his keen eyesight. Demonized giant cat. Level 5. Comment. A demonized pet cat that has undergone slight mutation. Ordinary novice players, please refrain from provoking it. Estimating the creature's size, Su Ming quickly abandoned any thoughts of hunting it. With dimensions comparable to an adult South China tiger, approaching it would be tantamount to delivering himself into danger, unless he could significantly elevate his vitality and react faster than the demonized giant cat. Close combat was utterly out of the question. Chapter 8. The feeling of unity of flesh and spirit. After lingering for a moment longer, Su Ming gradually withdrew his gaze. The appearance of the demonized giant cat had sounded an alarm within him. After contemplating for a while, he resolved to search the building he was in before finding a room to wait in, biding his time until the mandatory game time concluded, allowing him to return to the real world. With the demonized giant cat guarding the entrance below, he certainly could not venture outside. Therefore, in the absence of potential gains, seeking a safe haven was the most prudent course of action, unless some unforeseen circumstance caused the creature to vacate the area. He had no intention of taking any significant risks. After devising a few plans in his mind, Su Ming proceeded to the security door, cautiously checking for any sounds in the corridor. Originally, he was already exceedingly cautious, but upon discovering the corrupted giant cat, his vigilance escalated to a new level. Once he confirmed the corridor was safe, Su Ming gently opened the door and stepped outside. He was currently on the 5th floor and continuing upward. Based on the layout of the buildings outside, there should be 4 more floors above. This was akin to an old building transformed into an apartment in the real world. As Su Ming ascended to the next level, in another building within his vicinity, a young man clad in advanced combat armor, donning a state-of-the-art helmet and wielding a long-range composite bow, with a luxurious tactical backpack slung across his back, was fixated on the corrupted giant cat lurking in a secluded corner below. Li Xianhua, an active-duty soldier in the elite special forces of Huagua, possessed extensive experience in solo combat. 10 minutes prior, he received orders from his superiors to explore the game world. The moment he arrived, he effortlessly dispatched a corrupted rat with his dagger and acquired a heavy strike skill. After mastering the skill, Li Xian refrained from recklessly proceeding with his exploration. Before entering the game, he had been provided with the latest information from the state, which emphasized the extreme dangers of the game world. Therefore, after eliminating the first monster, he began to survey the terrain. Upon spotting the corrupted giant cat below, his body instinctively tensed, a subconscious reaction indicating that the creature posed a lethal threat. After scrutinizing the giant cat for a full minute, he slowly withdrew his gaze, deciding it was prudent to avoid provoking the formidable beast for the time being. Although he wielded a powerful long-range composite bow and carried lethal poisons and tranquilizers, these were insufficient to guarantee a one-shot kill on the corrupted giant cat. After all, a composite bow was not a sniper rifle. He could not assure a perfect hit. If only he had a high-caliber sniper rifle, he would be confident that a single bullet could send the corrupted giant cat to its demise. Gripping his composite bow, Li Xian swiftly exited his room to commence his exploration of the floor. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had reached the 6th floor of his building, remained oblivious to the presence of the elite special forces soldier in his vicinity, who had contemplated the corrupted giant cat. He was filming with his phone when he discovered another corrupted rat quietly huddled in a corner of the corridor. This led Su Ming to speculate that each floor of his building housed several monsters. So far, apart from himself and the hefty youth, he had not encountered any other human players. With his vitality and mental attributes enhanced, his perception of subtle movements became increasingly acute. If a human were observing him through a peephole in a closed room, he believed his augmented sixth sense would alert him. After this fleeting thought, Su Ming stowed his phone in his inventory. Encountering just a single corrupted rat posed no challenge for him, given his hunting experience. After creating some noise with his saber, he successfully drew the attention of the corrupted rat. As the large, black rat charged at him, Su Ming seized the moment and delivered a powerful kick. The immense force sent the corrupted rat flying, landing on the corridor floor with a dull thud. You have killed a level 1 corrupted rat, gaining 2 experience points. The monster dropped 10 pieces of common currency and a pair of level 1 rat gloves, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the corrupted rat? As the body of the corrupted rat vanished, the familiar prompt resonated in Su Ming's ears. Killing such minor monsters no longer stirred the same excitement within him as the first time, unless they dropped some rare items. After quickly reviewing the gloves' attributes, he equipped them without hesitation. Though referred to as gloves, they resembled more of a pair of protective hand coverings, boasting features such as slip resistance and sweat absorption, effectively preventing puncture wounds. The utility of level 1 fine equipment was significantly superior to items available to the average person in the real world. To put it plainly, the former was meant for the general populace, while the latter was military grade, primarily reserved for elite soldiers. After refining the body of the corrupted rat, Su Ming directed the life essence towards himself. Once the 3 minutes of comfort elapsed, his vitality cap reached 15 points, which was the maximum value attainable from the rat's life essence. Beyond this, it would merely serve as a healing item. With both his mental and vitality attributes elevated to 15 points, Su Ming experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to the union of spirit and flesh. The intricacies of this phenomenon were known only to him. Swinging his saber swiftly, a muffled whoosh echoed beside him. Previously, he needed to wield the saber with both hands for a natural swing, but now he could maneuver it with ease using just one hand. Glancing at the illusory panel displaying a countdown of 325, 34, Su Ming proceeded forward with his saber in hand. Given his current strength, as long as he avoided formidable foes like the corrupted giant cat, he could easily overpower solitary goblins, corrupted rats, or even the level 2 crimson snakes. Moving swiftly from one end of the corridor to the other, Su Ming discovered another level 2 monster in a room near the end. Goblin, level 2 remarks, a greedy, cowardly, and utterly despicable creature. In contrast to the smaller goblins, the creature he encountered this time lacked the diminutive prefix and stood approximately 1.6 meters tall. Moreover, it was clad in tattered leather armor and wielded a wooden stick embedded with iron nails. Chapter 9, A Fortuitous Surprise, Common Level Talent. As Su Ming laid eyes on the goblin, the creature also spotted him. Possessing a slightly higher intelligence than its smaller brethren, the goblin quickly assessed the strength of its adversary upon seeing the enemy. Realizing that the newcomer was stronger, the goblin, cornered in the room, became somewhat flustered. It began to swing the iron-studded wooden stick and emitted guttural sounds in an attempt to intimidate its foe. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming conjured a kitchen knife in his hand and hurled it toward the goblin. The knife struck the creature's chest in an instant. The sudden, excruciating pain caused the goblin, previously attempting to intimidate, to momentarily lose grip of its iron-studded stick. As the saying goes, one should strike while the iron is hot. Having evolved into a competent jungler, Su Ming was not about to squander this perfect opportunity. He took a decisive step forward and raised his saber to deliver a powerful slash. The goblin, unable to react in time, found its neck severed by the razor-sharp blade. With a physique rated at 15, Su Ming's strength surpasses that of ancient executioners by a considerable margin. Coupled with his heavy strike skill and the broadsword, he effortlessly decapitates a level 2 goblin. Ding! You have slain a level 2 goblin, earning a 0.5 coefficient bonus for defeating a higher level foe, totaling 6 experience points. The monster dropped 30 units of ordinary currency, a pair of level 2 goblin greaves, and a level 1 health recovery potion. Would you like to refine the goblin's body? Ding! Your current experience level is full. Your personal level has risen to level 2, granting you 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. As the goblin perished, an invisible golden light flickered around Su Ming, coinciding with the sound of an upgrade notification in his ears. The reward for advancing to level 2 consists solely of 3 free attribute points, which may seem meager. However, these 3 points, if allocated by an ordinary person to enhance their health, would enable them to surpass their physical limits. In Su Ming's case, this becomes even more extraordinary, as free attribute points have no upper limits. This allows him to strategically accumulate the points from upgrades, deciding when to allocate them at his discretion. Besides leveling up, he can also enhance his health ceiling using life essence, given that each level grants 3 free attribute points. An average player reaching level 10 would accumulate a total of 27 such points. If an ordinary player were to invest all these points into health, they would not quite transform into a superhuman, but would certainly possess physical attributes comparable to a large beast. Considering Su Ming's exceptional circumstances, he might even exceed the 100 health threshold by the time he reaches level 10, thanks to his free attribute points. After storing his points, Su Ming eagerly anticipated whether the goblin refinement would yield any delightful surprises. Ding! Refinement complete. You have extracted 1 portion of level 2 goblin life essence and 1 portion of level 2 goblin spirit. It became evident that both the small goblin and the goblin were rather stingy, offering minimal rewards beyond the baseline. Level 2 goblin life essence. Item description. Can enhance health by 2 points for life forms with a health limit not exceeding 15, or alternatively, increase the health ceiling by 16 to 20 points. Note, can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 10 health points. Level 2 Goblin Spirit. Item description. Can enhance spirit by 2 points for life forms with a spirit limit not exceeding 15, or alternatively, increase the spirit ceiling by 16 to 20 points. Note, can also be used for spirit recovery, instantly restoring 10 spirit points. From the item descriptions, it is evident that the Goblin Spirit offers slightly more than the Crimson Serpent Spirit, breaking the 15-point threshold, thus providing Su Ming with a consolation prize. Upon using both the life essence and the spirit, his health and spirit attributes each increased by 1. This enhancement felt distinctly different from previous increments. Su Ming could acutely sense an elevation in his bodily functions. Once the warmth within dissipated and the coolness in his mind cleared, he perceived the world around him as remarkably more vivid, akin to the clarity following a rain shower that washes away dust from the air, illuminating the surroundings. He hastily approached the window and glanced at the area below, noting that the enchanted giant cat remained motionless in its corner before promptly exiting the room. Having thoroughly explored the 6th floor, he anticipated that the remaining 3 floors would still harbor some low-level monsters. Although the life essence from the enchanted mice no longer served to enhance his health ceiling, it could still be utilized to bolster skill proficiency. For instance, with each use of the heavy strike skill, he could gain a point of proficiency, needing only about 10 more to reach the next level. With this thought in mind, Su Ming swiftly ascended the stairs to the 7th floor with utmost caution. Following the pattern that each floor houses monsters, he soon encountered 2 new creatures in the corridor. Enchanted Gecko, Level 1, Comet, a magically altered little gecko, a gift for newcomers, with relatively weak offensive capabilities. Spotting two enchanted geckos approximately 70 centimeters long clinging to the corridor wall, Su Ming charged forward with his sword drawn. The monster's comment indicated it was a gift for newcomers, suggesting that enchanted geckos posed little threat, merely appearing somewhat intimidating. As they sensed the sudden danger from the two-legged assailant, the geckos attempted to flee. However, their enlarged size post-transformation had significantly diminished their agility. Thus, before they could ascend to the corridor ceiling, Su Ming swiftly severed one gecko's head, causing it to plummet to the ground. Nevertheless, the enchanted geckos possessed greater vitality than the small goblins, and despite being decapitated, they did not perish immediately. Ultimately, Su Ming had to deliver two decisive kicks to ensure their demise. Ding! You have slain two level 1 enchanted geckos, earning 4 experience points. The monsters dropped 20 units of ordinary currency, a level 1 fire axe, and a pair of level 1 fire boots. Would you like to refine the bodies of the two enchanted geckos? Ding! Refinement complete. You have extracted 2 portions of level 1 enchanted gecko life essence, 2 portions of level 1 enchanted gecko spirit, 2 strands of ordinary magical energy, and a passive regeneration talent level 2. Upon witnessing the items yielded from the enchanted gecko's bodies, Su Ming could hardly believe his eyes. These seemingly harmless little monsters had gifted him a delightful surprise. He promptly accessed the information regarding the regeneration talent. Regeneration talent, talent quality, common. Talent description, severed limbs can passively consume health to regenerate. Note, excessive health consumption may reduce the health ceiling. Furthermore, the talent's quality is low, resulting in a prolonged regeneration time. After reading the talent description, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable find. For him, it constituted yet another extraordinary talent. The consumption of health posed no issue for him, as life essence could readily enhance his health ceiling. Glancing at the 2 hazy orbs of white light in his inventory, he silently invoked the command to learn. In an instant, the 2 orbs representing the regeneration talent merged into his body. As the talent initiated subtle modifications to his physique, Su Ming experienced a moment of clarity. He realized that talents could be upgraded. For instance, to enhance the regeneration talent, he merely needed to acquire 8 common-grade talent orbs to elevate its quality. Once the talent fully integrated with him, a full 10 minutes passed. Simultaneously, Su Ming comprehended the duration required for the regeneration of severed limbs. For instance, if an arm were severed at the shoulder, it would take approximately 10 years to regrow, while a severed thigh would require about 20 years. This was expedited by his use of 2 talent orbs. Otherwise, the time would have been significantly longer. Su Ming felt no disappointment regarding this. After all, it was merely a common-grade regeneration talent, not a miraculous rebirth. He could always enhance the talent's quality later, thereby shortening the regeneration time. Casting a glance at the 2 portions of enchanted gecko life essence in his inventory, Su Ming launched a punch forward to begin boosting his heavy strike skill proficiency. As he unleashed a flurry of 5 powerful punches, his countenance visibly paled, taking on a somewhat ashen hue. Fortunately, after channeling a portion of his essence, the pallor swiftly transformed into a vibrant flush. Once his body regained its peak condition, Su Ming carelessly dispatched another 5 punches, utilizing another fragment of essence on himself. With a total of 10 consecutive powerful strikes, his skill proficiency surged to an impressive level of 1620, just 4 strikes shy of an upgrade. However, he found himself devoid of any essence at the moment and had to bide his time. After swiftly investigating the 7th floor, Su Ming felt a tinge of frustration. Aside from the 2 demonized wall lizards he had slain, there were no other monsters to be found on this level. Thus, he resolved to ascend and see if the 8th floor might offer him some surprises. Chapter 10. Skill upgrade and a small surprise on the 9th floor with each exploration. Su Ming's experience had become exceedingly rich. Approaching the staircase to the 8th floor with utmost stealth, he employed his usual method to gauge the situation within the corridor. In stark contrast to the 7th floor, the 8th floor did not harbor any demonized wall lizards capable of forging regenerative talents. Instead, the predominant monsters here were the demonized rats, and this time, there were notably 3 of them, resembling a cheerful little family. Had it been during his initial foray into the game, Su Ming would have turned on his heel at the sight of 3 demonized rats, for their combined assault could have easily proved fatal. However, the current scenario was markedly different. With 16 points of vitality and a well-equipped arsenal, the 3 demonized rats appeared trivial to him. By creating a sound, he drew the attention of the largest of the demonized rats, and, rather than retreating, he advanced. The aggressive demonized rats charged along the wall towards his position. Without hesitation, Su Ming delivered a powerful kick to the fastest among them. Observing this, the 2 slightly slower rats executed a sudden halt. Despite their fierce nature, they retained their instincts. Unless under the sway of a rat king, they would flee when confronted with a formidable adversary. Having come to understand their tendencies, Su Ming was not about to let the 2 demonized rats escape. In his eyes, these lowly creatures represented nothing more than mobile healing potions and experience bags. After sending the first demonized rat flying, he exerted force through his foot and swiftly closed the distance to another nearby rat. delivering a rapid kick. The blow shattered its internal organs, and the immense force rendered its body limp upon the ground, subsequently vanishing from sight. Eliminating the two demonized rats was a matter of mere moments for Su Ming. The last remaining rat could not evade his grasp either. A notable flaw of these demonized creatures was their considerable size compared to their real-world counterparts, which greatly reduced their agility. Ding, you have slain 3 level 1 demonized rats, earning 6 experience points. The monster dropped 30 units of ordinary currency, a level 1 machete, a pair of level 1 gauntlets, and a pair of level 1 boots. Do you wish to refine the bodies of the 3 demonized rats? Quietly contemplating refining, Su Ming swiftly unleashed a punch into the space before him. His heavy strike skill, after continuous use, was tantalizingly close to upgrading. After consuming a point of vitality, the skill level of his level 1 heavy strike ascended to level 2. Heavy strike, skill description, consumes 12 vitality points to unleash a powerful strike. With no specific usage requirements, can be executed with fists, feet, or weapons. Note, damage inflicted varies based on the user. With the heavy strike skill upgraded to level 2, the vitality consumed increased to 2 points, marking a significant enhancement in Su Ming's capabilities. After all, the potency of a strike fueled by 2 points of vitality far surpassed the efficacy of 1. Nevertheless, at present, he did not require such force to dispatch level 1 or level 2 monsters, were it not for the need to boost his skill proficiency. With his impressive 16 points of vitality and mental acuity, he could have easily dispatched the demonized rats without resorting to the heavy strike skill. Casting a glance at his 12-16 vitality points, he silently executed a heavy strike and consumed a fragment of demon rat essence. After replenishing his vitality expenditure, Su Ming proceeded to unleash 10 consecutive heavy strikes, each consuming 1 point of vitality, depleting the remaining 2 life essences in his inventory. After all, these could be refined upon slaying monsters, rendering their storage somewhat superfluous. It was prudent to enhance his skill level to bolster his reserves for future encounters. Once his vitality was fully restored, Su Ming ceased his training, refraining from further skill proficiency enhancement. He would only engage in such training when his essence was plentiful. With his essence depleted, he was not inclined to weaken his own state. After swiftly surveying the 8th floor, a sense of discontent washed over him. While he had encountered 2 level 2 monsters on previous floors, the 7th and 8th floors yielded nothing but level 1 creatures. With a slightly perturbed disposition, he surged towards the final floor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Su Ming, a demonized giant cat lurking in the corner of the street below had discovered something, prompting it to rise from the ground and leap into the adjacent building. Had Su Ming witnessed the speed and agility of the demonized giant cat, he would likely have felt a shiver run down his spine, for this creature surpassed the swiftness and nimbleness of a tiger of similar size in the real world, quite literally. It was nearly airborne. Fortunately, the demonized giant cat did not infiltrate the old apartment building he was in. Otherwise, he might have found himself hiding in a room, awaiting the inevitable conclusion of this game world. As Su Ming ascended to the 9th floor via the staircase, he could not suppress a flicker of excitement upon glimpsing the scene captured on his phone's video. The muted screen revealed a massive serpent, larger than the level 2 crimson snake he had previously slain, coiled languidly in the corridor of the 9th floor. Given Su Ming's current auditory acuity, he should have been able to hear the commotion above while on the lower level. Yet, whether due to being a novice or some hidden rule, he found himself completely oblivious to the sounds emanating from the floors above and below. Simultaneously, the ruckus he created seemed to go unnoticed by the monsters on other floors. Otherwise, the noise generated by his slaying of the demonized rats would have surely attracted some of the more perceptive creatures. After all, no matter how cautious he was, it was impossible to move without making some sound. After stowing his phone back in his inventory, Su Ming cautiously peered out to survey the massive serpent coiled in the corridor. Demonized king snake. Level 3 commentary. A demonized king snake, non-venomous but ferocious, possessing formidable constricting strength. Upon discerning the basic information about the great snake, Su Ming felt a slight sense of relief. As long as it was not venomous, he could manage it. Although the king snake was significantly larger than the crimson snake, boasting a girth comparable to that of an adult male's thigh, he considered it less dangerous than the crimson snake. However, one must not let their guard down. One must still adhere to certain strategies. Relying on sheer brute force is only effective against easily overpowered goblins and a handful of enchanted mice. In encounters with unfamiliar monsters, it is prudent to devise a few tactical approaches. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Su Ming gently opened the door to the stairwell and stepped into the corridor on the 9th floor. Chapter 11. New Skills. The enchanted king snake excels in its constricting strength. As long as Su Ming remains vigilant and avoids being ensnared, he can hunt without injury. The moment Su Ming's silhouette appeared in the corridor, the enchanted king snake, coiled on the ground, recognized the intrusion of an unexpected guest. Unlike the satiated enchanted red snake, the king snake had not fed recently, placing it in a state of peak readiness. Upon spotting its prey, its massive form began to writhe swiftly across the ground. Prepared for this eventuality, Su Ming hurled a fire axe straight ahead. This level 1 weapon, which had fallen from a monster, was now perfectly suited for throwing. Given Su Ming's current physical and mental attributes, the probability of hitting the target at close range was quite significant, especially considering the large size of the enchanted king snake. The fire axe, imbued with a heavy strike skill, transformed into a fleeting shadow in the air before delivering a resounding blow to the writhing body of the king snake. The immense kinetic force caused the steel head of the axe, along with a portion of the wooden handle, to embed deeply into the snake's flesh. Had it not sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned its head, it would have likely faced a fatal blow. The intense pain from the shattering scales and bodily injury rendered the king snake's already crimson eyes even more terrifying. Faced with the enraged creature, Su Ming summoned bedding and other items once again. The strategy that had proven effective against the red snake was equally applicable to the enchanted king snake. After tossing several blankets and sheets, the rapidly charging snake was instantly ensnared, unable to struggle free immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming propelled himself forward with great force to confront the struggling king snake, then struck decisively, consuming 2 points of health. He unleashed a heavy strike that was as swift as lightning. In an instant, the outer layer of the sheet was sliced open, revealing the enormous head of the snake within. The enchanted king snake, now passively subject to the attack, found itself unable to evade in time. As his blade made contact with its scales, a faint sound akin to metal striking metal echoed in the air. In the next heartbeat, the massive head was severed from its body, tumbling to the ground. Upon executing the strike, Su Ming swiftly vacated the vicinity of the enchanted king snake. He was well aware that serpents do not perish immediately after decapitation. A single bite could spell disaster. The rapid demise of the previous red snake was due to its head being crushed, obliterating its neural responses. As he approached the severed head of the enchanted king snake, which continued to twitch, Su Ming advanced cautiously. Once within a close enough range, he unhesitatingly retrieved an old refrigerator from his storage and hurled it down. Accompanied by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, the seemingly lifeless king snake finally met its end. Ding! You have slain a level 3 enchanted king snake, gaining a level up bonus of 0.5, totaling 9 experience points. The monster dropped 60 coins, a level 3 tyrant blade, and a basic skill book on speed. Would you like to refine the body of the enchanted king snake? Upon hearing the announcement of a new skill, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with excitement. Aside from the close-quarters combat skill of death entanglement, he possessed only the heavy strike as an active ability, making his options somewhat limited. Now, with the addition of a new skill from the king snake, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Basic skill book, speed. Item description. Using this skill book grants the ability to learn the speed skill with no prerequisites. After glancing at the skill book emanating a soft white glow in his storage, Su Ming decided to learn it without hesitation. Speed. Skill description. Consumes 1 point of health to temporarily increase movement speed, lasting for 30 seconds. Note, the exact increase in speed depends on the user's specific condition. Upon reviewing the skill description, Su Ming felt a slight enhancement in his overall safety. He subsequently mentally commanded the refinement process. Ding! Refinement complete. Extracted 1 portion of level 3 enchanted king snake life essence, 1 level 3 enchanted king snake spirit, 3 strands of ordinary magic, and 1 basic skill book on death entanglement. The refined items, compared to those obtained from the red snake, were of higher quality, particularly the essence and spirit, while the skill book remained identical. Level 3 enchanted king snake life essence. Item description. Can increase health by 2 points for living beings with health not exceeding 20 points, or by 12. 5 points for those with a 25-point health limit. Note, also usable for health recovery, instantly restoring 15 points of health. Level 3 enchanted king snake spirit. Item description. Can increase mental capacity by 2 points for living beings with mental attributes not exceeding 15 points, or by 16. 2 points for those with a 20-point mental limit. Note, also usable for mental recovery, instantly restoring 10 points of mental energy. After absorbing the information regarding the essence and spirit, Su Ming applied them to himself. 5 minutes later, as the refreshing sensation dissipated, he promptly opened his personal data. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 2, 2130. Health, 100. Health points, 1818. Mental points, 1717. Skills, Level 2 Heavy Strike, 1230. Level 1 Death Entanglement, 020. Level 1 Speed, 020. Talent, Ordinary Regeneration, 210. Comprehensive Combat Power, 88. Equipment, Level 1 Tyrant Blade, Level 1 Goblin Leather Armor, Level 1 Battle Boots, Level 1 Helmet, Level 1 Magic Mouse Gloves, Level 2 Goblin Leggings, currently equipped. Plugin, Infinite Refining Furnace. Free Attribute Points, 3. The data displayed on the panel was remarkably luxurious. For an ordinary player starting with 8 health points, merely raising their health attributes to Su Ming's current level would require advancing to level 4 and obtaining 9 free attribute points. Not to mention, his mental attributes far surpassed those of typical players. Additionally, he possessed 3 skills and a talent. firmly placing him in the realm of a premium player from the outset. After closing the game panel, Su Ming retrieved the Tyrant Blade from his storage and compared it with the heavy blade in his hand. The Tyrant Blade was heavier, boasting superior sharpness and aesthetic appeal. Thus he planned to replace his primary weapon with this new offensive gear once he reached level 3. Noticing the bloodstained sheets scattered across the corridor floor, Su Ming showed no disdain as he collected the old refrigerator and bedding into his storage. With the heavy blade in hand, he resumed his exploration of the final floor. Given the presence of the enchanted king snake, he surmised that there would likely be no low-level monsters like the enchanted mice lurking about. As anticipated, after a thorough investigation, aside from a few disorderly rooms with doors flung open, he encountered no trace of monsters, nor did he come across any human players, which he deemed fortunate. Due to his pronounced social anxiety, he harbored a strong aversion to interaction with others. Faced with shameless individuals, he feared he might succumb to the urge to wield a blade, for this was not the real world, where laws and regulations held sway. Upon selecting a relatively clean room with its door ajar, Su Ming swiftly made his way to the window, eager to ascertain whether the monstrous feline still lingered below. As his gaze swept across a secluded corner, his pupils constricted. There was no trace of the demonized giant cat in that spot. Conducting a rapid survey of the observable area, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. Within the confines of the building, he believed he could intercept the monstrous feline, leveraging the terrain and the boundless space. However, in the open expanse of the street, he sensed that with his current equipment and skills, he could at best achieve mutual destruction with the giant cat, and perhaps even meet his demise at its claws. This was his private assessment. Drawing a parallel to a confrontation with a tiger in the real world, it is noteworthy that an adult tiger can exert a force of approximately 800 to 1,000 kilograms, capable of crushing a man's skull as if it were mere tofu. Were it not for his advantageous weaponry, he would not dare contemplate even a slim chance of survival. As for employing tactics suitable for dealing with goblins and king snakes against a feline predator, that would be tantamount to courting death. With his vitality soaring to 18 points, it undeniably bolstered his physical capabilities, yet in comparison to a large beast, he still fell short. After a flurry of thoughts traversed his mind, Su Ming resolved to scour the unexplored floors below. He required a mere 9 points of experience to level up. If fortune favored him, sweeping through 3 floors might suffice. With this determination, he began his descent down the stairs from the 9th floor. Meanwhile, the demonized giant cat, the object of his thoughts, was currently feasting within the building opposite him. One of the demonized rats had already found its way into its belly. At that moment, Li Xian, an elite special forces soldier from Huagua, held his breath, hiding in a room, fearful of making any noise. Should he disturb the voracious beast outside? He had little faith in the old security door to withstand its assault. Chapter 12. Bad Luck. Encountering the demonized giant cat, it can only be said that Li Xian's luck was rather unfortunate. The ravenous demonized giant cat had prioritized his building as its next meal. Fortunately, upon sensing the oddity, he had swiftly hidden in an unclosed room on his floor. Otherwise, he would have likely stumbled upon the giant cat face to face. Pressing against the security door, he listened intently to the faint crunching sounds emanating from the corridor outside, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He dreaded the possibility of the creature lingering outside after satiating its hunger. If that were the case, the rewards from his foray into the game world would be dismally meager. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian ultimately opted to wait in silence. He carried a backpack filled with potent toxins and anesthetics. However, even if he managed to coat an arrow with them and fortuitously struck the demonized giant cat, it would not guarantee an instant kill. Faced with a frenzied large beast, he was uncertain if he could withstand its desperate counterattack before it succumbed. While the demonized giant cat was engaged in its meal, Su Ming had already descended to the 3rd floor. Utilizing his phone to record video, he discovered 2 demonized geckos in the corridor, which presented a far better yield than the demonized rats. Channeling his vitality to activate a speed skill, Su Ming's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The 2 geckos, oblivious to the impending danger, were swiftly cleaved in 2 by the glinting blade, collapsing to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 1 demonized gecko, earning 4 experience points. The monster has dropped 20 pieces of ordinary currency, a level 1 Tang Dao, and a level 1 long gun, which have been automatically collected. Do you wish to refine the bodies of the demonized geckos? Yes. Upon the completion of the refinement, the 2 demonized geckos, predictably, yielded regeneration talent orbs. After applying the 2 talent orbs to himself, Su Ming experienced a moment of enlightenment. The time required for limb regeneration had been significantly shortened. Previously, it would have taken a decade to regrow an arm, but now, with the progress bar at 410 for the regeneration talent, it would only require 9 years, effectively reducing the time by half a year. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Su Ming's mind, and he resolved to experiment with the biology of the real world once he logged off. Glancing at the 2 points of vitality consumed, he felt a surge of determination and ignited 3 more points of vitality to extend the duration of his speed enhancement. One commendable aspect of this game world, in Su Ming's view, was the absence of cooldown periods for skills. As long as his body could endure and he could supply an unending stream of vitality, he could utilize his skills indefinitely. After consuming a portion of the demonized gecko's essence to restore his status, he chose not to use the remaining essence this time, opting to keep it in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he swiftly searched the third-floor area before making his way down to the second floor. The entire third floor, aside from the 2 demonized geckos, bore no trace of any other monsters, serving as a refuge for novice players. However, for Su Ming, it was akin to a cursed floor, given that his current prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Upon arriving on the second floor, his gaze flickered. There were no monsters to be found here either. This situation could arise from several possibilities. Either other human players had lured monsters into rooms and dispatched them, or they had fallen prey to formidable predators. The likelihood of monsters vacating on their own seemed slim. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, he wished to avoid an encounter. Given that defeated monsters' bodies and dropped items would vanish in a thin air, it was clear that in the early stages of the game, Su Ming would have to remain a lone wolf. It was only when other players possessed spatial equipment for automatic collection that he could confidently slay monsters in front of them. Until then, he was more concerned about thieves than the act of thievery itself. As myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, he slowed his pace slightly and stepped from one end of the corridor to the other. Upon reaching the window at the end of the corridor, Su Ming paused, a frown creasing his brow. Earlier, his mental faculties had been intensely focused, preventing him from perceiving any sense of being watched beyond the tightly shut security doors. Thus, the absence of monsters on the second floor could suggest they had been consumed by other creatures. Shaking his head to dispel his doubts, Su Ming resumed his brisk pace, sword in hand. Following the staircase down to the first floor, he encountered the apartment entrance door left ajar. Yet, in the first floor area, he similarly found no traces of monsters. This dashed his hopes for a rapid level up. For a moment, Su Ming hesitated, uncertain whether to venture outside. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately resolved to exit the apartment. With approximately 6 hours of mandatory game time remaining, having tasted the sweetness of monster hunting, he felt restless at the thought of abstaining. Most crucially, if he refrained from venturing out now, he would still have to do so upon his next entry into the game. Moreover, it was quite possible that new human players would appear in this building during his next visit. Considering various factors, Su Ming cautiously stepped over the threshold of his apartment. However, just as he set foot outside, a dark silhouette materialized within his line of sight. Upon seeing the monstrous feline emerge from the opposing apartment building, a shiver ran down Su Ming's spine. He felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Just as he intended to venture out, he encountered this formidable creature. A strong sense of impending danger compelled him to activate his speed-enhancing skill, and he promptly turned to dash back into the building. The monstrous cat, having already detected its prey, exerted its powerful limbs and leaped effortlessly across a distance of 7 or 8 meters, appearing at the entrance of the apartment in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Su Ming was not slow either. With his 18 health points and the burst of speed, along with the adrenaline surging through him in this moment of crisis, he managed to slip into an unoccupied room on the first floor just in time. As he shut the door and hastily barricaded it with several discarded refrigerators and furniture from the storage area, a thunderous knocking echoed from the outside, causing the doorframe to tremble violently. Were it not for the pile of debris blocking the door, the old security door might have been easily breached. Disregarding the cacophony of the door being battered, Su Ming swiftly moved to the window, tossing out several large mattresses to seal it off securely. After completing this task, he turned his attention to the shaking door. Indeed, only when confronted with such a colossal adversary could one truly appreciate the intense feeling of peril. Chapter 13, The Clash of Titans. At that moment, in the corridor of the first floor, the monstrous feline, resembling a tiger in stature, was firmly planted on its hind legs, its forepaws pounding against the security door. Only when it had smashed a hole in the door did the creature cease its assault and casually laid down in the corridor. This beast exhibited remarkable patience. Unable to breach the door immediately, it decided to lie in wait, confident that its prey would eventually emerge, especially since it had just feasted and was not yet hungry. As the monstrous cat rested on the ground, Su Ming, still inside the room, finally felt his tense heart relax when the pounding ceased. He understood that the creature had yet to depart, making any attempt to exit impossible. He resolved to simply endure the situation. Given his current predicament, confronting such a beast head-on would be unwise, especially since dying would result in the loss of his game qualifications. Thus, he was determined to remain in the room until logging off, unwilling to take such a risk. When he logged back in next time, he would have ample time to prepare the necessary tools to hunt the monstrous feline. After retrieving some snacks from his pocket to quell his hunger, Su Ming began to ponder a way out of his predicament. Meanwhile, in a room on the opposite side of the apartment complex, Li Xian let out a sigh of relief as the faint sounds of chewing finally dissipated, indicating that the monstrous cat had presumably finished its meal. However, he dared not open the door to investigate. Should the creature still be there, it would spell disaster. Thus, a microtransaction player, a special forces elite, found himself cornered by a monstrous cat, too intimidated to step outside. It could be said that, in the face of such a creature, human players subconsciously preferred to avoid confrontation, opting instead for a safe and methodical approach. As time ticked away, the number of human players in the game world gradually stabilized, showing no significant decline. In the early stages of the game, as long as one was not excessively unfortunate or reckless, survival for a time was feasible. The overweight youth Su Ming had encountered still remained safely hidden in his room upstairs. While human players in the game world sought refuge and devised ways to hunt monsters, governments around the world were enacting emergency measures. Utilizing data compiled by supercomputers, authorities recognized that this unknown game could plunge the world into chaos. Consequently, after meticulous deliberation, they swiftly issued classified orders. First, certain anti-human offenders in prisons who had not yet entered the game world were to be executed. Additionally, unprocessed death row inmates would face the same fate. Those who had already entered the game world and were yet to return would be executed upon their exit. They aimed to eliminate unstable factors while the situation remained manageable. Unlike the general populace, criminals imprisoned in jails were the primary concern for government officials. Total eradication was clearly impractical. Thus, only the most heinous offenders would be eliminated first. Otherwise, if these individuals obtained weapons or items harmful to the real world within the game, it might be too late. At that very moment, many serious offenders had already opted to enter the game world, viewing it as their sole opportunity to evade legal repercussions. Thus, no one would forego this chance. Meanwhile, in the game world, as Su Ming glanced at the virtual panel displaying that his double experience time was dwindling to just 1 hour, he felt an overwhelming frustration towards the monstrous cat outside, which stubbornly lingered. Each time he made a sound to test the waters, the creature would resume its relentless banging on the door, seemingly endowed with boundless energy. Just as his exasperation peaked, a sudden, resounding bark erupted from within the community. The sound was as thunderous as a tiger's roar. This unexpected turn of events jolted Su Ming's senses, hinting at a possible shift in circumstances. Would the monstrous feline tolerate the presence of another formidable creature within its hunting territory? With this thought in mind, Su Ming hurriedly stowed away the mattresses from the window into his storage compartment. Since the monstrous cat had not attacked the rear of the room, the window and security bars remained intact. In truth, Su Ming possessed the strength to forcibly cut through the security bars with a knife. But the risk was too great due to the noise it would generate. Should he become trapped, escape would be impossible. Thus, the notion of breaking the window was merely a fleeting consideration. At that moment, through the glass, Su Ming's keen eyes spotted a massive, jet-black dog with blood-red eyes prowling the street in the direction diagonal to him. Monstrous lion dog, level 5 Comet. A mutated pet dog, known for its extremely aggressive and irritable temperament. As the ethereal information flashed before him, Su Ming quickly gleaned the details regarding the giant dog on the street. Identified as another level 5 creature, if the monstrous cat was akin to a tiger, the lion dog resembled a regal lion. As the lion dog strutted proudly down the community street, the previously reclined monstrous cat, now transformed into a streak of black lightning, burst through the front door. From Su Ming's vantage point, he could clearly see the two colossal beasts facing off on the community street, each issuing tentative low growls as warnings to one another. This commotion also captured the attention of the overweight youth and the special forces elite, Li Xian. Moreover, there were several human players concealed within the other apartment buildings. Upon hearing the resounding roars echoing through the community, they hurriedly rushed to their windows, peering downwards in hopes of discerning the source of the cacophony. Alas, obstructed by the buildings, they were unable to glimpse the confrontation between the enchanted giant cat and the enchanted lion dog. Witnessing the two creatures howl outside, Su Ming had no intention of lingering any longer. He needed to seize this opportunity to venture out. With remarkable speed, he swiftly stowed away the clutter blocking his door into a storage compartment and, taking advantage of the moment, flung open the security door and dashed outside, ascending the stairs in a few strides to the second floor. Without pausing, he ascended to the third floor and slipped into an unoccupied room whose door was ajar. Simultaneously, the enchanted giant cat and the enchanted lion dog, having grown impatient with their probing skirmish on the streets, could no longer contain their desire to attack and launched into a full assault. In an instant, the two formidable beasts collided fiercely. During the clash, the enchanted lion dog found itself at a disadvantage, receiving a mighty slap to the head from the enchanted giant cat. Fortunately, it proved resilient, sustaining only minor injuries and retaining its fighting spirit. However, the pain ignited a fierce rage within the enchanted lion dog, causing its black fur to take on a faint reddish hue, indicating its transition into a berserk state. In response, the enchanted giant cat retreated while employing its agility to maneuver around, and for a moment, the two adversaries became locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to claim victory. Chapter 14. A Sudden Strike. The Retreating Enchanted Giant Cat. At this moment, Su Ming secured the door once more and approached the window to gaze down. Observing the relentless combat between the two enchanted beasts, a thought crossed his mind. In its prime, he would have avoided the enchanted giant cat, but if it were injured, might there be a chance for him to vanquish it? Thus, he silently prayed for the enchanted lion dog to muster some strength, hoping that even if it were to perish, it would at least manage to inflict a grievous wound on the giant cat. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he was not the only one intrigued by the two level 5 enchanted creatures. In the apartment building opposite, standing by the window, Li Xian's eyes glinted with determination. From his vantage point, with a composite bow in hand, he had the opportunity to strike the two creatures below, while he dared not provoke either beast individually. If they were engaged in a fierce battle, it might present a prime moment for him to unleash an arrow and seize the chance for a kill. With this thought brewing in his mind, Li Xian hurriedly retrieved a vial of poisonous liquid from his backpack and applied it to his arrows. As he finished the toxic application and drew back the bowstring, the battle between the enchanted giant cat and the enchanted lion dog was nearing its climax. Within the brief span of a minute or two, both adversaries had sustained injuries, their bodies marked with blood. The enchanted lion dog, now feeling the urge to retreat, prepared to flee. Just then, an arrow soared through the air at incredible speed, striking the enchanted giant cat squarely in the hindquarters. The sudden assault caused the giant cat to fluff up its fur, nearly stumbling to the ground. It had intended to decisively vanquish the audacious foe before it, but was caught off guard by the unexpected shot. Sensing the shift in the battle, the enchanted giant cat swatted the lion dog aside before turning tail to flee. Although the composite bow had considerable power, it had not struck a vital area, thus the enchanted giant cat was not entirely incapacitated. However, the poison coating the arrowhead began to seep into its bloodstream, spreading throughout its body. Meanwhile, the bewildered enchanted lion dog, having regained its senses, chose not to pursue, but instead scampered away with its tail tucked between its legs. This unforeseen turn of events tightened Su Ming's grip on his blade as he stood in the third-floor room. He had clearly witnessed the arrow strike the enchanted giant cat, and from the angle, it had originated from the apartment building opposite, likely from a low floor. This realization sparked a tinge of wariness within him regarding the archer. A swift scan of the opposite building yielded no visible target. Evidently, the assailant was a seasoned strategist. Not wishing to pursue the archer further, Su Ming noted that while it was unfortunate the enchanted giant cat had escaped, at least the path was clear for him to venture out and hunt other monsters. With this thought in mind, Su Ming stepped out of the room and prepared to leave the apartment building. Meanwhile, within the other apartment building, Li Xian, having released the poisoned arrow that struck the enchanted giant cat, quickly concealed himself behind the curtains. The poison he had applied was derived from the silver-ringed snake, but to kill such a formidable beast required both luck and time. Thus, upon releasing the arrow, he immediately took cover to avoid detection by the giant cat. Peering through the curtain with a cautious gaze, he sighed with relief upon realizing that both the enchanted lion dog and giant cat had vanished, presumably fleeing the area. After adjusting his demeanor, Li Xian stealthily exited his room, resuming his exploration of the floor. Previously, the abrupt intrusion of the enchanted giant cat had prevented him from thoroughly investigating. As he commenced his movements, Su Ming did not choose to exit through the main entrance of the apartment, but instead found a room on the second floor that faced away from the entrance and climbed down from the window. A mere height of 3 meters posed no challenge for him, given his current physical condition. Landing gracefully, Su Ming fixed his gaze on the nearby apartment building and sprinted towards it. The short distance of 30 meters was covered in less than 2 seconds due to his speed. Once he entered the B3 apartment building, he finally eased his pace. After quickly scanning the corridor and confirming the absence of monsters, he rushed up to the second floor. However, to his dismay, there were no signs of creatures on the second floor of the B3 apartment either. His expression darkened, contemplating whether his luck had truly sunk to such depths. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door to a room on the second floor suddenly swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man exuding an air of newfound wealth. "Hey, young fellow, are you selling that gear? Name your price, and I'll transfer the money to you once we're back in the real world." The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with greed as he caught sight of Su Ming's horse-slaying sword, leather jacket, and helmet. He had been lurking by the window, observing the commotion outside, when he noticed a figure effortlessly descend from the second-floor window of the opposite building and enter the apartment building he occupied. Thus, he cracked his door open slightly to keep an eye on the happenings outside. Upon seeing the figure emerge in the second-floor corridor, he hurriedly stepped outside. Rather than confront the terrifying monsters, the middle-aged man preferred human interaction. His entry into the game world had been entirely accidental, the result of a drunken mishap. In a dazed state, he had responded affirmatively to a voice echoing in his mind, resulting in his transportation into this realm. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to find himself in a room and had slept for about 2 hours before gradually regaining consciousness. Subsequently, due to the reckless act of opening the door, he inadvertently attracted the attention of the enchanted mice lurking in the corridor, which swiftly scurried into the room. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, allowing him to leverage his weight advantage to crush one of the enchanted mice, he would likely have suffered a fatal bite to the neck and been sent back to the realm of reality. As a result of his initial kill, the enchanted mouse rewarded him with a heavy strike skill and a pair of gauntlets. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that he did not receive any swords or similar weaponry. Yet, in dispatching the enchanted mouse, he sustained some minor injuries that instilled a sense of fear towards the creatures, compelling him to shy away from exploring the other floors and remain holed up in his room. It was only upon the arrival of Su Ming that he finally ventured out of his quarters. At that moment, Su Ming stood in the second-floor corridor, surveying the middle-aged man nearby with a measured gaze, before choosing to remain silent and promptly entering the staircase, making his way to the third floor. The notion of purchasing the equipment from the man was absurd. It was akin to writing a blank check. Engaging with such an individual seemed a futile endeavor, a mere waste of time, and thus he chose not to acknowledge him. The previously affable middle-aged man was left dumbfounded in an instant. Were young people today truly this aloof? Surely, if the conditions were insufficient, negotiations could be had. What did it mean to turn away so abruptly, as if he were invisible? Yet, he dared not pursue, apprehensive that the man might wield his knife in retaliation. After some contemplation, he resolved to return to his room and bide his time until the logout period. Indeed, those who muster the courage to actively hunt monsters are rather few. In the early stages, most individuals opt for a more cautious approach. After all, death would result in the loss of game eligibility, whereas survival preserved the prospect of future opportunities. Had Su Ming lacked the infinite furnace, he might have merely explored his apartment building without daring to take risks and leave the relative safety of his environment. At that moment, Su Ming dashed swiftly to the third-floor corridor, and upon assessing the situation, a smile finally graced his face. Chapter 15, Throwing Goblins, Combat Power 99. Before him, two enchanted mice were huddled in a corner of the third-floor hallway. Su Ming strode forward, the sound of his battle boots scraping against the floor catching the attention of the two mice engaged in a playful tete-a-tete. As they noticed the unwelcome intruder, they immediately shifted into a battle stance, their crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, and charged forth. In response to the suicidal assault of the enchanted mice, Su Ming slightly slowed his pace, waiting until the two figures neared before unleashing a thunderous series of kicks. There were no unforeseen complications. His swift and precise strikes sent the two enchanted mice to their eternal rest in an instant. Ding! You have killed two level 1 enchanted mice, gaining 4 experience points. The monsters dropped 20 units of ordinary currency, a pair of level 1 gauntlets, and a level 1 whip, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of the two enchanted mice? Casting a glance at the dropped items, Su Ming shook his head slightly. It appeared that, aside from providing him with experience and essence, the potential he could extract from such mice had reached its limit. The probability of obtaining skills or other valuable items from them was disappointingly low. After swiftly refining the bodies of the enchanted mice, he began to enhance his skill proficiency. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Su Ming temporarily slowed the rate of improvement for his heavy strike skill, redirecting his focus to the rapid skill instead. Utilizing the remaining essence of the enchanted gecko and the 2 essences obtained from the recently refined enchanted mice, he was able to fully maximize the proficiency of the first level. Regarding the prior consumption of health, he had partaken of a health recovery potion when cornered by the enchanted giant cat. After burning through 15 health points, Su Ming noticed that the duration of the rapid buff on his illusory panel had dramatically increased to 7.5 minutes. The surge of vitality coursing through his body caused his eyes to take on a faint reddish hue, reminiscent of a state of enchantment. Upgrading to level 2. The rapid skill's health point consumption limit increased from 1 to 2 points. Given Su Ming's current physical condition, the first level of rapid skill could temporarily enhance his speed by approximately 15%, while the second level could provide a boost of 30%. Under sustained conditions. With the aid of the second level of rapid skill, he now felt confident enough to outrun the enchanted giant cat. After quietly assessing his current strength, Su Ming moved like a gust of wind, swiftly traversing the third-floor corridor. Conducting a brief reconnaissance and finding no stragglers, he made his way to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the B3 apartment building was designated as a novice welfare area, where only a single enchanted gecko roamed the corridor. Ding! You have killed a level 1 enchanted gecko, gaining 2 experience points. The monster dropped 10 units of ordinary currency and a level 1 longsword, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the enchanted gecko? Ding! Your current experience is now full. Your personal level has increased to level 3, granting you 3 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. As the enchanted gecko fell to Su Ming in an instant, 3 prompts echoed in his ears simultaneously. Observing the 6 free attribute points now stored on his panel, a slight smirk tugged at Su Ming's lips. If he allocated them all to health, he could immediately reach a health value of 24. However, he merely entertained the thought without any intention of allocating points immediately, as doing so would not optimize his benefits. The essence derived from refining level 2 monsters could still augment his health cap, if he were to hastily increase his health now. he would inevitably find himself in combat with level 4 monsters, exponentially raising the risk factor. Reserving the life essence obtained from the enchanted gecko for future use, Su Ming replaced his sword with a sharper level 3 blade. Overlord blade. Wearing level 3. Grade, common. Quality, good. Attributes, sharpness 3. Equipment remarks. A large blade forged from specially treated steel, capable of effortlessly severing the bones of low-level monsters. The equipment dropped from the king snake further enhanced his melee capabilities. After swinging the blade experimentally to familiarize himself with its weight, Su Ming's thoughts turned to his personal information. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 3, 140. Health points, 100. Health value, 1818. Mental value, 1717. Skills, Level 2 Heavy Strike, 1430. Level 1 Death Entanglement, 020. Level 2 Rapid Skill, 030. Talent, Common Level Regeneration, 510. Comprehensive Combat Power, 99. Equipment slot, Level 3 Overlord Blade, Level 1 Goblin Leather Armor, Level 1 Battle Boots, Level 1 Helmet, Level 1 Enchanted Mouse Gauntlets, Level 2 Goblin Leggings, equipped. Plugins, Infinite Furnace. Free attribute points, 6 points. On the panel, his comprehensive combat power was just a step away from reaching triple digits, with an astonishing rate of increase. Watching the numbers on the panel rise, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Those who have played games relish the sensation of ever-increasing combat power. Not to mention, he was not merely playing a computer-based online game or a browser game, but engaging in a genuine real-life alternate world game. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, he headed straight for the 5th floor of the B3 apartment building. Meanwhile, on the path in front of the entrance to the B2 apartment, the previously elusive enchanted lion dog reappeared, now following the direction in which the enchanted giant cat had vanished. At this moment, the cursed giant cat, struck by an arrow in its hindquarters and afflicted by snake venom coursing through its veins, lay in hiding within another A3 apartment, emitting low, pained growls. The haunting sound sent chills down the spines of 2 human players concealed within their rooms in the same building. Were it not for the excruciating agony it endured, the giant cat, known for its vigilance, would not have allowed itself to vocalize, as it would undoubtedly attract foes. As the cursed lion dog rapidly approached the A3 apartment in an attempt to reclaim its territory, in a room on the 5th floor of the B3 apartment, Su Ming encountered a new creature, a throwing goblin. Level 2. Remarks, a greedy, cowardly, and utterly despicable being. Upon spotting the goblin, Su Ming charged in with his weapon drawn. The sudden intrusion left the throwing goblin no time to utilize its projectiles. Almost immediately, a flash of steel, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck the robust neck of the throwing goblin. The sharp blade, coupled with Su Ming's immense strength, effortlessly severed its head. Were it not for the swift collection afforded by the infinite forge, he would have likely been drenched in blood. Ding! You have slain a level 2 throwing goblin, earning 4 experience points, and the monster has dropped 20 units of common currency and a pair of level 2 goblin boots, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the throwing goblin's body? Chapter 16, The Condemned Player, an Instant Redemption. Ding! The refining process has concluded. Yielding a fragment of level 2 throwing goblin life essence, a shard of level 2 throwing goblin spirit, and the passive skill throwing mastery. After refining the goblin's body, Su Ming discovered he had acquired a new skill. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to utilize the skill tome. Throwing mastery. Skill description, a passive enhancement that increases throwing accuracy. Note, specific hit rate is contingent upon the user. This passive skill proved exceedingly practical for Su Ming, as he possessed infinite storage space. As long as his stamina was sufficient, he could continue to throw. Once the peculiar sensation faded from his mind, he glanced at the walls of the room, sensing intuitively that his next throw would surely hit its intended target. However, as he stepped back a couple of meters, that intuition began to wane. After collecting a small pile of stones left by the throwing goblin into his storage slot, Su Ming casually picked up a stone the size of his fist, weighing it in his hand before hurling it forward with force. In the next instant, the stone he had cast struck precisely where he had aimed. It was undeniable that the passive skill throwing mastery significantly enhanced his accuracy. Had he attempted the same feat before acquiring this skill, even at a distance of 3 or 4 meters, he would not have dared to claim such precision. After repeatedly using several stones and familiarizing himself with the sensation, Su Ming channeled the level 2 essence and spirit into himself. 5 minutes later, the exhilaration subsided, and his health and mental capacity limits were raised to 19 and 18, respectively. His physique and mysterious sixth sense also received a notable enhancement. Observing that he had approximately half an hour of benefits remaining, Su Ming turned and exited the 5th floor room, continuing his exploration upwards. The thrill of hunting monsters and growing stronger invigorated him, providing immense satisfaction. Within seconds, he found himself in the corridor of the 6th floor. This level contained no level 2 monsters, only 2 level 1 cursed rats, which he dispatched with a decisive kick, earning 4 experience points and 2 pieces of fine level 1 equipment. Truth be told, had it not been for his infinite storage, he would have had no place to store the numerous items dropped by these creatures. Utilizing 2 fragments of life essence, he boosted his rapid skill proficiency by 10 points before departing the 6th floor corridor and ascending to the 7th floor. However, upon entering the hallway on the 7th floor and surveying the central area, his keen instincts alerted him to the presence of someone observing him behind the tightly shut security door to his right. Behind the door marked 710, a burly middle-aged man clad in prison garb, handcuffed and shackled, pressed his eye against the peephole. Sang Biao, a condemned criminal in reality, had been sentenced to death for numerous offenses, including intentional homicide, burglary, and rape. Yet, just before his execution, the cataclysmic game had descended upon him. Clutching at the last vestige of hope, he had immediately chosen to enter the game. Unfortunately for him, upon his arrival, he encountered a level 2 cursed lizard. Although he managed to slay the creature through sheer brute force, he suffered a significant bite, resulting in considerable blood loss, forcing him to devise ways to staunch the bleeding using whatever items he could find in the room. After nearly 3 hours of struggle, his previously pale complexion began to regain some color as the bleeding from the bite on his leg finally ceased. Just as he prepared to leave the room to avoid account deletion and return to the real world, he heard the sound of boots striking the floor in the corridor. Hence, Sang Biao halted his immediate plan to exit and opted to peer through the peephole to assess the situation. At that moment, Su Ming, who had slightly slowed his pace, unwittingly walked past room 710, continuing on his path. He had no intention of engaging with human players. It was preferable that they remained hidden, lest they impede his progress. However, Sang Biao within the room was not of the same mindset, having finally encountered a fellow human. He was determined to open the door and attempt to deceive the stranger. As the sound of the door creaking open resonated from behind him, Su Ming spun around. Through his extensive experience in monster hunting, he had learned never to turn his back on an enemy. Upon seeing the figure emerging from room 710, his pupils contracted slightly. Clad in prison garb and shackles, this individual was undoubtedly a condemned criminal. "Brother, might you assist me as a fellow human? I've been bitten by a monster and lost quite a bit of blood. Do you have any food to spare?" Sang Biao immediately resorted to emotional appeals as he exited the room. He had no other choice but to gamble on this encounter. If he failed to devise a plan, he feared he might ultimately perish within the game and be expelled. The young man before him, wielding a large blade that appeared to be a monster's drop, might be his opportunity to wield the heavy strike skill and cleave through his shackles. Previously, in his desperate battle against the cursed lizard, he had obtained a pair of level 2 boots, which were of no use to him. "Stop the charade. I am not one to be easily fooled. Your appearance as a condemned criminal, coupled with the barely concealed malice in your eyes, alongside such incongruous words, do you not perceive the absurdity of your act?" Without hesitation, Su Ming unveiled Sang Biao's true nature, unfazed by the forced smile. His mental acuity, bolstered by a score of 18, afforded him a significant advantage in perception over the average person. Sang Biao's eyes darted, and he recognized that his intentions had been uncovered. "Brother, you jest," he quickly denied, unconsciously stepping forward as he spoke. In response, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and with a swift motion, he swung the formidable blade in his grasp. The rapid amplification of force, coupled with his own deftness in wielding the weapon, rendered his strike as swift as lightning in Sang Biao's perception. Before he could even react, he felt an overwhelming force tear through his chest. Just as consciousness began to fade, a mechanical voice resonated in his ears. "Ding, you have died. Character information reset, unable to re-enter the internal test game world." Once that voice dissipated, Sang Biao's nearly bisected body transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from the spot. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ming's breath quickened momentarily before returning to normalcy. The adversary, upon having his intentions unveiled, had audaciously attempted to engage in underhanded tactics. Thus he was dispatched to the afterlife on the spot. When confronted with a desperate fugitive, there was no need for philosophical discourse. Annihilation was the sole means to extinguish the threat. Had he just recently arrived, Su Ming might have hesitated, but having dispatched numerous humanoid monsters like goblins, he felt no qualms about eliminating a condemned human player. He could be deemed a natural executioner. Chapter 17, Centipede Armor. Observing the dissolution of his foe into shimmering motes of light, Su Ming exhibited not a flicker of surprise. He had encountered such phenomena before. After waiting approximately 2 to 3 seconds without the sound of a kill notification, he shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, slaying a human player yielded no experience gain. Dismissing the slightly perilous thoughts in his mind, he briskly entered room 710. The moment he stepped into the room, a black lizard corpse, slightly smaller than a Komodo dragon from the real world, caught his eye. Upon seeing this, he felt a flicker of interest and quickly approached, touching the lizard's body before storing it within his infinite space. Subsequently, Su Ming willingly cast the lizard's corpse into the infinite furnace. He distinctly recalled that the furnace's second characteristic stated that it included, but was not limited to, any monster, regardless of whether he had personally slain it. Ding. The smelting process is complete. Extracted 1 unit of level 2 demonized lizard life essence, 1 unit of level 2 demonized lizard spirit, and 2 strands of ordinary magical energy. No skills or talents were produced, which constituted a baseline benefit. Nevertheless, as this was effectively a windfall, Su Ming harbored no dissatisfaction. The life essence and spirit of the demonized lizard mirrored the effects of the level 2 Crimson Serpent, enhancing his health limit by 1620 and his mental capacity by 1115. After utilizing the life essence, Su Ming luxuriated in a uniquely invigorating sensation. Meanwhile, in a certain prison within Manhwaadiobook, a figure materialized seemingly out of thin air from his cell. It was none other than Sang Biao, who had been slain by Su Ming's blade and subsequently returned to the real world by the game's mechanics. As his consciousness regained clarity, fury filled his eyes. He had never anticipated that the young man would be so ruthless. In comparison, he appeared to be the true embodiment of a remorseless butcher. As Sang Biao seethed with rage, a voice broke through his thoughts. 9523, step out. At that moment, 2 prison guards appeared outside the solitary confinement cell. Hearing this life-threatening summons and the sound of the iron door swinging open, Sang Biao was gripped by an ominous premonition. Officer, what do you want with me? Today isn't my scheduled execution day, is it? He inquired, forcing himself to maintain a calm demeanor despite the gravity of the situation. Enough chatter, step out now. Noticing Sang Biao's furtive glances, the guards' expressions darkened immediately. They had received directives from higher-ups, indicating that these convicts returning from the game world were exceedingly dangerous. Thus, while escorting him to his execution, utmost caution was imperative. Recognizing the guard's tense demeanor, Sang Biao complied and stepped out of his cell. The moment he emerged, the 2 guards swiftly drew their electric batons, delivering a rapid strike to his neck. As the electric shocks coursed through him, Sang Biao's final thought before succumbing to unconsciousness was, "This is it. It's all over." Several minutes later, a gunshot echoed from a location within the prison. Originally, Sang Biao was to be transported to the execution ground, but due to personnel shortages stemming from the game world's emergence, the command from the Manhwaadiobook authorities was to execute the returning death row inmates on site. Within a mere 4 hours since the arrival of the game epic cataclysm, numerous criminals had already embarked on their journey to the underworld. At this juncture, within room 710 of the game world, after the warm current within him dissipated, Su Ming's health limit also increased by 20 points. After collecting the level 2 battle boots left behind by the deceased player on the floor, he promptly exited the room. After a brief scavenging of the items on the 7th floor, he ascended the staircase to the 8th floor. On this level, through his phone's video recording, he encountered a rather fearsome creature. With remarkable speed, he glanced down the corridor, acquiring pertinent information about the monster. Demonized giant centipede. Level 3. Comments. A demonized centipede with enhanced toxicity and aggression. In the corner of the 8th floor corridor lay a massive centipede, approximately 1.5 meters long and 20 centimeters wide, quietly resting on the ground. Seeing yet another toxic creature, Su Ming felt a pang of concern. Currently, aside from larger monsters, he most wished to avoid poisonous ones. A single bite could prove fatal. After pondering for a few seconds, he resolved to employ throwing techniques to deal with the giant centipede. As Su Ming pushed open the stairwell door and entered the 8th floor corridor, the demonized giant centipede, sensing his presence, began to stir. Its antennae twitched with increasing frequency, as if detecting something. In response, Su Ming's focus sharpened, and he swiftly replaced his formidable blade with a kitchen knife. When the demonized giant centipede was within 10 meters of him, he decisively hurled the kitchen knife. The moment he released it, another sharp kitchen knife appeared in his hand, which he threw with remarkable speed. At that moment, the centipede, relying on its antennae to sense the scent and locate its prey, entered a state of heightened movement. It emitted a shrill hiss as pain surged through it from the severed segment of its body, instinctively triggering fear. In a frenzied reaction, the demonized giant centipede writhed on the spot, as if electrocuted. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming flung several more knives. Having collected dozens of kitchen knives from 2 apartment buildings, he was not concerned about running out. With swift and precise throws, Su Ming's knives struck true, tearing into the massive body of the demonized giant centipede. Enduring 7 or 8 such devastating assaults, even the centipede's remarkably resilient life force could not withstand the onslaught. After nearly a minute of frantic writhing, the centipede, now nearly cleaved in twain by the kitchen knives, finally succumbed to silence. Ding! You have slain a level 3 corrupted giant centipede, earning 6 experience points. The monster dropped 30 units of ordinary currency and a level 3 centipede heavy armor, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the corrupted giant centipede's body? Upon hearing the 2 notifications, Su Ming silently recited refine and turned his gaze towards the level 3 heavy armor in his storage compartment. Centipede heavy armor, equipment level, level 3. Rarity, common. Quality, good. Attributes, defense 3. Equipment commentary, crafted from the shell of the corrupted giant centipede and a blend of special steel. This heavy armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Chapter 18, a meeting with the elite soldier king. After extracting the heavy armor from the spatial compartment, Su Ming was struck by its weight, at least 20 kilograms. Fortunately, with his current physique, bearing 20 kilograms did not hinder his mobility. As he mentally focused, he replaced his goblin leather armor with the centipede heavy armor and sprinted down the corridor on the 8th floor. In this brief dash, he noticed a slight decrease in speed compared to when he wore the leather armor, though it was hardly noticeable. As he came to a halt, another notification resonated in his ear. Ding, refining complete. You have extracted 1 portion of level 3 corrupted giant centipede life essence, 1 portion of level 3 corrupted giant centipede soul fragment, and 3 strands of ordinary magic power. Upon hearing the notification, Su Ming cast a glance at the item information. Level 3 corrupted giant centipede life essence, item description, can enhance the health limit of a living entity by 2 points, provided it does not exceed a 20-point threshold, or can increase a maximum health limit of 2,125 points. Note, can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 15 points of health. Level 3 corrupted giant centipede soul fragment, item description, can enhance the mental limit of a living entity by 2 points, provided it does not exceed a 15-point threshold, or can increase a maximum mental limit of 1620 points. Note, can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 10 points of mental energy. The enhancement effects are comparable to those provided by the King Cobra's essence and soul fragment. After utilizing the 2 items, a faint crimson aura enveloped Su Ming, swirling above his head. His health surged from 20 points to 21, breaking through a minor barrier. Thus, the resulting physical enhancement was notably superior to previous increments. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, as the warm sensation dissipated, Su Ming clenched his fist and turned towards the 9th floor area. The double experience bonus was dwindling, with only about 20 minutes remaining for him to seize the final opportunity. Upon entering the 9th floor area, he was met with disappointment. There were no monsters in sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly descended the stairs. Within a minute, he found himself standing before the entrance of the B3 apartment building. Just then, a loud bark from a dog and a pained yowl from a cat echoed from the direction diagonally across from him. Recognizing the familiar sounds, Su Ming's gaze flickered. The corrupted lion dog and the corrupted giant cat were once again engaged, and this time, the giant cat appeared to be at a disadvantage. As his thoughts raced, Su Ming dashed towards the source of the sounds. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who was hunting within the B1 apartment building, also heard the roars of the corrupted lion dog and giant cat. With the mindset of benefiting from their conflict, he hurriedly exited the apartment building. After hunting low-level monsters throughout the various floors of the apartment, Li Xian had elevated his personal level to 2 and acquired 3 free attribute points. The solitary corrupted mice and goblins were mere fodder for a fully equipped elite soldier king, allowing him to feast upon them at will. Thus, his leveling speed was quite rapid. Had he entered the building slightly earlier than Su Ming, his level might have already reached 3. On the community road, Su Ming was moving at full speed, nearly defying gravity. Even the reigning champion of sprinting in the real world would be left in his dust. With 21 health points, even without employing speed-enhancing skills, his pace was at least under 8 seconds for 100 meters. Within 10 seconds, he arrived at the apartment building from which the roars emanated. After pinpointing the sound's origin, Su Ming charged into the building. At this moment, on the 9th floor, A1, the corrupted giant cat was pinned beneath the corrupted lion dog, which was viciously biting its neck, causing the cat to tremble and struggle. Due to the effects of the silver ring snake's venom, the giant cat was in a severely weakened state and stood no chance against the pursuing corrupted lion dog. In truth, the lion dog had located the giant cat some time ago, but had chosen to observe before launching an attack. Only after confirming that its adversary was incapable of putting up a fight did it muster the courage to engage. As the corrupted giant cat's struggles grew feeble, losing copious amounts of blood, it approached the brink of death. Once the cat lay still, the corrupted lion dog finally released its grip and let out an exultant bark. Su Ming, having ascended to the 7th floor, felt a twinge of unease upon hearing only the lion dog's triumphant howl. How could the corrupted giant cat have fallen so swiftly? He had clearly seen the arrow strike earlier. It had not been lethal. And even if the corrupted lion dog sought vengeance, the cat should have had the strength to fight back. Yet, within a mere 20 seconds from hearing the commotion, the giant cat had fallen silent. The only plausible explanation was that the previous arrow had been coated in poison or some form of tranquilizer. Contemplating this possibility, Su Ming hesitated, unsure whether to proceed further. Initially, he had intended to swoop in as a benefactor, but it now seemed that the lion dog had achieved a decisive victory without inflicting mutual damage. Thus, the question arose, should he risk it? Given his current strength and the capabilities afforded by his limitless space, he felt confident in a one-on-one confrontation with the lion dog. After all, its reaction speed was notably slower than that of the corrupted giant cat. Just as he was deliberating, the sound of boots striking the ground echoed from the stairwell below. Responding to the faint noise, Su Ming halted, reconsidering his approach to the situation above. Approximately 7 or 8 seconds later, Li Xian, clad in special operations gear, reached the landing between the 6th and 7th floors, where he and Su Ming exchanged glances. upon noticing the modern composite bow held by the young man below. A flicker of wariness crossed Su Ming's eyes. Simultaneously, Li Xian, as the elite soldier king, felt his body tense at the sight of the armored figure above. With extensive experience in jungle adventures, his instincts for danger were heightened beyond that of an ordinary person, a sharpened intuition honed through rigorous training. At that moment, he perceived the young man in heavy armor on the stairway platform as an imminent threat, akin to confronting a formidable beast. Casting a discerning gaze upon the young man clad in specialized combat attire, Su Ming was the first to shatter the impasse between them. Indeed, noticing the absence of malevolence in his counterpart's demeanor, Li Xian solemnly responded. He understood that, given his own garb, there was no necessity for subterfuge regarding his identity. Thus it was far more prudent to acknowledge it openly. Chapter 19. Mutual Gains, Returning to Reap the Benefits. How about a trade? You must possess some concoction capable of rendering large beasts incapacitated. Share a portion with me, and I shall relinquish the upstairs monster to you. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Su Ming finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, stationed on the staircase platform below, was immediately flooded with various thoughts. The other party spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency. Although the specifics of his features were obscured by a mask and helmet, it was likely he was a citizen of Huagua. This notion flickered through Li Xian's mind, prompting him to nod affirmatively. Agreed. With that, he made a single motion with his hand, retrieving his tactical backpack from his back, and produced several specially designed vials, placing them upon the staircase platform. He then gestured invitingly. Seeing this, Su Ming slightly shifted to the side, clearing the pathway. Both parties were astute individuals, each seeking their own benefit, their intentions unspoken yet understood. Moments later, Li Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the 7th floor stairwell, while Su Ming descended to the platform between the 6th and 7th floors. Good luck, he said, shrugging his shoulders lightly after stowing the vials in his pocket. Subsequently, he bounded downwards with remarkable speed. As the imposing figure that had exerted immense pressure on him vanished, Li Xian could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. After pausing for a moment to reflect, he set off with a light step towards the upper floors. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already arrived at the A1 apartment building, striding purposefully towards the B1 apartment building. The military-clad player he had encountered earlier must have already cleared the B1 floors, allowing him to scavenge the remains. For him, the experience and equipment provided by monsters paled in comparison to the corpses themselves. Thus, transferring potential risks away while obtaining a potion that could weaken monsters was a surefire profit. Once he had looted the B1 apartment building, he could return. If that unnamed military player were fortunate enough to slay the corrupted lion dog, they would be unable to carry away the larger corpses, ultimately benefiting him. Conversely, if the player fell to the corrupted lion dog, it was even less of a concern, given the equipment they bore. They could still render the lion dog significantly weakened before meeting their demise. With this reasoning, regardless of the outcome of the player's battle, the monster's body would ultimately come into his possession, unless, of course, the player possessed a storage space akin to his own. In that case, Su Ming would have nothing further to say. As he made his way to the B1 apartment building, on the 9th floor of the A1 building, the corrupted lion dog was voraciously feasting upon the carcass of the corrupted giant cat. For corrupted beings seeking to transcend their limits and grow stronger, devouring the flesh and blood of similarly ranked or superior monsters was the most expedient method of enhancement. However, there were certain limitations. They could not consume endlessly and must fully digest the previous meal before continuing to feed. Judging by the digestion rate of the corrupted lion dog, it would take at least 3 days to consume the entire corrupted giant cat. Therefore, by the time Su Ming arrived, he should still be able to claim a partially intact giant cat carcass. Whether a more formidable predator would be drawn to the scene during this time remained a matter of fortune. One could never be certain. Simultaneously, having stealthily ascended to the 9th floor, Li Xian's expression grew somewhat grave as he cautiously surveyed the corridor using his phone. The lion dog within appeared to have sustained no injuries. It was no wonder the previous player, who had instilled a significant sense of danger, chose to retreat. To be frank, he too now felt quite challenged. Although he had leveled up and gained 3 points in free attributes, coupled with his initial 13 points of health, he now boasted 16 points of vitality. His physical condition had certainly improved since entering the game. However, when it came to battling a large beast, he still fell short. Thus, he would need to employ strategy to defeat the formidable creature in the corridor. Seeing that the corrupted lion dog would not be leaving anytime soon, Li Xian began to set up a rudimentary trap outside the door using items from his backpack. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already entered the B1 apartment building. After swiftly scanning the 1st floor, he ascended the stairs. The 2nd and 3rd floors yielded nothing of interest. It was not until he reached the 4th floor corridor that he spotted 2 recently deceased corrupted geckos, their bodies pierced by daggers and lying in a large pool of blood. A smile finally crept onto his face. Hastening forward, he collected the carcasses of the 2 corrupted geckos into his infinite furnace and immediately recited the incantation for refining in his mind. As expected, The essence and spirit refined from creatures that had not been dead for long was indistinguishable from that obtained from monsters he had personally slain, showing no reduction in efficacy. Su Ming had already noted this characteristic when refining the essence from the corrupted lizards slain by the condemned player. Otherwise, he would not have thought to scavenge the corpses at the apartment building where the military player had previously lingered. 2 portions of life essence were added to his account, causing a slight fluctuation in his health points. He consumed 10 points of health, gaining 10 points of skill proficiency. With just 2 more corpses of level 1 monsters, he would elevate his proficiency to level 3, further enhancing his overall strength. 10 seconds later, Su Ming's figure appeared on the 5th floor, where he collected 2 corrupted rat bodies. Utilizing the 2 portions of life essence obtained from refining, he again gained 10 points of skill proficiency, causing the data for his speed skill on the game panel to shift slightly, ultimately reaching level 3 speed, max level. Observing this change, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Level 3 was maxed out, shattering his plans to grind proficiency. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that the ordinary skills dropped by such monsters could not be elevated to excessively high levels. Otherwise, regular players would be unable to partake. It was simply a matter of perspective. Upon reflecting, he quickly grasped the situation. After all, other players could not afford to treat their health points as he did, using them without restraint like a sorcerer. Whether it was a heavy strike or a speed boost, for the average player, these skills represented last resort tactics, to be used sparingly, as their health could not withstand wasteful expenditure. Having understood this, Su Ming felt no further frustration. After testing the speed enhancement granted by his maxed out speed skill, he was quite satisfied. In a moment of consuming 3 health points, his current movement speed surged by 60%. Chapter 20, A Fortuitous Opportunity to Scavenge. After a quick inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked, Su Ming continued his ascent to the upper floors. 10 seconds later, in the 6th floor area, he stumbled upon the corpse of a second-tier goblin. However, there was no equipment left nearby. It seemed that all the dropped gear had been concealed by that soldier player within some room of the apartment building. Notably, he did not observe any game equipment adorning the fallen foe. Su Ming felt no sense of loss regarding this. To him, the low-tier equipment was akin to an ordinary kitchen knife. After reaching out to touch the goblin's lifeless body, he absorbed it into the infinite furnace. As he focused, he extracted the smelting materials from the furnace. Among these, he opted to enhance his heavy strike skill proficiency by 10 points with the life essence, while the remaining spirit essences conveniently elevated his mental limit to 20 points. Suppressing the exhilaration of his mental enhancement, Su Ming began his ascent to the 7th floor. Through his exploration of these few floors, he had garnered a certain understanding of the unnamed soldier player's prowess, judging by the wounds inflicted on the monsters. The strikes were swift, precise, and lethal, indicative of a soldier with extensive experience in solo combat, rather than an ordinary foot soldier. In no time, he thoroughly explored the remaining 3 floors, completing the task in under 5 minutes. Currently under the influence of a speed buff, his movements felt light, as though he were defying the gravity of this world. The cumulative gains from the 3 floors were as follows: 2 demonic rat corpses on the 7th floor, 1 second-tier demonic lizard corpse on the 8th floor, and 1 second-tier goblin corpse on the 9th floor. No third-tier monsters had appeared. After consuming 1 essence from the demonic rat, he boosted his heavy strike skill proficiency by 4 points, allowing this initial kill skill to reach its maximum level. Consequently, his personal data was as follows: game panel, name, Su Ming, level 3, 1540, health, 100 blood value, 2121 mental value, 2020 skills, level 3 heavy strike, max level, level 1 death entanglement, 020, level 3 speed, max level, throwing mastery talent, common level regeneration, 710, comprehensive combat power, 138 equipment, level 3 overlord blade, level 3 centipede heavy armor, level 2 goblin battle boots, level 1 helmet, level 1 demonic rat gloves, level 2 goblin leggings, equipped. Plugin, infinite furnace free attribute points. 6 His combat power surged dramatically, surpassing 100 to reach 138 points. Should he return to the real world now? With the centipede heavy armor and overlord blade, along with his inhuman speed, he would undoubtedly be considered a formidable threat. After briefly reviewing his panel information, Su Ming took a moment to organize his infinite space. Within, he had gathered various supplies from different rooms, including household appliances, kitchen knives, cutting boards, and numerous odds and ends. Following that were the equipment dropped by monsters. Aside from what he was already wearing, several level 1 weapons were stored in his inventory. The remainder consisted of numerous monster essences. Each time he increased his mental limit, Su Ming would find himself rejuvenated to full mental capacity. Thus, his infinite space now housed over 20 essences, predominantly from demonic rats, with the next largest quantity being from demonic geckos. He estimated that these would only prove useful once he acquired skills that consumed mental energy. Noticing that less than 10 minutes remained in the double experience event, Su Ming promptly set off towards the A1 apartment. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of A1, Li Xian had spent some time setting up a rudimentary trap. His his eyes flashing with determination. Glancing at the half-open apartment door, where a tranquilizer syringe lay, he struck the staircase railing forcefully with his dagger. The sharp sound immediately reached the ears of the demonic lion dog that was feasting. Upon hearing the sudden noise, the lion dog sprang into a state of alert. As Li Xian made the first strike, he darted swiftly to the 8th floor area, creating a cacophony of sound. After completing this, he unhesitatingly slipped into a room on the 8th floor that had its door ajar. Using a nylon rope he carried, he secured himself to a sturdy anchor within the room. At that moment, in the 9th floor corridor, the demonic lion dog, provoked by the sounds, could no longer contain its agitation. With a fierce leap away from the corpse of the demonic giant cat, it charged towards the source of the noise. As it squeezed through the staircase door, Li Xian's cleverly devised tranquilizer needle shot up from above, striking its back. The sudden, subtle pain left the demonic lion dog momentarily bewildered. However, upon realizing that its body felt normal, it sniffed the air, detecting 2 unfamiliar scents. Following the direction of one of the scents, the demonic lion dog found Li Xian's south hiding place within 10 seconds. Excitedly, it recognized the prey concealed inside, its crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the next instant, the demonic lion dog stood on its hind legs, clawing at the door. The immense force caused the old security door to tremble violently. Had Li Xian not reinforced it with the room's furniture and refrigerator, the door would have succumbed long ago. Observing the trembling doorframe, Li Xian's eyes were filled with anxiety. He could not ascertain whether the trap he had set had successfully injected the tranquilizer into the lion dog. He could only rely on the passage of time to determine its effectiveness. As the demonic lion dog continued its assault on the door, he resumed moving the room's clutter to pile behind the door. The corridor was alive with the lion dog's excitement, completely oblivious to fatigue. With each rapid strike of its paws, the wooden layer of the old security door began to splinter, revealing the steel beneath. The powerful vibrations indicated that the doorframe was starting to loosen. Fortunately, the accumulated debris behind the door was substantial enough that the demonic lion dog would struggle to break through. As Li Xian anxiously awaited the outcome, Su Ming, having arrived at the entrance of the A1 apartment building, listened intently to the sounds from above. He recognized the noise all too well. It was the same sound he had heard when the demonic giant cat had cornered him in a room not long ago. In an instant, his mind conjured an image of the scene unfolding upstairs. If all went as expected, that soldier player would now be trapped in a room by the demonic lion dog. With this thought in mind, Su Ming dashed up the staircase, heading toward the source of the noise. In this situation, he could seize the opportunity. With 2 skills maxed out, the threat posed by the demonic lion dog had diminished significantly, allowing him to hunt without risk if he proceeded with caution. In less than a minute, Su Ming reached the 8th floor, but instead of charging into the corridor, he made his way directly to the 9th floor. With a few swift strides, he arrived on the 9th floor and immediately spotted the mutilated corpse of the demonic giant cat lying in a pool of blood. In response, Su Ming swiftly advanced, reciting incantations as he absorbed the colossal cat's body into the infinite furnace. His strength had significantly increased, enabling him to lift objects weighing 400 to 500 pounds. Otherwise, he would have been unable to collect the corpse of the enchanted giant cat. Ding! The smelting process has concluded. Extracted 1 portion of level 5 enchanted giant cat's life essence, 1 portion of level 5 enchanted giant cat's soul, and 5 strands of ordinary magical energy. Upon completion of the smelting, a flicker of disappointment passed over Su Ming, as no skill-related items had emerged, only the guaranteed returns. However, upon discerning the effects of the life essence and soul, the disappointment in his gaze dissipated entirely. Level 5 enchanted giant cat life essence. Item description: can enhance health by 3, 135 points for a living being, or alternatively, increase health by 2, 630 points, or health cap by 2, 125 points. Note: can also be utilized for health recovery, instantly restoring 25 health points. Level 5 enchanted giant cat soul. Item description: can enhance spirit by 2, 630 points for a living being, or alternatively, increase spirit by 2, 125 points, or spirit cap by 1, 620 points. Note: can also be utilized for spirit recovery, instantly restoring 20 spirit points. With his current health value, consuming a portion of the giant cat's life essence would immediately elevate his health by 25 points. When calculated, this translates to an increase of 4 health points and 2 spirit points, equivalent to a rise of 2 levels, along with the provision of free attribute points. Regaining his composure amidst the slight turmoil of emotions, Su Ming invoked the life essence and soul upon himself. In the next moment, a far greater wave of warmth and coolness surged through his body and mind. Under the influence of this pure life and spiritual energy, Su Ming's muscles, bone density, and internal organs began to transform at a visibly rapid pace. With no time to savor the sensation, he glanced at the dwindling double experience bonus. Now less than 5 minutes remaining, and hastened down to the 9th floor. In the corridor of the 8th floor, the enchanted lion dog continued its relentless assault on the security door of room 815. exhibiting an unwavering determination. Yet, it remained oblivious to the gradual decrease in the frequency of its strikes as the effects of the tranquilizer began to take hold. At that moment, within the room, Li Xian, who was intently watching the door, noted that the ruckus caused by the enchanted lion dog had become less ferocious than before, prompting him to exhale a sigh of relief. It seemed the tranquilizer had successfully penetrated the creature's system. Now, he merely had to wait for the drug to exert its effects before venturing outside. Meanwhile, Su Ming descended the staircase with a few swift strides, entering the 8th floor area. Observing the ajar stairwell door, he pushed it open and stepped into the corridor. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the enchanted lion dog, which, upon noticing another potential prey, experienced a flash of savage excitement in its crimson eyes. In response, Su Ming subtly tightened his lips and retreated from the corridor, effectively evading the lion dog's line of sight. In an instant, a level 1 spear materialized in his hand. As the saying goes, a length of spear enhances its might. And compared to the broadsword, this weapon would afford greater lethality in a surprise attack, especially considering his vantage point. The enchanted lion dog, sensing its prey attempting to flee, unhesitatingly abandoned its assault on the security door and charged towards the staircase. Within mere seconds, a massive dog head emerged through the half-open door, prepared and intensely focused. Su Ming instantly burned 3 health points and activated the heavy strike skill, thrusting the spear towards the enchanted lion dog's eyes. With his speed and the element of surprise, the lion dog, just emerging from the doorway, had no time to evade and was impaled directly in the eye by the spear. The tremendous penetrating force drove the steel spearhead, along with a portion of the shaft, deep into the lion dog's brain. Having executed his attack, Su Ming withdrew immediately, giving no chance for a retaliatory strike from the dying creature. The enchanted lion dog, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, let out a pained howl before instinctively lurching forward, only to collapse heavily onto the staircase landing. With its brain pierced and cerebral tissue destroyed, its life had reached its conclusion. Any remaining movements were merely a flicker of existence. Ding! You have slain a level 5 enchanted lion dog, gaining a 1-point coefficient bonus for exceeding your level, totaling 20 experience points. The monster dropped 100 ordinary coins, a level 5 executioner's broadsword, and a basic skill book titled Bloodthirst, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to smelt the body of the enchanted lion dog? Noticing the corpse on the ground vanish, Su Ming did not linger but instead swiftly departed the A1 apartment building, returning to a certain room within the B2 apartment building. As he closed the door behind him, a somewhat mechanical notification chimed in his ears. Ding! The double experience event for the new district has concluded. Please anticipate the commencement of new events. It must be said that Su Ming had timed this perfectly. Within the final 5 minutes of the bonus period, he had swiftly dispatched the enchanted lion dog, maximizing his gains. Mentally noting to learn the skill, he promptly opened the related information. Bloodthirst, skill description, consumes 1 health point to enter a bloodthirst state, granting an enhancement to combat power. Note, the specific enhancement effect varies depending on the user, similar to the effects of heavy strike and rapid strike. It serves as a temporary explosive measure. This grants Su Ming an additional trump card. Once he maximizes bloodthirst, he would confidently be able to confront a level 5 monster like the enchanted giant cat head-on, even without resorting to stealth tactics. Ding! The smelting has concluded. Extracted 1 portion of level 5 enchanted lion dog's life essence, 1 portion of level 5 enchanted lion dog soul, and 5 strands of ordinary magical energy. As he reviewed the skill description, the infinite furnace produced the smelted items. The effects of these items were akin to those provided by the enchanted giant cat. Upon applying the life essence and soul to himself, the lingering sensation of euphoria intensified yet again. His body began to tremble slightly in response, as he enhanced his health and spirit limits. In room 815 on the 8th floor of the A1 apartment building, Li Xian observed the now silent door, a flicker of confusion crossing his expression. Chapter 22, Speculation, Goblin Warrior. Moments ago, he had noticed that the incessant knocking had abruptly ceased, and he had vaguely perceived a rather mournful howl emanating from outside. However, that sound had only occurred once, and thereafter, silence reigned, leading Li Xian to question whether he had misheard. After pondering for a moment within the room, he resolved to investigate, opting not to use the front door, but rather to descend to the lower floor via the window, following the secured nylon rope. He quickly reached room 715 and slipped through the unbarred window, cautiously opening the door. He entered the corridor on the 7th floor and held his breath as he stealthily ascended towards the 8th floor. Upon discovering a pool of glaring blood on the staircase landing, Li Xian's expression shifted. He was utterly certain that prior to entering room 815, this area had been devoid of any bloodstains. At present, the blood has yet to congeal, indicating that a brief skirmish has transpired within the confines of this room during his stay, resulting in injuries on one side. Aware of this, Li Xian cautiously filmed the scene in the 8th floor corridor with his mobile phone. Upon observing the video and finding no trace of the corrupted lion hound, his grip on the device tightened. A fleeting figure flashed through his mind, darkening his expression. Although lacking concrete evidence, he felt a powerful intuition. It must be the player who had previously acquired anesthetic drugs and silver-ringed snake venom from him. Stealthily returning to the scene with the intent of luring the corrupted lion hound away to slay it elsewhere. Contemplating this, Li Xian's breath became slightly labored. Indeed, those who play tactical games often harbor nefarious intentions. He had regarded the masses as family, yet the masses had taught him a lesson about the hidden dangers. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mindset, he gently shook his head, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The saying masters reside among the common folk rang true, and he had no retort in the face of his own inadequacies. Fortunately, this incident was not entirely fruitless. He had at least gleaned a lesson, and next time he entered the game, he would remain more vigilant. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly ascended the stairs to the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor corridor and discovering that the corpse of the corrupted giant cat had also vanished, Li Xian's pupils constricted. A creature weighing no less than 400 pounds had simply disappeared. He refused to believe it had been consumed by other monsters or removed. Either scenario would leave traces behind. If it had been devoured, there would have been fur scattered across the floor, and if it had been transported, there would undoubtedly be bloodstains left in the corridor. The absence of both led to only one conclusion. The body of the corrupted giant cat had vanished without a trace. As someone familiar with the literary world of online novels, Li Xian immediately associated this with spatial equipment. Previously, he had dismissed such concepts as mere fantasies in human literature. But with the advent of the game world, the saying that the end of science is theology had been vividly validated. After pausing to ponder for a moment, Li Xian slowly turned and departed from the 9th floor's corridor. Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, he deemed it more prudent to hunt down a few monsters. Meanwhile, a figure stirred in room 510 of the B2 building, where Su Ming's slightly trembling body finally stilled. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that they appeared brighter than before. Vitality and spirit are interdependent. When attributes are low, the nuances may go unnoticed, but once they reach a certain threshold, subtle reactions begin to manifest. With a thought, he summoned a dilapidated refrigerator from the infinite space, testing his strength before stretching his arms back in a leisurely manner. After loosening his limbs, he began to summarize and reflect on his recent battles. Concerning the hunt for the corrupted lion hound, there had been no significant flaws. However, the disappearance of the corrupted giant cat's corpse might raise suspicion in the military player. To Su Ming, this presented no major trouble. His face was thoroughly obscured, and unless the other party possessed X-ray vision, they would have no idea what he looked like. Even if they returned to the real world, they would still not be able to identify him. Besides, the most they could do was speculate about the existence of storage equipment within the game world, without ever connecting him to the concept of an infinite furnace. Therefore, it was a minor issue, but not a grave one. Utilizing the spare level 2 corrupted lizard life essence and level 2 goblin life essence he had previously set aside, Su Ming boosted his bloodthirst skill proficiency by 20 points before stepping out of room 510. He had already swept through the B1, B2, B3, and A1 apartment buildings. So it was time to venture to other buildings in search of formidable monsters. Monsters below level 4 were no longer useful for enhancing his vitality cap. They served mainly as blood bags and experience packs. Exceptions like the corrupted gecko, which could provide innate abilities, were rare. With remarkable speed, Su Ming exited the B2 building and sprinted towards the B4 apartment. The old apartment complex he inhabited spanned a considerable area, with no fewer than a dozen buildings in sight, ensuring a plentiful supply of monsters. Conducting a thorough hunt would likely yield substantial rewards. In truth, there were even more monsters outside the complex, but Su Ming was unwilling to take excessive risks, opting instead for steady development. He would first tackle lower-level monsters to enhance his overall combat power before challenging higher-tier foes. Currently, his means of improvement included the bloodthirst skill and a variety of equipment upgrades, offering ample room for growth. Before long, Su Ming found himself at the entrance of the B4 apartment building. As he stepped into the first-floor corridor, he encountered a rather tall goblin emerging from one of the rooms. This goblin was markedly different from the level 2 goblin he had seen earlier. It donned chainmail and wielded a hefty sword, indicating a level of strength. Goblin warrior, level 3 remarks, a greedy and utterly despicable creature. Upon discerning the details about his opponent, Su Ming felt a surge of interest. The absence of the term timid in the goblin warrior's description suggested a degree of courage. As he appraised the goblin warrior, the creature, armed with its large sword, also took notice of him. Without hesitation, the goblin warrior let out a series of guttural shouts and charged forward. In response, Su Ming swiftly swapped his battle axe for a bloodstained spear, launching it forcefully towards the charging foe. In a flash of silver, the steel spear soared down the corridor, piercing the goblin warrior's chest. The worn chainmail was no match for the tremendous force, as the spear shattered through its links. Caught unawares by the spear's rapid approach, the goblin warrior felt a sudden, excruciating pain in its chest and stumbled backward, collapsing heavily onto the cold floor. While chainmail offers reasonable defense against slashing weapons, it proved inadequate against piercing attacks, and thus, under Su Ming's powerful throw, the spear penetrated deep into the goblin warrior's chest. However, this strike did not instantly slay the creature, prompting Su Ming to rush forward with his weapon to deliver a finishing blow. Ding! You have slain a level 3 goblin warrior. You have gained 3 experience points. The monster dropped 15 coins and a pair of level 3 goblin gauntlets, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the goblin warrior's body? Upon hearing the notification chime, Su Ming quickly realized that after the conclusion of the double experience event, the drop rate for monsters had significantly decreased. Originally, he was expected to receive 30 ordinary coins upon defeating a level 3 monster. However, he now only obtained 15, a reduction by half. As for experience points, he had discerned the underlying patterns through a bit of calculation. Currently, for each level attained, one could gain a 0.5 coefficient experience bonus. And without surpassing the monster's level, one could only acquire experience equal to the monster's level multiplied by 1. He remained uncertain whether this pattern would shift in the future, yet he could assert that it held true at lower levels. After a flurry of thoughts, Su Ming turned his attention to the equipment dropped by the goblin warrior in his inventory. Goblin gauntlets. Required level, 3. Rarity, common. Quality, good. Attributes, toughness 3. Equipment description. Crafted from monster leather, it possesses a certain degree of resilience. From the introduction, it appeared there was no decline in quality. However, he speculated that, given the decreased drop rate, it was unlikely to receive equipment from every monster slain. It would depend on luck. After replacing the magic mouse gauntlets with the goblin gauntlets, Su Ming then focused on the furnace information. Ding, the smelting has ended. And you have extracted 1 piece of level 3 goblin warrior life essence and 1 piece of level 3 goblin warrior spirit essence. No skills or talents had emerged, merely the guaranteed yield. Su Ming felt no disappointment, for he regarded this as akin to opening a blind box. If something good emerged, it was a bonus. If not, it was inconsequential. The goblin life essence could not enhance his current health limit, but he utilized it to increase his bloodthirst skill proficiency by 15 points. With 1 more piece of level 3 essence, the skill would reach its maximum level. As for the goblin spirit essence, it would conveniently elevate his mental attribute to the cap of 25 points. Following this, Su Ming savored the refreshing sensation in his mind while embarking on an exploration of the B4 apartment building. Simultaneously, discussions surrounding the gaming world surged in the real world. Reports had surfaced online stating that upon leveling up in the game, players would receive free attribute points. Most importantly, any attribute points allocated prior to death would not be forfeited by the game's rules. This meant that enhancements gained within the game were tangible. Even if a player perished and their account was deleted, their prior advancements would persist in the real world, albeit without the ability to log back into the game. Upon the dissemination of this news, many who had yet to enter the game world found their eyes alight with anticipation, eager to experience it themselves. Faced with an uncontrollable situation, various nations promptly lifted restrictions on numerous videos circulating online, allowing the general populace to gain a more direct understanding of the terrifying aspects of the Cataclysm epic game world. Aside from prisoners confined in jails who entered the game without their mobile phones, the vast majority of adults carried their devices into the game world. They recorded many scenarios within the game, and upon being ejected, the information captured remained intact, as the game rules did not delete it. Thus, as soon as they emerged, these players shared their experiences across various social platforms. However, due to the limitations imposed by various nations, many videos faced throttling, while some were outright removed. Yet, even with the concerted efforts of major countries, a complete blockade was unattainable unless they shut down all satellite networks, reverting Blue Star to an era of information isolation. With the truth no longer concealable, they chose to make everything public, recognizing that further concealment could lead to greater detriment than benefit. Under the auspices of their governments, the agitated sentiments of the populace began to settle, quelling the mindless rush for entry. In no time, numerous posts offering strategies for efficiently defeating level 1 monsters emerged online. How to efficiently slay level 1 monster. Enraged mouse. Anonymous user. Hehe, I plan to bring some oversized traps with me. Director of Qingqing Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Get some poison and hide it in the food. I doubt it won't kill them. Patient number 1. Bring a specially designed fishing net and catch them all at once. During the proliferation of various monster-slaying posts, orders for rodenticides surged on platforms like DYTB and PDD. The more astute individuals began devising ways to procure special items. Compared to the ordinary monsters in the game world, the greatest advantage human players had was their intelligence. When brute force failed, they naturally sought alternative methods to vanquish the game's monsters. Thanks to the information provided by some pioneering players, they had garnered a relatively comprehensive preliminary understanding of the game world, dispelling their fears of the unknown. As those yet to enter the game world eagerly prepared, Su Ming had already explored to the 5th floor of the B4 apartment building. Throughout his journey on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, he had encountered no sign of monsters. However, While traversing the corridors, he keenly sensed that someone was observing through the peepholes of rooms 211, 316, and 414. Treating it as an unnoticed occurrence, he briefly searched for monsters, found none, and proceeded to the next level. As he departed the corridor, the doors of the 3 rooms opened slightly, and a mobile phone emerged from within. Chapter 24, Level 4, Passive Skill Enhancement. Upon seeing that the video captured through the phone revealed no figures, the 3 individuals cautiously closed the door, wary of making too much noise. It could only be said that Su Ming's exploration speed was exceedingly swift. His time spent on each floor barely exceeded 20 seconds. To an observer peering through the peephole, he would appear merely as a fleeting shadow. In such circumstances, the hidden human players dared not open their doors recklessly. Players who had survived 4 hours in the game world were either timid, exceptionally cautious, or possessed extraordinary skills. Those lacking in common sense would have been swiftly returned. After all, in this realm, no monsters would heed their chatter. Now exploring the 5th floor area, Su Ming immediately spotted 2 enraged lizards clinging to the wall. Upon sighting these creatures, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With the demise of these 2, he would be just 1 step away from advancing his regeneration talent to the next level. With a lightened step, Su Ming swiftly dispatched the 2 creatures with 2 precise strikes. Ding! You have slain 2 level 1 enraged lizards, earning 2 experience points. The monsters dropped 10 ordinary coins, which have been automatically collected. Ding! Your current level experience is full. Your personal level has risen to level 4, and you have gained 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. As the 2 enraged lizards perished, 2 melodious notifications rang out. Glancing at the meager reward of only 10 ordinary coins, Su Ming could not be bothered to lament the drop rate. With a thought, he smelted the lizards' bodies, using 2 pieces of essence to increase his bloodthirst skill proficiency by 10 points, and then applied the 2 pieces of regeneration talent to himself. After completing these tasks, Su Ming summoned his ethereal panel. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 4050. Health points, 100. Blood points, 2727. Mental points, 2525. Skills, level 3 heavy strike, maxed. Level 1 death grip, 020. Level 3 rapid fire, maxed. Mastery of throwing, level 2 bloodlust, 2530. Talent, common level regeneration, 910. Overall combat power, 178. Equipment slots, level 3 tyrant blade, level 3 centipede heavy armor, level 2 goblin boots, level 1 helmet, level 3 goblin gauntlets, level 2 goblin leggings, equipped. Plugin, infinite furnace. Free attribute points, 9. His overall combat power has notably increased compared to before, with the 3 skills contributing significantly. In terms of conventional combat power, Su Ming certainly does not reach 178 points. This figure likely represents his peak power when utilizing all 3 skills simultaneously. Glancing at the 9 free attribute points, he opted to retain them for future allocation upon reaching level 10, assessing the situation then. Although there is no direct evidence to suggest that level 10 would be a pivotal turning point, his intuition hinted at some changes occurring when novice players attain that level. Suppressing this thought, he commenced his ascent to the 6th floor. With his current strength, he no longer required the meticulous planning of his initial descent into this realm. Armed with formidable instincts and vitality, he simply needed to remain vigilant against ambushes from monsters and players, ensuring that he would encounter minimal issues. As Su Ming stepped into the corridor of the 6th floor, he observed no signs of monsters. However, within a certain room, he discerned a familiar figure. A throwing goblin, burdened with a small basket, was rummaging through the contents of the room, seemingly in search of something. Faced with this diminutive creature, he swiftly launched a knife, striking true at its neck. Although he had not employed the heavy strike skill for this attack, his current physique rendered it impossible for the throwing goblin to withstand such a blow with mere skin and muscle. At that moment, the goblin, its neck nearly severed, collapsed to the floor, desperately clutching its throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. The severed trachea forced it to emit only faint squeaks, unable to even groan in pain. Observing this, Su Ming hurriedly approached and dealt a final blow to end the creature's suffering. Ding! You have slain a level 2 throwing goblin, gaining 2 experience points. The monster dropped 10 units of ordinary currency and a level 2 goblin helmet, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the throwing goblin? Silently acknowledging the prompt, Su Ming replaced his level 1 helmet with the newly acquired level 2 goblin helmet. His attention then shifted to the infinite space, where the passive skill of mastery of throwing had been refined by the infinite furnace. To his surprise, he found that he could still utilize this skill, as it had not manifested the gray hue characteristic of the level 5 decapitating blade. Upon activating the skill, he sensed an instinctive enhancement in his throwing accuracy, whereas previously, bolstered by his physique and mental acuity along with the mastery of throwing, he could hit targets flawlessly within a 20-meter range. This distance had now increased by an additional 5 meters. This revelation filled Su Ming with delight, for he had discovered that the mastery of throwing skill complemented his own attributes harmoniously. The stronger his physique and mental acuity, the greater the effective range. Conversely, a weaker constitution would only preserve the skill's initial passive benefits. In essence, the same mastery of throwing skill would yield different outcomes depending on the individual wielding it. After retrieving a stone from the infinite space and familiarizing himself with its feel, Su Ming began to expend blood points to enhance his skill proficiency. With a consumption of 5 blood points, his bloodlust skill reached its maximum level. To avoid wasting the life essence from the throwing goblin, he also took the opportunity to upgrade the death grip skill, which he had previously overlooked, having simply augmented his overall strength. He turned to exit the room and ascend to the higher levels. This effortless hunting of monsters had become somewhat addictive for Su Ming. It is often remarked that the thrill of gaming for affluent players surpasses that of ordinary players, and here lay the reason. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he dispatched 2 mutated rats with a swift kick, followed by a fiery cremation. Ding! You have slain 2 level 1 mutated rats, gaining 2 experience points. The monsters dropped 10 units of ordinary currency, which have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of the 2 mutated rats? The miserly creatures yielded only 10 coins, and beyond that, nothing of worth. This time, Su Ming chose to store the life essence obtained from the bodies of the mutated rats in the infinite space, as he had no immediate need to enhance any skills. He would only consider upgrading the death grip skill if he encountered an overflow of life essence or faced a situation where blood points would be wasted. After briefly surveying the 7th floor and finding no overlooked areas, Su Ming confidently advanced to the 8th floor. Upon spotting the creatures in the 8th floor corridor, a palpable excitement flickered in his eyes. Chapter 25. Walking Corpses, the Skill of Corpse Manipulation. Walking Corpse. Level 3. Remarks. A deceased body, possessing faint instincts. Gazing into the corridor, Su Ming observed a staggering corpse, swaying unsteadily as it walked. Information regarding the monster flashed rapidly before his eyes. Simultaneously, the walking corpse, akin to the zombies depicted in cinematic narratives, seemed to sense something. It abruptly turned its back to Su Ming, revealing a face already ravaged by decay. With eyes of a ghastly pallor, this macabre scene, coupled with the dimly lit corridor, heightened the horror of the moment. As he inhaled the noxious stench of decay, Su Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Had he not instinctively held his breath, he might have struggled to endure the overwhelming odor, which surpassed even that of a festering cesspool. Observing the walking corpse advancing towards him, he quickly hurled a knife, executing a swift and precise throw that sent the creature reeling backward. However, this strike did not eliminate the walking corpse, for it was merely a lifeless shell. Thus, the blow to its heart proved ineffective. Faced with this predicament, Su Ming suppressed his revulsion and hastily approached. Fortunately, with his enhanced vitality, he could hold his breath for a considerable duration. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to confront this creature. Brandishing the tyrant blade, he seized the moment while the walking corpse struggled to rise fully. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, severing the head from the body with a decisive strike. The force of the blow caused the decayed head to tumble from its neck. Yet, to his astonishment, the dismembered walking corpse did not succumb immediately. It appeared to possess a mysterious force enabling its body to continue moving. Witnessing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. This phenomenon was even more bizarre than that of traditional zombies. In films, a zombie's head being destroyed results in instant demise. Yet this walking corpse continued to writhe even without its head. Watching the wriggling body on the ground, he refrained from further attacks, opting instead to observe from a distance how long this headless monstrosity could persist in its futile struggles. Approximately 5 minutes later, the thrashing walking corpse finally fell silent. Beep. You have slain a level 3 corpse, earning 3 experience points. The monster dropped a common skill book, corpse control, and 15 units of ordinary currency, which have been automatically collected. Beep. Would you like to refine the corpse? Upon hearing the notification of his kill, Su Ming's gaze flickered with surprise. He had unexpectedly acquired a skill. It was none other than the widely circulated, yet scientifically unproven, art of corpse control. The moment he saw the term corpse, he instinctively associated it with zombies, though he could not ascertain any connection between the two, as this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, Su Ming made the decision to refine the corpse. He subsequently learned the new skill. Corpse control. Skill description. Consumes 1 point of mental energy to infuse into the corpse, allowing for temporary manipulation of its movements. Note: the duration and control distance depend on the freshness and strength of the corpse. Upon reviewing the skill information, Su Ming felt that this was indeed a remarkable ability for a novice. For ordinary new players, possessing this skill would significantly reduce the risks associated with hunting monsters. Whether to poison or serve as bait, it would undoubtedly be more convenient than direct control. Suppressing the myriad of strategies that had begun to form in his mind, Su Ming shifted his attention to the refined items extracted from the corpse in the infinite furnace. Beep. Refining complete. You have extracted a level 3 corpse poison and a level 3 essence of corpse chi. Compared to other monsters, the items yielded from the refined corpse were strikingly unique. Level 3 corpse poison. Item description. contains a certain degree of toxic contamination, capable of inducing symptoms such as rigidity and corpse spots in living beings, thereby plunging them into a state of semi-life and semi-death. Note: ineffective against beings with excessively robust vitality. Level 3 Essence of Corpse Chi. Item description: can be utilized to enhance the strength of low-level undead. Seeing that these items held little utility for him, Su Ming decided against retrieving them from the infinite space. He stepped over the bloodied area on the ground and turned towards the 9th floor, eager to test the efficacy of his new skill on another monster. Moments later, a demonic rat on the 9th floor corridor was kicked against the wall, meeting its demise. Beep, you have slain a level 1 demonic rat, earning 1 experience point. The monster dropped 5 units of ordinary currency, which have been automatically collected. Beep, would you like to refine the demonic rat's corpse? No. This time, Su Ming opted not to refine the corpse. Instead, he discarded the rat's body from the infinite space. He then gently touched the corpse of the demonic rat on the ground and employed the newly acquired corpse control skill. With a slight expenditure of mental energy, Su Ming established a subtle connection with the lifeless body. As he issued a command from his mind, the demonic rat slowly rose from the ground and began to move forward. In contrast to its agility in life, the rat's corpse, now controlled by the corpse control skill, was decidedly clumsy, though it managed to execute basic movements such as walking and jumping. As the distance between the corpse and himself exceeded 10 meters, Su Ming distinctly felt the tenuous connection rapidly fading. When the separation reached 15 meters, the mental link abruptly severed. Thus, he deduced the maximum distance he could manipulate with the current level 1 corpse control skill. A distance of 15 meters is neither particularly far nor particularly close, but in certain situations, it could serve as a useful diversion. Regarding the duration of control, Su Ming realized that he could manipulate the body of the demonic rat for a full 5 minutes with just 1 point of mental energy. Furthermore, while in this mental link state, he could utilize the corpse to transmit visual information back to his mind. Although the clarity was far inferior to direct observation, it provided him with a semblance of a second perspective. After a brief trial of the corpse control skill, Su Ming focused on enhancing his skill proficiency. He had accumulated a substantial amount of soul essence, and now it could finally be put to good use. After spending some time depleting his stockpile of demonic rat soul essence, he successfully leveled the corpse control skill to its maximum level. Simultaneously, the duration of his connection with the unrefined demonic rat's corpse extended to over 4 hours. Having completed these tasks, Su Ming turned to the window on the 9th floor and surveyed the outside world. He noticed that the sky, once bright, had taken on an ominous darkness. It appeared that the game world would soon transition into nighttime. Chapter 26. The Night Falls, Logging Off. Su Ming resolved to find a safe haven before nightfall, intending to wait there for the mandatory 8-hour game time to conclude. He recalled the ominous warnings regarding the demonic rats, which thrived in the dark. It was evident that once night descended, many hunters, unseen during the day, would emerge to stretch their limbs, significantly increasing the danger level. The darkness posed a considerable threat to human players. After retracting his gaze, Su Ming swiftly departed from the 9th floor of the B4 apartment building, descending to the ground floor with remarkable speed. In the time that followed, fortune was not entirely on his side. He did not encounter any formidable or particularly unique monsters. He even failed to come across beneficial creatures like demonic geckos, instead finding only a swarm of demonic rats infesting the various floors of the apartment buildings. This suggested that the conclusion of a benefit event had likely lifted certain hidden game restrictions. After spending approximately 2 hours sweeping through 6 apartment buildings, Su Ming found refuge in a room cluttered with discarded items. At this point, there remained 1:23 until the mandatory game end time. But the outside world had succumbed to darkness, with the occasional roar of monsters echoing from beyond the community. To play it safe, Su Ming chose to forego hunting, opting instead for a relatively clean room where he could assess his game earnings while awaiting the logout time. During these 2 hours, he had hunted 60 demonic rats, their blood staining him in a manner that was quite alarming. On average, he encountered about 10 demonic rats in each apartment building he entered. Reclining on the sofa, Su Ming summoned his game panel. Game panel. Name: Su Ming. Level: 5, 1760. Health points: 100. Vitality: 27. Mental energy: 25. Skills: Level 3 Heavy Strike, max level. Level 3 Death Bind, max level. Level 3 Agility, max level. Throwing Mastery, Level 3 Bloodthirst, max level. Level 3 Corpse Control, max level. Talent: Common Regeneration, 910. Overall Combat Power, 208. Equipment: Level 5 Decapitating Blade, Level 3 Centipede Heavy Armor, Level 2 Goblin Battle Boots, Level 2 Goblin Helmet, Level 3 Goblin Gauntlets. Level 2 Goblin Leggings, equipped. Plugins: Infinite Furnace. Free attribute points, 12. Having slain 60 demonic rats, his level had ascended to 5. Furthermore, with an excess of life essence, Su Ming also managed to elevate the Deathbind skill to its maximum level. Otherwise, on the panel above, there remained but a single skill yet to be fully developed, which he found rather displeasing. Aside from his personal level advancement, he had also acquired 15 distinct pieces of first-tier equipment. Statistically speaking, the probability of monsters dropping equipment hovered around 25%. After meticulously sorting through his infinite space, excluding mundane items and the gear he was currently adorned with, Su Ming's wealth was as follows: 25 pieces of first-tier exquisite equipment, 1 third-tier overlord blade, 1 level 1 essence of the demonized mouse, 51, 1 level 1 demonized mouse spirit, 60, 1 level 1 demonized gecko spirit, 9, 2 level 2 demonized lizard spirits, 2 level 2 goblin spirits, 102 strands of ordinary magical power, 755 units of ordinary game currency, 1 portion of level 3 corpse poison, 1 portion of level 3 corpse gas essence, 3 vials of 10 milliliters of silver-ringed snake venom, 3 vials of 20 milliliters of anesthetic. This indicates that the value of ordinary currency in this game world is relatively substantial, yet Su Ming, through relentless hunting, had amassed scarcely 1,000 coins. It is conceivable that the vast majority of ordinary players at this moment likely held less than 100 coins in their possession. After closing the storage compartment, Su Ming began to calmly manipulate the corpse of the demonized mouse that lay outside the room. Simultaneously, the last remnants of light in the game world were engulfed by an endless darkness. For a fleeting moment, the entirety of heaven and earth seemed to descend into a state of silence. Following this hushed interlude, within the desolate city, in the filthy, dilapidated sewers, robust, demonized mice began to emerge relentlessly from the pipes. Additionally, formidable creatures like the demonized giant cat joined the fray of hunting. In light of this situation, it cannot be overstated that if novice players ventured outside, their fate would undoubtedly be one of demise. As the echoes of various monsters' roars reverberated throughout the abandoned city, many human players, concealed within the confines of various buildings, trembled slightly in fear. Despite carrying mobile phones, they dared not illuminate their surroundings with the flashlight, lest they attract the attention of the lurking beasts. After all, a mere anti-theft door would hardly suffice to thwart the ferocity of the monsters and the swarming, demonized mice. At that moment, reclined on the sofa in apartment 910 of B10, Su Ming had long since removed his blood-stained equipment, storing it within the confines of his infinite space. He then utilized some perfume he had collected from various rooms, spritzing it over his body to mask the pungent scent of blood. Observing the numbers that steadily dwindled on the ethereal panel, his heart gradually found tranquility. Regardless of how intense the roars outside became, they could not disturb his composure. With merely half an hour remaining until the scheduled logout, a demonized giant cat abruptly burst into the 9th floor of B10, swiftly snatching away the corpse of the demonized mouse linked to Su Ming's consciousness. Fortunately, the demonized giant cat did not linger in the 9th floor vicinity, otherwise, it might have attracted the attention of other formidable monsters. Upon sensing the severance of his mental link, Su Ming did not dwell on it. The moment the giant cat appeared, he had sensed through the demonized mouse that, in the face of such a behemoth, even a living mouse would merely be a dish, let alone the corpse under his control. As for pursuing it by opening the door, the danger was far too great. Though his physical attributes had been significantly enhanced, he had yet to acquire night vision. Stepping outside to hunt the demonized giant cat would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, as time gradually ebbed away, the slaughter within the abandoned city of the game world continued unabated. Groups of demonized mice hunted powerful monsters, while some unfortunate human players were discovered by these creatures and, as the logout time approached, were ushered back into the realm of reality. When the forced game time on the ethereal panel reached 0, Su Ming, reclining on the sofa, unhesitatingly chose to log off. Concurrently, many human players who had also satisfied the 8-hour game requirement promptly opted to disconnect. When his consciousness returned to awareness, Su Ming found himself back in the confines of his room in the real world. Extracting his mobile phone and connecting to the internet, he updated the time and discovered that it was already 4 in the morning. This indicated that the flow of time in both worlds was indeed synchronized, albeit with some discrepancies. Upon his entry into the game, it was night here, yet upon arrival there, it was day. If one were to follow a 24-hour cycle, the time in Manhwaedit in the evening corresponded to midday in the game world. As for whether this held true for other countries, he would need to surf the internet to explore further. Chapter 27, Pinned Official Announcement. After spending some time washing off the lingering scent of blood in the bathroom, Su Ming, wrapped in a towel, reclined on his bed while browsing various online forums. Upon entering the most popular DY platform, he was greeted by the top 50 trending topics, all concerning the game world. Previous scandals involving celebrities and gossip about relationships had vanished entirely. As his finger scrolled across the screen, he clicked on the number 1 trending post and began to gather game information from the multitude of comments shared by netizens. Who can understand the hellish beginning? The game's arrival point was in the deep mountains, and before surviving even a minute, I was crushed to a pulp by a tiger larger than an elephant. I had it worse. I was drained dry by a mosquito the size of an eagle from the real world. Through the comparative lamentations of the netizens, Su Ming gained a rough understanding of the game world. Firstly, Arriving in an abandoned urban environment was considered comparatively fortunate, as long as one remained cautious. The chances of survival were significantly higher. Conversely, human players randomly appearing in dense forests or desolate plains faced almost certain death. Fortunately, such players constituted a minority. Otherwise, those who could endure the mandatory 8 hours of gameplay would likely be few and far between. After scrolling through various lamentations, Su Ming also encountered many comments that were considerably useful to him. Notably, the Manhwaadiobook government had pinned a message: all citizens of Manhwaadiobook, should you acquire skills, items, or other possessions in the game, you may choose to submit them to the state for corresponding rewards. Among these, ordinary game currency can be purchased by the state at a rate of 100 Manhwaadiobook currency. Reward items include, but are not limited to, houses, cash, specialized weapons, medications, etc. Upon reading this announcement, a slight twitch graced Su Ming's lips. The familiarity was irksome. Skipping past this content, he found numerous informal buying posts, seeking to purchase various skill books, prices negotiable, with a minimum guarantee of 1 million. Seize the opportunity. Time waits for no one. Buying ordinary game currency at a rate of 150. Scammers need not apply. Interested parties, please inquire privately. Seeking to purchase monster corpses. Interested parties, please inquire privately. The internet was flooded with such eclectic posts, a mix of genuine offers and deceitful schemes. The more chaotic the situation, the more individuals sought to profit from the confusion. The advent of the game world had undeniably wrought tremendous upheaval upon the real world, yet it also presented an opportunity. Whether one could seize this chance and emerge victorious depended entirely on the individual. As he perused the plethora of comments on his phone, Su Ming took out a small notebook and began to jot down his thoughts. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a poor pen. Although his mental attributes had been enhanced, granting him a degree of improved memory, he had yet to reach a level of total recall. Thus, certain details still required diligent noting. To be honest, during his school days, Su Ming had never been this earnest. The critical information he was currently focusing on included various monster slaying strategies provided by countless netizens. Many of these strategies detailed methods for hunting large monsters, encompassing everything from poisoning to traps and luring techniques. As the old adage states, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. It is impossible for one individual to cover every aspect. In such circumstances, drawing inspiration from others' ideas might broaden one's perspective. Thus, as time slipped by, 2 hours passed quietly. Noticing the light outside his window, Su Ming finally rose from his bed, stretching languidly. At that moment, he felt no fatigue, brimming with energy. After changing his attire, he left his home and headed directly to the nearest vegetable market. Approximately 5 minutes later, a figure clad in casual attire appeared before a seafood stall in the market. Upon glancing at a sizable grass carp weighing around 10 pounds in the water basin, Su Ming signaled the vendor to weigh it. The emergence of the game world had significantly impacted reality, although society had yet to descend into chaos. Thus, the daily rhythm of the residents remained largely uninterrupted. After spending over 100 yuan to acquire the grass carp, Su Ming did not linger in the market, but swiftly returned home, fish in hand. Upon entering the kitchen, he pressed the fish onto the cutting board with one hand and, wielding a kitchen knife, swiftly terminated the life of the grass carp. In the moment of its demise, the carcass vanished from view, and a somewhat ethereal prompt swiftly appeared before him. Would you like to refine the grass carp's body? Yes. Eager to ascertain whether there would be any differences between the essence extracted from a real creature and that from a game entity, Su Ming quickly recited his agreement in his mind. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 1 portion of grass carp life essence and 1 portion of grass carp spirit essence. The experiment confirmed that there was no distinction. Living beings in the real world could likewise yield essence and spirit, albeit without a level display. He remained uncertain whether this was due to the fish's low strength or another reason. Grass carp life essence. Item description: instantly restores a small amount of health. Grass carp spirit essence. Item description: instantly restores a small amount of mental energy. Glancing at the information regarding the 2 items within his infinite space, Su Ming felt no particular surprise. After all, a mere 10-pound grass carp could restore a small measure of health and spirit. He was already quite content with this outcome. After washing his hands, he prepared to procure additional supplies. Given the existence of zombies in the game world, it was reasonable to expect that other highly infectious monsters might eventually appear. Should there be a deranged individual who spreads a zombie virus to the human realm, it would inevitably incite widespread chaos. Therefore, Su Ming resolved to stockpile resources in his infinite space, reassured that they would not spoil therein. It could only be beneficial to have a surplus. In his view, real currency might soon become worthless, so it was prudent to spend it while it still held value. Presently, he possessed nearly 2 million yuan, which would suffice for amassing a considerable stockpile. After approximately an hour, having rented a small warehouse, Su Ming made his way to the wholesale grain and oil market. Meanwhile, during his extensive procurement, some astute individuals across various nations were also gathering supplies, and constructing so-called doomsday fortresses. Naturally, the higher echelons of these nations were aware of such phenomena, yet they found themselves unable to intervene, only managing to restrict external food and resource transactions while maintaining social stability, as the interconnectedness of the global economy was at stake. With numerous economic titans and ancient families involved, any sanctions imposed upon them might lead to widespread disorder. This was not a scenario the leaders of various nations wished to witness. Hence, they chose to overlook the situation, provided it did not escalate excessively. Concurrently, as a multitude of human players returned, the secret bases of various countries began to witness the emergence of mutated rats, goblins, and other monsters. Chapter 28, Supplementing Supplies. The Flower and Bird Market. Players returning to the real world with items from the game must meet certain conditions. It is not without restrictions. They must hold the items in their hands and avoid touching the ground without external assistance to have them transported back upon logging out. Those possessing storage-type equipment are exempt from this requirement. At this moment, the biologists in secret laboratories around the world were dissecting and analyzing the game monsters, striving to unravel the mysteries of their genetics. However, genetic research is exceedingly challenging, and even the foremost scholars from various nations would find it impossible to derive coherent conclusions in a short time. They, too, required ample time for continuous verification. While nations conducted clandestine research, various cults around the world grew unusually active. Previously, they had been akin to rats scurrying in the street, too afraid to show their faces, each hiding their identities deeply. Yet now, due to the game world, these individuals believed they were being guided by a divine presence to cleanse this filthy world and establish a new order. Thus, apocalyptic rhetoric once again surged across the internet. Unlike prior instances, this time, the messages disseminated by many cultists garnered considerable support. In response to such anti-human entities, governments worldwide immediately launched crackdowns. This was akin to throwing salt in a wound. Having painstakingly stabilized the global situation, they were now faced with this new turmoil, as if the longevity of their existence had become tiresome. In the wake of government crackdowns, a significant number of cultists hiding in the shadows were swiftly apprehended. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, who was presently at the wholesale grain market, this discreet purging operation was underway. He had already compiled a shopping list: 20 tons of ordinary rice, 500 bottles of cooking oil, 30 boxes of salt, various seasonings such as soy sauce and MSG. The total expenditure amounted to over 300,000 yuan. Originally, this could have been settled for around 100,000 yuan, but due to the turbulent circumstances, prices had skyrocketed. Had it not been for the government's prompt policy prohibiting excessive price hikes on food, the costs might have been even more outrageous. After arranging for the delivery to the designated warehouse, Su Ming proceeded directly to the local pig slaughterhouse. In his view, the life essence was invaluable, so he intended to spend all his funds on purchasing pigs for refinement. About half an hour later, he arrived at the suburban pig slaughterhouse, utilizing his cash handling skills to smoothly meet with the facilities manager. "Hello, I would like to purchase approximately 1.5 million yuan worth of whole pigs. Do you have any available?" After some polite exchanges, Su Ming got straight to the point. "Mr. Su, I must inform you that due to the game world, the price of pork has risen. A 200-pound live pig that I could have sold you for 500 yuan now costs 5,000 yuan. I hope this is acceptable to you." At this, a middle-aged man seated in an office chair spoke in a low tone. Hearing this, Su Ming feigned contemplation before softly responding. "I require pigs that have been killed without being eviscerated, directly electrocuted. Can this condition be met?" Upon hearing these words, the manager of the slaughterhouse displayed a look of difficulty. This matter might prove to be somewhat challenging. Thus I offered an additional 200,000 as a token of appreciation, hoping that Director Chen might assist. Since Mr. Su has expressed it thus, I, Old Chen, will certainly see to it. Upon hearing the increased fee of 200,000, Chen Xing promptly patted his chest and assured me. In response, Su Ming immediately transferred a deposit of 500,000 to the other party, with the remainder to be settled in full upon the delivery of the goods he requested. After providing a delivery address, he did not linger at the slaughterhouse. Had it not been for the purchase of pigs, he would have preferred not to come, as the odor was rather pungent. Once his figure vanished beyond the slaughterhouse entrance, Chen Xing, who had accompanied him out, hummed a little tune, returning to the factory area with great satisfaction. His car was somewhat outdated, and with the completion of this transaction, he would be able to acquire a better one. As for that young client, Chen Xing did not inquire why he needed such a large quantity of pigs. After all, he was a businessman, not a census officer. As long as the price was right and it was not illegal, he would sell. The adage that money can make the world go round holds true. If one wishes to expedite matters, one must be willing to pay more. Had Su Ming chosen to stay and negotiate with Chen Xing, he might have saved some money. However, he deemed it unnecessary. Money is only truly money when spent. If it sits idle, it is merely waste paper. Later, when the trading system between the real world and the game world becomes more sophisticated, he could opt for bartering. For now, time was of the essence. Glancing at his account balance, Su Ming proceeded to secure every possible loan available to him. After summoning a rideshare vehicle, he made his way to the flower and bird market. In addition to procuring supplies and purchasing live pigs, he had another task to accomplish, to ascertain whether various creatures in the real world could be refined to yield special talents. Half an hour later, he arrived at the largest flower and bird market in the city. After a thorough search, Su Ming finally located a shop selling geckos. Selecting a few inexpensive ones and completing the transaction, he was too lazy to return home. Instead, he found a relatively secluded corner, and while no one was watching, he swiftly crushed a small gecko underfoot. Do you wish to refine the gecko's body? Yes. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 1 portion of gecko life essence and 1 portion of gecko spirit. Upon seeing the results of the refinement, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow. Aside from the essence and spirit, no regenerative talent had emerged. Shifting his focus to the information regarding the 2 items, he seemed to grasp something. Gecko life essence. Item description: instantly restores 001 points of health. Gecko spirit. Item description: instantly restores 001 points of mental energy. Compared to the enchanted geckos in the game world, the geckos in reality were indeed pathetically weak. The effects of the extracted health and spirit were hardly worth mentioning. This was to be expected, as a small gecko is, after all, quite diminutive. After casually dispatching the remaining geckos, Su Ming turned to leave the secluded corner. The trial indicated that the geckos in the real world were likely too frail to yield regenerative talents. Nevertheless, Su Ming prepared to conduct another experiment, knowing that he possessed magical energy and wished to see if he could enchant creatures in the real world. If successful, his plan for acquiring talents could be realized in reality. After purchasing additional geckos, pet snakes, spiders, and scorpions at the market, Su Ming departed the flower and bird market and called for a rideshare back home. Chapter 29. Enchanting Small Creatures. Due to the slow turnover at the grain and oil wholesale market and the slaughterhouse, he did not need to wait at the small warehouse for the time being. He could go over whenever they called. After spending a little over half an hour, he returned home and casually retrieved a small gecko from a plastic container. As a thought crossed his mind, a strand of magical energy, as fine as a hair, floated down from the air and landed on the small gecko. However, as the magical energy entered its body, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The previously calm gecko began to crack, and then it shattered, transforming into a puddle of flesh. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming fell into a contemplative state. In that instant of the gecko's demise, the infinite furnace extracted the magical energy from its remains. After pondering for a moment, he directly infused a trace of magical energy into a plastic container housing several scorpions. Under Su Ming's watchful gaze, the fine strand of magical energy effortlessly merged into one of the scorpions. The next moment, this small scorpion exhibited an abnormal reaction, thrashing violently within the plastic container. Fortunately, it did not exhibit the same signs of immediate disintegration as the gecko. After writhing for about a minute or two, Su Ming keenly observed that the scorpion that had absorbed the magical energy appeared to have grown slightly larger. Following this, the transformed scorpion launched a ferocious assault on its fellow companions in the container. Faced with the magically enhanced scorpion, the other pet scorpions were no match, succumbing swiftly. 10 minutes later, only the enchanted scorpion remained in the shoebox-sized plastic container, having devoured all the other scorpions. After feasting voraciously, the size of the enchanted scorpion had increased several folds. However, to officially metamorphose into a magical creature, it would likely require additional time. Having quietly observed for about 10 minutes, Su Ming contemplated his findings. Firstly, magical energy could indeed enchant living beings in the real world, but whether they could withstand its infusion depended on luck. Moreover, after initially enduring the magical energy, growing to match the caliber of creatures in the game world would necessitate time as well as a substantial amount of sustenance to nourish the metamorphosing body. Casting a glance at the wildly thrashing enchanted scorpion in the plastic container, Su Ming casually infused a quantity of magical energy into the containers of geckos, spiders, and pet snakes, corresponding to the number of creatures within each. He possessed the infinite furnace, allowing him to experiment freely. Should he fail, the magical energy would be reclaimed by the furnace rather than dissipating. After a flurry of experimentation lasting about 15 to 20 minutes, he derived a preliminary statistic. Out of the 50 small creatures he had purchased, only the aforementioned scorpion and a pet snake had withstood the infusion of magical energy. Statistically speaking, this yielded a success rate of 4%. However, this figure was not entirely accurate, as the sample size was too small. Observing the extremely agitated enchanted pet snake and scorpion in their respective containers, Su Ming opened the boxes and swiftly crushed the 2 small creatures. Wearing level 3 goblin gloves, he was unconcerned about being bitten, ensuring his safety. Currently, he was merely conducting a preliminary test of the magical energy's effects and did not intend to keep enchanted creatures at home, as enchanting living beings required time to catalyze, coupled with the risk of losing control. If, while entering the game world or during his outings, any enchanted creature managed to escape, it would be nearly impossible to track down, as he anticipated the day when he would possess a private laboratory in the real world. one capable of effectively preventing low-level magical creatures from escaping. He contemplated the possibility of utilizing magical power to enhance beings, thereby refining his innate abilities. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, prompting Su Ming to place an order for a batch of bottled water from the local online marketplace, requesting delivery to the small warehouse he had rented. Just as he completed the order, his phone rang, chiming melodiously. "Hello, is this Mr. Su? This is from the grain and oil wholesale market. Your order has been prepared. Is there someone available to receive the delivery at the specified address? If so, we can proceed with the delivery now. I will be there shortly. You may arrange for the delivery," Su Ming replied softly, responding to the voice on the line. "Very well, please keep your phone accessible." After receiving a definitive response, the staff member courteously concluded the call and promptly notified the driver for dispatch. Once he tucked his phone into his pocket, Su Ming carried the plastic box downstairs and disposed of it in the trash bin. Hailing a taxi on the street, he directed the driver towards the location of the small warehouse. Meanwhile, the situation across the nations of Blue Star grew increasingly tumultuous, leading to riots in several prison regions. Given the vast population, it was inevitable that a select few fortunate individuals would acquire unique skills within the game world. Thus, jailbreak incidents became unavoidable. Coupled with numerous unforeseen events within national borders, governments began to exhibit signs of control fatigue. In countries already plagued by disorder, chaos reigned supreme, with rampant violence and looting evident everywhere. However, this turmoil remained largely unknown to the general populace. In an effort to maintain societal stability, nations discreetly suppressed information that could incite public unrest. As discussions surrounding the game world gained momentum, Su Ming arrived at the location of his rented warehouse. Along the way, he perused various online platforms, noting useful information in his notebook while discarding the rest as mere junk. In this age, with a plethora of gullible individuals, it was all too easy to be misled without proper discernment. Upon opening the warehouse door, approximately 10 minutes later, a semi-trailer slowly came into view. Simultaneously, his phone emitted a pleasant ringtone. "Hello, Mr. Su. I have arrived at your specified address. The person waving is you, correct?" "Yes, please drive straight over." Su Ming responded in a low tone, hearing the somewhat muffled voice on the line. After the delivery driver acknowledged with a simple okay, he promptly ended the call. 2 minutes later, they met successfully. "Mr. Su, please expedite the unloading process," the middle-aged driver said in a deep voice, glancing at the empty warehouse. He was only responsible for the delivery. Unloading was not part of his duties. If that were to be arranged, it would come at an additional cost. "Driver, you seem well connected. Could you assist me in finding a few temporary laborers to unload the cargo into the warehouse? I will offer a 50 increase over the current market rate, and as for your referral fee, I can provide you with 2,000. How does that sound? My only request is for it to be done as swiftly as possible," Su Ming casually proposed to the middle-aged man before him. "Absolutely, consider it done." The delivery driver's eyes lit up at the mention of the 2,000 referral fee. He enjoyed dealing with straightforward individuals. "Mr. Su, please hold on while I arrange this. How many laborers will you need?" the excited driver inquired. "About 10 would suffice. There are additional items to be delivered later, and I prefer not to search for more workers at that time. I will pay 100 per hour during the waiting period," Su Ming replied after estimating the time required for the slaughterhouse. "Understood, I will contact them right away." Upon receiving the specific number of workers required, the driver hurriedly stepped aside to pull out his phone. Drivers like him typically had their own channels for such arrangements. After stating his demands, Su Ming entered the warehouse, seeking a spot to sit down. To ensure efficiency, spending money was essential, especially amidst the current chaotic circumstances. While the driver sought laborers for him, his thoughts drifted, conjuring the ethereal interface. Since logging out of the game world, a countdown timer had appeared on his panel. Initially reading 12 o'clock, 00, it now displayed 7:15:36, indicating he had approximately 7 hours remaining until he could log back in. This was not a mandatory login time, but rather a cooldown period, meaning one had to wait at least 12 hours after leaving the game world to re-enter. Closing the ethereal panel, Su Ming retrieved his phone and began to surf the internet. He had no pressing items to purchase. The highly sought-after rat poison was of no use to him, and the items he needed were simply unavailable on the market. Without alternative avenues, acquiring such items seemed nearly impossible. Even if he managed to establish connections, obtaining them would not be a swift endeavor. As for iron cages capable of containing large ferocious beasts, those would require customization and could not be procured in a timely manner. Taking all these factors into account, he prioritized replenishing essential strategic resources such as health potions, mental rejuvenation supplies, and food. During the ensuing wait, Su Ming stumbled upon several videos captured by enthusiastic individuals within the game world. Among them were tigers comparable in size to real-world elephants, enormous pythons, and wild boars as large as tanks. Any one of these creatures, if unleashed in an urban setting without the use of firearms, would wreak havoc. With their scales, hides, and fur, Su Ming doubted even the sharpest blades could penetrate their defenses. Fortunately, the footage indicated that these colossal monsters resided deep within the game's wilderness, with no abandoned cities in sight. After browsing through these trending videos, he encountered a rather intriguing post titled Innate Abilities. The author, a user with the moniker Monster Doctor, claimed, among all human players, a select few fortunate souls may awaken unique innate abilities, granting them extraordinary advantages in the early stages of the game world. I refer to these individuals as new humans. The future world shall ultimately be ruled by them. After swiftly scanning the entirety of the post, Su Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue. The notion that others might awaken innate abilities did not surprise him, given that he could acquire such abilities through the infinite furnace. It was entirely reasonable for some fortunate individuals to awaken abilities due to the game world. However, he wondered about the awakening ratio and how the poster had acquired such extensive knowledge. With these thoughts, Su Ming sensed that matters were growing increasingly fascinating. Upon clicking on the comments section, he was met with a plethora of humorous remarks from netizens. Do Guchio Bai, I have awakened the Do Gu talent. I am destined to be invincible. Anonymous user, is it akin to being a solitary star in the sky? A whiff of wind from the mortal realm, stop boasting. Only a fool would flaunt their awakened talents. A rational individual would never engage in such folly. Anonymous user, exactly. I suspect this post is merely baiting for attention. Who would dare to show off at this time? They might soon find themselves subjected to an unwelcome inspection. Sweet melon. Ha ha ha. Are the new humans akin to mutants? Underneath a post discussing gifted abilities, a chorus of jesters emerged, many indulging in grandiose claims. Various fantastical physiques like the holy body of the great sun and the chaos divine body were invoked. When it comes to imaginative discourse, the vast community of netizens never falls short. Regardless of belief, they simply revel in their fabrications. After liking a post by Monster Doctor, Su Ming casually scrolled through this thread, skimming through a myriad of random topics. After half an hour of surfing the internet, the delivery driver arrived with 15 temporary laborers to unload cargo. The requirements were straightforward. No need for neat stacking. Simply pile it in a corner of the warehouse. Naturally, the laborers felt elated at such an easy task. In an economy that had yet to collapse, these ordinary individuals, with responsibilities to both the elder and younger generations, still needed to toil for their livelihood. Ever since the government announced the risks associated with the game world, those yet to enter had chosen to remain cautious, refraining from venturing in. This was their singular opportunity to alter their fates. A reckless leap could result in being slain by monsters within, leading to the irrevocable loss of their accounts, a fate too tragic for tears. Thus, many chose to bide their time until they were fully prepared. Among the several laborers assisting Su Ming, one had previously ventured inside, but had perished before completing the mandatory 8 hours of gameplay, felled by a formidable creature. After returning and sharing his tale, the remaining individuals were even more reluctant to enter. Glancing at the laborers diligently transporting rice, Su Ming pondered whether he should venture outside the community to scout for valuable items to trade for some money. His current funds would only suffice for this indulgence. If he wished to spend extravagantly again, he must devise a way to earn more. Selling skills and equipment bore too high a risk, easily attracting unwanted attention. Whereas items like gold jewelry, in an economy that had yet to falter, should yield a fair amount of liquid assets. As for their origins, they could be easily explained as mere luck from finds in the game world. Chapter 31, Gathering Supplies, Mass Smelting. As Su Ming contemplated, the delivery driver approached him. Boss Su, everything has been arranged. Hearing the voice, Su Ming diverted his gaze from his phone. All right, please provide me with the payment code. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man promptly presented the payment code. After scanning it with WeChat, Su Ming transferred 2,000 yuan as a referral fee. Boss Su is generous. Feel free to contact me for future jobs. The delivery driver's face brightened at the sight of the 2,000 yuan arriving, far easier than his delivery work. Certainly. Su Ming nodded slightly. Well then, I'll be on my way. After receiving the reply, the middle-aged driver did not linger but walked briskly to the warehouse entrance to oversee the unloading. During the unloading process, Su Ming stepped out to grab a meal at a nearby restaurant. After satisfying his hunger, he leisurely returned to the small warehouse. At that moment, the semi-trailer filled with grains and oils had already been emptied halfway, and it appeared that the unloading would soon conclude. Just as he prepared to scroll through videos to pass the time, a call from someone he had marked as Slaughterhouse Chin came through. Hello, Boss Su. The pigs you requested are ready. Would you like them delivered now or at a later time? Chen Xing, reclining in his office chair, spoke with a hint of politeness. Bring them over now. Su Ming felt invigorated at the news of the goods being ready. All right, please hold on. With that, Chen Xing promptly exited his office, motivated by the desire to settle the payment and earn a hefty bonus of 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, such efficiency would be unattainable. After hanging up, Su Ming continued to receive calls regarding the delivery of water and other essential supplies. As the unloading of grains and oils neared its conclusion, a vehicle carrying 300 dead pigs slowly approached the warehouse. Upon seeing the warehouse environment, Chen Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. This location seemed utterly unsuitable for storing dead pigs. To stockpile pork, one must possess a cold storage facility. A mere ordinary storage warehouse would likely emit an unbearable stench within a day. As he spotted Su Ming approaching, He suppressed his thoughts and quickly walked over. Boss Su, the 300 pigs you requested are on the truck outside, with an average weight of around 200 g. Are you sure you want to unload them here? The smell will be quite unbearable. With a smile plastered on his face, Chunxing subtly inquired. I've rented a cold storage facility that isn't ready yet, so they will be placed here temporarily until I can arrange for transport later tonight. Su Ming's tone was somewhat frosty in response to Chunxing's curiosity. For some reason, upon hearing those words, Chunxing felt a chill run down his spine. He found himself reluctant to meet Su Ming's gaze, as if he were confronting a ravenous beast. The instincts of a businessman warned him not to pry into matters best left untouched. It was wiser to unload the pigs and leave with his payment. Of course, as you wish. Recovering from his initial shock, Chunxing's voice trembled slightly. Yes, I will settle the remaining balance along with that 200,000 once the unloading is complete. I kindly ask Director Chun to remain here a bit longer while I speak with the laborers. Noticing Chunxing's momentary lapse, Su Ming patted him on the shoulder and headed towards the warehouse entrance. After a few tense seconds, Chunxing finally relaxed. Who could fathom the psychological pressure he had just endured? In previous encounters with the city's prominent businessmen, he had never sensed such a formidable aura. I am merely a businessman. Other matters do not concern me. I know nothing. After self-hypnotizing, Chunxing gradually returned to his original demeanor. He was aware that his earlier question had breached an unspoken taboo in the business realm. Meanwhile, as Chunxing engaged in self-reflection, Su Ming decided to offer the 15 laborers a little extra pay. After giving them some instructions, he lazily returned to his usual spot to sit down. Having endured the frenzied slaughters of the game world, Su Ming had acquired an indescribable aura, in modern terms. It could be referred to as a murderous intent or a malevolent energy. Furthermore, he possessed physical and mental attributes far beyond the ordinary, and when these three elements combined, they manifested a remarkable presence. Typically, ordinary people would remain oblivious to it, but when Su Ming's emotions surged, those who faced him would experience an intense feeling of trepidation. Chunxing, having asked an inappropriate question, was particularly susceptible to that chilling sensation. As 4 hours elapsed, the once bustling warehouse now stood silent, save for Su Ming, the sole occupant remaining. The others had departed after settling their wages and final payments, each returning to their own lives. Glancing at the ethereal interface, which indicated an hour and a half of remaining online time, he did not hasten to collect the supplies. Instead, he ambled to the warehouse entrance, meticulously surveying the vicinity before retreating back inside to securely lock the door behind him. Taking a deep breath and holding it, Su Ming commenced the collection of the deceased fat pigs that had perished by electrocution. After 5 minutes, the ground was littered with carcasses, all of which he had transferred into his infinite storage space, resulting in the addition of a label reading, Dead Pig Carcasses, 300, to his inventory. Subsequently, he dedicated approximately 10 more minutes to gathering all the grains, oils, and other essential supplies into the boundless confines of his storage. Once he had successfully collected all the resources, Su Ming began the process of refining the pig carcasses. Do you wish to refine 300 pig bodies? Yes. Ding. Refinement complete. Extracted 300 units of pig life essence and 300 units of pig soul essence. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he beheld the amassed essence and soul components in his inventory, a smile creeping onto his lips. The efficacy of these life essences and soul components rivaled that of Tier 3 monsters in the gaming realm. Life essence of pig. Item description. Can enhance the vitality of a living being by up to 25 points, or alternatively, it can be used for rapid recovery, instantly restoring 15 points of health. Soul essence of pig. Item description. Can augment the mental capacity of a living being by up to 20 points, or alternatively, it can be used for rapid recovery, instantly restoring 10 points of mental energy. Although hunting creatures in the real world does not yield experience points, the sheer quantity of life essence and soul essence was sufficient to catapult Su Ming far ahead of ordinary players in the game. Chapter 32. Game Launch, a Proactive Approach. The unrestricted consumption of health to activate skills. What ordinary player could achieve such a feat in the early stages? The power of monetary investment began to reveal its might. After ensuring there were no oversights, Su Ming departed the warehouse with a somewhat buoyant stride, securing the entrance with several locks. His substantial procurement of supplies today might have raised eyebrows. However, he paid little heed to it, as discussions regarding apocalyptic theories were intensifying across the internet, prompting many affluent individuals to stockpile food. In comparison, Su Ming's purchases seemed trivial next to the capital moguls. Additionally, a purchasing frenzy had erupted among the general populace, leading to noticeable shortages in various shopping malls within a single day. Had the government not intervened to maintain order, chaos might have ensued. In such circumstances, navigating through the murky waters became rather effortless. Even if someone took note of Su Ming's considerable gathering of supplies, any potential repercussions would likely surface days later. By then, he would no longer be a target easily provoked by ordinary players. At this point, Su Ming hailed a rideshare vehicle and settled into the back seat, engaging in online exploration. After 7 or 8 hours of research, he discerned that the first wave of players entering the game world, aside from those who had huddled in their rooms for 8 hours, generally hovered around level 2. The elite players, however, were at level 3 or higher. He suspected there might be players who surpassed his level, for such strokes of fortune were unpredictable. Who knew if a lucky individual had vanquished a formidable monster through a combination of timing and circumstance, thereby skyrocketing their level? As he perused trending posts, he stumbled upon one that was gaining significant traction: the role of game currency. Posted by Seafood Tofu Soup Enthusiast. Brothers, please call me Lei Foam, for I have unearthed the true purpose of ordinary game currency. Uncle Lou, who loves clay pot stews. Holy moly, please accept my homage, foster father. User 45646. Dude, is that $50 yours? Go ahead and take it. Anonymous user. I can tell this is a bait post just by looking at it. Check out the comments. These folks are hooked. Seafood Tofu Soup Enthusiast. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I've documented the specifics. Please view my paid short video. You 1T regret it. Just 99 bucks. Upon glancing at the comment section of this post, Su Ming promptly spent 99 yuan to unlock it. After completing the transaction, a video featuring a rather shaky presentation appeared on his phone screen. From a third-person perspective, it showcased a figure clad in a black robe, standing at approximately 5 feet tall. Following this, a somewhat gravelly voice emanated from the video. Lucky young man, I am a wandering merchant. Should you possess surplus currency, you may purchase equipment, potions, and various items from me. Upon hearing the voice from his phone, Su Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. An NPC, perhaps? This thought flashed through his mind as he continued to watch. The video was brief, lasting no more than 3 minutes, during which the cameraman utilized his 40 coins to procure a level 1 sword and a piece of armor. Once the transaction concluded, the wandering merchant vanished swiftly from sight, marking the end of the video. After committing this information to memory, Su Ming seized the opportunity to scour for additional valuable insights. Approximately 20 minutes later, he returned home, with less than an hour remaining until the game's launch. After a quick shower, Su Ming reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. Since returning from the game world, he had not had a moment of repose. Although his mental state remained at peak capacity, he still felt a tinge of fatigue. When the alarm clock chimed, he jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. After an hour of rest, Su Ming felt rejuvenated. Noticing that the cooldown timer for going online had reached 0, he silently urged himself to enter the game. As a flash of white light enveloped him, his figure vanished from the plush mattress. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Ming discovered that his online location remained unchanged. He was still in the room where he had logged out. This small fact eased his mind, as a fixed location proved safer than a random spawn point. If he had landed in a remote forest, even he could not guarantee survival until the mandatory 8-hour game session concluded, especially given the multitude of powerful monsters that lurked in such wilderness. After transferring the assorted clutter piled in the room into his storage space, Su Ming hastened to the window to survey the outside world. The night in the game realm had faded, giving way to a grayish sky, reminiscent of a dreary rainy day in the real world. Gazing down from his vantage point, he noted the eerie stillness within the community, with no signs of monsters prowling the streets. Returning his focus indoors, Su Ming approached the security door of his room, straining to listen for any sounds beyond. Upon detecting an unsettling silence, he cautiously opened the door, extending his phone outward. On his second entry into the game, exercising caution was paramount. After performing a thorough 360-degree check of his phone, Su Ming retracted it. Having reviewed the recorded videos and confirming the absence of monsters in the corridor, he swung open the door and stepped outside. Consuming a small amount of health, he activated a speed buff and swiftly darted through the corridor. This time, he resolved to take the initiative and seek out monsters of level 4 and above. He currently lacked no essence of life from lower-tier monsters, and continuing to hunt them would yield minimal returns, providing little opportunity for personal growth. Within 30 seconds, Su Ming's silhouette materialized on the community pathway. After identifying the location of the main gate, he swiftly took off running. Approximately 2 minutes later, a figure exited the community, merging into the more chaotic streets beyond. At a glance, Su Ming observed the desolation outside. In contrast, the community resembled a novice village. With heightened awareness, he detected several furtive gazes from nearby buildings, assessing him from the shadows. Instinctively cautious, he did not linger but instead accelerated his pace. Throughout his journey, he encountered no signs of monsters, as if they had all retreated following the initial day. Realizing he could not flail about like a headless chicken, he began to recall the videos and comments he had previously viewed. Ultimately, Su Ming pinpointed several locations where high-level monsters might appear: schools, shopping malls, and large transit warehouses. Having established his targets, he retrieved a paper map of the city he had found in his apartment. After marking his current position, Su Ming set forth with purpose. As he traversed 2 streets, a creature suddenly came into his field of vision. Demonized giant lizard. Level 5. Remarks: a giant lizard afflicted by demonic transformation, with enhanced infection capabilities and notable aggression. Roughly 30 meters away, a massive lizard was voraciously devouring a demonized rat, swallowing it whole without a hint of chewing. Chapter 33, The Black Player, One-Shot Kill. The third brother's favorite. Upon witnessing this creature, a fleeting thought crossed Su Ming's mind. Compared to the demonized lizards he had encountered earlier, this demonized giant lizard was significantly larger, resembling a Komodo dragon from the real world. Just as the lizard finished gulping down the demonized rat, it squinted its eyes and fixed its gaze on Su Ming. In the next moment, the colossal beast charged towards him with alarming speed. In response, Su Ming's thoughts shifted, and he swiftly exchanged his decapitating blade for a steel spear. As the demonized giant lizard lunged, he quickly expended 3 points of health to activate his skills: Heavy Strike, Rapid, and Bloodthirst. In the blink of an eye, as Su Ming thrust the spear forward, the lizard opened its mouth to bite him. The spear, imbued with tremendous force, pierced through the creature's maw, plunging deep inside. In that instant, the demonized giant lizard felt an icy chill, its heart soaring with pain. Meanwhile, Su Ming lightly touched the ground with his feet and leapt backward, leaving the lizard writhing in agony on the ground. To execute his strategy of capitalizing on its vulnerability, Su Ming retreated 10 meters and hurled blades from his hand. With his impeccable aim, striking from 10 meters was akin to shooting fish in a barrel. The demonized giant lizard, impaled by the spear, could only passively endure the onslaught of knives. As its blood poured forth, its struggles began to weaken, indicating its demise was imminent. Just as Su Ming prepared to approach and deliver the final blow, a chilling roar erupted from the distance, sending shivers down his spine. Turning his gaze toward the source of the sound, Su Ming's pupils constricted. His keen eyesight revealed the monstrous figure responsible for the dreadful roar. At the end of the street stood a gigantic black pig. Exceeding 2 meters in height and nearly 4 meters in length, its body covered in dark bristles, rampaging through the streets like an armored vehicle. Demonized Black Pig. Level 8. Remarks. A black pig transformed by demonic influence, significantly enhanced in strength and defense, prone to rage. As the details of the creature flashed before him, Su Ming noticed 2 black players frantically dodging behind abandoned vehicles and obstacles, desperately trying to evade the demonized black pig's assault. Observing the situation, his eyes glimmered with determination. In a split second, he dashed to the now helpless, demonized giant lizard and raised his decapitating blade, striking down with force. In one decisive blow, the already weakened lizard met its end. Ding! You have slain a level 5 demonized giant lizard, gaining 5 experience points, 50 units of ordinary currency, and a level 5 heavy weapon, automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the demonized giant lizard? Yes. Upon hearing the prompt, Su Ming silently acknowledged the option. Ding! Refinement complete. You have extracted 1 portion of level 5 demonized giant lizard essence, 1 level 5 demonized soul, and 5 strands of ordinary magical energy. After consuming 1 portion of demonized rat essence to restore himself to peak condition, he immediately applied the essence and soul of the demonized giant lizard to himself, suppressing the delightful sensation coursing through his body. Su Ming exerted himself to ascend to the 2nd floor of a nearby building. Simultaneously, the 2 black players, in a frantic dash through the street, caught sight of him. Help! Save us! Upon spotting a human player, the 2 black players hastily cried out in a mixture of English and broken Chinese. The commotion caused by the 2 and the demonized black pig drew the attention of several human players hiding within the buildings lining the street. Faced with their pleas for assistance, all who noticed the situation chose to remain spectators. Fuck! Cornered by the demonized black pig, the 2 black players cursed bitterly. They had intended to use the nearby figure as bait to draw the creature's fire, but had miscalculated. Pascal split up. The more robust of the 2 black players shouted. As he prepared to flee in different directions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Dizade, I've learned a phrase here in Huagua, in times of danger. I just need to run faster than my companion. You big fool. You can stay behind. With a swift stab from his dagger, the leaner Pascal mocked as he sprinted away. He had initially refrained from splitting up with Dizade, waiting for this precise moment. By dispersing, he had been uncertain whether the demonized black pig would pursue him or Dizade. Meanwhile, the demonized black pig, having breached the obstacles with its tusks, became increasingly frenzied upon catching the scent of fresh blood. Dizade, bleeding profusely from his neck, felt weakened and dizzy. He wished to continue fleeing, but his body betrayed him, leaving him helpless as the enormous black pig charged forward and crushed his skull in its jaws. Such cruelty. At this moment, Su Ming, stationed on the 2nd floor of the building, witnessed the treacherous act of a black player being stabbed in the back through a telescope he carried in his infinite space. After a moment of contemplation, a thought flickered through his mind, and a slightly worn steel spear reappeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, Pascal, who had just stabbed his companion to gain precious time for escape, dashed into the area where Su Ming was located shortly thereafter. As he passed the building, he nonchalantly raised his middle finger skyward, as if to mock something. In response, a hint of a sinister smile crept across Su Ming's lips. He clenched the steel spear in his right hand, which then swelled slightly with newfound strength. Almost immediately, a piercing whistle erupted as the bloodstained spear was hurled with tremendous force. In the next heartbeat, Pasco, who was running while glancing back in the street, was struck through the heart by a spear that flew as swiftly as lightning. The immense penetrating force not only pierced his body, but also shattered a portion of the concrete beneath him. As he faded into starlight, Pasco's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Why had he provoked such a fate? At that moment, the expression on Su Ming's face remained indifferent as he effortlessly dispatched the black player with a mere flick of his wrist. He reveled in this anarchic world, where he could eliminate those he found distasteful without the constraints of the mundane reality. Chapter 34. The Frenzied Second Brother, the Savage Charge. Retracting his gaze, he turned towards the location of the cursed black pig. It was merely a somewhat clumsy creature in his eyes, far less threatening than the monstrous, corrupted giant cat. Fixating on an abandoned bus on the street, Su Ming vaulted from the second floor. With formidable leg strength, he absorbed the impact of his descent and, with a powerful sprint, climbed atop the side of the bus. Meanwhile, the cursed black pig, having been denied its meal, was driven nearly mad by the absence of its prey, its crimson eyes filled with a savage rage. Its colossal snout twitched briefly before it quickly locked onto Su Ming's position. Upon spotting new prey, a glimmer of excitement flickered in its blood-red pupils. With its front limbs digging into the ground, the cursed black pig launched itself forward in a ferocious charge. Unimpeded by any obstacles, its speed was astonishing. Standing atop the bus, Su Ming tensed as the cursed black pig charged towards him, the imminent collision causing nearby human players hiding within buildings to breathe more rapidly. Sensing prying eyes from the surrounding structures, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask. A quick thought flashed through his mind, and he lightly leapt down from the abandoned bus. Spending a bit of vitality, he cast a rapid buff upon himself and darted towards an old building. His seemingly provocative movements only served to further agitate the cursed black pig, causing its bristled black fur to stand on end. Seconds later, Su Ming smashed through the glass doors of the building with a heavy weapon and entered. The structure he chose was a 6-story small hotel, an ideal venue for his impending slaughter. Upon entering the hotel, he ascended the stairs with ease and reached the second-floor landing. Moments later, the relentless cursed black pig barreled into the hotel behind him. As both entered the area beyond the telescope's view, the human players hiding in nearby buildings, eager to witness the spectacle and record it on their phones, could not help but curse under their breath. How infuriatingly cautious. Disappointed by the lack of excitement, some human players decided to leave the buildings and actively hunt outside. Meanwhile, within the small hotel, upon hearing commotion from below, Su Ming conjured 2 bottles of cooking oil from his infinite space. Swiftly slicing open the plastic bottles, he poured their contents onto the staircase. Completing this task with remarkable speed, he continued to ascend another floor. At that moment, the massive cursed black pig raced up the stairs with great velocity. However, upon reaching the second floor, it suddenly lost its footing, crashing heavily onto the staircase. Had it been a human player, they would have likely tumbled down. Yet, due to its enormous size, the cursed black pig became lodged on the stairs, unable to slide back down. From his vantage point on the higher floor, Su Ming extended a hand forward in a provocative gesture. This only served to infuriate the cursed black pig further. Once it regained its footing, it began to cautiously ascend. Pigs, known for their relatively high intelligence in the animal kingdom, exhibited even greater cunning when cursed, so it refrained from charging recklessly. Observing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was the result he desired. The cursed black pig's greatest strength lay in its tremendous charging power. Without the ability to charge, it became little more than a stationary target before Su Ming's heavy weapon. Now climbing step by step, the cursed black pig was just half a floor away from Su Ming. Steadying itself, the pig's eyes gleamed with fury as it ascended slowly, leaving indelible hoof prints behind. In truth, the size of the creature would instill fear in any ordinary person, even those clutching weapons. Were it not for Su Ming's acquisition of a heavy weapon after slaying a cursed lizard, he would not be so audaciously positioned against the black pig. This heavy weapon was significantly longer than his steel spear, measuring over 3 meters in length, and was exceedingly heavy, boasting formidable lethality. With the right timing, a thrust to the cursed black pig's vital areas could not only end its life, but also inflict severe injury. As the cursed black pig drew within just over 2 meters of Su Ming, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. In the next instant, the heavy weapon stored in his infinite space was equipped in his hands. With a drain of 9 points of vitality, he activated his full-power heavy strike, rapid, and bloodthirst skills, causing his body to swell slightly with the surge of energy. In an instant, he stacked his buffs, gripping the heavy weapon tightly and thrusting it forward with tremendous force. Much like the steel spear, this weapon was designed for maximum lethality. The cursed black pig, climbing upward, had no chance to react to the sudden appearance of the heavy weapon. With a strike akin to a battering ram, it pierced through its neck and into its abdomen. With a powerful twist of the weapon, Su Ming opened a gaping wound in the cursed black pig's body before swiftly turning to ascend to the higher floors. Having witnessed the scene of pig slaughter in rural life, he knew that a bleeding pig, in its death throes, could exert terrifying strength. The cursed black pig, now racked with intense pain, emitted a shrill, heart-wrenching scream. Ignoring its rapidly bleeding wound, it charged upward at a breakneck speed, leaving a trail of viscous blood on the staircase. Meanwhile, Su Ming reached the 5th floor of the small hotel, where he quickly retrieved a plethora of discarded items from his infinite space and barricaded the corridor, leaving only a narrow opening above. Just as he completed his preparations, the bloodied, cursed black pig arrived at his level and launched a furious charge against the pile of debris. Although the transformation into a demonic state allowed the black pig to transcend its growth limits, it also presented a notable drawback: the propensity to enter a frenzied state, one where it would fight to the death. This was evident as Su Ming, standing a few meters away from the heap of debris, leaned against the window, quietly observing the chaotic charge of the demonic black pig through the gaps in the clutter. When items were stacked in a pyramid formation, unless one possessed absolute strength, it was exceedingly difficult to break through. Given the black pig's power, it was clear it had not reached such a level. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding its ability to breach the debris pile. Even if it were to experience a sudden surge of energy, Su Ming had an escape route available. After approximately 3 minutes of relentless crashing, the demonic black pig finally stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, a delightful notification chimed in Su Ming's ear. Chapter 35, The Hard Shield. A, B, C, D. Ding, you have slain an 8th level demonic black pig, receiving a 15-fold experience coefficient bonus, totaling 20 experience points. The monster dropped 80 ordinary currency coins and 1/8 level hard shield, which has been automatically collected. Ding. Would you like to refine the body of the demonic black pig? Yes. After silently affirming this in his mind, Su Ming's thoughts shifted as he opened the information on the 8th level shield. Hard shield, required level, 8 grade, common quality, good additional attributes, defense 8 equipment commentary, forged from specially treated steel mixed with secret materials, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Gazing upon the hard shield within the infinite space, which was comparable in size to a police shield in the real world, Su Ming lightly shook his head. He would have preferred an 8th level heavy armor instead of this item. The fact that he had yet to obtain a skill drop after slaying monsters at level 3 hinted that it truly came down to luck. As this thought crossed his mind, the infinite furnace concluded its refinement of the demonic black pig. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted from the body, 1/8 level demonic black pig life essence, 1/8 level demonic black pig spirit, 8 strands of ordinary mana, and 1 ordinary skill book, barbaric charge. Upon seeing the skill book extracted from the body of the demonic black pig, Su Ming's eyes brightened. In conditions where consumption was not a concern, acquiring a practical skill book would significantly enhance his overall combat prowess. After learning the skill, he also obtained relevant information about it. Barbaric charge, skill description, consumes 1 point of health to initiate a rapid charge forward, can be equipped with shield-type weapons. Note, specific damage dealt is contingent upon the user. After a quick glance at the skill description, Su Ming deemed it acceptable. It was certainly superior to the death entanglement skill. Suppressing his desire to test the skill in the narrow corridor of the small inn, he turned his attention to the life essence and spirit extracted from the demonic black pig. 8th level demonic black pig life essence, item description, can enhance the health limit of a life form by 4650 points, or, note, can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 40 health points. 8th level demonic black pig spirit, item description, can enhance the mental limit of a life form by 4145 points, or, note, can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 35 mental points. Upon observing the effects of the black pig's life essence and spirit, a glimmer of delight appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He kicked open the door to room 505 and stepped inside, using the abundant clutter in the infinite space to barricade the door. After completing this, he utilized the black pig's life essence and spirit. In the next moment, Su Ming felt an intense surge of exhilaration erupting from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion, unprecedented in its ferocity. As the torrent of vitality coursed through him, his skin flushed a shade of crimson, yet the refreshing sensation in his mind kept his consciousness alert. While Su Ming diligently processed the energy from the essence and spirit within him, several human players began to appear on the street outside the small inn. Among them, a few players, noticing the imposing black pig, which bore no visible information, and the heavily cloaked player who had yet to emerge from the inn, began to entertain thoughts of ambush. In their minds, the current situation could only lead to a few possibilities. The first possibility, the seemingly formidable player had slain the black pig but sustained significant injuries, now hiding within the inn to tend to their wounds. The second possibility, both had perished in a mutual counterattack. The third possibility, the black pig had killed the human, but was itself on the brink of death. Their thoughts were not entirely unfounded, especially considering the heart-wrenching shrieks emitted by the demonic black pig during its final moments, which echoed far and wide. Any nearby players with functioning ears would inevitably have heard it. Once the cry subsided, it was evident to these players that a victor had emerged. At this moment, a young man clad in a bulletproof vest and carrying a combat backpack addressed the surrounding players in a low voice. "Gentlemen, how about we form a team? There is strength in numbers." As his words fell, 3 similarly attired young men exchanged glances, a flicker of interest in their eyes. "Sure, but how shall we divide the spoils?" Regaining their composure, one of the players standing at a distance replied in a slightly muted tone, "We'll distribute based on contribution. If anyone needs something, they may offer items for trade." Upon hearing a response, the young man who initially suggested forming a team replied softly. In response, the 3 players fell into contemplation. They were among the first to enter the game world and had survived the mandatory 8-hour playtime. Now, back in the game, they were fully prepared, having invested heavily in protective gear while also acquiring potent ranged weaponry. However, the development of the game had taken them by surprise. Compared to the first day, the number of monsters on the second day had noticeably dwindled. Initially, while hiding in buildings, they could employ cunning tactics to hunt monsters within the floors. Yet now, upon logging in, no monsters were to be found. This prompted the majority of human players to abandon the relatively safe areas and venture out to hunt. After a brief discussion among the 3 players concealed in the shadows of the street, they ultimately resolved to form a rudimentary hunting party. However, each remained wary, choosing not to disclose their true names from the real world, opting instead for the aliases A, B, C, and D, reflecting their heightened caution. The player who lured that formidable black pig must have been quite skilled. Shall we vote on whether to risk entering the small inn to investigate? After a brief introduction, A, the temporary leader, inquired solemnly. "I agree to take a look. I'm fine with it. I oppose." Upon the proposal for a vote by A, both B and C readily consented, with only D casting a dissenting vote. At the utterance of these words, the gazes of A, B, and C swiftly turned to D. Chapter 36. The instantaneously slain player from the island nation, power surges. My instincts cautioned me that the risks of entering were excessively high, rendering the potential rewards negligible in comparison. Trust my words and steer clear of that building. Venture into other areas for hunting, where you may find more fruitful outcomes. D, under the scrutiny of the 3, articulated his reasons for opposition with deliberate clarity. Upon hearing this, A, B, and C's expressions, obscured by their masks, subtly shifted. Their minds conjuring a singular possibility. D possessed a unique talent, akin to what is referred to online in the real world as a new human. "Are you speculating that I harbor special abilities?" Noticing the slight tension in the bodies of his temporary companions, D's voice, tinged with a hint of chill, resonated once more. In response, A, B, and C silently nodded. "Indeed, I possess a talent for danger perception, allowing me to sense certain threats in advance, and that building has instilled within me a profound sense of peril. As for why I share this with you, it is because my constitution is rather frail. I may be better suited as a strategist." After clearing his throat twice, D candidly revealed his special talent. He bore no fear of the trio harboring ulterior motives against him, for the talent of danger perception is auxiliary in nature. As long as his teammates were not deranged individuals prone to indiscriminate violence, there would be little cause for concern. Well then, since D has articulated his stance, we shall refrain from entering the small inn. After a moment of contemplation, A quickly took the lead in the conversation. As the saying goes, heed the counsel of others to fill your belly. And with D's warning regarding the significant dangers posed by the small inn, it would be sheer folly to charge in recklessly. Whether D spoke the truth was irrelevant in A's eyes, for it held no purpose. Following A's declaration, B and C offered no objections. All were astute individuals. There was no need for overt declarations. D's self-disclosure of his talent served to enhance the cohesion of the temporary team, granting him a semblance of command. The trio had no qualms about this arrangement. Having an auxiliary teammate as the leader was far safer than their own uncharted explorations. Thus, under D's guidance, the quartet embarked along the street. As their figures faded from view, a player clad in blade-wielding armor stealthily crossed the shattered glass before the small inn, entering the establishment. At that moment, Miyamoto Kojiro endeavored to keep his footsteps light. As he approached the stairs with a brisk pace, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Stirred by an acrid scent of blood that assailed his senses, with his mind sharply focused, he ascended the staircase with caution. Fortune favors the bold. Miyamoto Kojiro aimed to play the role of the cunning sparrow. Upon tracing the signs to the 5th floor of the small inn, perplexity flickered in his eyes. The remnants suggested that the massive black pig had indeed ascended to the 5th floor, yet he found no trace of the creature in the corridor. Instead, he observed a pool of filthy blood caked in dust upon the floor. Suppressing his myriad conjectures, he began a meticulous search of the rooms on the 5th floor. The small inn was modest, with merely 10 rooms per floor, enabling a swift investigation. Meanwhile, within room 505, Su Ming sensed a slight movement in his ears. His heightened awareness, a result of the fusion of vitality and spirit, rendered him acutely perceptive. He faintly discerned the presence of an individual lurking in the corridor, brazenly waiting at his door. Having completed his examination of the 9 rooms on the 5th floor, Miyamoto Kojiro had zeroed in on room 505. His rapid assessment was facilitated by the fact that all the doors in the small inn were unlocked, with only the door to 505 firmly shut. With remarkable patience, Miyamoto Kojiro adjusted his breathing and positioned himself beside the door, wielding his katana. As his personal level had reached 3, he could ascertain the level of the 8th-level black pig. To secure the monster's loot, he resolved to ambush the player, who unmistakably appeared to be a Chinese player. Perceiving the lurking threat outside, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and feigned a pained groan. He then quickly made his way to the window, retrieved a carbon fiber rope from his infinite space, secured it, and rapidly descended to the 1st floor. Given the presence of an ambusher outside, he naturally opted against exiting through the front door, uncertain of the traps that might lie in wait. Upon returning to the entrance of the small inn, Miyamoto Kojiro was filled with exhilaration. He believed he had successfully ensnared his prey. Convinced that the adversary had sustained severe injuries during a confrontation with the 8th-level demonic black pig, which he surmised had been lured into the room and subsequently dispatched. Meanwhile, the surge of vitality within Su Ming had yet to subside. A dangerous smile crept across his lips. He lightly tread upon the blood-soaked stairs and swiftly ascended to the 5th floor. The moment he entered the corridor, he unleashed a rapid and ferocious charge, utilizing his heavy spear's skills. The combination of moves left Miyamoto Kojiro, who was on guard, without a moment to react. As he turned, he found himself hurled into the air. The protective gear he wore, under the impact of the 5th-level heavy spear and overwhelming force, proved as fragile as mere paper. Pierced through with ease. In an instant, after penetrating his foe, Su Ming lifted both hands, sending the bewildered assailant crashing against the corridor ceiling with a resounding thud. He then spun and yanked the body down to the ground. The multiple blows rendered Miyamoto Kojiro lifeless, dispersing into starlight. Observing this, Su Ming, with a flicker of thought, replaced his heavy spear with a decapitating sword. He had no interest in ascertaining the identity of his adversary. He merely needed to know that the individual had been lurking for him, and in such circumstances, he would only offer a physical reckoning. Noticing that his internal energy still simmered, he casually slipped into an adjacent room. At that moment, in the real world, within a martial arts dojo in Huagua's magic capital, an apparition suddenly materialized in a specific room. Upon regaining consciousness, Miyamoto Kojiro, realizing he could not re-enter the game world, let out a furious roar. With his katana in hand, he wreaked havoc upon the items within the room. In that moment, he wished to rend the individual who had slain him into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to the assailant's appearance, unaware of their name. Even in the real world, he could not locate them for retribution. Consumed by rage, he became increasingly despondent, ultimately resorting to self-harm as a means of release. Once he had calmed, Miyamoto Kojiro tended to his bleeding wound and exited the room, determined to seek his master in hopes of finding a way to track down the one who had vanquished him within the game world. In stark contrast to this individual's fury, Su Ming, ensconced in the game world, appeared exceedingly content. After approximately 10 minutes of invigorating energy circulation, a subtle tremor coursed through his body. The infusion of demonic essence from the black pig had bestowed upon him a significant enhancement, further elevating his overall combat prowess. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 5, 4,260. Health points, 100. Vitality, 3636. Mental power, 3232. Skills, level 3 heavy strike, max. Level 3 death coil, max. Level 3 haste, max. Mastery in throwing, level 3 bloodthirst, max. Level 3 corpse manipulation, max. Level 1 barbaric charge, 120. Talent, common rebirth, 910. Overall combat power, 366. Equipment slot, level 5 decapitating blade, level 3 centipede heavy armor, level 2 goblin battle boots, level 2 goblin helmet, level 3 goblin gauntlets, level 2 goblin leggings, equipped. Plugin, infinite furnace. Free attribute points, 12. His vitality had surged by 7 points, and his mental power had increased by 6, which was equivalent to the attribute points gained from leveling up 4 times, plus a little extra. In terms of vitality alone, Su Ming's current vitality attribute was comparable to that of an ordinary player at level 10. Thus, the gap between him and average players had widened significantly once more. However, he remained grounded, aware that many threats still lurked that could easily extinguish his life. Be it the piercing bolts from powerful crossbows or compound bows, a direct hit would surely spell his demise. Acquainted with his newly amplified strength, Su Ming commenced honing his proficiency in barbaric charge within the corridor of a modest inn. With ample vitality essence at his disposal, elevating a basic skill from level 1 to its maximum required merely 10 portions of demonic rat essence or less than 4 portions of live pig essence. A remarkably trivial cost. Just as he was diligently refining his skill proficiency, a somewhat mechanical notification resonated beside his ear. Ding! The city safe zone is now open. All players may venture forth to explore the nearest safe zone. Concurrently, A radiant white light emanated from the central regions of all abandoned cities across the vast game world. As the brilliance faded, players immediately noticed a somewhat ethereal guiding arrow materializing before them. Observing this development, Su Ming opted to cease his skill training and swiftly dashed down the stairs, heading towards the direction indicated by the arrow. Chapter 37, Self-Service Mall, Stall-Based Selling. In his eagerness to reach the so-called safe zone, he expended some vitality to stack a haste buff upon himself. As he sprinted at full speed, Su Ming felt invigorated, his mental state heightened. While following the ethereal guiding arrow, he also managed to divert his attention to the information displayed along the streets. At this moment, his speed had reached a remarkable pace of 20 meters per second, an achievement that far exceeded the limits of the human body in the real world. As Su Ming raced towards the safe zone of his city, the majority of human players in the game world were similarly making their way to the nearest sanctuary. Approximately 10 minutes later, a region that starkly contrasted with the derelict city came into view. Coming to a halt to temper the turbulence of his vital energy, his gaze swept towards the safe zone 100 meters away. Within his line of sight, he observed a scattering of human players lingering outside the shimmering safe zone. Noticing this, Su Ming advanced cautiously, blade in hand. As he approached within 50 meters of the safe zone, 7 or 8 human players outside simultaneously caught sight of him. However, their interest was merely fleeting. No one made an effort to engage him, each appearing exceedingly cautious. Under the watchful eyes of the nearby players, Su Ming ambled toward the periphery of the safe zone. As he neared the glowing white portal, a notification sound echoed beside him. Ding. Entering the safe zone requires the expenditure of ordinary currency. A payment of 100 ordinary currency grants 24 hours of safety. Friendly reminder, the protection time does not pause upon leaving the safe zone. Upon hearing this notification, Su Ming's eyes flickered. It became clear why the players had not entered the safe zone. This place was not free, but rather a paid sanctuary. After a brief contemplation, he reached out to touch the white portal, silently uttering his intention to enter. As he made his choice, 100 ordinary currency from his infinite storage vanished into thin air. Having paid the entrance fee, Su Ming noticed the intangible barrier he had touched dissipate. With the obstruction removed, he stepped through the white portal. As his figure disappeared, the players lingering at the perimeter of the safe zone exchanged glances, a glimmer of envy flashing in their eyes. Although they too possessed ordinary currency, none had even close to 100 coins. During the double experience event, a level 1 monster would yield 10 coins, but after the event concluded, it would drop only 5. Accumulating 100 ordinary currency was no trivial task. Without a stroke of luck and some skill, even 50 coins would be a challenge. Amidst the envious glances of the players, Su Ming, who had entered the safe zone ahead of them, felt a bright flash before his eyes. Once his vision cleared, he found himself in a spacious plaza. By his estimation, the area spanned roughly the size of a standard football field. As he surveyed his surroundings, the somewhat mechanical notification chimed once more. Ding, you have entered the safe zone. Please remember the following rules. 1. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be punished based on the circumstances. Friendly reminder. Paying a substantial amount of currency can mitigate punishment. 2. You may rent stalls for selling goods. 3. In the self-service store, you can buy or sell equipment, items, and other goods. 4. The tavern offers lodging services. As the ethereal text continued to flash before him, Su Ming garnered a preliminary understanding of the safe zone, which resembled the novice villages found in many online games. Casting a glance at the self-service shops situated in the plaza, he strode forward. The moment he entered the shop, a new notification greeted him. Ding, welcome. To sell equipment, items, etc., please place them on the evaluation table for price assessment, or you may choose the consignment option. Note, consignment incurs a 50% fee. How insidious. Upon reading the final piece of information, Su Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. Suppressing his urge to complain, he briskly approached the circular table marked for item evaluation and retrieved a level 1 long sword from his infinite storage. Level 1 fine long sword. Purchase price, 10 ordinary currency. After removing the long sword, Su Ming placed his other equipment on the table for evaluation. Ultimately, he discovered that the self-service store offered a maximum purchase price of merely 15 ordinary currency for his level 1 gear. The prices for level 2 equipment were slightly higher, ranging between 20 to 50 ordinary currency. The most valuable piece of equipment he possessed was an 8th level sturdy shield, which had a purchase price of 2,700 ordinary currency. In the storage space, the abandoned odds and ends, as well as items brought in from the real world, were not subject to purchase by the assessment platform. Just as Su Ming was contemplating testing other items, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him, displaying the equipment purchase price list. Common currency. Level 1, 1,015 level 2, 2050 level 3, 80160 level 4, 200,400 level 5, 500,800 level 6, 1000130 level 7, 15002000 level 8, 25003000 level 9, 4000600 level 10, 700 0100000, Prices for equipment exceeding level 10 are currently locked. Upon seeing the information on the screen, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Su Ming's gaze, as if this contraption possessed a form of sentience. After pausing to ponder, he suppressed the urge to appraise the price of the essence and spirit and turned towards the nearby vending machine. Observing the technological marvel, which bore a resemblance in size to a typical beverage vending machine yet exuded an air of sophistication, he lightly tapped the interface. In the next instant, two options appeared on the screen. Equipment, level 1 fine longsword, price, 20 common currency. Level 2 fine whip, price, 40 common currency. Level 5 fine goblin gauntlets, price, 1,000 common currency. Level 10 fine dragon sparrow blade, price, 20,000 common currency. Potions, level 1 blood recovery potion, price, 100 common currency. Level 2 blood recovery potion, price, 200 common currency. Level 10 blood recovery potion, price, 1,000 common currency. After reviewing the prices of the equipment and potions within the two options, Su Ming realized that few could afford such items in the early stages. After some contemplation, he decided to sell the sturdy shield to the self-service shop, receiving 2,700 common currency in return. With the money in hand, Su Ming promptly purchased 5 pieces of equipment. Level 4 spider battle boots, price, 500. Level 4 spider gauntlets, price, 500. Level 4 spider leggings, price, 500. Level 4 spider helmet, price, 500. Level 4 spider heavy armor, price, 800. This totaled 2,800 common currency, leaving him with no profit and actually costing him an additional 100 from his pocket. Given his current level, purchasing level 5 or 6 equipment would have been more advantageous. However, his finances did not permit such luxury, compelling him to settle for the level 4 set. Chapter 38. Did he enter the game without checking the calendar? After replacing his mismatched gear, Su Ming's outward appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He donned a heavy armor adorned with delicate lavender patterns, his hands encased in gloves that shimmered with a golden hue, and his feet clad in a pair of remarkably stylish battle boots. Conversely, the helmet he wore lacked such prominence. Glancing at his dwindling common currency balance, Su Ming turned and made his way toward the store's entrance. He had no intention of appraising the essence and spirit for sale just yet. He had not reached the point of desperation. Upon stepping through the store's doors, he noticed 2 figures approaching him rapidly in the previously empty square. "Hey, what are they selling there?" one of the players called out. A towering man nearly 2 meters tall, his robust frame completely wrapped in layers. "There will be prompts once you enter. Just follow the guided instructions," Su Ming casually replied. Upon hearing the call, the large man gestured with his hand and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Ming then turned to head towards the stall rental area. He intended to familiarize himself with the safe zone before venturing out to hunt. As the 2 human players entered the self-service shop, he approached the stall rental area. "Would you like to rent a stall?" Regular stall, 1 square meter. Rental price, 50 common currency per day. Gold stall, 10 square meters. Rental price, 500 common currency per day. Note: after renting a stall, you can set it for unattended sales. Items cannot be retrieved until purchased by players. Seeing the flashing information before him, Su Ming concluded that renting a stall was a prudent decision. After spending 50 common currency to secure one, an ethereal map of the safe zone stall appeared before him. He pinpointed the location closest to the safe zone's entrance and tapped the map. Ding. Please name your stall. Selling melee skill book. Highest bidder wins. Can settle with real currency or gold. After naming his stall, Su Ming chose not to settle with in-game currency. He believed that in the early stages, most players would be impoverished, and selling skills for in-game currency would yield minimal returns. Instead, he preferred to exchange for real-world money, enabling him to procure materials in bulk. As long as the world economy remained stable, money would retain its value. Should any player desire to buy his Death's Entanglement skill book, they would undoubtedly find ways to acquire funds and gold to bring into the game world after logging off today. After placing the surplus skill books from his infinite space onto the stall, Su Ming strode towards the safe zone's entrance without looking back. As he moved, he could faintly hear exclamations from within the self-service shop. "Damn it, a black market. Equipment buyback for 10 common currency, selling for 20. How can the blood recovery potions be so expensive? Who can afford that?" Hearing the voice of the towering man, Su Ming quickened his pace. Upon passing through the luminescent portal, leaving the confines of the safe zone, he immediately sensed many eager gazes fixed upon him. "Big shot. Could you share what the situation is like inside?" A slightly shorter player inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "There's a shop where you can buy and sell equipment and potions, plus you can set up stalls to trade. Nothing much else," Su Ming replied. His demeanor tense as a crowd of players began to gather around him. His keen instincts detected a glimmer of greed hidden within some of their gazes. "You'll know the specifics once you enter. For now, please step aside and don't block my way." Tightening his grip on the dagger in his right hand, Su Ming's voice turned somber. He had no desire for unwarranted violence. However, if certain individuals sought their demise, he would not hesitate to act. As his words fell, the more perceptive players began to disperse. Only 3 dubious characters remained, casually twirling daggers in their hands as they spoke with ill intent. "Brother, help us out. We three are just short on a bit of cash. Could you lend us some? We'll pay you back later." Hearing this, Su Ming realized that perhaps he had entered the game without considering the implications. Why were so many outside not robbing others, but specifically targeting him? In truth, it wasn't that these three rogues preferred him over other players. They feared provoking the ire of the crowd and facing retaliation. After all, they were all penniless, unable to pay the protection fee, and any confrontation could lead to unpredictable consequences, risking their lives in the process. Conversely, from the perspective of the few individuals involved, the wealthy players entering the safe zone would likely borrow some money, while the nearby onlookers would choose to remain indifferent, refraining from intervening. This is because affluent players are generally more protective of their lives. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, it is hardly worth risking their lives for a trifling sum of money. It must be acknowledged that the three yellow-haired thugs were quite comprehensive in their considerations, though their luck was decidedly lacking. If it were any other players, they might indeed opt for a prudent retreat, avoiding entanglement with these ruffians. However, Su Ming was not one to endure such indignities. Having been extorted, he realized that once the floodgates were opened, it would only be a matter of time before others would dare to approach him for a share when he exited the safety of his own. "Get lost," he coldly commanded, facing the trio of yellow-haired thugs who had positioned themselves in a triangular formation before him. "Don't mistake our courtesy for weakness. There are three of us, and surely you recognize that your life holds more value than the trifles we might quarrel over. There is no need to risk everything for a paltry sum." The leader of the thugs, reprimanded, felt his countenance darken. He, who had not read much but had indulged in numerous gangster films, was particularly concerned about his reputation. With so many eyes upon them, being told to get lost was an affront that made him feel utterly humiliated. Had he been alone, he might have chosen to back down, but having fortuitously aligned with his two companions in this game world, he felt emboldened. 3 against 1. It merely came down to who was more ruthless. After all, he had been fighting since childhood. Sighing inwardly at the folly of such individuals, Su Ming lamented the state of affairs. He had previously thought such absurdities could only be witnessed on television, yet now he realized that life often mirrored fiction, with absurdity only escalating. There were indeed many lacking in common sense, though he had merely been fortunate enough to have evaded such encounters until now. After a flurry of thoughts, he silently ignited 9 points of vitality, transforming it into a swift strike that shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. In an instant, the glint of his blade flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Chapter 39, Instance, Zombie Mall. At that moment, the yellow-haired thug F3 felt a chill at his neck before witnessing his own body slump lifelessly to the ground. Unsure if the trio possessed any special abilities, Su Ming had chosen the most prudent course of action, burning his vitality to execute a skillful instant kill, denying them any opportunity for reaction. With a speed that was almost blinding, he severed the heads of the three, casually flicking the blood from his executioner's blade. The vivid crimson upon the ground caused the surrounding players to collectively gasp in shock, and once they regained their composure, they hastily retreated. What they had anticipated as mere entertainment had turned into an unexpectedly graphic display. As Su Ming stood, blade in hand, watching the body of yellow-haired thug F3 dissipate into motes of starlight, he swiftly departed from the vicinity of the safe zone. Once he vanished from the players' sight, they all exhaled a sigh of relief, for the psychological pressure they had endured was immense. If he could eliminate 3 thugs without them even having a chance to react, it would surely be effortless for him to dispatch them as well. Fortunately, that formidable player harbored no intentions toward them. Otherwise, they might well have met their demise. "Wow, that was incredible," exclaimed one player among the group, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation. Could he possibly be a gifted player? Absolutely. If he doesn't have some sort of special ability, I'd let them use my head as a football. The disparity between players was staggering, sometimes greater than that which existed between man and dog. Ugh, I really need to sharpen my eyes. This place is far from the real world. Damn it. Why haven't I awakened any abilities? Everyone, as ordinary players without special skills, we must band together to bridge the gap with those who possess gifts. If anyone is interested in forming a team, please come forward. As the group reflected on the shocking incident involving the instantaneous demise of yellow-haired thug F3, the suggestion to form teams sparked interest in many. With a leader emerging, players began to seek suitable partners. Su Ming's display of strength had undoubtedly catalyzed this gathering of ordinary players. Without this impetus, they might not have considered forming hunting parties just yet. In contrast to the ordinary players who were clustering outside the safe zone, Su Ming had already re-entered the desolate urban streets. As he traversed the area, he found himself doubting whether the majority of the monsters from the previous night had vacated the urban confines for the wilderness. Otherwise, it simply did not add up. He retrieved the urban map and, after determining his current location by identifying the surrounding buildings, set his course toward the school. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, a faint blue glow emanating from a nearby shopping mall caught his attention. Sensing that this location might hold something special, he altered his trajectory and charged directly toward the mall's entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, an alert chimed in his ears. Ding. You have discovered a level 5 team instance, Zombie Mall. Entry requirements, level 5. Maximum team size, 10 players. Available modes, normal. Note: after completing the instance, there will be a cooldown period of 24 hours. A flicker of joy crossed Su Ming's face as he beheld the glowing prompt. It felt like fortune had smiled upon him. He swiftly selected the normal mode and received another notification. Ding, please name your team. Nameless squad. Too lazy to ponder a name. Su Ming casually filled in the team designation. Ding, you meet the level requirements. Do you wish to enter the Zombie Mall team instance? A friendly reminder. Entering this instance alone carries a high risk. Please choose wisely. Yes. Without further hesitation, he mentally affirmed his decision. He couldn't allow this rare opportunity to slip away. Should other players beat him to it and complete the instance, he would face an additional day of cooldown. As for the warning regarding high risk, he dismissed it entirely. If one could not conquer a normal level 5 team instance, even with sufficient resources, then what was the point of playing at all? With a flash of white light, Su Ming's figure vanished from the entrance of the mall. Ding. You have entered the Zombie Mall instance. Within this instance, there are 99 level 5 zombies and 1 level 8 zombie boss. Defeating all zombies is required for completion. The shorter the time taken, the higher the completion rating. As Su Ming materialized within a men's clothing store in the Zombie Mall instance, he was immediately informed of the completion requirements. Zombies are approaching. Please prepare for battle. Noticing the red exclamation marks flashing on the ethereal screen, Su Ming propelled himself out of the men's store and into the mall corridor. In the next moment, he scanned the area and spotted 5 zombies charging toward him from both ends of the corridor. At this sight, Su Ming's lips curled in anticipation, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. With a thought, he summoned a multitude of miscellaneous items from his infinite space to block off the rear corridor, then grasped his executioner's blade and charged forward. With the formidable enhancement of 3 max-level skills, Rapid Strike, Heavy Blow, and Bloodthirst, Su Ming surged forth like a tiger among sheep. The first to collide with him was a level 5 zombie, which he effortlessly sent flying with a single kick, crashing heavily onto another level 5 zombie behind it. In an instant, all 5 level 5 zombies directly ahead were sprawled on the ground. Following this, Su Ming swiftly retracted his leg and dashed towards another level 5 zombie that had just managed to rise halfway, delivering a powerful downward slash. The executioner's blade, bolstered by immense strength, brutally severed the zombie's head from its neck. After kicking the decapitated head away, Su Ming quickly withdrew his sword and swung at the remaining zombies. Faced with his physical and mental reactions that far surpassed those of players and monsters of the same level, and his audacious decision to treat skills as mere basic attacks, the remaining 4 level 5 zombies stood no chance against him. After a flurry of 5 strikes, the 5 level 5 zombies that had confronted him lay lifeless on the cold ground, their bodies severed. Although Su Ming had never learned any formal swordsmanship, he understood the principle of overwhelming force. As long as his reaction speed was swift enough, wielding a blade was straightforward. After dispatching the 5 zombies, he refrained from delivering a final blow, allowing a few of the not-quite-dead creatures to writhe on the ground. After shaking the blood from his blade, Su Ming turned and sprinted towards the corridor behind him. At that moment, zombies obstructed by debris were struggling to push aside the clutter in the corridor, attempting to break through the hindrance. Chapter 40. Comprehending spiritual skills during his sprint towards the rear. Su Ming swiftly replaced the executioner's blade in his grasp with a heavy spear. He then struck at a level 5 zombie that was clambering over the obstacles with both hands and feet, delivering a precise and forceful thrust. The spear pierced directly through the zombie's eye socket and out the back of its skull. After dispatching the level 5 zombie in a heartbeat, Su Ming quickly withdrew the spear and struck again. The gruesome sight of penetrating brain matter would likely induce nausea in anyone with a weak constitution. Approximately 10 seconds later, 5 more corpses with gaping head wounds lay on the frigid ground. As his vitality surged, 3 prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. You have slain 10 level 5 zombies, earning 50 experience points. The monsters dropped 250 units of ordinary currency, 1 piece of level 5 Executioner's heavy armor, 1 pair of level 5 Executioner's gauntlets, and 1 ordinary skill book, summoning technique. All items have been automatically collected. Ding. Your current experience level is full. Your personal level has increased to level 6, granting you 3 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. Would you like to refine the bodies of the 10 zombies? Glimpsing the 3 notifications, Su Ming felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Seizing the moment before the next wave of zombies arrived, he opened his personal data panel. Game panel, name, Su Ming level, 6, 3270, health points, 100 vitality, 3636 mental energy, 3232 skills. Level 3 heavy blow, max. Level 3 death grip, max. Level 3 rapid strike, max. Mastery of throwing, level 3 bloodthirst, max. Level 3 summoning technique, max. Level 3 barbaric charge, max. Talent, common rebirth, 910. Comprehensive combat power, 396. Equipment, Level 5 heavy spear, level 4 spider battle boots, level 4 spider gauntlets, level 4 spider leggings, level 4 spider helmet, level 4 spider heavy armor, equipped. Plugins, infinite refinery. Free attribute points, 15. This wave of hunting propelled his experience progress bar from level 5 to over halfway through level 6. And the drop rates were quite satisfactory. This was far more enjoyable than being outside. After replacing his not yet warmed spider heavy armor and spider gauntlets with the executioner's heavy armor and gauntlets, Su Ming heard a series of thuds emanating from below. Casting a glance at the 10 corpses in his storage compartment, he did not rush to refine them, as zombies did not yield life essence or souls. He planned to refine them all together after completing the dungeon. About a minute later, 20 level 5 zombies entered Su Ming's line of sight. He surmised the attack waves of the zombie mall dungeon. The first wave consisted of 10, the second wave of 20, suggesting the next would likely be 30. Followed by a final wave including an 8-level zombie boss among 40. As this thought flickered through his mind, Su Ming quickly swapped the heavy spear in his hand for the executioner's blade and charged towards the oncoming horde of zombies. In a state of heightened vitality, even a casual kick from him could shatter the ribcage of a level 5 zombie and send it hurtling backward. Under his self-created chaotic blade technique, no zombie could come close. 30 seconds later, 10 gruesome zombie corpses lay sprawled on the corridor floor of the mall. Some had been decapitated with a single strike. Others had their heads smashed to pieces, while others still had their skeletal structures shattered, rendering them incapable of standing. In such close-quarters combat, Su Ming's heavy armor became splattered with the foul, sticky blood of the zombies. Coupled with the blood dripping from his executioner's blade, the scene resembled a gruesome murder scene. After replenishing his vitality with the life essence of a magic rat, Su Ming turned to face the remaining zombies that had already crossed the obstacles behind him. These level 5 zombies, while slightly less agile than normal adults, possessed strength and resilience that far surpassed that of ordinary humans. In one-on-one close combat, an average level 1 player would undoubtedly face a perilous situation, as a single blow from a zombie could lead to severe injury or worse. As for emulating Su Ming's swift decapitations, only those possessing slightly lesser strength and reaction speed could hope to achieve that. At that moment, a ragged level 5 zombie, its features obscured, lunged at him with clawing hands. Yet in the face of his overwhelming power, these 10 zombies stood no chance of causing any significant disturbance. Their attacks were far too predictable. Compared to the magical giant cats of the same level, these level 5 zombies appeared to Su Ming as mere fodder. After shaking off the slightly damaged executioner's blade, he stepped onto the blood-soaked ground and charged towards the rear. The first zombie he encountered, as they collided, flew backward in a parabolic arc, tumbling along with the others behind it. During the ensuing slaughter, Su Ming realized that his mental state was extraordinarily heightened, noticing that the zombies' movements seemed to slow down in his perception. This was not due to the monsters actually slowing down. Rather, his high mental attribute had created an effect reminiscent of bullet time from films. To simplify, it allowed him to anticipate the trajectories of his enemies' attacks. Entering this frenzied state of slaughter, Su Ming wielded his blade with greater ease and freedom, even as his mental energy was depleting at a faster rate than usual. To present this in straightforward terms, maintaining this heightened mental state would consume 1 point of mental energy approximately every 30 seconds. He was unaware of this detail. After swiftly dispatching another 10 level 5 zombies, Su Ming stood still, quietly savoring the peculiar sensation. Ding, you have intuitively comprehended a new skill. Please name this skill. Until the sound of a notification echoed in his ear, he seemed to awaken from a peculiar state, emerging from what could only be described as bullet time. Ding. Naming successful. Upon receiving the notification, Su Ming promptly opened the skill introduction. Bullet time. Skill description. Consumes 1 point of mental energy, allowing entry into a state of mental overclocking. Note, the specific effects of overclocking depend on the user's health and mental attributes. Exhilarating. After perusing the skill information, Su Ming felt as if he had just quenched his thirst with a chilled carbonated beverage on a scorching summer day. This skill, which he had comprehended amidst the carnage, proved to be an exhilarating advantage in close combat, undoubtedly a powerful trump card. After consuming a point of mental energy to activate bullet time, he once again plunged into the state of overclocking. At that moment, the notification of a kill and level up leisurely reached his ears. Chapter 41, Mighty Zombie Boss. Ding. You have slain 20 level 5 zombies, earning 100 experience points. The monsters dropped 500 units of ordinary currency, 1 level 5 executioner helmet, 1 level 5 executioner greatsword, 1 pair of level 5 executioner boots, and 1 pair of level 5 executioner leggings, all automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of 20 zombies? Ding, your current experience level is full, personal level increased to level 7, and you have gained 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. Observing the 4 pieces of equipment dropped by the 20 zombies, Su Ming effortlessly replaced his worn gear with the new items of the same type. The executioner greatsword, having endured his relentless slaughter, was slightly battered, Thus, acquiring an additional executioner greatsword as a backup was fortuitous. After upgrading his equipment, Su Ming stood still and lit a cigarette, dissipating some of the sanguine aroma lingering around his nostrils. As he finished his cigarette, the third wave of zombie squads surged up from below. As he had anticipated, there were 15 zombies both in front and behind. Flicking the cigarette butt away, Su Ming charged forward with his sword drawn. After consuming mental energy to enter the overclocking mode, each of his strikes was executed with precision, imbued with a feeling of effortless grace. The hefty executioner greatsword seemed as light as a mere bamboo stick in his hands. Within less than a minute, the 5 level 5 zombies rushing towards him were felled, their bodies severed and collapsing to the ground, intensifying the sanguine scent enveloping him. Having swiftly concluded the battle, Su Ming pivoted to confront the zombies scrambling over the obstacle pile behind him. He was still keenly aware of the rewards for completing the dungeon. After all, the prompt indicated that the faster the completion, the better the evaluation. With a kill rate of 1 per sword strike, the 15 level 5 zombies behind him fell within mere minutes. Ding! You have slain 30 level 5 zombies, earning 150 experience points. The monsters dropped 750 units of ordinary currency, 2 level 5 executioner helmets, 2 level 5 executioner heavy swords, 1 level 5 executioner shield, 1 level 5 executioner chain, and 2 level 5 health recovery potions, all automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of 30 zombies? Ding! Your current experience level is full. Personal level increased to level 8, and you have gained 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. Ding! Your current experience level is full. Personal level increased to level 9, and you have gained 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. After annihilating the third wave of zombies, his personal level surged to 9, having jumped 2 levels consecutively. It was safe to say that dungeon runs were far more exhilarating than grinding in the wild, especially in such a team dungeon. Level 5 health recovery potion. Item description: restores 1 health point every 4 minutes for 1 hour after consumption. Glancing at the information on the health potions dropped, Su Ming's interest waned instantly. They were no comparison to life essence, belonging to an entirely different echelon. He decided to sell them at a stall later. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fierce roar resonated through the marketplace. Shortly after, a towering zombie, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive hammer in each hand, slowly emerged from the shadows. Mighty Zombie Boss. Level 8. Comment: a mutated zombie, a nightmare for newcomers. Upon glimpsing the boss information floating before him, Su Ming couldn't help but draw a parallel to a classic film from the real world. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the opponent, his expression grew grave. The mighty zombie boss, having detected the intruder, unleashed a thunderous roar, commanding its minions to attack. Seizing the moment before the zombie squad could fully regroup, Su Ming hurled a stone at the zombie boss from several dozen meters away, provoking it. It was an age-old adage: capture the leader to subdue the minions. The moment the stone struck the mighty zombie, it charged forward, shoving aside its lesser zombie companions with brutish force. Observing this, Su Ming activated his overclocking state and switched his greatsword for a halberd. Given the boss's towering stature, aiming for its neck would require a leap. Such a maneuver would be trivial against ordinary level 5 zombies, but against a boss, it was impractical due to the disparities in speed and strength. The mighty zombie boss, having bypassed its lesser kin, hurled its right-hand hammer as it approached within striking distance. In the face of such close-range projectile attacks, Su Ming, now in overclocking mode, slightly tilted his body and evaded the incoming strike. After dodging the hammer connected by an iron chain, Su Ming closed the distance to the mighty zombie boss. A glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes as he lunged at the boss's face. Sensing imminent danger, the zombie boss relinquished its left hammer, bringing both hands to guard its front. In the next instant, Su Ming's halberd, gleaming with lethal intent, collided with the boss's hands. For a moment, both forces were locked in a stalemate. Feeling the immense power coursing through the halberd's tip, Su Ming licked his lips and unleashed a savage charge in conjunction with a heavy strike, consuming 6 health points in the process. The sheer force of his enhanced vitality shattered the tiles beneath him. The halberd, which had been firmly grasped by the mighty zombie boss, was propelled forward with renewed vigor, its razor-sharp blade slicing through the boss's fingers and plunging directly into its eye socket. With a swift rotation of the halberd, Su Ming withdrew, creating distance. As he retreated several meters, the mighty zombie boss, whose head had nearly been severed by the halberd's blade, toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! You have slain the level 8 mighty zombie boss, earning 80 experience points multiplied by 10. The monsters dropped a manual for the ordinary skill corpse refining technique. 1,000 units of ordinary currency, 1 level 8 executioner greatsword, 1 level 8 executioner heavy armor, 5 level 8 health recovery potions, and 5 level 8 mental recovery potions. All automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the mighty zombie boss? Ding! Your current experience level is full, personal level increased to level 10. And you have gained 3 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. Beep! Please note that your personal level has reached the maximum of 10. Once you accumulate enough experience at this level, you must undergo a job change to continue gaining experience. However, item drops will remain unaffected during this period. As the undead boss collapsed, a cascade of notifications echoed in Su Ming's ears. Yet, he had no time to peruse them one by one. For 39 level 5 undead still awaited his attention. After replacing his heavy weapon with the level 8 executioner's blade, he charged towards the disorganized horde of undead. Chapter 42, Bountiful First Kill, Announcement Rewards. Without the presence of the undead boss, these level 5 creatures could not withstand Su Ming's prowess for more than 5 minutes. Beep. You have slain 39 level 5 undead, earning 190 experience points. Monster drops include 975 common currency, 2 level 5 executioner's blades, 1 level 5 executioner's greatsword, 2 level 5 executioner's shields, 2 level 5 executioner's chains, 1 level 5 executioner's heavy armor, and 2 bottles of level 5 health restoration potions. All items have been automatically collected. Beep. Your current experience points are maxed out, and you cannot continue to gain experience. Please complete your job change as soon as possible. Beep. You have successfully cleared the level 5 Team Undead Mall dungeon in 15 minutes and 30 seconds, receiving a grade of A. First completion reward, 1 level 8 Mighty Undead Puppet, 5,000 common currency, and the ordinary title of Slayer. To be distributed upon leaving the dungeon. Beep. You are the first to clear the team dungeon, and a world announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your team name? Beep. Your personal level qualifies you for the leaderboard, combat power ranking, wealth ranking, and regional chat channel. In astonishment, Su Ming couldn't suppress an exclamation as the notifications rang incessantly in his ears. He was aware of the substantial rewards from the dungeon, yet he had not anticipated such an abundance. Upon reading the 5th notification, he promptly opted for the world announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to the nameless team for being the first to clear the Undead Mall Team dungeon. This team is awarded a full set of 10 level Slayer gear, 50,000 common currency, and 5 free attribute points. A bountiful reward. As the world announcement reverberated in his mind, a fleeting thought crossed Su Ming's consciousness. Without taking the time to inspect his spoils, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the dungeon. When he reappeared, he found himself at the dungeon entrance. Glancing around at the now gray dungeon, Su Ming turned to leave, intending to find a temporary refuge to assess his gains. As he traversed the abandoned city streets, the entire game world erupted in fervor. Various regions flooded with messages as players frantically typed, "What the heck? Who's playing this game? I've struggled to level up twice, and someone else already cleared the team dungeon. I'm begging the experts in area 9527 to get in touch. I have a cute and sweet sister who is easy to charm. Damn, this game is a money pit. Every message costs a common currency, damn it." Envy, jealousy, and hatred surged as players lamented the 10 level gear, 50,000 common currency, and 5 free attribute points, alongside the dungeon rewards. It was enough to make one feel as if they might take flight right then and there. Players from around the world engaged in intense discussions regarding the so-called Nameless Team's dungeon clearance achievement. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had not yet delved into his region's chat channel, remained hidden in a room within a building, tallying his rewards. First, he examined the items dropped from the dungeon. 20 pieces of level 5 equipment, 2 pieces of level 8 equipment, 4 bottles of level 5 health restoration potions, 5 bottles of level 8 health restoration potions, 5 bottles of level 8 mana restoration potions, 1 skill book for the corpse driving technique, and 1 skill book for the corpse refinement technique, along with 3,475 common currency. Next, he reviewed the first completion rewards and world announcement rewards. 1 level 8 Mighty Undead Puppet, 55,000 common currency, the ordinary title of Slayer. A full set of 10 level Slayer gear, and 5 free attribute points. Disregarding the level 5 equipment and potions for the moment, Su Ming began inspecting the puppet, title, and attributes of the 10 level gear. Mighty Undead Puppet, level 8. Description: possesses boss level combat power and requires the corpse refinement and corpse driving techniques to control. Note: consuming a large amount of corpse energy can elevate the puppet's level. Slayer title. Rank: common. Description: grants the ability to instill fear in common level creatures when worn. Slayer gear set. Description: comprises 6 pieces: Slayer's blade, Slayer's armor, Slayer's boots, Slayer's gauntlets, Slayer's helmet, and Slayer's leggings. Slayer's blade. Rank: common. Quality: exceptional. Attributes: sharpness 15, bleeding 5. Description: forged with some extraordinary materials, this exceptional weapon is exceedingly sharp and carries a bleeding effect. Slayer's armor. Rank: common. Quality: exceptional. Attributes: defense 15, weight 5. Description: crafted with some extraordinary materials, this exceptional armor provides excellent defensive capabilities. Having inspected all the attributes of the Slayer gear, a subtle smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. To his astonishment, all the gear was of exceptional quality at level 10. A rarity he had not encountered in the self-service shop, where the highest quality available was merely level 10 refined. After replacing all his equipment, he felt an unprecedented surge of comfort. After practicing a few flourishes with the Slayer's blade, Su Ming began learning the corpse refinement skill. After investing some time to master the skill, he also acquired pertinent information about it. Corpse refinement technique. Skill description. Allows the user to consume spiritual energy and their own blood to perform rituals on corpses. Note, the speed of the ritual depends on the user. Compared to the corpse driving technique, the corpse refinement technique is somewhat unique. This skill does not require skill proficiency to enhance. But it does have a limit. It can only refine the bodies of common level creatures, and the number cannot exceed 3. To be honest, Su Ming felt a bit like a dark practitioner from a cultivation novel at this moment. With the methods of driving and refining corpses at his disposal, was his next step to acquire a soul banner? Shaking off this somewhat perilous thought, he summoned the level 8 mighty undead puppet from his storage space. Compared to the undead boss he had slain, this puppet was slightly larger, exuding a formidable presence. After making a small cut with the Slayer's blade on his fingertip, Su Ming began the refinement ritual on the puppet. Since he could not level up his personal level for the time being, he thought it prudent to cultivate an additional trump card, which could serve as a shield in times of need. As his blood and spiritual energy flowed into the undead puppet, he promptly activated the corpse driving technique to begin controlling it. Thanks to the corpse refinement technique, the connection he established this time was not temporary but permanent. After fully gaining control over the undead puppet, he expended a significant amount of magic mouse essence and spirit. Rise. Feeling a peculiar sensation in his mind, Su Ming issued commands to the undead puppet using the corpse driving technique. Almost immediately, the obedient puppet rose from the ground, standing silently in place. Forward, backward, attack. For the next minute, Su Ming unleashed a series of commands directed at the undead puppet. The outcome left him thoroughly satisfied. Unlike merely employing the corpse driving technique to animate the dead, the integration of the corpse refining technique did not diminish the combat prowess of the cadavers. Chapter 43, the top of the 3 rankings, a new talent. After instructing the walking corpse puppet to remain stationary, he commenced the process of refining the corpses stored within the infinite space. However, this time he did not refine them all. Instead, he reserved 5 5th-level corpses for future use. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 94 portions of 5th-level corpse poison, 94 portions of 5th-level corpse essence, 1 portion of 8th-level corpse poison, 1 portion of 8th-level corpse essence. Passive talent, strength of an ox. Upon hearing the word talent, Su Ming's eyes instantly sparkled. Originally, he had intended to preserve the corpse of the walking corpse boss for future practice, but upon realizing that the walking corpse shop instance would reopen after a day, he decided against it. It appeared that the boss truly lived up to its name, providing him with an unexpected boon. He would never turn down an abundance of talent abilities. Strength of an ox. Talent quality, ordinary. Talent description, grants an additional 20 points to health attribute. Note, for talents of the same type, the higher enhancement effect prevails. After perusing this talent description, Su Ming felt an overwhelming urge to press 6. His current health attribute stood at 36 points. If he were to apply the 32 available attribute points alongside the strength of an ox talent to himself, his health would surge to a staggering 88 points. After a brief moment of contemplation, he melded the talent orb into his being. In the next instant, Su Ming felt a peculiar power coursing through his entire body. After an hour had slipped by in the game, he finally emerged from the baptism of talent. With a long sigh of relief, he summoned his personal attributes. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 10, 200. Not yet class changed. Health, 100. Health points, 36, 20, 56. Mental points, 32. Skills, level 3 heavy strike, max. Level 3 death entanglement, max. Level 3 haste, max. Throwing mastery, level 3 bloodthirst, max. Level 3 corpse driving technique, max. Level 3 barbaric charge, max. Level 3 bullet time, max. Corpse refining technique. Talents, ordinary level regeneration, 910. Ordinary level strength of an ox, 110. Title, ordinary slayer, equipped. Comprehensive combat power, 918. Equipment slot, level 10 slayer blade, level 10 slayer armor, level 10 slayer boots, level 10 slayer gauntlets, level 10 slayer helmet, level 10 slayer leggings, equipped. Plugins, infinite furnace. Free attribute points, 32. His personal panel was exceedingly splendid, with his comprehensive combat power surging to an impressive 918 points. Just a stone's throw away from surpassing the 4-digit threshold. Upon seeing the health bar, with the enhancement from the strength of an ox talent enclosed in parentheses, Su Ming could only exclaim perfect. Indeed, as he had surmised, the additional health attribute was quite literally as described. This indicated that he could further refine the life essence from 6th-level monsters and above to elevate his own health cap. Tossing a portion of 5th-level corpse essence to the walking corpse puppet for a taste, he began to observe the changes in it. After the puppet consumed the corpse essence, Su Ming felt through their mental connection that its aura had indeed grown. Discovering that it had worked, he casually threw 10 portions of corpse essence for further feeding. After it had devoured 20 portions, the puppet's aura broke through a threshold, becoming even more ferocious. Simultaneously, the observable information regarding the puppet transformed from 8th level to 9th level mighty walking corpse. He did not cease the feeding, rather, he continually retrieved corpse essence from his storage space to offer to the puppet. After it ingested another 30 portions, the puppet's aura elevated once more, becoming a bona fide 10th level mighty walking corpse boss puppet. Upon reaching level 10, Su Ming halted the feeding, as he had reached the upper limit of the corpse refining technique. To cultivate higher tier puppets, he would need to undergo a class change. After assigning the mighty walking corpse to guard the entrance, he commenced the ritual for the second walking corpse. While refining the 5th level corpse, Su Ming also perused the regional communication channel and the so-called rankings for levels, wealth, and combat power. Firstly, his current region was Zone 186. In the regional channel, there was no overwhelming flood of messages. Only sporadic bits of information flashing through the chat box. Is there any big shot around? Waiting online. Entering the safe zone costs 100 common currency. So expensive. Brothers, I've discovered a place teeming with goblin monsters. Message me if you want to know more. After briefly scanning the scrolling messages in the chat channel, Su Ming paid slight attention to a few. After contemplating, he casually clicked on the level rankings. Ding, you may name your game alias for the leaderboard. Remaining on the board for over a week will earn you rewards. Upon opening the level rankings, Su Ming received another game notification. After a moment's reflection, he whimsically typed in an alias on the ethereal interface. Demon. Ding, naming successful. You currently rank 1st in the level leaderboard, 1st in the combat power leaderboard, and 1st in the wealth leaderboard. Please maintain your position. Level leaderboard. 1st, Demon, level 10. 2nd, Drunken Sword Immortal, level 8. 3rd, Satan, level 7. 4th, God, level 7. 5th, Apocalypse, level 7. 6th, Frenzy, level 7. 7th, Brahma, level 7. 8th, Unrivaled, level 7. 9th, Superman, level 7. 10th, Thunder King, level 7. Home, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Next page and page. Wealth leaderboard. 1st, Demon. 2nd, Moneybags. 3rd, Wealthy Beyond Compare. Combat Power leaderboard. 1st, Demon. 2nd, Drunken Sword Immortal. 3rd, Unrivaled. After successfully naming his alias, Su Ming quickly perused the 3 leaderboards. As anticipated, he dominated the top positions across all 3 boards. Upon his ascent to the rankings, players from various regions with notable standings all felt their pupils constrict in astonishment. A lone individual monopolizing all 3 leaderboards. Just how powerful could this entity named Demon be? Once the initial shock subsided, several players with ulterior motives began to post in the regional channel, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the demon. Amidst the awe of many players, Su Ming had finished reviewing the 3 leaderboards, each boasting 1,000 rankings. He glanced at the last entry on the level leaderboard. A fellow named Miyamoto Musashi, who was at level 5. From the name, it seemed he was a well-to-do player from the island nation. Furthermore, those ranking higher predominantly bore names derived from various national mythologies, each one brimming with ambition. Chapter 44. The Demonized King Cobra Boss. Suppressing some peculiar thoughts, Su Ming clicked into the regional communication channel and scrolled to a particular message. Upon encountering the alarming message, Su Ming felt a surge of curiosity. He retrieved a city map from his spatial storage and meticulously located Tianyun High School. The institution was situated within a reasonable distance, approximately 5 kilometers from his current position, allowing him to reach it with relative ease. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming resolved to first complete the ritual of 2 level 5 corpses before embarking on his hunt. Given that the monster was described as extraordinarily terrifying by players, it was likely not an adversary to be underestimated by an ordinary player. Even if it were to be slain by someone else, he could still arrive in time to collect its remains, as larger monsters were beyond the capacity of players at his current level to transport. With a plan set in his mind, he devoted himself entirely to the process of refining the corpses. As his blood dripped steadily from his fingertips, the 2 level 5 corpses gradually established a mental connection with him. Compared to the more formidable corpses he had previously controlled, these 2 were considerably easier to refine, consuming less than 5 units of mana essence and soul essence combined. Once he had attained complete control over the level 5 corpses, Su Ming initiated a feeding phase. In about half an hour, he successfully nurtured both corpses to level 10. The resources required for the ordinary corpses to level up were significantly less than those needed for a corpse boss. Ascending from level 5 to level 6 required only a single unit of corpse essence, followed by 2 units, 3, 4, and finally 5 units for level 10. In total, the 2 level 5 corpses consumed 30 units of level 5 corpse essence to reach level 10. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The minimal resource expenditure meant that their combat prowess was nowhere near that of a comparable boss. A robust corpse could likely obliterate these 2 ordinary level 10 corpses with just a couple of strikes. After retrieving 2 sets of executioner gear from his spatial storage, he commanded the level 10 corpses to don the outfits. He assessed their appearance, nodding in satisfaction. with protective gear adorning them and only their heads as weak points. Under his control, they would serve as the finest meat shields. Once he had stored the 3 corpses in his inventory, Su Ming rose and stretched languidly. The wound on his hand, inflicted by a blade, had already healed completely due to his regenerative abilities. As long as he did not suffer a grievous injury requiring the regrowth of limbs, ordinary cuts could be quickly healed with only a slight expenditure of vitality. Upon exiting the building and stepping onto the desolate street, he consulted the paper map to orient himself toward Tianyan High School. He then transformed into a fleeting shadow of dark crimson, racing down the street. The modest distance of 5 kilometers was traversed in less than 5 minutes. And as he approached the school, he slightly eased his pace. After surveying the surroundings, he selected a nearby building with a clear vantage point. After a brief climb to the rooftop, Su Ming extracted a high-definition telescope from his storage and began to survey the school. His gaze swept across the area before quickly zeroing in on a target. In the plaza before a teaching building, a colossal serpent lay coiled upon the ground, resting. Demonic Glasses King Cobra Boss. Level 10. Comment. A mutated king cobra transformed by demonic energy. Having surpassed its growth limits, it possesses potent venom, swift movements, and immense strength. As the creature's information flashed before his eyes, Su Ming's brow twitched slightly. Judging by sight, he suspected that this enormous beast was likely thicker than an average plastic water barrel. While he found ordinary pythons unremarkable due to their cumbersome nature, the demonic king cobra was described as swift and powerful. Engaging it in close combat would likely result in being ensnared and bitten. Lowering the telescope, Su Ming devised a strategy. He intended to use the corpse boss and his 2 lesser corpses to entangle the king cobra boss, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow. This was a rare opportunity to encounter a wild boss, and he was determined to seize it. Otherwise, he feared his mood for the day would be soured. After descending from the rooftop to the first floor, he stealthily infiltrated Tianyan High School, aware that other ordinary players were present. He planned to have the corpse boss lure the king cobra boss inside the building for elimination, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he found pesky distractions quite irksome, as they could genuinely dampen his spirits. Finding a nearby laboratory building, Su Ming released the corpse boss and commanded it to let out a fearsome roar. The mighty corpse, wielding a heavy hammer, let out a thunderous cry that resonated with an aura of menace. The tremendous sound instantly captured the attention of the demonic king cobra boss, which sensed the provocation in the air. Feeling its authority challenged, the king cobra boss raised its head high and emitted a piercing shriek that ordinary snakes could not produce, as if declaring its dominion. In response, the corpse boss, unwilling to back down, roared defiantly once more. Provoked repeatedly, the massive form of the king cobra boss swiftly slithered toward the laboratory building. Observing this through his telescope, Su Ming took the opportunity to apply silver ring snake venom, anesthetics, and corpse poison to the 2 lesser corpses. Within moments, the towering form of the demonic king cobra boss ascended the stairs. At this point, Su Ming decisively entered a heightened mental state, issuing attack commands to the 3 corpses. Soon, the 2 sides collided. One of the level 10 lesser corpses, upon making contact with the king cobra boss, was immediately bitten. The fearsome toxin surged through its body via the serpent's fangs. However, as corpses, they were largely impervious to all but corrosive poisons. The controlled lesser corpse, upon being bitten, swiftly crushed the vials of silver ring snake venom and anesthetic, throwing their contents into the king cobra boss's mouth. In a rapid succession of commands, Su Ming directed the lesser corpse to use its claws to inject corpse poison deep into the serpent's oral cavity. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the king cobra boss realized something was amiss, it had already been ensnared by the corpse boss's iron chains and struck by a heavy blow, resulting in numerous shattered scales and a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth. As it felt the searing pain, the king cobra boss struggled to expel the foe lodged in its mouth. However, the lesser corpse clung on fiercely, making it difficult to dislodge. Chapter 45, Slaying the Invulnerable. After swinging its tail to fling off another lesser corpse, the king cobra boss coiled swiftly around the corpse boss, attempting to constrict and crush it. At that moment, Su Ming, who had been observing from a distance, seized the opportunity and hurled a heavy hammer with precision. The colossal, momentum-infused heavy spear pierced effortlessly into the body of the mutated king snake boss, restricted in its movements. The excruciating pain ignited a frenzy within the demonized serpent's eyes, causing its body to constrict with even greater force. However, despite its desire to crush the undead puppet boss's form, it was still a few steps short of achieving its goal. In the instant the undead puppet was ensnared, Su Ming deftly maneuvered its body, bracing the 2 heavy hammers against the king snake's form. Thanks to the formidable strength of the undead puppet and the heavy armor it donned, enduring the immense pressure of the strangulation was hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, the frenzied, demonized king snake boss thrashed its head in a desperate attempt to expel its prey, wishing it could sprout 2 additional legs. Had it known this quarry would prove so tenacious, it would never have opened its mouth. now finding itself in a predicament where it could neither swallow nor spit out its meal. Without allowing the king snake boss a moment's respite, Su Ming hurled the heavy spear and charged forward, wielding the blade of slaughter. With the opponent's entangling and poisoning abilities effectively curtailed, the time to strike was now. As he advanced, the demonized king snake boss swung its head, attempting to send him flying. Already in a state of hyperspeed, Su Ming evaded the blow with a slight sway of his body, and then, with a swift motion, he brought the blade down upon the serpent's form. The razor-sharp edge sliced through a substantial piece of snake flesh, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the creature's body. The blade of slaughter's bleeding effect had activated. Before the demonized king snake boss could react, Su Ming unleashed an onslaught of rapid strikes, delivering 9 consecutive blows along its coiled body. It was only when the serpent retaliated with its head that he withdrew. At this juncture, having lost copious amounts of blood, the demonized king snake boss entered a state of weakness and quickly released its coiled form, attempting to flee. Su Ming, having anticipated this move, was not about to let the boss escape. Under his command, the undead puppet boss ensnared the king snake with the chains of its heavy hammer, piercing its flesh with razor-sharp claws, engaging in a struggle of strength. Seizing the moment of their stalemate, Su Ming once again advanced with his blade. In its increasingly weakened state, the king snake boss could only endure the blows passively, unable to mount an effective counterattack. 5 minutes later, the demonized king snake boss, riddled with wounds from the relentless assault, finally collapsed onto the cold ground in defeat. Ding! You have slain the level 10 demonized king snake boss. As your experience points are maxed out, you cannot receive experience rewards. Please proceed with your class advancement. The monster has dropped 2,000 units of ordinary currency, 1 level 10 Zhongba spear, 1 level 10 snake scale armor, 5 level 10 health recovery potions, 5 level 10 mental recovery potions, and 1 king snake pet egg, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the demonized king snake boss? Yes. Upon witnessing the monster's body being collected, Su Ming let out a deep sigh of relief. This behemoth had proven far more troublesome than the undead boss, enduring so many blows, and yet still withstanding for 5 minutes. Ding! Refining is complete. You have extracted 1 unit of level 10 demonized king snake boss life essence, 1 unit of level 10 demonized king snake boss spirit, 50 strands of ordinary magical power, the passive talent immunity to all poisons, and the ordinary skill book death entanglement. Seeing the emergence of yet another passive talent, Su Ming's grin nearly stretched to his ears. Immunity to all poisons. Talent quality, common. Talent description, provides extraordinary immunity to common level toxins. Note, do not mistake venom for potion. After reviewing the capabilities of the immunity to all poisons talent, Su Ming felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as yet another of his shortcomings had been mitigated. With a thought, he activated the talent for himself and began to examine the life essence of the boss. Level 10 Demonized King Snake Boss Life Essence. Item description, can increase health by 7680 points for 1 unit, or by 7175 points for 2 units. Note, can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 80 health points. Level 10 Demonized King Snake Boss Spirit. Item description, can increase mental capacity by 7175 points for 1 unit, or by 6670 points for 2 units. Note, can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 70 mental points. After reviewing the information on the King Snake Boss's essence and spirit, Su Ming noted that these items were far superior to what he had initially estimated for ordinary level 10 monster essences and spirits. Seeking refuge in a classroom within the experimental building, he instructed the undead puppet and 2 relatively unharmed undead minions to guard the entrance. He then settled onto a stool, preparing to absorb the power of the essence and spirit. As the overwhelming forces of health and mental power surged into his body and mind, Su Ming could not suppress a shudder. Meanwhile, within a certain teaching building of Tianyun High School, several players were gripped by fear. Initially terrified by the sight of a massive snake, they now felt the presence of yet another monstrous entity. Did this not imply that their escape from the school was entirely futile? Suppressing their rising dread, the players cautiously observed the commotion outside the classroom, attempting to locate the giant snake and the other terrifying creature. As long as the foes remained within their line of sight, their fear was somewhat manageable. The true terror lay in the uncertainty of the beast's whereabouts. As time slowly passed, the psychological pressure on the players within the classroom intensified, as they had yet to catch sight of the giant snake. What should they do now? Were they to simply wait in vain for the opportunity to log off? At that moment, a hot-headed young man gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "If we go out, we face certain death. We can only wait." In response, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses solemnly interjected. Just as he finished speaking, a somewhat muffled voice emerged from the corner of the classroom. "Do you think that giant snake might have been lured away by another player?" Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man shook his head slightly. "That is unlikely. The roar we heard earlier undoubtedly came from the other monster, so it is far more probable that the giant snake was injured during its struggle with that creature, or it has left the school to engage in battle elsewhere." Chapter 46. Combat power exceeds 1000. Top message. I am on the brink of madness. Perhaps we should continue to seek help in the regional chat channel. Let's see if any formidable players come to our aid. Sending a message costs 1 unit of ordinary currency, and with the currency we have, we could send dozens of messages. The hot-headed young man suggested, his agitation evident as he ran his fingers through his hair. Let's do this. We'll send a message every 5 minutes, and if no one comes, we'll just wait until our log-off time. Though we won't gain any rewards, at least we'll preserve our eligibility to play. After a moment of contemplation, the bespectacled man nodded in agreement. Once the group reached a consensus, they began to send messages at a designated frequency in the regional chat channel. In truth, many had already seen their previous messages, but the vastness of the city made it arduous to locate Tianyin High School without a map in such a short time. As the game world progressed beyond the 2-hour mark, Su Ming, concealed within a classroom, finally extricated himself from the euphoric sensations of enhancement. The essence and soul fragments of the demonized King Cobra boss had a profound impact on his growth, causing his health and mental attributes to surge to an astonishing degree. Game panel, name, Su Ming level, 10, 200200, unclassed, health points, 100 vitality, 61, 20, 81 mental power, 52 skills, level 3 heavy strike, max, level 3 deathbind, max, level 3 haste, max, throwing mastery, level 3 bloodthirst, max, level 3 corpse control, max, level 3 barbaric charge, max, level 3 bullet time, max, corpse refinement. Talents, common regeneration, 910, common strength of a bull, 110, common immunity to toxins, 110. Title, common slayer, equipped. Overall combat power, 1688. Equipment, level 10 slayer's blade, level 10 slayer's armor, level 10 slayer's boots, level 10 slayer's gauntlets, level 10 slayer's helm, level 10 slayer's leggings, equipped. Plugins, infinite forge. Free attribute points, 32. His combat power had skyrocketed into the 4-digit realm, reaching a formidable 1688. The ability of a power-leveling cheat to snowball was nothing short of terrifying. Even a single high-level creature's body could facilitate a qualitative leap in Su Ming's strength. The disparity between him and ordinary players would only widen over time, rendering any attempt to catch up a mere fantasy. Feeling the terrifying vitality coursing through him, Su Ming conjured a level 1 broadsword from the boundless space within him. With a powerful grip, he twisted the steel-forged weapon into a twisted mass. After a brief experiment to gauge the destruction he could inflict unarmed, he adjusted the mask on his face and stepped out of the classroom. He believed that if he entered a hyperfrequency state, he could likely evade bullets from standard firearms in the real world at close range. Even under fire suppression, with his heavy armor and resilient skin, muscles, and bones, he could carve a path through the hail of gunfire. This indicated that he could act with greater freedom and audacity in the real world. He had acquired the capital to transcend the constraints of rules. Disposing of the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Ming glanced at the sky in the game world. The overcast sky grew increasingly dim, with nightfall rapidly approaching. He felt little desire to continue hunting. For apart from the essence and soul fragments from level 10 boss and higher monsters, ordinary monster essences could merely serve to replenish health and mana. After some contemplation, he anonymously posted a message in the regional chat channel. Large-scale purchase of fresh monster corpses. Level 1 demon, rat 10 common currency. Level 2 monster 20 common currency. Level 3 monster 30 common currency, and so forth. Purchase location, entrance of the safe zone or within the safe zone. Beep, you may choose to pin this message. 100 common currency will pin it for 1 hour. Without hesitation, after sending the message, Su Ming activated a certain paid feature. He decisively opted to pin the message. The efficiency of solo monster hunting was ultimately limited. If he wished to forge more talent abilities from the monsters, he needed ordinary players to work for him. After all, purchasing monster corpses at a low price was a surefire profit for him. As for whether anyone might harbor ulterior motives, he was indifferent. The enhancement of his strength granted him immense confidence. Moreover, he had no vulnerabilities to exploit. In the real world, he was utterly unencumbered. Once Su Ming's message was pinned in the regional channel, all players within his vicinity received the game alert. Holy cow, large-scale purchase of monster corpses. Is this big shot affiliated with a special government organization? Damn, I lost out after killing a few demonized rats earlier. If I had known they could be sold, I would have found a way to bring them back for sale. Upon seeing the pinned message in the regional channel, many players scattered throughout the abandoned city began to speculate. Glancing at the discussion unfolding in the channel, Su Ming silently closed the illusory screen and swiftly departed from Tianyin Middle School. He recalled that there was a tavern within the safe zone where rooms could be rented. Perhaps there were also warehouses available for rent. If so, he intended to rent one as a corpse collection depot. Approximately 10 minutes later, having traversed a distance of over 10 kilometers, he arrived at the area outside the safe zone. In stark contrast to the dim sky, this area radiated a soft, ethereal light, appearing exceptionally sacred. At this moment, no players lingered outside the safe zone. Those capable of entering had already done so. Those unable to afford the safety fees were likely hiding in relatively secure spots within the abandoned city, for the nights in such desolate urban landscapes were exceedingly perilous. Hastening to the entrance of the safe zone, Su Ming stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he sensed numerous gazes fixated upon him. He cast a brief glance around, and those players whose eyes met his, hidden beneath the visor of their helmets, felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Once they regained their composure, many elite players found themselves unnerved. This is just absurd. I merely glanced at him, and it nearly made me wet my pants. It's utterly outrageous. Pleased with the psychological intimidation effect of his Slayer title, Su Ming subtly smirked. This unspoken display of authority would likely facilitate smoother negotiations for purchasing monster corpses. Chapter 47. Hatching the Young King Cobra, Trading Skills. Retracting his gaze, he leisurely strolled to his rented stall. There, the skill book for Deathbind was quietly displayed on the stall cloth. Su Ming casually unfastened his dual-shoulder backpack, retrieving the Deathbind and Corpse Control skill books that he had recently acquired. To enhance the variety of his stall, he also produced 4 vials of level 5 health restoration potions. After arranging his stall, he promptly renamed it to Large-Scale Purchase of Monster Corpses, Sale of Skills, Potions. Having completed these tasks, Su Ming settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to examine the pet egg dropped by the demonized King Cobra boss, along with 2 pieces of level 10 equipment. Zhangba Snake Spear, wearing level 10 grade, common quality, exceptional attributes, penetration 15. Armor break 5 description, a spear forged with some extraordinary materials, boasting excellent penetration. Snake Scale Armor, wearing level 10 grade, common quality, exceptional attributes, defense 15. Force reduction 5 description, exceptional armor crafted with some extraordinary materials, providing outstanding defense. King Cobra Pet Egg Grade, common status, unhatched. Introduction. Possessing a pet egg with the potential to transcend the mundane, once it acknowledges its master, it can elevate its levels through consumption or the hunting of creatures. Upon reaching level 10, it must devour beings of level 10 or higher to shed its skin and break through its limits. Method of acknowledgement. Establishing a spiritual connection through a drop of blood. After glancing at the information regarding the 2 pieces of equipment and the pet egg, Su Ming's eyes glimmered momentarily. The items were rather impressive. He found them entirely suitable for his needs. Among them, the Zhangba Snake Spear could serve as a replacement for the level 5 heavy spear, while the snake scale armor could be donned by the corpse puppet boss. As for the King Cobra pet egg, he could hatch it, utilizing it as a guise for collecting monster corpses, a dual benefit. After a fleeting thought, Su Ming reached into his backpack, retrieving the snake egg, which was the size of a soccer ball. Every action he took was observed by the players within the safe zone, yet none dared to take the first step toward him. Placing the pet egg on the ground, Su Ming removed his right-hand glove and made a small incision on his fingertip with the blade of slaughter. As blood began to flow, he casually tapped it onto the pet egg. In the next moment, the alabaster snake egg began to consciously absorb the blood from his fingertip. Gradually, the entire egg became veined with crimson threads, exuding an eerie allure. In a profound sense, Su Ming felt a close connection with the nascent life within the shell, akin to his bond with the corpses. Simultaneously, he noticed a slight depletion of his mental energy. This indicated that to command multiple pets simultaneously, one must possess formidable mental strength. Conversely, a lack of mental prowess could render the acknowledgement of a single pet challenging. Once the King Cobra hatchling absorbed sufficient vitality, the blood-red shell began emitting a series of cracking sounds. Before long, a pure white King Cobra, with crimson eyes, broke free from its shell. This newly hatched creature was approximately the thickness of an adult male's wrist, lacking the imposing presence of its black counterpart, yet exuding an undeniable charm. After gently touching the hatchling's head, Su Ming utilized mental communication to command its nascent intellect to consume the shell fragments. Without hesitation, the young cobra eagerly feasted upon the scattered remnants on the ground. Players nearby, witnessing this spectacle, were engulfed in astonishment. They were not primitive beings isolated from civilization. The scene of blood acknowledgement and hatching was all too familiar, reminiscent of certain plot points in online novels and cinematic portrayals. Once they regained their composure, several players who had been observing closely steadied their nerves and took decisive steps forward. While they had initially been intimidated, the safety of their current zone alleviated much of their trepidation. "Excuse me, how can I trade for skill books?" After a brief pause, a bolder player inquired, albeit with evident nervousness. Hearing this, Su Ming slowly lifted his gaze, surveying the individual who had spoken. "You may exchange monster corpses, or in the real world, gold, currency, and other valuable items. The same applies to the transaction of recovery potions. Additionally, I am also purchasing monster bodies. Bulk quantities can be negotiated at a higher price." He replied in a firm tone as more players gathered around. "Do you accept pre-orders? That is, can we quote a price and finalize the transaction upon our next login?" Upon grasping the trading rules, a player from the assembled crowd spoke up. "Certainly, the highest bidder prevails." Su Ming nodded slightly in affirmation. "I offer 5 million huabi for the 3 skill books and 4 recovery potions." At that moment, A robust figure approached the stall, confidently proposing a price. Upon hearing this figure's offer, Su Ming's expression remained inscrutable beneath his visor, as he anticipated this was not the final bid. I will offer 20 kilograms of gold for immediate settlement. The moment this declaration was made, another voice emerged. At this pronouncement, the countenance of the surrounding players shifted noticeably. The audacity of such lofty bids from two relatively unknown players left them bewildered. Not everyone who had managed to gather 100 ordinary currencies to enter the safe zone was a wealthy individual in the real world. Among them were agile special forces, gifted new human players, or merely fortunate commoners, all varying in capacity. The disparity was stark, akin to those drowning in floods versus those perishing in drought. Following the announcement of 20 kilograms of gold, the crowd fell silent, no new bids emerging. The player who had made the offer felt a surge of exhilaration. The gold had been scavenged from a gold shop in an abandoned city, initially intended for exchange in the real world. Who would have thought it could be utilized for skill books and potions? 20 kilograms of gold can only be exchanged for one skill book and one potion. Will you proceed with the trade? After careful consideration, Su Ming provided his response. To expect to exchange everything at once was surely a fanciful notion. As a substantial quantity of gold was brought back to the real world, its value would inevitably plummet, diminishing its purchasing power. Thus, the longer one waited, the less valuable it became. What? That's far too little. The player who had proposed 20 kilograms of gold exclaimed in disbelief upon learning the terms. Time waits for no one, Su Ming responded, refraining from further explanation. He never engaged in coercive bargaining. In the Tavern of Hidden Wonders, one has but a single opportunity. Observing his lack of willingness to negotiate, the bidding player was engulfed in hesitation. Truth be told, he yearned to contest the terms. Yet the previous overwhelming sensation of dread deterred him from doing so. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, he ultimately resolved to purchase. Those who had made it to the safe zone were undoubtedly sharp-witted. He also realized that the inherent value of gold would greatly diminish over time. Thus, trading it for skills and a level 5 recovery potion would significantly enhance his security in the game world. Furthermore, even if he chose not to use the items himself, he believed they could fetch a high price upon return to the real world. This is gold, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Please inspect it. Resolute. The player donned with the visage of a second brother removed a backpack from his back and placed it on the stall. He then extracted a solid bracelet from within, easily compressing it into a compact form. Su Ming nodded slightly, indicating, "You may take the items." He was not concerned about the authenticity of the gold. Attempting to deceive him would be tantamount to courting disaster. As long as the player remained within this zone, he could easily exact retribution upon their next login. The player relinquishing the gold promptly seized the skill of corpse manipulation and a level 5 recovery potion. After acquiring his desired items, he swiftly exited the throng, no longer wishing to linger. The items are here. If you cannot present currency or gold, or lack rare items, feel free to return upon your next login. I do not have the time to linger at this stall. Upon witnessing the little king snake finishing off the eggshell with a series of huffs, Su Ming casually lifted the small creature and allowed it to coil around his arm. His intention in lingering at the stall was merely to make an appearance, ensuring that the players within the safe zone would remember his presence. Truly, standing guard here was not to his liking. He had no desire for such idle pastimes. Regardless, gossipy individuals were ubiquitous, and it was only a matter of time before discussions about him surfaced in the regional chat channel. As Su Ming rose, the players surrounding him hastily parted to create a path. The oppressive sensation of suffocation swept over them once more. Had it not been for their remarkable fortitude, it was likely that some would have collapsed to the ground. The power of the Slayer title was overwhelmingly potent against lower-level players with scant mental attributes. Only when Su Ming's figure gradually receded into the distance and entered the tavern did the crowd gathered at his stall finally exhale deeply. That individual was truly terrifying. In his presence, one could easily feel a sense of breathlessness. The overwhelming stench of blood suggested he had slain countless monsters, and the casual manner in which he produced a level 5 health recovery potion for sale indicated that his personal level was at least 5 or above. A burly player, who had retracted his gaze from the distant figure, scanned the nearby crowd and solemnly voiced a heartfelt warning. Without waiting for a response, he strode purposefully towards the tavern. The assortment of players, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, refrained from disputing his statement. They had already discerned, from that brief exchange of glances, the nature of the individual they should not provoke. Otherwise, they would not have behaved so submissively at the stall, with even the most curious among them hesitating to voice their questions for fear of offending the formidable figure. In truth, many were quite intrigued by the pet egg, but they dared not inquire, fearing they might inadvertently incur the wrath of the powerful player. They all hoped for someone to take the initiative, yet each one was as cunning as a monkey, resulting in a collective silence regarding the matter. As the multitude of players dispersed, Su Ming, having entered the tavern, was struck by the brightness of the interior. This place was indeed a hidden gem. Despite its unassuming exterior of 3 small wooden buildings, the interior was remarkably spacious. evidently employing the art of maximizing space akin to a mythical realm. After surveying the tavern's layout, Su Ming followed the signs until he reached the bar counter. Accommodation rates per night: standard single room, 20 ordinary coins. Deluxe single room, 50 ordinary coins. Standard double room, 30 ordinary coins. Deluxe double room, 60 ordinary coins. Private storage per day, 10 square meter storage. Rental price, 100 ordinary coins. Available, 50. 100 square meter storage. Rental price, 1,000 ordinary coins. Available, 10. Note: storage units are limited. First come, first served. Tavern menu: ordinary currency. Egg fried rice, 1. Stir-fried beef, 20. Kung Pao chicken, 10. Chopped pepper fish head, 15. Note: high-priced dishes may confer special benefits, while low-priced options slightly enhance health recovery speed. Upon clicking the options at the bar, a shimmering interface flashed before him. From the content, it was evident that the facilities here were quite comprehensive. In addition to providing rest, they offered various dining options, and indeed there were storage rentals, reminiscent of certain games. Just then, Su Ming felt a slight furrow in his brow. A somewhat somber voice resonated from behind him. "Hello. May I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Turning slowly at the sound, Su Ming's gaze flickered upon recognizing the figure who had earlier shouted a bid of 5 million huabi. The individual exuded an aura of vitality that, although not quite on par with Su Ming, significantly surpassed that of the other players in the safe zone. Intrigued, Su Ming gave a slight nod. The speaker, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, initiated the conversation once they found a table in the tavern. "Hello, I am known as Mighty Tiger. I rank 998th on the leaderboard." Upon hearing this familiar moniker, Su Ming tapped his fingers lightly on the table, casually continuing the dialogue. While he might not have paid much attention to the mid-level ranks, he had certainly glanced at the top and bottom of the leaderboard. Thus, upon hearing the name, he immediately recognized it. "Indeed, I acknowledge my rank of 998. You must surely be among the top 100, correct?" Mighty Tiger, unabashed in admitting his rank, inquired in return. He saw no reason to conceal his identity. To negotiate cooperation with a strong player, he needed to present something of value. Otherwise, he might not even warrant a glance. "Let's be straightforward. There's only one chance," Su Ming remarked nonchalantly, gently stroking the king's snake coiled around his arm. Seeing the casual demeanor, Mighty Tiger's mind raced as he pondered how best to articulate his proposal. Su Ming showed no signs of urgency, allowing a moment of silence to pass. Once he had organized his thoughts, Mighty Tiger finally spoke. "My true identity in the real world is that of an instructor for the Mighty Tiger assault team in China. If you need anything in reality, I can assist in procuring it. I simply ask that any surplus equipment, potions, or skill books you have be prioritized for sale to me." Mighty Tiger, having abandoned any pretense, first established his identity to lend credence to his words, subsequently articulating his desire for collaboration in a respectful manner. Su Ming, tapping his fingers on the table, fell into contemplation. Collaborating with him wasn't out of the question. He had items he wished to offload, and selling to a fixed large client would be preferable to dealing with random customers. After a flurry of thoughts, Su Ming coolly inquired, "Can you make decisions on behalf of those behind you? As long as it does not create a significant impact on the real world, I can represent them in decision-making." Mighty Tiger replied with conviction, aware that their success hinged on this moment. Upon hearing this, Su Ming scrutinized Mighty Tiger intently. The imposing figure before him was undoubtedly more than just a special forces instructor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such claims. "My condition for prioritizing the sale of equipment, potions, and other items to you is simple. You must provide me with a substantial quantity of fresh monster corpses." Placing the king's snake on the table, Su Ming laid out his terms. Upon hearing this, the expression on Mighty Tiger's masked face shifted dramatically. Initially, he had assumed that this player, seeking to trade skills and potions for gold, had some demands related to the luxuries of the real world. Little did he know, the items sought were entirely unrelated to material wealth. "If you can fulfill this condition, I can offer an abundance of surplus equipment, skills, potions, or other rare items as exchange materials." Before the ferocious tiger could react, Su Ming softly added, "All right, I accept this condition. However, I may not be able to provide monster corpses for the time being, so I hope you can understand." After weighing the pros and cons, the ferocious tiger made his decision. "No problem. We can trade whenever you have something available. I will return to the safe zone before nightfall each day." After swallowing the empty promise offered by his counterpart, Su Ming shrugged slightly. He belonged to the kind who wouldn't release the hawk until he saw the rabbit. Cooperation was acceptable, but he insisted on a hand-in-hand exchange. "Very well, I shall not disturb you any further. I will find a way to gather monster corpses." Realizing that continuing the negotiation would leave him with little leverage, the ferocious tiger chose to withdraw gracefully. He was already quite satisfied with having preliminarily established a cooperative intention. Once the figure of the ferocious tiger departed from the tavern, Su Ming leisurely rose from his chair. He harbored a strong desire for the other party to assist him in collecting biological corpses in the real world, but upon considering the associated risks, he promptly abandoned that thought. Carrying the small king snake, He approached the bar and casually booked a luxurious private room. Ding! Your room number is 336. Please take your exclusive room key and proceed upstairs. A friendly reminder, self-service dining is available in the room. Grasping the key that appeared on the bar, Su Ming ascended the wooden steps with a few strides to the third floor. At present, he was the only one within this safe zone willing to spend money on a tavern room. For ordinary players, expenses were better allocated to steel blades, and staying at the tavern was far too extravagant. If they desired rest, they could easily log off to the real world or lay down on the square of the safe zone. As Su Ming swiftly climbed to the third floor, he followed the signage to locate room 336. Using the exclusive key to unlock the door and enter the room, he felt that his expenditure was indeed justified. Although this luxurious suite was not as opulent as a 5-star hotel room in reality, it could certainly be classified as 3-star. After tossing the small king snake onto the bed, he directly pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside. After a day of monster hunting, the odor clinging to him was quite overpowering and utterly unbearable without a wash. Spending about 10 minutes cleansing both his body and equipment, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, standing by the window and gazing down at the square of the safe zone. Su Ming casually spent 100 regular currency on the room's self-service vending machine, ordering a selection of grilled delicacies. Grilled beef skewers, roasted suckling pig, pan-seared lamb chops, chilled beer. At the moment he completed the payment, the fragrant food appeared at the vending machine's outlet, emphasizing convenience and speed. Taking a tentative bite of the beef skewer, Su Ming discerned that the beef he had consumed in the past was incomparable to this delicacy. As he devoured a skewer, he keenly noted a slight enhancement in the flow of his vitality. This indicated that the food within the tavern indeed possessed beneficial effects. Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming was too languid to ponder deeply, and he grabbed a can of chilled beer, taking a hearty swig, while he indulged in delightful sustenance. The players within the safe zone congregated near the entrance, for the black night of the game world had officially descended, accompanied by terrifying howls echoing from the shadows. At that moment in the abandoned city, pairs of crimson eyes greedily fixated on the gleaming safe zone. The many players hiding within felt a chilling dread surging from their spines to their minds upon catching sight of those blood-red eyes. With the aid of the hazy white light, they could clearly see that those ominous figures were none other than a horde of mutated rats. At this moment, the ferocious tiger, positioned at the forefront of the entrance, suddenly unleashed an arrow from his compound bow towards the swarm. The arrow, propelled with great force, pierced the skull of one unfortunate rat. Ding! You have slain a level 1 mutated rat, gaining 1 experience point and 5 regular currency as loot. Ding! Due to utilizing the safe zone's rules to slay monsters, your protection time has decreased by 1 hour. As the arrow struck down the mutated rat, 2 notification sounds immediately rang in the ferocious tiger's ears, one indicating the kill, the other notifying him of the reduction in protection time. Calculating his available regular currency and remaining protection time, the ferocious tiger unhesitatingly drew his bow again to fire at the rat swarm. Such an opportunity to farm monsters without sustaining damage was one he could not afford to overlook. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of his position as an instructor in the Special Forces of China. Chapter 50. Form a queue and come one by one. The other players who had been observing immediately reacted to this scene. Those equipped with bows hastily followed suit, launching their own attacks on the rat swarm from within the safety of the zone. The remaining players without bows were jumping anxiously. Fortunately, some quickly realized the urgency and dashed towards the self-service shop. As the mutated rats outside the safe zone sustained casualties of around 100 due to the assaults from the ferocious tiger and others, they began to withdraw in an organized manner into the dark streets, escaping the range of the arrows. By the time the exuberant players returned from the self-service shop with their level 1 bows, they were all left dumbfounded. What in the world? After just a brief delay, how have the mutated rats vanished? At this moment, many players cast their gaze towards the area less than 10 meters from the safe zone entrance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. On the ground lay a plethora of regular currency, scattered equipment, and a multitude of mutated rat corpses, all perceived as valuable resources. After observing for a minute or two, a bold player could no longer contain himself and cautiously stepped out of the safe zone, inching closer to the drop area while remaining vigilant against the unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. As this first player ventured into the drop zone, he bent down to collect the currency and equipment strewn about, all the while keeping a wary eye on the dark area that the safe zone could not illuminate. Fearing the sudden emergence of a fearsome monster, after collecting a modest amount of currency and equipment, he wisely decided against greed and dragged 2 mutated rat corpses back to safety. He understood well that taking too much could incite resentment, and moderation was the key to survival. Once this player successfully dragged the 2 mutated rat corpses back into the safe zone, the surrounding players began to stir with anticipation. Ultimately, driven by the allure of profit, 7 or 8 players surged out of the safe zone, eager to seize the fallen loot. Just then, the multitude of crimson eyes reappeared from the darkness, their abyssal gaze causing those who had rushed outside to halt abruptly and turn back in terror. As they fled, the plump mutated rats charged forth from the shadows, launching a frenzied assault toward the safe zone. Witnessing this, many players stationed at the entrance rejoiced, swiftly grasping their bows and unleashing a barrage of arrows at the advancing swarm. At this moment, they no longer needed to consider precision. Merely aligning themselves in the general direction sufficed. Unless luck was abysmally against them, they were bound to hit their targets. Once the second wave of attacks concluded, the area outside the safety zone was littered with the corpses of approximately 100 mutated rats. As many players contemplated luring the enemy, the horde of mutated rats retreated once more into the shadows. Among them, the hidden Rat King, after 2 probing assaults, had discerned that this location was currently untenable for an invasion by the rat swarm. After the players maintained their vigilance for about 10 minutes, the first player to venture out of the safety zone, emboldened, stepped beyond its confines once more. His luck remained unwavering. He scavenged some currency and equipment before dragging back 2 mutant rat carcasses. Envious glances from other players could not resist the allure of such close proximity to fortune, prompting many to take the risk as well. Fortunately, this time they encountered no resistance. The mutated rat horde had genuinely retreated, avoiding any sudden ambush. Approximately 10 minutes later, the area where the monsters had fallen was thoroughly cleaned out by the players within the safety zone, leaving not even a single coin behind. Observing the scene from the third-floor tavern room, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, it was time to attend to more serious matters, particularly replenishing the essence and spirit of the rat monsters. Such unrestrained restorative items were never unwelcome to him. A minute later, he made his appearance in the plaza. Those wishing to sell mutant rat corpses flocked to the tavern, eager for a transaction. "I only want fresh ones," he called out in a low tone before retreating back into the tavern, where he spent 1,000 common coins to rent a spacious warehouse of 100 square meters. Upon hearing his call, a throng of players rushed towards the tavern, dragging their mutant rat carcasses behind them. Leading the charge was the player known as Tiger, who bore 2 mutated rats in each hand and carried 3 more in a bag slung across his back, showcasing impressive carrying capacity. He dashed into the tavern and quickly zeroed in on Su Ming. "Hello, I have 7 mutated rats," Tiger stated as he approached quickly. "Follow me," Su Ming replied softly. Noticing the influx of players entering the tavern, he then strode towards the back door of the tavern. Upon reaching a door marked 001, he halted and unlocked the warehouse with his exclusive key. "Everyone, just toss the rat corpses inside, one by one, and form a line," he instructed. As the corridor of the tavern grew somewhat noisy, Su Ming quietly donned the title of Slayer. The moment he spoke, the players in the corridor felt an involuntary shiver, quickly quieting and lining up obediently. "For your 7 mutated rat corpses, the total is 70 common coins. Here you go," he said as Tiger entered the warehouse to deposit the bodies. Su Ming casually retrieved 7 coins of 10 from his concealing bag and handed them over. After receiving the coins, Tiger said nothing further and stepped back. Thanks to the psychological intimidation of the Slayer title, Su Ming's acquisition proceeded without a hitch. No one dared to disrupt the process or question his motives for purchasing the monster corpses. Externally, the atmosphere appeared exceptionally harmonious. As for the players' internal musings, those remained a mystery. Leaning against the wall, Su Ming resembled a wealthy landlord settling wages for laborers. Each time a player exited the warehouse, he produced some coins from his bag and handed them over. This arrangement continued for about 20 minutes before concluding. In total, he acquired 275 mutant rat bodies, spending 750 common coins. Frankly, witnessing the coins flowing from his bag stirred a twinge of greed within many players. However, the looming psychological pressure and the rules prohibiting violence within the safety zone extinguished any ill thoughts. Once the crowd in the corridor dispersed, Su Ming finally stepped into the warehouse and locked the door behind him. Gazing at the piles of black carcasses resembling a small hill, a fleeting smile crossed his face. To procure so many monster corpses for a mere pittance was immensely satisfying. With remarkable speed, he transferred the mutant rat bodies into the infinite furnace and initiated the smelting process. Chapter 51, Entering the Dark Zone, Encountering the Rat Swarm. Ding, smelting complete. Extracted, 275 units of level 1 mutated rat life essence, 275 units of level 1 mutated rat spirit, and 275 strands of common magic power. As expected, the yield was merely the base return, devoid of any delightful surprises. Fortunately, this outcome fell within Su Ming's anticipations. He had not harbored high hopes for ordinary mutated rats to yield talents or rare skills. After leaving the warehouse and relocking the door with his exclusive key, he recognized that this space was his private warehouse for the duration of the rental, impervious to intrusion unless someone could break the game's rules. When Su Ming exited the tavern and stepped into the plaza of the safety zone, he instantly attracted the attention of numerous players. A brief glance at the crowd revealed little of concern to him. Within this safety zone, aside from the player nicknamed Tiger, none commanded his respect. The rest were indistinguishable from the common populace. As he approached the safety zone's entrance, Su Ming paused, taking a moment to attune his senses before stepping through the threshold, leaving the protective confines behind. The watching players collectively held their breath, eager to witness the formidable figure in action. However, to their dismay, no unusual occurrences transpired as Su Ming's silhouette slipped out of the hazy glow of the safety zone. This sight left many feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, upon regaining their composure, the players suddenly realized something significant. Su Ming's audacity to venture into the dark zone underscored its inherent danger. Hiss! Upon grasping this, several players gasped in astonishment. Had the disparity between individuals grown so vast? They, a collective of dozens, dared not leave the safety zone to hunt during the night. While this formidable individual braved the desolate urban landscape alone, what an absurd thought. In stark contrast to the awe felt by ordinary players, Tiger, who was hastily approaching the safety zone's entrance, bore a grave expression. Despite possessing advanced night vision technology, he hesitated to hunt in the perilous night of the game world. The nocturnal dangers were far too great. The monstrous roars sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, if he were to encounter the horde of mutated rats, he had no confidence in carving a path to safety. Casting a lingering glance at the dark zone, Tiger turned and strode towards a particular area of the plaza. Meanwhile, as players pondered their thoughts, Su Ming, already deep within the dark zone and out of sight, remained intensely focused. At this moment, he was flanked by a boss-like zombie and two smaller zombies, with a small king snake coiled around his shoulder, vigilant and flicking its tongue. With his vitality nearing the 100 mark, he possessed the ability to perceive his surroundings in the darkness, aided only by the faintest glimmers of light, even without the assistance of night vision devices or other technological paraphernalia. This ability instilled within him a sense of confidence as he ventured forth. Just as Su Ming distanced himself from the safety zone, a cacophony of squeaks suddenly erupted beside him. In an instant, a multitude of mutated rats began to pour forth from the nearby structures, surging rapidly toward his position. Faced with this hair-raising sight, Su Ming invoked a swift buff upon himself and promptly ejected several large barrels of liquid alcohol from his infinite space. He then hurled several kitchen knives, their tremendous force tearing through the plastic bottles, causing a torrent of alcohol to cascade onto the ground. Having executed these actions with remarkable speed, Su Ming retreated and hurled a few lighters, ignited with blue flames, into the throng of rodents. The next moment, an inferno erupted, illuminating the darkened street in a fiery crimson glow. Some of the mutated rats, propelled by their frenetic speed, found themselves unable to halt in time, barreling headlong into the flames. From a short distance away, Su Ming was immediately met with the acrid scent of singed fur, mingled with the unmistakable aroma of cooked flesh wafting toward him. At that moment, a sound rose above the din, a shrill cry, markedly louder than that of the ordinary mutated rats. In an instant, the previously chaotic swarm of mutated rodents began to maneuver in an orderly fashion around their flaming companions, deftly navigating through the conflagration. Mutated Rat King Boss. Level 5. Commentary. The mutated Rat King exhibits formidable leadership over the mutated rats. Through auditory recognition and mental sensing, Su Ming swiftly identified a rat lurking behind the horde, its size comparable to that of a giant mutated cat. Upon glimpsing the information flashing before him, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a boss, accompanied by numerous minions, often harbored unique talents. Perhaps sensing the covetous gaze directed at it, the mutated Rat King emitted a more piercing cry. In response, Su Ming slightly tilted his neck, re-equipping his title of Slayer, and took a step forward. An invisible wave of mental intimidation radiated from him, sweeping toward the advancing rats. Confronted with this sudden surge of psychic dread, the mutated rodents, charging ahead, instinctively sensed that their foe was far more terrifying than the giant mutated cats. In that moment, an eerie tableau unfolded on the flame-lit street. As the terror-stricken rat legion abruptly halted 10 meters from Su Ming, unwilling to cross the threshold of fear. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if attuned to the growing fear within the ranks, the commanding mutated Rat King let out a more fervent call. Bolstered by this encouragement, the red glimmer in the eyes of the mutated rats intensified. It became evident that ascending to the role of the mutated Rat King was no trivial feat. Noticing a decline in the effectiveness of the Slayer title's mental intimidation, Su Ming's gaze flickered. He observed the first rat to breach the zone of intimidation, launching a tentative assault against him. With a swift motion, he dispatched it with a knife, simultaneously directing his pet, the small king snake, to deliver the final blow. Ding! Your pet, the small king snake, has slain the mutated rat, earning 1 experience point. The monster has dropped ordinary currency, 5, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the mutated rat? As the small king snake concluded its strike, 2 notification chimes resonated in Su Ming's ears. The pet's kills, like his own, were subject to automatic collection by the infinite space, a feature he greatly appreciated. Upon the demise of the first mutated rat, the Rat King, lurking at the back of the horde, sounded the horn for attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the face of the black tide of mutated rodents, Su Ming did not hesitate to turn and flee. Lacking any area-based skills, he was currently incapable of piercing through the mass of rats to eliminate the lurking mutated Rat King. The creatures, aptly dubbed the Monarchs of Darkness, posed a daunting threat in their numbers. As the adage goes, a multitude of ants can fell an elephant, and a swarm of rats could just as easily overwhelm Su Ming. As he evaded confrontation, the mutated rodents were unable to keep pace, soon losing his trail. Approximately half an hour later, he found himself safely back within the confines of the safety zone. The keen noses of the deceased rats detected him from a distance, compelling them to retreat whenever he approached. Finding it increasingly difficult to locate traces of formidable creatures, Su Ming decided against lingering outside, opting instead to wait until the following day to venture beyond the city limits in search of clues regarding a potential class change. He made a mental note of the mutated Rat King, resolved to eliminate it on his next encounter. Upon returning to the safety zone, Su Ming ignored the eager gazes of numerous players and ascended directly to his room on the third floor of the tavern to log out. With a flash of white light, he materialized upon the comfortable mattress in the real world. Glancing at the small king snake he had brought along, he affectionately patted its head before rising to peer out the window. The streets outside were aglow with vibrant lights, showcasing the splendor of urban life. Su Ming had entered the game world around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, spending approximately 10 hours within it. Consequently, it was now 2 in the morning in the real world, the nightlife bustling with vigor. After a brief survey of the nighttime scenery, he reclined lazily against the headboard of his bed and retrieved his phone to browse through information. Upon entering the most popular short video platform in Manhwa, he noticed the trending topics had shifted once more. The top post now pertained to rankings regarding levels, combat strength, and wealth, authored by a user known as by Xiaosheng. Brother, who understands this? Who's playing this game? I can't play it at all. Cheating, it's definitely cheating. If there isn't a conspiracy behind the top 3 rankings, I'll run naked around my neighborhood 3 times. I believe that guy called Mo must have a system. Agree? Add 1. A penniless college student. 1. Sweet tofu pudding. 1. As he scanned the comments on the post, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. When it came to imaginative speculation, Manhwa netizens never fell short. With theories ranging from sign-in systems to tycoon systems and various guesses aplenty. He didn't need to ponder for long to realize that the moniker, Mo, had caught the attention of high-ranking officials across various nations. After a flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, Su Ming shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. He tossed his phone onto the bedside and swiftly slipped into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, in a clandestine underground facility within Manhwa, a robust figure materialized. This individual was none other than the fierce tiger, who, after returning to the real world, hurried towards the central control console. Approaching the array of data flickering across the supercomputer, he rapidly inputted a series of commands. Manhwa citizen, possessing a substantial amount of ordinary currency, exhibiting extremely high combat strength, ranking among the top 100 in combat strength, level, and wealth. Suspected to be equipped with a set of gear, accompanied by a pet. Please wait, conducting data modeling and matching screening. Excluding Satan, the Apocalypse, Brahma, Superman, and the God of Thunder. The probability of the Wine Sword Immortal is 10%. The probability of Dugachiobai is 10%. The probability of the Mad Sovereign is 10%, and the probability of the Demon is 15%. After a few moments, the fierce tiger beheld the galactic computer, which, through extensive data modeling, provided predictions. His gaze swept across a series of names before lingering momentarily on the character Demon. The galactic computer, a supercomputer developed with the pinnacle of research technology from China, possesses formidable computational prowess. It aggregates and integrates all discussions and comments related to the gaming world from the internet, thereby establishing a relatively comprehensive gaming profile, known as a big data model. After pausing in contemplation, the fierce tiger picked up the encrypted phone on the table and swiftly dialed a number. While he reported to the higher-ups of China, other major countries were also conducting a series of checks and screenings on individuals listed in the rankings of levels, combat power, and wealth, attempting to uncover their identities in the real world. However, this task proved to be quite challenging. Unless someone publicly revealed their identity in a public setting and left traceable clues, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Take Su Ming. For instance, in the gaming world, apart from the moments he pricked his finger to draw blood and when he removed his gloves while bathing, he had kept them on at all other times, making it impossible for the fierce tiger to obtain his fingerprints. As for the other players on the list, it remained uncertain whether they were as cautious as he was. As time gradually passed, the situation across the Blue Star world began to descend into chaos. The pent-up emotions within many individuals found release due to the emergence of the gaming world. Instances of people resorting to violence over trivial disagreements became increasingly common, and the crime rate began to show signs of soaring, indicating a prelude to the collapse of civilized social order. Additionally, various cult factions on the internet grew ever more active, with numerous proclamations about divine beings descending to save humanity and cleanse this filthy world proliferating, seemingly eager to incite chaos. In the face of such turmoil, governments across nations found themselves overwhelmed, lacking sufficient personnel to address the situation. As the morning sun filtered through the window and illuminated Su Ming's face, he slowly opened his eyes. After stretching languidly, He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Director Chun at the slaughterhouse. Approximately 10 seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Director Chun. I still require a batch of live pigs. Do you have any available? Without any pleasantries, Su Ming got straight to the point. I'm truly sorry. But due to directives from above, bulk buying and selling of live pigs has been prohibited. Even if I have stock, I cannot sell it to you. Chen Xing, who had just risen from bed, replied with a frown upon hearing the voice on the other end. There are policies from above and countermeasures below. I believe you have a way, Director Chen. This time, I'll pay in gold, 20 kilograms of gold at a fourfold premium for the purchase. If that is insufficient, I can also add a skill book from the gaming world. You have half an hour to consider. If it's acceptable, please contact me. Responding to Chen Xing, Su Ming casually increased the stakes. He believed that as long as the incentive was sufficiently high, the other party would likely take the risk. Recalling a phrase from Capital, in the face of a 300 profit, one would dare commit any crime, even risking execution. Chapter 53, knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet heading towards the tigress den. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing, who had already gotten out of bed, wore an expression of conflict. This was a test he found somewhat unbearable. If it were only about gold, he could grit his teeth and refuse the deal. But the addition of a skill book shattered his internal defenses. Although he had yet to enter the gaming world, he had learned through the internet that aside from the first 4 hours after the server opened, where new players could obtain a heavy strike skill upon their first monster kill, the probability of ordinary players acquiring other skills from monsters was exceedingly low. This led to skill books being nearly priceless in the real world. As Chen Xing wrestled with his thoughts, Su Ming nonchalantly hung up the phone, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. The enhancement of his strength allowed him to further break free from the constraints of reality. His continued purchase of live pigs was merely a tentative move. Should he attract attention, it would not be a concern, as he had an escape route. Even if the authorities harbored intentions towards him, they would require time to prepare, and by then, he would have long returned to the gaming world. While Su Ming pondered, his phone in his pocket rang with a cheerful jingle. Hello, Boss Su. I just checked, and the price of gold has depreciated significantly. Therefore, if you wish to purchase live pigs with 20 kilograms of gold and a skill book, I can only provide you with 400 heads. Would that be acceptable? No problem, a pleasant cooperation. Please deliver to the same warehouse as last time. I will arrange for someone to receive it. Just call me an hour before you set off. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Su Ming responded softly. All right, see you later. After hanging up with Chen Xing, Su Ming changed his clothes and left home, intending to find a leisure center to relax his mind and body. There are times to enjoy life, and this was one of them. As he made his way to a renowned leisure establishment in a certain special agency center in China, the fierce tiger wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the data before him. Since returning from the gaming world, he had not rested, constantly reviewing the data feedback. The national crime rate was on the rise, and police stations and municipal offices across the country were facing personnel shortages. Many individuals, after committing crimes, had directly utilized the gaming online feature to escape into the game world, rendering them impossible to apprehend. Damn it, the more he looked, the more furious the fierce tiger became, unable to suppress his anger as he slammed his fist on the desk. If this continued, he could hardly imagine how tumultuous the situation would become. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, the fierce tiger began issuing a series of commands through the supercomputer. Meanwhile, Su Ming had arrived at a reputable club and activated his wellness mode. After enjoying a massage for approximately 3 to 4 hours, he left the establishment feeling rejuvenated. Glancing at the time, he noted that the cool down for his online session was nearly over. Just as he stepped out of the club, Chen Xing's call came in at an opportune moment. Hello, Boss Su. The goods are almost ready. Would you like me to deliver them to you now? Upon hearing this, Su Ming paused mid-stride on the street, his brow slightly furrowing. The speed at which the other party was operating seemed rather swift this time. Deliver in 3 hours. Summoning a virtual interface to check his online cooldown time, Su Ming provided his response. All right, understood. After receiving the reply, Chen Xing responded promptly. Su Ming's keen intuition detected a palpable tension in the other party's voice, prompting him to wonder. Had he caught the attention of certain individuals? How intriguing. After hanging up, a wicked smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. He had a strong instinct that those watching him were not from the military. If they truly were, such petty maneuvers would be unnecessary and utterly foolish. As he continued to stroll, in a luxurious private room, Chen Xing wore a troubled expression as he faced several individuals. Brother Long, my client is truly formidable. The moment I laid eyes on him, an unsettling chill coursed through me. Perhaps it would be better to let this go. This time, having made a profit, I intend to offer you a portion as a token of respect. Do you really think I need your meager sum? The bald man known as Brother Long bellowed with a voice that resonated through the air. How dare you, you wretched creature. Surrounded by a cadre of burly men clad in black, Chen Xing seethed inwardly, unable to voice his anger. Over the years, his slaughterhouse had been established with the assistance of these very individuals, yet he had long since repaid his debts tenfold. Still, this wretched individual persistently extorted him. A stark reminder that once one delves into the shadows, emerging into the light is an arduous task. As thoughts raced through his mind, Chun Xing forced a smile and said, I will defer to your arrangements, Brother Long. At least you know your place. Don't think that a bit of money has made you formidable. Here, it's the dragon that must humble itself, and the tiger that must lie low, Dragon Biao proclaimed, taking a hearty swig from his glass and licking his lips with an air of arrogance. Seeing the brashness of his demeanor, Chun Xing was nearly driven to point and curse him, yet he was a man of intent but lacking the courage. With a wife, children, parents, and a mistress to consider, he could not afford the cost of confronting someone so reckless. He knew all too well that this man had blood on his hands, untouched by justice thus far. After 3 hours had elapsed, Chun Xing finally departed the slaughterhouse, accompanied by a few hundred pigs and one of Dragon Biao's underlings. After much negotiation, he successfully extricated himself from further entanglements, ensuring that Dragon Biao would not involve him in any subsequent mischief post-transaction. Simultaneously, Su Ming had procured another batch of loaders through the truck driver from before. With about an hour remaining before the cooldown period of his game ended, he was eager to indulge in a bit of reality. Su Ming harbored a rather sinister thought. In the gaming realm, defeating players caused them to dissipate into starlight. He pondered whether a similar fate awaited those he might eliminate in reality. With an opportunity presenting itself, he felt compelled to seize it. While he would not engage in senseless slaughter, those who harbored ill intentions towards him could easily be disposed of, leaving no trace behind. Approximately half an hour later, Su Ming met Chun Xing successfully. Boss Su, the pigs you requested are in the back of the truck, and their quality is comparable to last time, Chun Xing stated. A hint of nervousness in his demeanor as he approached. Director Chun, you've been thoughtful. The items you asked for are in my bag. Please take a moment to verify. Su Ming replied casually, casting a glance at the imposing figure beside Chun Xing. Chapter 54. Thoughtful after-sales service, preparing to disperse the ashes. A mere lowly fool, barely 10 points of vitality, dared to set his sights on him. They truly underestimated the extent of his capabilities. You jest, Boss Su. Do you think I would doubt you? Chun Xing, bearing a guilty conscience, quickly averted his gaze after a hasty glance into his bag. Once the unloading is complete, you can simply drive back. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Xing hurried out of the warehouse. You're far too timid. It's merely a young lad. A single hold on the throat would suffice to subdue him without our boss lifting a finger, one of Dragon Biao's underlings remarked derisively as they exited the warehouse. Chun Xing remained silent, knowing that any protest would fall on deaf ears. Upon returning home, he would begin to plot his escape from the city. His years of business acumen warned him that Dragon Biao's crew might soon face downfall, and he knew he would inevitably be dragged into the quagmire. Once the truckload of pigs had been unloaded into the warehouse, Su Ming paid the loaders and sent them on their way. By now, the cooldown period for his game had reset entirely. Just as he prepared to store the deceased pigs in his space, a message notification chimed from his phone. Boss Su, a gang of thugs is keeping an eye on you, led by a man named Dragon Biao. Please exercise caution. The sender, Chun from the slaughterhouse. Perusing the message, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Chun Xing was indeed an intriguing character. Could it be a sense of self-preservation? He tucked his phone into his pocket and swiftly stored the carcasses into his infinite space. Ding. Refinement complete. Extracted 400 units of pig life essence and 400 units of pig spirit. As the bodies were processed, the quantities in his storage surged once more. A sense of quiet satisfaction swelled within him, akin to hoarding game items, regardless of their immediate utility. Perhaps this was a remnant from his days of exploring dungeons. Casting a final glance at the warehouse he might never utilize again, Su Ming strolled out, hands in pockets. As he locked the door and made his way down the path towards the main road, he sensed multiple gazes upon him. Approximately 20 meters away, a van idled, and its occupants were fixated on him. Seeing the target had appeared, Dragon Biao, seated in the passenger seat, gestured for his underlings to move the vehicle forward. As the van drew alongside Su Ming, 4 thugs armed with daggers emerged, encircling him. Brother, would you mind getting in the car for a chat? I have a few questions for you, Dragon Biao drawled, rolling down the window and taking a long drag from his cigarette, exuding an air of bravado. Glancing around for any surveillance cameras, Su Ming replied in a low voice, I wouldn't mind, though I'm uncertain whether you'll feel the same shortly. With that, he activated his bullet time ability. In the next instant, the 4 thugs were sent flying backward as the resounding crack of breaking bones sent shivers down the spine of any bystander. Dragon Biao's expression froze upon witnessing the scene. He then felt an immense force strike his face, and his last coherent thought before losing consciousness was a realization. Chun Xing had not deceived him. The target he had set his sights on was indeed terrifying, not merely a plump lamb, but a ravenous wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. Meanwhile, the underling in the driver's seat was still processing the events when he caught Su Ming's gaze. The overwhelming pressure made him feel an unwelcome warmth spreading through his trousers. Even a seasoned Special Forces instructor trembled before the man known as the Slayer. Let alone a common street thug. Get out and drag them into the car, or face the consequences, Su Ming commanded coldly after retrieving a tissue to wipe his hands. emanating an air of disdain. The driver's teeth chattered in fear, instinctively knowing that defiance would lead to his demise. In a state of profound mental shock, he groggily opened the car door and forcibly dragged the four companions, who had succumbed to excruciating pain and fallen unconscious, into the vehicle, cramming them into the rear seats. Drive to this address, he commanded in a voice laden with urgency to the only remaining conscious subordinate at the wheel, suppressing the fear gnawing at his heart. The young driver trembled as he started the engine and directed the car toward their destination. Approximately 20 minutes later, a black van halted beneath a certain building. Soon after, a small creature, entirely white, slithered down the staircase. After telepathically summoning the little king snake, Su Ming instructed the driver to head to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Upon hearing the destination, the young driver felt a chill run down his spine. He yearned to fling open the door and flee. But the snake that had just entered the vehicle had somehow coiled onto his shoulder, flicking its tongue at him. "Boss, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a hungry child waiting at home. Please show mercy and let me go. It was that beast Long Biao who forced me into this." The overwhelming fear began to unravel the young driver's sanity. Sensing that the driver was no longer fit to continue, Su Ming subtly extended his arm and twisted it, instantly enveloping the car in an eerie silence. After methodically dispatching the remaining conscious individual, he hoisted the young driver's lifeless body and summoned his zombie minion from the infinite space, establishing a mental connection with the zombie's form. Su Ming took control of the undead and drove the van toward the abandoned factory on the outskirts. As the saying goes, a cunning hare has 3 burrows. Having already resolved to abandon his home, he sought a secluded place for a temporary refuge. Once he completed his class transition in the game world, he anticipated being able to challenge the rules of reality, collaborating directly with the authorities to amass a substantial collection of monster corpses, or perhaps even securing a laboratory for his arcane experiments. About half an hour later, within the confines of the abandoned factory, another figure emerged. Observing the 6 corpses in his infinite space, Su Ming thoughtfully activated the cremation service. Chapter 55, Talent Advancement. Ding. The smelting process has concluded, extracting 6 level 1 human essence, 6 level 1 human souls, and a heavy strike skill book. Upon seeing the items yielded from the 6 bodies, Su Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue. Among the 6 ruffians, it appeared that one had acquired the heavy strike skill in the game world, which had now been retrieved by the infinite furnace. Suppressing his thoughts, he turned his attention to the remaining smelting products. Level 1 human essence. Item description: can enhance the vitality of a life form by 620 points, or note, this item has other mysterious uses. Further exploration is encouraged. Level 1 human soul. Item description: can augment the mental capacity of a life form by 640 points. Or, note, this item has other mysterious uses. Further exploration is encouraged. Compared to the essence and souls provided by monsters and beings from the real world, the items from the 6 ruffians were somewhat unique. Besides their ability to enhance vitality and mental capacity, they possessed unknown properties. Gazing at the miniature, ethereal human souls in his storage compartment, Su Ming pondered whether this item could indeed be utilized in the creation of artifacts like the Soul Banner. Given the diversity of the game world, such a possibility was not entirely implausible. After all, skills such as corpse manipulation and corpse cultivation existed, making the emergence of peculiar items quite normal. After committing this matter to memory, Su Ming set the van ablaze. With the evidence of his deeds reduced to ash, he sought out a hidden corner within the factory and chose to log out. As the white light flickered, his figure swiftly vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a luxurious private room within the Safe Zone's tavern. Rising from the opulent bed, Su Ming hastened to the window to survey the outside world. A quick glance revealed that the number of players within the Safe Zone had increased significantly compared to yesterday. Retracting his gaze, Su Ming summoned the level leaderboard, battle power leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard. Level leaderboard. First place, Demon, level 10. Second place, Drunken Sword Immortal, level 9. Third place, Satan, level 8. Fourth place, God, level 8. Fifth place, Apocalypse, level 8. Sixth place, Mad Monarch, level 8. Seventh place, Brahma, level 8. Eighth place, Dugad Shobai, level 8. Ninth place, Superman, level 8. 10th place, Thunder King, level 8. Wealth leaderboard. First place, Demon. Second place, Moneybags. Third place, Rich Beyond Compare. Battle Power leaderboard. First place, Demon. Second place, Drunken Sword Immortal. Third place, Dugad Shobai. Fourth place, Satan. Compared to yesterday, it appeared that the players on the level leaderboard had generally advanced by 1 level, with other changes being minimal. Su Ming felt no surprise at the rapid progression of these players. In such a vast world, there were countless extraordinary individuals, and those who managed to break into the top 1,000 were among the elite, considering 1 billion people had entered the game world. With such a large base, the interplay of talent, intellect, luck, and various factors rendered anything possible. After closing the 3 leaderboards, Su Ming departed the tavern room and descended to the first floor. Handing the key to the bartender, As his figure emerged in the safe zone square, it instantly attracted the attention of several players. Ignoring their gaze, he set conditions for buying and selling at the stalls before stepping out through the gates of the safe zone. This time, however, there were no audacious robbers lurking outside the safe zone. Following the previous day's enthusiastic player promotion in the regional channel, all players within the 186 area had become increasingly cautious. Regarding certain rumors, Su Ming had casually browsed the regional channel while descending. Anonymous players speculated about his identity, voicing various conjectures filled with envy and jealousy, as well as moralizing from a perceived high ground. Some players pointed out that stronger players should not hoard benefits, arguing that, as fellow humans, transparency was essential. In light of the myriad discussions within the channel, Su Ming regarded them as mere clowns creating a ruckus. As long as he remained unbound by morality, he could not be shackled by it. Anyone daring to confront him could simply be eliminated. And as for the frenzied anonymous discussions behind his back, he would leave those to their own devices. Upon leaving the safe zone and entering a particular street, Su Ming retrieved a city map to pinpoint his location. After marking a circle around the suburban area, he swiftly made his way toward the outskirts along the street. While a thorough search of the abandoned urban area would undoubtedly reveal numerous weak monsters, aside from those with special abilities, the lower-tier creatures held little significance for Su Ming at present. At present, he is solely focused on being the first to complete his job change. According to the conventions of the game world, the first player to conquer a team dungeon will receive an announcement reward, and it stands to reason that the first player to undergo a job change will also be granted a corresponding reward, 99 certainty. With an ever-sharpening sixth sense, Su Ming fixated on the job change clues, directing his attention towards the more perilous outskirts rather than the derelict city. After sprinting for about 10 minutes, he abruptly halted, his gaze intensely fixed upon a certain building's exterior wall. There, he noticed a demonized gecko quietly clinging to the wall, motionless. This unexpected encounter delighted Su Ming. He had not anticipated stumbling upon a new player benefit monster during his journey. With a swift motion, he dispatched the demonized gecko with a cleaver and immediately proceeded to refine its remains. Ding! Refinement complete. Extracted 1 unit of level 1 demonized gecko life essence. 1 unit of level 1 demonized gecko life spirit. A thread of ordinary magic power, and the passive regeneration talent. Upon invoking the talent orb, Su Ming felt subtle changes within his body. Glancing at the talent section of his game panel, he discovered that his basic regeneration talent had now advanced to black iron level regeneration talent, 110. A broken thigh could regenerate within 2 years by expending considerable vitality, while an arm would take just 1 year. Compared to the basic regeneration, the advancement to black iron level yielded a significant enhancement. If he continued to progress, rebirth through blood might no longer be a mere dream. Feeling a bolstered capacity for self-preservation, a smile crept across Su Ming's face. With this talent, as long as he avoided life-threatening injuries such as severed limbs, he could swiftly heal from other superficial wounds or even more severe lacerations, given that vitality was his most abundant resource. Chapter 56, The Tracks of Wild Bosses, Job Change Dungeon. In high spirits, Su Ming closed the game panel and continued his journey towards the outskirts. Along the way, he encountered other players but refrained from any interaction. Approximately 10 minutes later, he exited the densely built environment of the abandoned city and entered the extremely perilous outskirts. Indeed, this was no place for ordinary players. Danger lurked everywhere. Observing the overgrown grass towering above him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of awe. Then, with a thought, he summoned the corpse puppet's boss and 2 lesser undead minions from the infinite space, positioning them in a triangular formation as they advanced. After traversing roughly a dozen meters through the underbrush, Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he spotted a concealed predator. Demonized mantis. Level 5. Commentary. A born killer. Beware its dual blades. At that moment, a gigantic emerald green mantis, comparable in size to a demonized rat, cautiously focused on a small white king snake accompanied by 3 corpses. Sensing that the demonized mantis had locked its attention on the king snake, Su Ming mentally commanded the corpse puppet boss to initiate an assault. In response to the incoming attack, the demonized mantis exerted a slight force with its legs and leaped aside to evade. The terrain of the underbrush favored it, a high damage, high defense creature like the corpse puppets, lacking in agility, struggled to land a hit. After dodging the attack, the demonized mantis swiftly lunged towards Su Ming's position. In the next instant, the crimson blade clashed with the mantis's dual blades. With that strike, the mantis's blades shattered instantly, and its body was cleaved in 2. Ding! You have slain a level 5 demonized mantis. Experience points are maxed, no further experience can be gained. The monster dropped 50 units of ordinary currency and a level 5 mantis dual blade, which has been automatically collected. Ding! Would you like to refine the body of the demonized mantis? Yes. The drop rate here was significantly higher than in the abandoned city. After glancing at the kill notification, Su Ming casually flicked the mantis's blood off his blade. Ding! Refinement complete. Extracted 1 unit of level 5 demonized mantis life essence. 1 unit of level 5 demonized mantis spirit, 5 threads of ordinary magic power, and the passive skill mastery of blade techniques. Seeing that the monster's body had yielded the passive skill of mastery of blade techniques, Su Ming couldn't suppress a grin. His swift strike had dispatched the demonized mantis due to a combination of speed and mental acuity, but in terms of true swordsmanship, he acknowledged that he was no match for a naturally skilled blade wielder like the mantis. Thus, acquiring the mastery of blade technique skill would enhance his melee capabilities significantly. After utilizing the skill orb, Su Ming felt a light tremor in his hands. Once that peculiar sensation faded, he casually performed a flourish with his blade. In comparison to before, he found his swordplay notably more fluid, allowing him to harness his strength at will. Familiarizing himself with the long blade in his hand, he resumed his exploration along the dilapidated road. After advancing approximately 20 meters, he heard a terrifying roar echoing from ahead. Following the sound, Su Ming lightly stepped onto the shoulder of the corpse puppet boss and retrieved his binoculars to survey the area. A quick scan revealed a lion larger than an elephant, leading a smaller pride of lionesses, attempting to hunt a water buffalo even larger than itself. Demonized Lion King Boss. Tier, Black Iron. Level, 11. Commentary, a transcendent level demonized creature. King of the Savannah. Demonized Lioness. Level, 10. Commentary, a formidable demonized creature. New players should avoid confrontation. Demonized Wild Water Buffalo King Boss. Tier, Black Iron. Level, 11. Commentary, a transcendent level demonized creature, exceedingly fearsome. Demonized Wild Water Buffalo. Level, 9. Commentary, a powerful demonized creature. New players should not provoke. After scanning through the information, Su Ming felt a gulp of trepidation at the sight of the demonized Lion King and Water Buffalo King. Regardless of the specifics, their imposing size was enough to instill fear. After observing for a brief moment, he returned the binoculars to the infinite space. For now, he had no intention of provoking either the pride or the herd. He remained uncertain about the true strength of the Black Iron tier bosses, and given the open savanna terrain, he lacked the advantage of using buildings for tactical maneuvers. If he were to attract their attention, his only option might be a strategic retreat back towards the abandoned city. Human players, in comparison to monsters, possess initial advantages in equipment, intelligence, and physicality, which, to be candid, are only slightly superior to goblins. However, they fall vastly short when pitted against ferocious beasts. Even with his enhanced capabilities, Su Ming hesitated to embark on a solo challenge against a Black Iron tier boss, a clear indication of the game's formidable difficulty. While he might theoretically defeat a boss in a life-or-death struggle, the ingrained subconscious of avoiding damage during farming activities was not something easily cast aside. After contemplating various thoughts, he ultimately opted for a cautious approach. After all, in the early stages, no one was likely to contest bosses with him in the savannah. He would pursue leads for the job change first. During the subsequent exploration, Su Ming made every effort to steer clear of the territories occupied by the buffalo and lions. After roughly 2 minutes of travel, he commanded the corpse puppet boss to severely weaken a level 5 demonized bamboo leaf green snake, allowing the small king snake to deliver the final blow. Ding! Your pet king snake has slain the level 5 mutated bamboo viper, earning a coefficient enhancement of 2, totaling 15 experience points. The monster dropped 50 units of ordinary currency and a level 5 bamboo sword, which has been automatically collected. Ding! Would you like to refine the body of the mutated bamboo viper? Ding! The refinement is complete. You have extracted a life essence from the level 5 mutated bamboo viper, a spirit fragment, 5 strands of ordinary magical energy, and a skill book for the death entanglement skill. After briefly glancing at the notifications regarding the kill and refinement, Su Ming continued on his path. A minute later, a mutated mantis, lurking in the grass, attempted to ambush him. However, his mental perception allowed him to sense the threat in advance, and he swiftly ended its life with a single strike. Once he had refined its body, he received another proficiency skill in swordsmanship, similar to the throwing mastery skill. These passive skills could be further enhanced, indicating their potential for progression. Upon applying the second proficiency skill in swordsmanship to himself, Su Ming distinctly felt his mastery of the blade advance another step. After spending some time familiarizing himself, he stood atop the shoulder of the undead puppet boss and surveyed the surrounding area through a telescope. When he caught sight of a faint, hazy purple glow flickering through the lens, a jolt of recognition surged through him. This familiar sensation resembled the team in the undead marketplace of the abandoned city, as if he were back there. After locking onto the source of the glow, Su Ming's thoughts stirred, and he donned the title of Slayer, igniting his vitality to enter a state of rapid movement. 2 minutes later, he traversed a considerable distance, arriving at an oval portal concealed in the grass, intermittently emanating a soft purple light. Ding! You have discovered the job transition dungeon. Entry requirement, level 10. Chapter 57, the third layer of the underground. Would you like to enter? Hearing the dungeon prompt sound beside him, Su Ming silently affirmed. He had ventured into the outskirts specifically for the purpose of transitioning jobs, and now that he had found the dungeon, he would certainly not decline entry. With a flash of soft purple light, his figure vanished from the spot. Ding! You have entered the job transition dungeon. Upon surveying his surroundings, Su Ming found himself within a torchlit cavern. Cavern worm. Level 10. Comment. A common level 10 creature. Killing it grants ordinary job transition qualifications. As a large worm appeared directly ahead, a line of information flashed before Su Ming's eyes. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the undead puppet boss and 2 undead minions to charge forward. In the face of the dungeon intruder, the cavern worm, nearly 3 meters in length, opened its flower-like maw to bite at the leading undead puppet boss. In the next moment, the two collided. The undead boss, under Su Ming's control, delivered a fierce slash that severed a significant portion of the cavern worm's head. Following this, the 2 undead minions, slightly slower in response, joined in with a flurry of strikes against the cavern worm. Approximately a minute later, the cavern worm, battered and chopped into disarray, finally ceased its struggles. It was not that it lacked strength. Rather, its foes were simply too ferocious. Ding! You have slain the level 10 cavern worm. Experience points are full. No further experience can be gained. The monster dropped 100 units of ordinary currency and a level 10 cavern shell, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the cavern worm? Ding! You may choose from the following ordinary job transitions or enter the second layer of the cavern for a challenge. Warrior, mage, thief, priest, knight, monk. As the cavern worm succumbed to death, a plethora of job options immediately appeared before Su Ming, their abundance leaving him momentarily speechless. After a cursory glance, he lost interest. Silently contemplating, he chose to refine the cavern worm's body and opted to enter the second layer of the cavern. Ding! The refinement is complete. You have extracted a life essence from the level 10 cavern worm, a spirit fragment, and gained the passive talent of enhanced perception. Seeing that he had refined a talent, a broader smile spread across Su Ming's face. Enhanced perception. Talent quality. Common. Talent description. Passively enhances perceptual response. After reviewing the talent description, Su Ming promptly applied the talent orb to himself. Simultaneously, his figure was enveloped in a wave of purple light as he entered the second layer of the cavern. Great Blade Skeleton Elite. Level 10. Comment. A level 10 elite monster. Slaying it grants rare job transition qualifications. Upon observing the gatekeeper of the second layer, Su Ming found himself deep in thought. As a skeleton clad in armor and wielding a great blade charged toward him, he refrained from engaging directly, instead allowing the undead puppet boss to take the lead. This great blade skeleton's combat power surpassed that of the 2 undead minions. Yet it still fell short compared to the undead boss. In an instant of collision, the elite skeleton was sent flying, multiple ribs shattering upon impact. Wasting no time, as soon as the elite skeleton hit the ground, Su Ming commanded the undead boss to step forward, pinning its chest down with its left foot before delivering a powerful kick to its head. With a crunching sound of bones, the struggling Great Blade Skeleton Elite met its end. Ding! You have slain the level 10 Great Blade Skeleton Elite. Experience points are full. No further experience can be gained. The monster dropped 200 units of ordinary currency and a level 10 skeleton bow, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the Great Blade Skeleton Elite? Ding! You may select from the following rare job transitions or enter the third layer of the cavern for a challenge. Fighter, Warlock, Puppet Master, Rune Master, Sword Cultivator. After examining the options presented before him, Su Ming found the rare jobs to be quite appealing, yet still insufficient for his aspirations. After refining the body of the Great Blade Skeleton Elite, he chose to continue his advance through the dungeon. Ding! The refinement is complete. You have extracted a fragment of soul fire and gained the passive talent Iron Bones. Iron Bones. Talent quality. Common. Talent description. Strong muscles and sturdy bones. Soul fire. Item description. Can enhance the hidden attribute of soul resistance. Quickly scanning the information pertaining to the 2 new refined items, Su Ming felt a slight heaviness in his breath. This job transition dungeon was undoubtedly a treasure trove for him, though he lamented the relatively low number of monsters. As he contemplated, he integrated the Iron Bones talent and soul fire into his being, feeling 2 extraordinary forces coursing through him. One brought a sensation of warmth to his bones, while the other flowed into his mind like a gentle breeze. The feeling was reminiscent of the surge he experienced when his vitality and mental attributes were enhanced, yet there remained a subtle distinction. Before Su Ming could fully appreciate this sensation, he found himself in the third layer of the cavern. Compared to the previous 2 layers, this level was a vast platform. At the center of the third layer stood a massive spider. Mutated Spider King Boss. Level 10. Comment. The greatest boss of the job transition dungeon, possessing venomous capabilities. Upon seeing the enormous mutated spider, nearly the size of a small car in the real world, Su Ming felt that this dungeon might be somewhat of a trap. The difficulty levels of the second and third tiers are truly worlds apart. As he observed, the 3 seconds of protective time swiftly came to an end. The moment he detected the presence of the enchanted Spider King Boss, it rose to its feet, and as it shifted its massive form, a swarm of tiny spiders emerged from beneath the platform. Seeing these little creatures rushing towards him, Su Ming chose to advance rather than retreat. With all his skills activated, he surged forth like a streak of crimson lightning towards the enchanted Spider King boss. After barreling through with a savage charge, he executed a swift slash. The Spider King, quick to sense danger, attempted to evade the strike by rapidly maneuvering its forelimbs. However, Su Ming's speed was unparalleled. In that moment of unleashed skills, he resembled the boss even more than the boss itself. With a deft strike that severed one of the Spider King's legs, he thrust his blade forward with determination, then gripped the weapon with both hands, slashing downward with great force. The boss, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, emitted a high-pitched shriek and lunged to bite at the right front. In response, Su Ming lightly stepped, using the blade embedded in the Spider King's body as leverage to leap onto its back. Having secured the high ground, he summoned his spear, piercing the boss's unprepared head with a decisive thrust. Chapter 58. Completing the job change. The Forge unleashes new functions. This swift and precise assault instantaneously pierced the enchanted Spider King boss's skull, resulting in a swift kill. Ding! You have slain the level 10 enchanted Spider King boss. Experience points are maxed out, unable to gain further experience. The monster dropped 2,000 units of ordinary currency, a level 10 spider dagger, a pair of level 10 spider boots, 5 level 10 health recovery potions, and 5 level 10 mental recovery potions, all automatically collected. Do you wish to refine the body of the enchanted Spider King boss? Ding! You may choose from the following hidden job changes: Demon Cultivator, Buddhist Cultivator, Immortal Cultivator, Confucian Cultivator, Physical Cultivator, Ghost Cultivator. After defeating the boss, Su Ming barely had time to glance at the notification before the ordinary, basin-sized little spiders swarmed around him. Faced with these minor foes, he commanded his undead puppet boss and 2 undead minions, initiating a mowing mode of destruction. The only effective attack these enchanted spiders possessed was their venom. But this posed no threat to the 3 undead entities, nor to Su Ming, who bore the innate talent of immunity to toxins, his skin resilient beyond belief. Thus, within 3 minutes of this mowing spree, all the little spiders met the same fate as the enchanted Spider King boss. Ding! You have slain 100 level 3 enchanted spiders. Experience points are maxed out, unable to gain further experience. The monsters dropped 3,000 units of ordinary currency, 5 level 3 spider sets, 5 level 3 health recovery potions, and 5 level 3 mental recovery potions, all automatically collected. Do you wish to refine the bodies of 100 enchanted spiders? Standing in the center of the platform, gazing at the blood splattered upon him, Su Ming exhaled deeply. After surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he turned his attention to the notification. Upon seeing the 6 hidden job options, his expression grew slightly peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming decided to first refine the bodies of the boss and the minions. Ding! The refining process is complete. You have extracted 1 portion of life essence from the level 10 enchanted Spider King boss, 1 essence of the enchanted Spider King, 50 strands of ordinary mana, and the passive talent of danger perception. Ding! The refining process is complete. You have extracted 100 portions of life essence from level 3 enchanted spiders, 100 essence of level 3 enchanted spiders, and 100 strands of ordinary mana. Level 10 enchanted Spider King boss life essence. Item description: can enhance health by 7680 points or increase the health limit by 7175 points. After swiftly reviewing the effects of the boss's essence and soul, he invoked the items upon himself. During the dual enhancement of health and mental capacity, Su Ming casually selected the Demon Cultivator profession, recalling that the description of mana distinctly stated it was the most common energy of the demon realm. It seemed illogical to eschew the Demon Cultivator path in light of this. Ding! You have chosen the Demon Cultivator profession. Are you certain? Yes. Upon hearing the notification chime, Su Ming silently affirmed within himself. Ding! You have successfully completed the job change dungeon. The Demon Cultivator inheritance has been activated, and the job change baptism is underway. You have received a first-tier low-level demon artifact soul banner, a black iron-grade bloodthirsty blade, the secret technique of black iron demon body, a first-tier low-level demon artifact storage bag, and the secret technique of heavenly demon great method. Ding! You have received the first completion reward of the job change dungeon, the black iron-grade title of pioneer, 50,000 units of ordinary currency, and a bronze secret realm key. As the incessant chimes resonated in his ears, Su Ming felt a tremendous force surge from the void, coursing through his body and rapidly transforming him. Ding! The job change is complete. You have become a demon cultivator. Ding! The player, demon, has been the first to complete the job change. This player receives a reward of 20 free attribute points, a reduction in online cooldown time by half, and the game world will undergo an online update. Opening the normal profession job change hall within the safe zone. Ding! The third function of the Infinite Forge has met the unsealing conditions and has been unlocked. Just as he was about to check his own data, another sudden notification caused Su Ming's smile to widen even further. Feeling the surging power within him, he summoned his data panel. Game panel name, Su Ming. Profession, Demon Cultivator. Tier, Black Iron. Level 11, 01000. Health 100. Vitality 75, 20, 95. Mentality 65, 65. Mana 100, 100. Secret techniques: Black Iron Demon Body, Entry Level 1. First Tier Heavenly Demon Great Method, Entry Level 1. Skills: Level 3 Heavy Strike, Max Level. Level 3 Death Entanglement, Max Level. Level 3 Speed, Max Level. Throwing Proficiency, Blade Mastery. Level 3 Bloodthirst, Max Level. Level 3 Corpse Control, Max Level. Level 3 Savage Charge, Max Level. Level 3 Bullet Time, Max Level. Corpse Refining Technique. Talents: Black Iron Level Regeneration, 110. Common Level Herculean Strength, 110. Common Level Immunity to Poisons, 110. Common Level Iron Bones, 110. Common Level Enhanced Perception, 110. Danger Perception, 110. Titles: Common Slayer, Equipped. Black Iron Pioneer, Unequipped. Overall Combat Power, 3666. Equipment Slot: Level 10 Bloodthirsty Blade. Level 10 Bloodthirsty Armor. Level 10 Bloodthirsty Boots. Level 10 Bloodthirsty Gauntlets. Level 10 Bloodthirsty Helmet. Level 10 Bloodthirsty Leggings, Equipped. Demon Artifacts: First Tier Low-Level Demon Artifact Soul Banner. First Tier Low-Level Demon Artifact Storage Bag. Plugins: Infinite Forge. Function 1. Function 2. Function 3. Can consume energy to synthesize skills, talents, and titles including, but not limited to, free attribute points, 52 points. With a sweeping glance over the data panel, Su Ming noticed an abundance of new options. There were professions, tiers, mana, secret techniques, and demon artifacts, signifying a complete overhaul. However, the most crucial addition was the third function of the Infinite Forge. As the skills and talents he had acquired grew increasingly diverse, Su Ming felt that his knowledge was becoming rather convoluted. This synthesis function was indeed a timely boon. As his thoughts settled upon the ethereal furnace, a multitude of grids unfurled before his eyes. The synthesis within the furnace was not devoid of constraints. Skills and talents with a high degree of compatibility yielded remarkable results, requiring comparatively lesser energy. Conversely, if the skills were entirely unrelated, while synthesis was still feasible, the results might be lackluster, accompanied by significant energy expenditure. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming casually selected the skills of Corpse Summoning and Corpse Refining. Corpse Summoning, Corpse Refining exhibited a high degree of compatibility, necessitating 20 points of furnace energy for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the Black Iron level skill, Black Zombie Technique. Upon the emergence of the new skill, a torrent of information flooded Su Ming's mind, detailing methods for nurturing and advancing the walking corpse, as well as advanced manipulation secrets. Chapter 59, Talent Synthesis, Title Synthesis. While absorbing this newfound knowledge, he simultaneously began experimenting with combinations of his acquired skills. Throwing Mastery, Blade Mastery displayed a low degree of compatibility. Death Entanglement, Swiftness also demonstrated a low degree of compatibility. Swiftness, Brutal Charge, Bloodthirst, Heavy Strike showcased a high degree of compatibility, requiring 100 points of furnace energy for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the Black Iron level skill, Rampage Technique. Through the fusion of these 4 fully leveled skills, Su Ming obtained a Rampage skill that provided comprehensive enhancements to his abilities. Glancing at the remaining skills on his panel, he shifted his focus toward talents. Mighty as an ox, immune to all poisons, iron bones, enhanced perception, danger sense, regeneration, exhibited a remarkably high degree of compatibility, necessitating 300 points of furnace energy for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? After placing all 6 talent icons into the synthesis grid, Su Ming noted the perfect compatibility of the talent category. Without further hesitation, he silently affirmed his decision. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the Black Iron level talent, Body of the Overlord. Upon the fusion of this new talent, Su Ming felt a significant enhancement in his bones, skin, and spirit. After closing his eyes to sense his current state, he began to inspect the items acquired from his class transition. Soul Banner. Grade: First Tier Low-Level Magical Artifact. Soul Count: 0-10. Effect: Commands soul entities to battle. Storage Bag. Grade: First Tier Low-Level Magical Artifact. Effect: Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space for items. Pioneer Title. Grade: Black Iron. Description: When worn, it increases the drop rate by an additional 10% when killing monsters and exploring new dungeons. Black Iron Demon Body. Description: Allows the user to condense magical energy into the demon body, enhancing combat prowess. Note: The Black Iron Demon Body must be fully refined to unlock the next tier of demon body refinement. Heavenly Demon Technique. Description: Utilized for cultivating demonic energy, increasing one's combat power. Bloodthirsty Blade. Wearing level: Level 11. Grade: Black Iron. Quality: Superior. Attributes: Blood Absorption 10, Sharpness 30, Armor Penetration 10. Special Trait: Blade Aura. Equipment Commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it can harness vitality or demonic energy to unleash its blade aura. Bronze Secret Realm Key. Description: when the holder's rank reaches the Bronze tier, this key grants access to explore the Bronze Secret Realm. Having swiftly reviewed all item information, Su Ming equipped the blood-red, bloodthirsty blade. After infusing 10 points of vitality into the blade, he swung it forward with a single stroke. In the next moment, a flash of lightning-like blade aura shot forth from the bloodthirsty blade. With a resounding crash, debris erupted from the wall of the cavern where the blade aura struck. Observing the shattered rocks cascading from the wall, a slight curve formed at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. He was immensely satisfied with the power displayed. With the revival of life essence, this ranged method could serve as a powerful asset. He surveyed the third level of the dungeon, not in a hurry to exit, for there were still items he had yet to synthesize. Pioneer, Slayer, exhibited a high degree of compatibility, requiring 100 points of furnace energy for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the Black Iron level title, Pioneer Slayer. Gazing at the newly combined title, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Su Ming's eyes. Pioneer Slayer title. Grade, Black Iron. Description: when worn, it increases the drop rate by an additional 10% when killing monsters and exploring new dungeons, and allows for mental intimidation of low-level Black Iron tier entities and below. The synthesized title gained a slight enhancement in its ability to induce mental intimidation, now effective against low-level Black Iron tier creatures, in addition to its original effectiveness against ordinary beings. Unlike equipment, titles can only be worn one at a time, ensuring that through title synthesis alone, Su Ming would remain far ahead. Looking at the now considerably simplified data panel, he began to attempt the cultivation of the Heavenly Demon technique and the Black Iron Demon body. Following his class transition, Su Ming understood that the boost in power from leveling up constituted merely a fraction of his overall strength. To assess a player's might, one must consider their equipment, treasures, secret techniques, skills, and pets, among other factors. Upon advancing from level 10 to 11, he did not receive additional attribute points. However, the awakening of the inherited power within him simultaneously fortified his physique and spirit. Otherwise, the essence and soul of the demonized Spider King boss alone would not have yielded such significant enhancement. As he entered the phase of cultivation, the communication channels across the game world erupted in chaos. Hacking, I'm reporting this. Desperately seeking the address of the expert. I wish to become a hanger-on. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to read the comments. Alright, so this is how it's going to be. There are so many strong individuals in the world. Why can't there be just one more? When Su Ming, as Demon, became the first to complete his class transition, triggering a world announcement. The many players diligently grinding monsters were filled with envy. They could overlook the announcement, but it was unbearable for them to have the rewards revealed as well. Wasn't this purely a means to incite their jealousy? The 20 points of free attribute points, along with the halved cooldown time upon logging in, and other unknown rewards, only deepened their discontent. As for the players listed on the level, power, and wealth rankings, gazing at that glaring codename atop the list, an overwhelming sense of helplessness welled up within them. A step ahead, always a step ahead, with just 2 world announcements. The opponent had already secured 25 points in free attribute points, placing him far ahead, not to mention the completion of his class transition. At that moment, the strength of Demon was beyond their conjecture. Had the power data on the rankings not been concealed, they would have likely exploded in disbelief. Having completed the synthesis of skills, talents, and titles, and equipped with the bloodthirsty blade, Su Ming's combat power now soared to 45-55. While discussions regarding the class transition thrived across various regional channels, Su Ming, seated within the 3rd level of the dungeon, slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of joy dancing within them. The magical energy refined from the demonized creatures would aid him in condensing the demon body and in cultivating the Heavenly Demon technique. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he temporarily halted his cultivation and opted to exit the class transition dungeon. As the purple light flashed, Su Ming's figure vanished within the depths of the 3rd layer of the dungeon. When he reappeared, he found himself back in the verdant fields. Releasing the undead puppet boss and standing atop its shoulders, he scanned the surroundings before swiftly fixing his gaze on a particular direction. He had no intention of sparing the wild buffalo herd or the pride of lions. He planned to lay waste to this area first, following the path to his right. After weaving through the grass for a considerable distance, he entered a more open expanse. Beside a large lake, a herd of wild buffalo, led by the Buffalo King, leisurely drank from the water. Upon noticing shallow claw marks on the back of the Buffalo King, Su Ming's eyes flickered. It appeared that the lions, under the command of their king, had not gained a significant advantage against the buffalo. Chapter 60, Slaughtering the Herd, Terrifying Gains. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. The intelligence of extraordinary beings far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Thus, under the command of the Buffalo King, as long as the wild buffalo did not scatter in panic, they would not be picked off one by one. With this thought in mind, Su Ming charged forward with his blade. As he closed the distance, the Buffalo King, reclining among the herd, suddenly let out a bellow. The alerted buffalo immediately formed a tight circle. In that moment, A glint of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he swung his bloodthirsty blade with precision at the nearest wild buffalo. Instantly, a half-meter-long crimson blade of energy struck the buffalo's skull with lightning speed. In the wake of that terrifying blow, the unfortunate beast collapsed lifelessly, its massive head exploding in a shower of blood and flesh from the force of the strike. Notification: you have slain a level 9 demonic wild buffalo, gaining 9 experience points. The monster dropped 100 ordinary coins, a level 9 crescent blade, and a common skill book on rampaging bull charge, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the remains of the demonic wild buffalo? Not bothering to read the kill notification, Su Ming activated his berserker technique and donned the title of Harbinger of Slaughter. The invisible mental shockwave immediately sent the entire buffalo herd into a frenzy. Even the Buffalo King, the ruler of the herd, displayed palpable terror in its large eyes, feeling the dread emanating from the diminutive figure not far off, causing its limbs to tremble. Amid the chaos of the buffalo herd, a bloodthirsty glint shone in Su Ming's eyes as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his bloodthirsty blade. Each blow was capable of instantaneously slaying a wild buffalo, and the sound of notifications rang out incessantly. Notification: you have slain a level 9 demonic wild buffalo, gaining 9 experience points. The monster dropped 100 ordinary coins and a level 9 health restoration potion, which has been automatically collected. After dispatching a dozen or so buffalo, the massive Buffalo King began to bellow incessantly, attempting to dispel the mental shock gripping the herd. Observing this, Su Ming transformed into a crimson shadow, rapidly closing in on the Buffalo King while expending 20 points of health to deliver a thunderous strike. As if sensing the imminent threat to its life, a dark aura flickered around the Buffalo King at the moment the blood-red blade approached. In an instant, the blade collided with the dark energy surrounding the Buffalo King. When he witnessed the crimson blade being blocked, leaving only a shallow gash on the creature's hide, Su Ming was not taken aback. If a Black Iron tier boss could be so easily dispatched, it would hardly qualify as a boss. After all, it was a formidable being that had entered the realm of the extraordinary, and it was only natural for it to possess significant strength. As he absorbed essence to replenish his health, he unleashed another blade of energy. It wasn't that Su Ming wished to unleash more powerful strikes. Rather, the bloodthirsty blade had a limit to its energy output, capping at 20 health points or mana. Forcing a greater expenditure would risk damaging the weapon. At this moment, the magical aura surrounding the Buffalo King had dimmed considerably after withstanding a blade strike. Upon receiving the 5th strike, it let out a mournful bellow, and its protective dark energy shattered. It wasn't that the Buffalo King lacked the will to retaliate. It was simply powerless to do so, paralyzed by the overwhelming mental shock. Having unleashed 5 successive strikes that pierced the Buffalo King's protective aura, Su Ming seized the opportunity to deliver a 6th blow. With a thunderous slash, a massive gash was carved into the Buffalo King's neck. Had its skin, muscles, and bones not been exceptionally sturdy, that strike might have severed its head entirely. Seeing the Buffalo King still standing, Su Ming chose to continue his assault. As he unleashed the 7th blade of energy, the colossal figure of the Buffalo King finally collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. You have slain the level 11 demonic Buffalo King boss, gaining 10 experience points. The monster dropped 1,000 black iron coins, 5 low-tier black iron health restoration potions, 5 low-tier black iron mana restoration potions, a piece of level 11 Buffalo King's heavy armor, a pair of level 11 Buffalo King's warhammers, and a black iron skill book on energy barrier, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the remains of the demonic Buffalo King boss? Notification: your current experience level is full, and your personal level has increased to level 12. Due to hidden class bonuses, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. After the Buffalo King boss was defeated, Su Ming did not immediately check the loot, but instead turned his attention to the entire herd of wild buffalo. Without the boss to lead them, these demonic wild buffalo, which were not even at the Black Iron tier, were now completely at the mercy of the mental shock from the title of Harbinger of Slaughter, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Notification: you have slain a level 9 demonic wild buffalo, gaining 9 experience points. The monster dropped 100 ordinary coins and a level 9 mana restoration potion, which has been automatically collected. Notification: you have slain a level 9 demonic wild buffalo, gaining 9 experience points. The monster dropped 100 ordinary coins and a level 9 great sword, which has been automatically collected. After 15 minutes had passed, Su Ming finally ceased his relentless assault with the blade. By then, there were no traces of wild buffalo left by the lakeside. They had all been turned into corpses, absorbed into his infinite space. It could be said that the effect of the synthesized title was exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to annihilate the entire herd, as buffalo would typically scatter in the face of danger. Standing still, he exhaled deeply, gazing at the overflowing corpses in his storage compartment. With a thought, he initiated mass refinement. Notification: refinement complete. You have extracted 1 portion of life essence from the level 11 demonic Buffalo King boss, 1 portion of its soul essence, 300 strands of ordinary mana, The Black Iron Tier Talent Buffalo King's Strength, and 1 Black Iron Skill Book on War Tread. Notification, refinement complete. You have extracted 150 portions of life essence from the level 9 demonic wild buffalo, 150 portions of their soul essence, 350 strands of ordinary mana. The common tier talent strength of the bull 150, and 150 copies of the skill book on barbaric charge. Wow. Upon seeing the refined items, even with Su Ming's current composure, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the demonic wild buffalo would all possess innate talents. After mentally calculating the potential for talent advancement, his eyes sparkled with excitement. If the innate talent of immense strength were entirely harnessed for his own benefit, he would undoubtedly acquire a power surpassing the Black Iron level, significantly augmenting Su Ming's combat prowess. Chapter 61. The Potent Advancement Talent, the Ritual of the Soul Banner. Once this thought took root in his mind, Su Ming swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Upon locating a substantial tree, he executed a few quick movements and darted beneath its boughs, swiftly ascending to a higher branch. Gazing at the ethereal orbs of talent shimmering with a faint white light within the infinite space, he invoked his will and opted to make use of them. In the next moment, a formidable surge of innate power began to pour forth from within him. At that juncture, a shadowy silhouette of a bull, composed of vitality and blood, emerged behind Su Ming. As time progressed, the spectral bull grew increasingly solid. Half an hour passed. An hour. For hours. When 100 portions of the immense strength talent had fully integrated into his being, the spectral water buffalo behind Su Ming transformed into a bull more fearsome than the wild water buffalo king boss. Bull's might. Talent quality, bronze. Talent description, grants an additional 200 points to vitality. Invincible. Feeling the overwhelming vitality surging within him, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with an almost frightening intensity. One portion of the immense strength talent could provide a 20-point vitality enhancement. Thus, 100 combined offered 200 points, which greatly satisfied him. After all, talent advancement does not merely equate to the sum of values, but instead leads to a qualitative transformation that raises the upper limits. Exhaling gently, he glanced at the slightly overcast sky and summoned his personal interface. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Mage Cultivator. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 12, 1, 352, 000. Health points, 100. Vitality points, 80, 200, 280. Mental points, 70. Mana, 100, 100. Secret Arts, Black Iron Mage Physique, Entry Level 1. First Stage Demon Magic, Entry Level 1. Skills, Level 3 Death Entanglement, Max Level. Mastery of Throwing, Mastery of Blade Techniques, Level 3 Bullet Time, Max Level. Black Zombie Technique, Berserk Technique. Talents, Black Iron Level Overlord Body, Bronze Level Bull's Might. Title, Black Iron Level Pioneer Slayer, Equipped. Comprehensive Combat Power, 88. Equipment Slots, Level 11 Bloodthirsty Blade. Level 10 Slaughter Armor, Level 10 Slaughter Boots, Level 10 Slaughter Gauntlets, Level 10 Slaughter Helm, Level 10 Slaughter Leggings, Equipped. Magic Tools, First Stage Low-Level Magical Artifact Soul Banner. First Stage Low-Level Magical Artifact Storage Bag. Plugins, Infinite Furnace. Available Attribute Points, 62. After closing the panel, Su Ming began to assess his gains. Monster Drops. Common Currency, 15. 000, Black Iron Coins. 1000, Level 9 Equipment. 50 pieces, Level 11 Equipment. 2 pieces, Level 9 Vitality Recovery Potions. 20, Level 9 Mental Recovery Potions. 20. Black Iron Level Low-Grade Vitality Recovery Potions. 5. Black Iron Level Low-Grade Mental Recovery Potions. 5. 10 Common Skill Books. 1 Black Iron Level Skill Book. The haul appeared quite decent. However, compared to the benefits from refining, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. After organizing the infinite space, Su Ming selected 2 Black Iron Skill Books. Energy Barrier. Level, Black Iron. Type, General. Description, by using this skill book, one can learn the Energy Barrier skill. Learning requirements. 1. Level 11. 2. Possession of extraordinary power within. War Tread. Level, Black Iron. Type, General. Description, by using this skill book, one can learn the War Tread skill. Learning requirements. 1. Level 11. 2. Possession of extraordinary power within. 3. Strong physique. Compared to common skills, Black Iron skills come with a host of additional requirements. However, this posed no challenge for Su Ming, who embodied the quintessence of a versatile mage cultivator. After swiftly learning both skill books, a radiant black and red glow enveloped his body. Sensing the energy required to maintain the barrier, Su Ming smirked. Drawing closer to the point of no longer needing to consume beef, dispelling the energy barrier, he shifted his gaze towards the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Bull King. Bull King's Heavy Armor. Wear Level, 11. Rank, Black Iron. Quality, Medium. Attributes, Defense 30. Dispel Force 20. Characteristics, Barrier. Equipment Commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it can harness extraordinary power to activate its characteristic and generate a protective barrier. Bull King's Heavy Hammer. Wear level 11. Rank black iron. Quality medium. Attributes weight 30, courage 5. Characteristics shockwave. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it can harness extraordinary power to unleash shockwave force. After reviewing the details of the two pieces of equipment, Su Ming promptly replaced his slaughter armor with the Bull King's heavy armor. With his current defense, he could be likened to a fortress, far surpassing any peer-level body cultivator. Casting a glance at the increasingly dim sky, he had no intention of returning to the safe zone just yet, for there were still gains to assimilate. Level 11 Demonized Wild Water Buffalo King Boss Life Essence. Item description: can enhance the vitality attribute of living beings whose vitality does not exceed 150 points. The extent of enhancement depends on the user. Note: can also be used for vitality recovery, instantly restoring 150 vitality points. Level 11 Demonized Wild Water Buffalo King Spirit Essence. Item description: can enhance the mental attribute of living beings whose mental capacity does not exceed 100 points. The extent of enhancement depends on the user. Note: 1. Can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 100 mental points. 2. This spirit essence can be utilized for the ritual of the soul body. The life essence and spirit essence of the extraordinary tier represent a significant enhancement in efficacy compared to their common counterparts, with the spirit essence additionally possessing a new function. After contemplating the two items, Su Ming opted not to use the spirit essence for the ritual of the soul body, but instead chose to employ it for his own benefit. The advantages of enhancing his mental attributes would far outweigh those of the soul body. One is a direct augmentation of his own power, while the other relies on external forces. He was acutely aware of the distinction. As he felt the pure life force and mental energy begin to wash over his body and spirit, Su Ming leisurely retrieved the soul banner. Following the ritual method outlined in the demon magic, he casually cast 6 human souls from the infinite space into the banner. In the next moment, as Su Ming connected his mental intent with the soul banner, he beheld 6 ethereal human souls manifesting within its small space. At this moment, the 6 souls exhibited no independent consciousness, floating vacantly in the space of the soul banner. Observing this, Su Ming swiftly executed a series of hand seals and infused 6 strands of magical energy into the soul banner. Upon the infusion of magical energy, the previously vacant souls began to flicker with a hint of red light in their ethereal eyes. The first step in refining the soul body involves awakening the malevolence of the souls, which subsequently leads them to devour one another. In essence, the deeper the malice harbored within, the better suited they become as candidates for the soul body. Ordinary souls merely serve as nourishment. Watching the 6 souls engage in a brutal struggle within the confines of the soul banner's small space, Su Ming's gaze flickered. He pondered the possibility of traveling to the island nation in the future. Perhaps he could refine the soul banner into the Emperor's flag. Chapter 62. No more pretense. It's time to reveal the truth. As this thought flitted through his mind, a somewhat innocent smile unconsciously graced Su Ming's lips. Suppressing this notion deep within, he simultaneously summoned and refined the soul banner while releasing the undead puppet boss from his spatial confines. He intended to multitask, nurturing the soul entity while also advancing the undead boss to the black zombie tier. For other players, acquiring the black zombie technique and cultivating a black zombie would not be an effortless endeavor, as the exceptionally pure corpse energy is notoriously difficult to procure. After reinforcing the connection between himself and the undead boss with the black zombie technique, Su Ming extracted the remaining essence of corpse energy along with 10 essence shards of wild water buffaloes. Cultivating a black zombie necessitates not only pure corpse energy, but also the power of souls. As the essence and corpse energy entered its body, the form of the undead puppet boss began to undergo a transformation. Beneath its armor, the previously pallid skin began sprouting dark fur. According to the description of the black zombie technique, a formidable black zombie could attain an invulnerability to blades and bullets, as well as immunity to fire and water, qualifying it as a truly fearsome entity. Given the undead puppet boss's foundation, if it were to advance to the black zombie tier, it would undoubtedly be considered a powerful black zombie. Observing the changes in the undead boss's body, Su Ming nodded slightly and leaned against a tree branch. Accessing the regional communication channel. After perusing the channel information, he once again spent some ordinary currency to pin his acquisition notice at the top. However, this time, Su Ming opted not to remain anonymous, but boldly used the alias demon. Previously, he had chosen to conceal his identity due to a lack of confidence. Now, with his wings firmly established, he sought to impress. Otherwise, what significance would it hold to be ranked first on 3 leaderboards? As Su Ming released his message under the alias demon in the 186 region, the players in that area, who had been vigilantly monitoring the communication channel, were momentarily taken aback. They had been fervently seeking to align themselves with a formidable figure, yet they had not realized that such a figure was right beside them. Once they regained their composure, many players were drenched in cold sweat. They had all entered the safe zone and conducted transactions with the demon. And upon reflecting on their previous thoughts, a wave of trepidation washed over them. They wondered why their right eyelids had been twitching incessantly these past few days. Could it be that their names were flickering on the death register? Moments after Su Ming's pinned message, the 186 regional channel erupted into a frenzy. Beauty with a kind heart. Wah wah wah. I beseech the Great One to take me along. 84, 62, 86. Wealth and nobility. I must have been blind. Never did I expect the Great One to be in our region. Apophis. I feel I would make a splendid sword in the hands of the Great One. I humbly request to be accepted. Numerous lurking players were suddenly drawn into the fray. It was not that they lacked composure, but rather the weight of the alias, demon, was astonishingly significant. Any connection with such a figure could propel them far ahead of their peers in the gaming world. Reclining against the large tree while perusing the regional channel messages, Su Ming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, he might not have grasped the sensation of being exalted on the DY platform in the real world, but now he truly felt it. Demon, I am seeking to acquire a large quantity of fresh monster corpses. Substantial quantities can be exchanged for equipment, potions, and skill selections. First come, first served. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming added another pinned message. With so many tattered pieces of gear and a plethora of ordinary skill books in his infinite space, he needed to take advantage of the opportunity to sell them off. Ding. Player Tiger requests to chat privately with you. Do you accept? Just then, a notification chimed. Upon seeing the familiar name, Su Ming casually clicked to agree. At that moment, Tiger, situated within a derelict building in the abandoned city, hastily composed a message, having meticulously prepared his words in advance. Given the constraints of the game world, I wonder if it would be possible to conduct a transaction offline with you. Sending this message, Tiger had given it considerable thought, making him one of the few players unfazed by the appearance of Demon in the 186 region. His calculations through the galactic computer indicated that the likelihood of the other party's presence in this area was the highest. Indeed, I require a vast number of fresh biological corpses or monster bodies, as well as those of heinous criminals. The greater the quantity, the better. As for the price, please propose a plan. If it suits me, I believe we can establish a collaboration. Glancing at the message Tiger had sent, Su Ming swiftly crafted a reply. He refrained from naming a price, preferring to let the other party suggest one. If it was acceptable, he would proceed with the purchase, and if not, he would let them wait for a few days, as he held the reins of the negotiation. All right, I will provide you with a satisfactory response shortly. After receiving the reply, Tiger quickly responded, I hope so. After sending that message with a leisurely pace, Su Ming severed the private chat. To avoid disturbances, he set a strict condition. Anyone not ranked on the top 3 leaderboards would have their private messages automatically declined. Observing the soul banner and the undead puppet boss, which no longer required his attention, Su Ming summoned 2 additional undead minions to carry the undead boss onward. Had it not been for the infinite space being in a state of stasis, he would have preferred to toss the soul banner and the undead boss inside together to allow for gradual evolution. Departing from the large tree and returning to the ground, Su Ming inhaled deeply, attempting to capture information from the air. His physique had reached a level beyond human, granting him a sense of smell more acute than a dog's. After detecting certain scents in the gentle breeze, he turned and proceeded northwest. Meanwhile, the game world was on the cusp of nightfall, with little time remaining. No one knew whether the outskirts would become even more terrifying after night descended. Su Ming had pondered this point. He believed that during the early stages of the game, it was unlikely for exceedingly powerful monsters to emerge. If they did exist, they would likely be lurking in the depths of the ocean rather than on land. With his current strength, he had no need to fear the Black Iron tier. As long as a higher tier boss did not appear, the risks were minimal. As his silhouette gradually receded into the outskirts, night enveloped the land. While tracking the Lion Pride's trail, Su Ming effortlessly dispatched numerous weaker demonic creatures, including demonic mantises, demonic king cobras, and demonic centipedes, all of which lay hidden among the grass. The mastery of swordsmanship skill acquired from slaying a dozen demonic mantises allowed his passive skill to advance, transforming him into a swordmaster. When darkness fully shrouded the sky, Su Ming halted his steps in the outskirts, for he had finally discovered the trail of the Lion Pride. Chapter 63, Accessory Equipment, the Body of the Barbarian King. At this moment, approximately 100 meters away from him, the Lion Pride, including the Lion King, lay languidly sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming's form flickered as he surged forward with great haste, breaking through the extraordinary limits and awakening the source of demonic energy within. He was able to perceive his surroundings even in the pitch-black environment. With a flash of a razor-sharp blade, a lioness on the outer fringes of the pride was instantly bathed in blood. Beep, you have slain the level 10 mutated lioness, earning 10 experience points. The monster dropped 150 units of common currency and a level 10 rusty velvet knife, which has been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the mutated lioness? Glancing swiftly at the kill notification, Su Ming felt a surge of thought and donned the title of the Pioneer Slayer. Simultaneously, an unexpected turn of events caused a flicker of fear to flash in the eyes of the mutated Lion King. It sensed the terrifying presence of the small figure not far away sending shivers down its spine. Faced with the already chaotic lion pack, Su Ming swiftly wielded his blade. Waves of glimmering, bloodthirsty sword light shot forth from his bloodthirsty knife. Compared to the mutated water buffalo herd, the number of lionesses in the pack was scarce, totaling only 15, thus hastening the demise of the lions more swiftly than that of the buffaloes. During this time, the mutated Lion King contemplated resisting, yet the overwhelming power of the sword light compelled it to adopt a defensive stance. Unfortunately, its strength was evenly matched with that of the Buffalo King, allowing it to withstand only 7 strikes of the sword light before it unwillingly collapsed to the ground. You have slain the level 11 mutated Lion King boss, earning 10 experience points. The monster dropped 1,000 black iron coins, 5 black iron grade low-level health recovery potions, 5 black iron grade low-level mana recovery potions, 1 level 11 Lion King necklace, 1 level 11 Lion King ring, and 1 black iron grade skill book, Lion's Roar, which has been automatically collected. Beep. You have slain the level 10 mutated lioness, earning 10 experience points. The monster dropped 150 units of common currency and 1 level 10 health recovery potion, which has been automatically collected. Seeing the items dropped by the Lion King piqued Su Ming's interest. It was his first time obtaining accessory-type equipment. Lion King necklace, required level 11. Grade, black iron. Quality, superior. Trait, health recovery. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it passively absorbs energy from the heavens and earth, enhancing the wearer's health recovery speed. Lion King ring, required level 11. Grade, black iron. Quality, superior. Trait, protective. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials. It passively absorbs energy from the heavens and earth, storing a single defensive shield. Once the shield is breached, the equipment will enter a 24-hour recovery phase. After briefly examining the information on the 2 pieces of equipment, Su Ming equipped them without hesitation. Although the health recovery function of the Lion King necklace was of limited utility to him, every bit of recovery counted. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Conversely, the Lion King ring offered him an additional layer of protection. After updating his equipment, Su Ming proceeded to refine the bodies of the lions. Beep. Refinement complete. You have extracted 1 portion of life essence from the level 11 mutated Lion King boss, 1 portion of the boss's soul, 310 strands of common mana, the black iron grade talent, Lion King's power, and the black iron grade skill book, King's pressure. Beep. Refinement complete. You have extracted 15 portions of life essence from the level 10 mutated lioness, 15 portions of the lioness's soul, 150 strands of common mana, 15 portions of the talent, Giant Lion's power, and 15 copies of the skill book, Lion's Roar. After surveying the items extracted from the refinement, Su Ming pondered deeply. It appeared that high-level monsters invariably possessed innate powers. For instance, the mutated water buffalo was guaranteed to yield the talent of Herculean strength, while the mutated lioness was bound to grant Giant Lion's power. Checking the remaining portion of the Buffalo King's power talent and the 50 portions of Herculean strength talent in his infinite space, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Under normal circumstances, even if he utilized all these talents along with Lion King's power and Giant Lion's power, they would not significantly enhance his strength, as talents of the same type only provide the maximum benefit from the most potent one. However, the potential for synthesis opened up new possibilities. With this thought in mind, he focused his intent and applied all remaining talent orbs to himself. Due to the presence of a higher-tier bronze-grade talent, he could only perceive a subtle energy washing over his body during this application. After calling up the synthesis grid of the furnace, Su Ming dragged several talent icons in succession. Body of the Overlord 110, Buffalo King's power 610, Lion King's power 210, Mighty Bull's power 110. The compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 1,000 points of furnace energy for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Synthesis in progress. You have acquired the bronze-grade talent, Body of the Mighty King. Upon the emergence of the new talent, Su Ming immediately sensed the previously chaotic powers within him intertwining into a cohesive force, further enhancing his physical form. Body of the Mighty King, talent quality, bronze. Talent description, 1. Grants an additional 260 points to health attribute. 2. Can consume health for rapid healing of wounds. 3. Indestructible body resistant to all poisons. 4. Heightened senses for enhanced danger perception. Milestone, do not consume beef. After comprehending the information regarding the body of the Mighty King talent, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He then took some time to organize the loot within his infinite space before preparing to return to the safe zone. Although the synthesis capabilities of the infinite furnace were formidable, they required furnace energy to operate. So he needed to be attentive regarding the procurement of biological bodies and would need to confer with the fierce tiger upon his return. Refining a level 1 monster provides 1 point of furnace energy, a level 2 monster grants 2 points, and so forth, with the same level boss yielding 10 points. Upon refining the mutated Lion King and the mutated Water Buffalo King, he obtained 500 points of furnace energy from each. meaning that an ordinary level 11 black iron creature would only provide a maximum of 50 points of furnace energy. Since entering the game world, including the refinement of real-world creatures, Su Ming had amassed a total of 7,250 points of energy. Following his synthesis, he was left with 5,730. While this seemed considerable, as he continued to acquire more talents and skills, this amount of energy would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Locking in on the direction of the abandoned city by instinct, Su Ming casually tossed 2 of his zombie minions into the infinite space, and then swiftly made his way, one hand lifting the transforming zombie boss. No unruly monsters dared to obstruct his path along the way. Even the more sensitive creatures, upon catching the scent of the rich blood in the air, sensed that a more formidable hunter had entered their territory. Chapter 64. A convenient pickup, slaying the Rat King. After about 10 minutes, Su Ming finally located the abandoned highway he had traversed earlier. Fearing he might overshoot, he refrained from sprinting at full speed. Otherwise, given his current velocity, he could have easily completed the journey in under 10 minutes. Entering the abandoned city along the derelict road, he proceeded towards the safe zone along the streets. However, as he passed the zombie mall, Su Ming abruptly halted. He noticed that the cooldown for the dungeon had reset, and it had yet to be completed by anyone. Considering the circumstances, it made sense. The number of players reaching level 5 in the 186 area was exceedingly limited, so it was not surprising that no one had cleared the dungeon today. After all, the difficulty of the zombie dungeon was relatively high, making it challenging to solo unless one possessed overwhelming strength. At this moment, surveying his surroundings, Su Ming approached the entrance of the mall, one hand holding the half-transformed black zombie boss. Beep, you have discovered the level 5 team dungeon, zombie mall. Entry requirement, level 5. Maximum party size, 10 people. Optional mode, normal. Note, after completing the dungeon, there will be a 24-hour cooldown period. Ignoring the pop-up notifications, Su Ming swiftly entered the dungeon under the name of a nameless squad. With a flash of white light, his figure materialized in the men's clothing store he had visited last time. Almost immediately, a warning sign of the approaching zombies appeared. Familiar with the surroundings, Su Ming stepped out of the store wielding his blade. He stood still, awaiting the zombies to close in within a certain range before he unleashed a flurry of swift strikes. For these ordinary minor creatures, he only needed to expend a couple of points of vitality to activate the Blade's aura for annihilation. It must be said, the bloodthirsty blade's attributes were indeed remarkable. In Su Ming's hands, it became a formidable weapon against monsters. After a faint crimson glow of the blade flickered, 10 zombies promptly collapsed, their bodies severed. Ding. You have slain 10 level 5 zombies, earning 50 experience points. The monsters dropped 250 common currency, 1 level 5 Executioner's Greatsword, 1 level 5 Executioner's Heavy Armor, and 1 level 5 Vitality Recovery Potion. Items have been automatically collected. Would you like to refine the bodies of 10 zombies? Within mere moments, Su Ming had dispatched the first wave of zombies, then turned and re-entered the store. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and lit a cigarette for himself. The sensation of effortlessly conquering the dungeon was exhilarating. 1 word, delightful. 2 words, exceedingly delightful. 3 words, immensely delightful. As his cigarette burned out, the second wave of zombies hastily charged up from below. Within seconds, the zombie squad lay defeated. Ding, you have slain 20 level 5 zombies, earning 100 experience points. The monsters dropped 500 common currency, a full level 5 Executioner's set, and 2 level 5 Vitality Recovery Potions. Items have been automatically collected. Compared to his first foray into the zombie marketplace dungeon, Su Ming now exuded a sense of ease, akin to someone leisurely strolling through their own backyard. Perhaps even surpassing that comfort. A minute later, the third wave of zombies was obliterated. Ding, you have slain 30 level 5 zombies, earning 150 experience points. The monsters dropped 750 common currency, a full level 5 Executioner's set, a level 5 Executioner's Greatsword, a level 5 Executioner's helmet, and 4 level 5 Vitality Recovery Potions. Items have been automatically collected. 2 minutes later, the mighty zombie boss made its grand entrance. However, it lasted not even a second before its neck was severed by Su Ming's blade. Ding, you have slain the level 8 mighty zombie boss, earning 810 times experience points. The monsters dropped a common skill book, corpse summoning, 1000 common currency, a level 8 Executioner's Greatsword, a pair of level 8 Executioner's boots, for level 8 Vitality Recovery Potions, and 4 level 8 Spirit Recovery Potions. Items have been automatically collected. Ding, you have slain 39 level 5 zombies, earning 195 experience points. The monsters dropped 975 common currency, a full level 5 Executioner's set, 1 level 5 Executioner's chain, 2 level 5 Executioner's shields, and 2 level 5 Vitality Recovery Potions. Ding, you have successfully cleared the level 5 team zombie marketplace dungeon, completing it in 6 minutes and 30 seconds, with a rating of A. Dungeon completion reward, 2000 common currency, and 5 level 5 Vitality Recovery Potions. After swiftly dispatching the final wave of zombies, Su Ming was greeted by a flurry of notifications. Compared to his first completion rewards, the second time yielded rather modest returns, consisting merely of common currency and vitality recovery potions. Su Ming harbored no dissatisfaction, as his purpose had merely been to reap some furnace energy and corpse essence along the way. Exiting the dungeon, he silently recited a phrase, and his figure swiftly vanished from the zombie marketplace. Upon returning to the entrance of the marketplace, Su Ming continued his journey along the street toward the safe zone. As he crossed from one street to another, a series of high-pitched squeaks suddenly emanated from the surrounding buildings. Recognizing this familiar sound, a smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips. His title of Pioneer Slayer had finally yielded results, and he was ready to reclaim the honor after being pursued relentlessly the day before. When the dense horde of black rats appeared in the street, the hidden Rat King let out a piercing scream, signaling the onset of an attack. The moment the Rat King made its move, a sinister grin flashed across Su Ming's face. "Little creature, I've caught you." Whispering softly, his figure vanished from sight. The next instant, a tremendous crash reverberated from within the rat horde. As 100 or so demonic rats were struck with such force that they bled from their mouths and noses, their innards shattered. Surrounded by a flickering aura of dark crimson, Su Ming resembled a bloodthirsty demon from the shadows. Channeling the demonic energy within, he unleashed a war stomp, instantly clearing the area where the Rat King resided. The unfortunate demonic Rat King had no time to react before the overwhelming force obliterated its internal organs. Even a black iron boss could not withstand a few of Su Ming's strikes, let alone a mere level 5 demonic Rat King boss. The rat horde posed a significant threat only to mundane beings. For one wielding extraordinary power, they were but a trivial matter. With Su Ming's formidable defenses, even amidst the rat tide, no demonic rat could pierce his skin. His adamantine physique was not to be trifled with. His skin and muscle tissue could withstand the onslaught of real-world firearms with ease. Ding! You have slain the level 5 demonic Rat King boss, earning 510 times experience points. The monsters dropped a common skill book, iron teeth and copper teeth, 1500 common currency, a full level 5 Rat King set, 5 level 5 vitality recovery potions, and 5 level 5 spirit recovery potions. Items have been automatically collected. Chapter 65, Personal Profile, Danger Assessment. Ding! Your current experience level is full, and your personal level has been upgraded to level 13. Due to the hidden class bonus, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. With a single war stomp, the experience bar that was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up was instantly filled. At this moment, the demonic rat horde, now bereft of their Rat King leader, fell into disarray. Some of the demonic rats that had remained at a distance, unaffected by the Pioneer Slayer title, immediately scurried into dark corners upon sensing the danger. Meanwhile, the demonic rats closer to Su Ming, paralyzed by overwhelming mental dread, could barely muster the strength to stand. It is worth noting that possessing a rare item with a fear-inducing effect is akin to wielding a nuclear weapon against low-tier creatures with low mental resistance. Confronted with the swarm of black rats in the street, Su Ming felt a surge of vitality beneath his feet and leaped into the midst of the rat tide. The next moment, a terrifying shockwave emanated from him, rapidly spreading throughout the surrounding area. Many demonic rats that had collapsed to the ground, unable to struggle, were rendered motionless by the AoE damage of War Stomp. After taking 10 steps forward, Su Ming's figure vanished at the end of the street. Concurrently, the black rat tide that had once filled the street also disappeared without a trace. One could only say that the demonic rats of Area 186 had encountered an extraordinarily bad stroke of luck, meeting an insurmountable foe right from the outset. Had they appeared in another area, they might have wreaked havoc for a while longer. By now, Su Ming had turned onto another street and quickly began tallying the spoils from the kills, excluding the Rat King. In this small-scale massacre, he successfully eliminated a total of 996 first-tier mutated mice. The monsters yielded 330 pieces of first-tier equipment, 6 for 180 units of common currency, 30 bottles of first-tier health recovery potions, 20 bottles of first-tier mana recovery potions, and 10 heavy strike skill books. Not too shabby. His little treasury was considerably enriched. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su Ming's figure appeared outside the safety zone of Area 186. After paying 100 coins to extend his sanctuary time, he stepped into the safe zone. Gulp, gulp. As Su Ming's silhouette emerged in the plaza, many players who caught sight of him couldn't help but swallow hard. The overwhelming stench of blood sent shivers down their spines and raised the hairs on their necks, especially with a white cobra, as thick as an adult's thigh, coiled beside him, which only intensified their trepidation. At that moment, the waiting figure of the tiger approached him briskly. Although the equipment he wore differed from the previous day, the unique aura he exuded, coupled with the noticeably larger white cobra beside him, allowed the tiger to instantly recognize his identity. "My lord, I have prepared a list regarding the prices of biological bodies." The tiger, drawing close to Su Ming, wasted no time and got straight to the point. "To the tavern." Su Ming casually replied. "Very well." After a brief exchange, the two walked side by side towards the tavern. Many players observed this scene. yet none dared to intrude upon their conversation. After all, this game was not like the reality of online games, where death meant resurrection in the game world. Thus, many players brought their wits along, realizing that even if they desired to curry favor with a powerful player, they must possess a certain level of capital. Among them, those who had traded with Su Ming the previous day recognized him through the unchanged boots, gauntlets, helmet, and the distinctive snake. Such details were easily remembered with a little attention. While the players pondered, Su Ming had already reserved a luxurious private room at the tavern. Once they entered and sat across from each other, the tiger promptly produced a handwritten price list from his pocket. Price list for sale: live pig, 5 common coins, cow, 10 common coins, death row inmate, 100 common coins, first tier monster, 10 common coins, second tier monster, 20 common coins. After receiving the list and glancing over the prices presented, Su Ming nodded slightly. Let us proceed with these prices. Provide me with your contact information in the real world, and I will reach out to you after we exit. The tiger, taken aback by the unexpectedly smooth transaction, had mentally prepared himself for a negotiation. Who would have thought that Su Ming would be so straightforward? Showing no inclination to haggle, once he regained his composure, he hurriedly relayed a string of numbers. 185. All right, you may leave, Su Ming instructed, ready to dismiss him. The tiger opened his mouth as if to say something, but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately said nothing further and promptly stood to exit the room. Casting a glance at the door as it closed behind him, Su Ming's gaze turned contemplative. While he could engage in business with the tiger, he preferred to keep other matters at bay, cherishing his freedom and avoiding any self-imposed constraints. After a flurry of thoughts passed through his mind, he silently summoned the nearly transformed zombie boss from the infinite space. Upon emerging from the state of spatial stasis, the dark fur on the zombie boss began to grow immediately. After a brief observation, Su Ming commenced the ritual for the second strength zombie boss. This time, he refrained from refining the boss's body, as the returns were minimal. For someone like him, already possessing the physique of a barbarian king, the talent of immense strength would be ineffective unless he had hundreds of such bodies. Therefore, it was more advantageous to practice with the corpses, which wouldn't take much time. After connecting the head and body of the strength zombie boss using the black zombie technique, Su Ming extracted a substantial amount of corpse energy essence and monster cores to reactivate the zombie boss's body and establish a mental connection with it. Meanwhile, the tiger, having left the tavern, chose to log out in the plaza. Upon returning to the real world, he immediately input the events occurring within the game world into the Galaxy computer as text and audio messages. The demon has appeared in Area 186. The rapid increase in his level is suspected to be related to biological bodies. Talent ability unknown, class unknown, specific combat power unknown, current personal level, 13. Personality, calm. No signs of bloodlust. After inputting a plethora of fragmented information, the tiger's eyes fixed intently on the screen. Conducting large data analysis, please wait. Personal profile, game alias, demon, real identity. Insufficient information, age, between 22-26, game level, 13, game combat power. Ominous, talent ability, suspected to be related to biological bodies, skills owned. Heavy strike. Insufficient information, danger assessment, extremely strong solo combat capability, a walking harbinger of death. Comprehensive analysis. This individual likely possesses the ability to withstand conventional firearms such as handguns and sniper rifles. Danger level, Class A, Chapter 66, Treasure Hunting. Black Zombie Boss. Gazing at the freshly compiled data on the Galaxy computer screen, the tiger's pupils constricted. The likelihood of error in the large data analysis was minimal. Such a modeling profile must have undergone extensive scrutiny. After a moment of contemplation, he clicked on the comprehensive analysis section, eager to delve deeper into the reasons behind the findings. 1. According to large data collection, the majority of humanity harbors the belief that a true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot languish in obscurity but must ride dreams and not squander youth. The universe remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses. 2. Most youths, whether adolescents, young adults, or mature individuals, fantasize about gaining superpowers, thinking, on the first day, I am a superhero. On the second, I am a patriot. On the third, I do not eat beef. Combining the above data for analysis, should the individual rashly expose his choices to a national transaction, he must possess the capacity to directly confront conventional weaponry. It is advisable to cooperate with him for mutual benefit. Cooperation, probability of amicable relations, over 95. Capture failure, no life spared. After reviewing the in-depth analysis provided by the Galaxy computer, the tiger slowly exhaled. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious about the secrets concealed within this individual. However, the current profile he had derived doused his burgeoning ideas with cold water, extinguishing certain thoughts in his mind. After contemplating the information from a third-party perspective, a chill ran down the tiger's spine. There is a saying, the observer sees clearly. From an outsider's viewpoint, he quickly recognized the terrifying aspects of demon. After a moment of reflection seated in his chair, The tiger retrieved a secure phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, within the game world, Su Ming had completed the ritual for the strength zombie boss. With his formidable mental strength, establishing a mental connection was a simple matter. Rapidly nurturing the undead boss to level 10, he commenced the process of its evolution. Only when the boss sprouted dark fur did he cease his efforts. Casting a glance at the little king snake on the floor, eagerly gazing up at him, Su Ming casually extracted a few bodies of magic-infused rats and tossed them to the small creature. After all, it was a boss egg. It might very well transform into a dragon later on. Worth nurturing, indeed. The little king snake, now as thick as a grown man's calf, immediately opened its wide mouth and began to devour the corpses of the magic-infused rats. After reserving some remains, Su Ming began to refine the monster bodies in bulk. Ding. Refinement complete. Extracted 950 units of level 1 magic rat life essence, 950 units of level 1 magic rat spirit, and 950 strands of ordinary magic power. Ding. Refinement complete. Extracted 1 unit of level 5 rat king boss life essence, 1 unit of level 5 rat king boss spirit, 30 strands of ordinary magic power, and an ordinary level talent, treasure hunting. Upon witnessing the talent extracted from the corpse of the magic-infused rat king, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. It was indeed a special treasure hunting talent, indicating that the magic-infused rat king possessed a bloodline akin to the treasure hunting rats depicted in novels. Treasure hunting. Talent quality, ordinary. Talent description, capable of discovering wild instances not exceeding level 10 within a certain range, as well as other unclaimed items or artifacts. Reviewing the talent, Su Ming found its utility satisfactory. After all, wild instances were synonymous with resources, representing monopolized resources in an exploratory game. After several days of slaughter, he noticed a significant decline in the number of monsters within the abandoned city. If the game world did not refresh, or if the monster respawn time was excessively prolonged, it indicated that the resources in that area were quite limited. To acquire more game resources, one must venture into uninhabited regions for exploration. Upon utilizing the treasure hunting talent sphere, Su Ming felt an unusual sensation. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he disengaged from the experience. There could be no instances or unclaimed items within the safety zone. Just as he prepared to practice the heavenly demon technique and the black iron demon body, the undead puppet boss standing beside the grand bed suddenly let out a roar. Level 11 black zombie puppet boss. Grade, black iron. Description, possesses immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by fire and water, capable of creating undead through corpse poison. Observing the hulking figure, cloaked in dark fur and exuding a bloodthirsty aura, Su Ming swiftly perused its pertinent information. In comparison to the undead, the combat prowess of the black zombie was terrifying. In the real world, it would require a sniper rifle capable of piercing thick steel to potentially slay it with a single shot to the head. Conventional handguns and rifles would be utterly ineffective against the black zombie. After thoroughly assessing the black zombie boss, Su Ming mentally summoned it into the infinite space. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon the bed, entering a state of mystical cultivation. As streams of magic power coursed through his being, black patterns began to manifest upon his skin, rendering him extraordinarily enigmatic. As time gradually passed, a faint metallic sheen began to emerge upon his skin. While he immersed himself in cultivation, chaos erupted in the real world. Among the trending topics on the Chinese DY hot search list, the most fervently discussed subject was the new profession to which the demon had transitioned. Clownfish, the boss must have unlocked a hidden profession. I swear, it's not me being foolish. Little fish who doesn't like to play. Obviously not an ordinary profession. Just don't know what hidden profession it is. Bone King. In the newly emerged class transfer hall within the safety zone, the ordinary professions include warrior, mage, thief, priest, knight, and monk. Unsure which is better. Mad Demon. Picking an ordinary profession means that even if you transition, it won't be a hidden profession. You ought to aim for something less common. Otherwise, what difference is there from working in a factory, merely changing locations to serve the wealthy? Green-robed ancestor. If you don't put in the effort in the game, you'll end up as a brother in the 10,000 Souls banner. Not eating sauerkraut. You can't say that. I genuinely feel that something like the 10,000 Souls banner might emerge later. Chive's team leader. If that is true, I hope the bosses can reserve a spot for me as the team leader. Life is too exhausting. Unlike the rampant complaints of ordinary players online, many elite players were diligently seeking ways to enhance their combat prowess. They aspired to keep pace with MO and not fall too far behind. Within the 996 region, a young man wielding a longsword and sporting a wine gourd at his waist gazed at the lofty ranking displayed on the ethereal panel, shaking his head slightly. He had exhausted himself in pursuit, yet the gap between them only widened. Cheaters. After downing a swig from the wine gourd, the sword-wielding youth could not help but mutter under his breath. Among those sharing his sentiments were players from around the world, calling themselves deities. Initially, everyone started from the same line, not feeling any awkwardness, but with one individual suddenly pulling ahead, discomfort set in. Upon returning to the real world, They found themselves inundated with various anonymous criticisms online. Chapter 67. Breaking 10,000 combat power, quite mad. In stark contrast to the commotion in the real world, Su Ming, nestled within the safety zone's tavern room, was surrounded by surging magical energy, with the influence of abundant pure magic power. The upper limit of his internal magic energy source continuously elevated. From an initial 100 points, it soared to a remarkable 200, and this limit was still rising rapidly. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he did so, the somewhat ethereal black magic shadow behind him gradually dissipated. Sensing the magic energy flowing within him, he summoned his personal data. Game panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Demon Cultivator. Grade, Black Iron. Level, 13, 10, 253, 000. Health points, 100. Vitality, 150, 260, 410. Mental points, 100. Magic energy, 500. Mystical arts, Black Iron Demon Body Beginner, 15. First Stage Heavenly Demon Technique Beginner, 15. Skills, Level 3 Death Entanglement, Max Level. Throwing Mastery, Sword Mastery, Level 3 Bullet Time, Max Level. Black Zombie Technique, Berserk Technique, Energy Barrier, War Tread, Lion's Roar, King's Pressure. Talent, Bronze Level Barbarian King's Body, Ordinary Level Treasure Hunting. Title, Black Iron Level Pioneer Slayer, not equipped. Comprehensive Combat Power, 16, 666. Equipment slot, Level 11 Bloodthirsty Blade. Level 11 Bull King Heavy Armor, Level 11 Lion King Ring, Level 11 Lion King Necklace, Level 10 Slaughter Boots, Level 10 Slaughter Gauntlets, Level 10 Slaughter Helm, Level 10 Slaughter Leggings, equipped. Magic Tools, First Stage Low-Level Magic Artifact Soul Banner, First Stage Low-Level Magic Artifact Storage Bag. Plugins, Infinite Refinery. Free Attribute Points, 72 points. Digesting the essence of the Bull King and Lion King boss, coupled with the refinement of the Black Iron Demon Body, propelled Su Ming's vitality to an astonishing 150 points, even without the talent bonus. Moreover, his mental and magic attributes surged significantly. This resulted in a dramatic doubling of his combat power, propelling him into the realm of 10,000 combat power. Not eating beef milestone 2. As this thought flickered through his mind, Su Ming willed the panel to close and casually retrieved the soul banner. After relentless battles and devouring, the 6 souls have determined a victor. At this moment, within the small space of the soul banner, only a slightly ethereal soul remains. Wandering Spirit, Level 5. Description, capable of exerting a mental influence on entities with weaker mental attributes, immune to physical damage. Upon surveying the dimly blackened aura that enveloped the soul, a piece of information promptly materialized before his eyes. Glancing through the details regarding the soul, Su Ming subtly nodded in satisfaction. He foresaw that he would eventually elevate the soul banner to the 10,000 souls banner, or perhaps to an even higher echelon. After suppressing certain thoughts within, he opted to log out from the original server. With a flash of white light, only the slumbering little king snake remained at the foot of the bed in the tavern room. Upon returning to the designated location of the abandoned factory, Su Ming noted the halved online time displayed on the illusory panel, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 6-hour cooldown period rendered him unconcerned about the reality outside. Even if he were to unleash missiles indiscriminately, he could seamlessly step into the game world. Retrieving his mobile phone from the infinite space, he punched in a series of digits and casually dialed a number. Simultaneously, on the other end, within a secret base, the formidable Tiger, upon receiving the call notification from the Galaxy computer, immediately chose to answer. All the items I require should be transported to the largest cold storage in Zhongyan City. The moment the call connected, without allowing the other party to speak, Su Ming directly proposed the transaction location. Understood. Observing the signal coordinates locked by the Galaxy computer and the registered phone number, Tiger replied in a deep voice. I hope you can expedite this. Send me a progress update every 6 hours. Hearing the steady voice emanating from the phone, Su Ming added nonchalantly. And without waiting for a response, he hung up and tossed the phone into the infinite space. He had no intention of fabricating a false identity, as there was simply no need. If the other party truly harbored intentions against him, it would merely result in more souls within the soul banner. A confidence born from strength. With remarkable speed, Su Ming departed from the abandoned factory, his figure flickering before vanishing from the highway. Meanwhile, within the secret base, Tiger observed the newly appeared information dossier and the vanishing red dot on the Galaxy computer, his expression heavy with gravity. Personal profile. Name, Su Ming. Age, 24. Personal information, orphaned, without relatives or friends. Alma mater, Magic Capital University. Unencumbered, he faced no restrictions. After reviewing the registered information from the Galaxy computer, 8 words flashed through Tiger's mind. Now he understood why the other party dared to trade so brazenly. There were no vulnerabilities to exploit. It was a classic case of a barefoot man having no fear of the man in shoes. At that moment, a remarkably clear video appeared on the Galaxy computer before Tiger. The footage depicted a handsome young man in casual attire. casually waving at a roadside camera as if greeting someone. Quite audacious, Tiger murmured under his breath at the sight of the somewhat arrogant smile on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an encrypted phone to mobilize extensive resources. While he busied himself, Su Ming had already returned to the bustling city. He did not wander aimlessly but instead sought out a location with substantial foot traffic to continue practicing the heavenly demon technique. Although the emergence of the game world had rendered various industries somewhat desolate, society had not yet reached a point of total collapse. Those who died in the game and lost their qualifications still had to return to reality and fulfill their obligations. Amid his distracted practice of the heavenly demon technique, Su Ming discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Through his training, he sensed a faint trace of magic that existed solely within the game world. Albeit extremely weak, its concentration likely less than 1,000th. Yet, its existence was undeniable, akin to a tiny black dot on a pristine sheet of white paper. The integration of the game with reality and the public beta test. Upon realizing the presence of magic, several thoughts flashed through Su Ming's mind. With internal testing, there would naturally be a public test, making this deduction rather straightforward. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he chose not to dwell on them. The boat will naturally reach the bridge, he mused. The matter of the game's public beta was not something a small fry like him could concern himself with. He merely needed to steadily enhance his strength. Thus, time swiftly passed, and 6 hours elapsed. The first batch of biological bodies is ready. 5,000 pigs, 2,000 cattle, 400 level 1 monster bodies, 20 death row inmates. Extracting his phone to glance at the freshly received text message, a faint smile curved Su Ming's lips. Chapter 68, Appropriate Exposure, Sustainable Development. Once the national machinery was set in motion, efficiency was unparalleled, even amidst chaotic circumstances. Large quantities of biological bodies could be procured in a short time. Half an hour later, at the cold storage. After replying to the message, Su Ming exited the shopping mall area. At this point, Tiger had already arrived in Zhongyun City via private jet. Seeing the response on his phone, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glad that the other party had not stood him up. Approximately half an hour later, at the entrance of Zhongyun City's largest cold storage facility, the two met successfully. Mr. Su, it is truly astonishing that someone so young has dominated the top 3 rankings in the game world, surpassing players from all nations. After the introduction, Tiger commenced with words of praise. It's all luck, merely the blessings of my ancestors, Su Ming replied casually, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. To hell with the blessings of the ancestors. Tiger couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly scoffing. Mr. Su, the items you requested are ready. Shall we verify the goods inside, so we can proceed with the transaction? Eager to divert the conversation from the previous topic, Tiger swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Very well. Su Ming nodded slightly, and together they entered the cold storage area. On this occasion, Tiger had come without any security personnel, as he believed bringing them would be futile. If the other party truly intended to harm him, bringing additional people would merely result in more corpses. Once inside the cold storage and after a quick scan, Su Ming refrained from further inspection. 5,000 pigs valued at 25,000 ordinary currency. 2,000 cattle valued at 20,000 ordinary currency. 400 level 1 monsters valued at 4,000 ordinary currency. 20 death row inmate bodies valued at 2,000 ordinary currency. A total of 51,000 ordinary currency, correct? Indeed. Upon hearing this price, Tiger nodded swiftly, indicating agreement. Seeing this, Su Ming wasted no time and directly retrieved a storage bag, pouring its contents onto the ground. In the next moment, a torrent of ordinary currency cascaded from the bag, which was no larger than his palm. Watching this unfold, Tiger's eyes lit up with astonishment, though he maintained a composed demeanor. He had already surmised that the other party must possess a game item capable of storage. Mr. Su, you possess a storage bag akin to those in cultivation novels. As Su Ming ceased pouring the currency, Tiger couldn't help but inquire, is it indeed a game item with storage capabilities? Correct. It is indeed a storage bag with such functionality. Upon hearing the inquiry from the fierce Tiger, Su Ming felt no need to conceal anything. At this juncture, there was no necessity for subterfuge. As long as he refrained from disclosing the boundless nature of his space, revealing a mere storage bag posed little consequence. What you desire? I possess but one, he remarked with a semblance of a smile, observing the Tiger's eager gaze. I merely wish to request a favor from Mr. Su. To utilize the storage bag to transport a shipment of supplies into the game world. In return, I can offer biological bodies or items from the real world of your choosing as compensation, the fierce Tiger stated earnestly, suppressing the desires that surged within him. He was a perceptive individual, recognizing that Su Ming's audacity to openly reveal such an item implied a certain level of confidence against theft. In light of this, he deemed it more prudent to propose a cooperative transport rather than covet the item outright. During our next transaction, I could conveniently assist you in transporting some items as well. To enhance the fierce Tiger's purchasing power in the real world, Su Ming did not refuse the proposal. considering it a trivial task that would not consume much of his time. Very well, I shan't intrude further, Mr. Su. Farewell, the fierce tiger acquiesced, refraining from further elaboration. Mindful of the importance of discretion, after his figure disappeared from the cold storage, Su Ming instantly adopted a scavenging mode. Meanwhile, having exited the cold storage's entrance, the fierce tiger spoke in a low voice. What do you perceive? It is terrifying, exceedingly perilous. As we surveyed one another, he detected us, even from an immense distance. I felt a tingling at the back of my head. Should we encounter him, our squad would undoubtedly face a situation of certain doom, he replied gravely. Withdraw and caution others against attempting any underhanded maneuvers. If we provoke him, I shall not be responsible for collecting the bodies. Casting a deep glance back at the cold storage, the fierce tiger delivered his warning. Understood. Su Ming had already noticed the individuals assigned by the fierce tiger upon entering the cold storage area. However, he refrained from revealing this fact, recognizing it would be unreasonable for such figures to venture alone. As long as they did not act aggressively, he believed all would be well. Should anyone dare to initiate hostilities, they would face dire consequences. After expending some time to thoroughly scour the cold storage, he swiftly departed, entering a bustling area nearby. Naturally, Su Ming would not opt to log in at the cold storage, as it was akin to becoming a living target. While he had indeed formed an alliance with the fierce tiger, one could never guarantee that unforeseen complications would not arise later. Rather than placing his safety in others' hands, he preferred to seek a concealed location for his login. As Su Ming melded into the vibrant cityscape, the fierce tiger found himself seated in a business vehicle. Through the pre-existing cameras within the cold storage, he clearly observed the images of pig and cow carcasses, as well as the bodies of first-level monsters, vanishing into Su Ming's possession. What tremendous fortune! It is regrettable that I cannot recruit him to serve the nation, although it is fortunate he is not an outsider. After accessing the supercomputer's permissions and erasing the video footage, the fierce tiger couldn't help but exhale a silent sigh. Through their numerous interactions, he deduced that Su Ming was not the type to follow orders, hence he refrained from suggesting any recruitment, fearing it might provoke the other party's aversion. As the fierce tiger contemplated, Su Ming had already infiltrated an old urban district, seeking a suitably concealed area before initiating his login. Though this transaction had revealed certain elements, it was of little consequence compared to the expected subsequent gains. Upon the flash of white light, his figure reappeared within the tavern room. Immediately upon returning to the game world, Su Ming opted to refine the biological bodies. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 5,000 pig essence and 5,000 pig spirit. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 2,000 yellow cow essence and 2,000 yellow cow spirit. Ding, refinement complete. Extracted 15 level 1 human essence, 3 level 2 human essence, 2 level 3 human essence, 15 level 1 human souls, 3 level 2 human souls, 2 level 3 human souls, 20 basic heavy strike skill books, and 1 common level strength talent. Chapter 69, King's Domain, to plunder. After a round of refinement, the energy of the infinite furnace surged dramatically. Observing the energy value soaring to several tens of thousands, Su Ming promptly accessed the synthesis grid, endeavoring to combine skills. Death's entanglement, berserk technique, compatibility average. Requires 30 energy points for synthesis. King's pressure, bullet time, compatibility high, requires 100 energy points for synthesis. Energy barrier, war tread, compatibility low. Synthesis, not recommended. After a series of combinations, he opted for the synthesis of King's pressure with bullet time and Death's entanglement with berserk technique. Synthesizing. You have acquired the black iron level skill berserk technique. Synthesizing. You have acquired the black iron level skill King's Domain. Upon witnessing the newly synthesized skills, Su Ming's gaze flickered. The berserk technique had merely undergone subtle alterations, which was within his expectations since Death's entanglement was rather commonplace, lacking distinctive traits. However, the other synthesized skill brought him a pleasant surprise. King's Domain description consumes mental energy to generate a special domain. Enemies within the domain's range will suffer from mental and vitality suppression, while the user gains enhancements in reaction speed and various other aspects. Note, the domain's coverage is determined by the user. After reviewing the skill description for King's Domain, Su Ming invoked 10 points of mental energy, which instantly enveloped him in an invisible field. The range extended approximately 2 meters outward from his center. After assessing the rate of mental energy depletion and the augmentation effect of the domain on his capabilities, he retracted the field. The functionality was indeed formidable, albeit with considerable consumption. Were it not for his ample supply of instant recovery spirits, he would have to reserve this skill as a last resort. Having conducted a brief experiment with the King's Domain skill, Su Ming hastily exited the tavern room. With numerous skill books still in hand, he intended to list some at his stall. Despite having experimented with synthesizing the skills obtained from the monster carcasses, the results remained unremarkable. 2 barbaric charge skill books synthesized into yet another barbaric charge, yielding no enhancements whatsoever. This indicated that synthesizing large quantities of identical skills would not produce qualitative changes, thus failing to yield higher tier skills. As Su Ming's figure materialized in the safety zone square, several players immediately took note of him, ignoring their scrutinizing gazes. He proceeded directly to the stall rental area, securing a golden stall and extending the lease for 3 days. With the prime stall acquired, Su Ming swiftly retrieved 10 barbaric charge books, 10 Lion's Roar books, 20 heavy strike books, and a plethora of low-level equipment, piling them up within his 10 square meter stall. Players who had been observing him felt their throats constrict slightly, struggling to swallow. They witnessed a prominent figure producing equipment and skill books seemingly from thin air. This was undoubtedly indicative of possession of a storage item. Sensing the searing gazes from those nearby, Su Ming remained unfazed, immersing himself in setting a series of purchasing conditions. He priced the equipment at 10 to 15% lower than the self-service shop. In the realm of skill books, a system has been established whereby items are exchanged for one another. Certain particularly unique skill books can be traded at a rate of 1 for 2 from the stall. Greetings, may I inquire if you are still purchasing monster corpses? At that moment, a bold individual stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Indeed, replied Su Ming, lifting his gaze as a player approached. These are 10 mutated rat corpses. Upon hearing that purchases were indeed being made, the inquiring player hurriedly dragged over a large woven sack and opened its mouth. Casting a brief glance at the mutated rat corpses within, Su Ming casually tossed out 100 common currency, noting that the corpses were relatively fresh and met his acquisition criteria. Please expedite the selling process. After concluding his first transaction, Su Ming spoke in a somewhat subdued tone to the nearby players. As his words echoed, numerous players clutching monster corpses rushed to gather around. I have 5 mutated rat corpses. I possess 5 goblin corpses. Form a line, one at a time, he commanded. Upon hearing the cacophony of voices from the players, Su Ming unleashed a resonating roar, utilizing his bloodline power. An invisible sound wave radiated outward from him, instantly silencing the previously bustling square. Players nearest to his stall felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, nearly toppling to the ground. Had Su Ming not moderated the power of his lion's roar, it might have obliterated a swath of players. Once they regained their composure, the expressions of many players were filled with trepidation. Is this the terrifying prowess of the top player on the leaderboard? Just a few words nearly led to their annihilation. Such horror, it is not human, but a demon clad in human skin. After instilling fear among the players, Su Ming's subsequent acquisition process unfolded with remarkable ease. Each player became as docile as quails, with none daring to be obstinate. After investing some time, he successfully acquired 215 level 1 mutated rats, 40 level 1 goblins, 10 level 2 red serpents, 15 level 1 mutated lizards, and 10 level 3 mutated centipedes, totaling an expenditure of 200 common currency, an insignificant amount for Su Ming. Once he had collected all the monster corpses into his infinite space, he rose from his stall and headed toward the safety zone's entrance. It was only when his figure vanished from the square that the myriad players, each harboring their own thoughts, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Who could fathom the immense pressure they had felt during that tense atmosphere? That esteemed player must possess some kind of storage item. Approximately 10 seconds later, someone could no longer contain themselves and whispered, of course, they must have one. Without a storage item, how could those things have disappeared and be consumed them? In comparisons of people, one must perish. In comparisons of goods, one must discard. With Su Ming's intimidating presence now absent, the players gradually regained their composure, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. They had yet to assemble even a full set of equipment. While that esteemed player had already begun utilizing storage items, how could they continue playing this game? As discussions among players in the 186 safety zone heated up, Su Ming had already entered the dilapidated urban streets. In stark contrast to the previous couple of days of cautiousness, he now appeared remarkably at ease. Previously, he had to rent a warehouse within the safety zone for some semblance of concealment. Now, there was no need for such precautions. Anyone daring to obstruct his path could be dealt with decisively. Glancing at the city map, he noted a specific area, and with a slight shift, he vanished from his location. Today, he intended to raid a lair. Having received information on the regional channel that a large industrial park housed numerous goblins, suspected to be a goblin tribe. Chapter 70, The Abandoned District and the Tribe. As Su Ming made his way to the industrial park, within a certain building outside the 186 region's abandoned industrial park, a group of over a dozen players was deliberating on how to conquer the goblin tribe within the park. The greatest advantage humanity holds over lower-tier monsters lies in their intellect. Consequently, once the players stabilized their footing, the dangers posed by monsters in the abandoned city diminished significantly. By forming small teams, setting traps, and employing large animal traps or similar devices, even formidable monsters like mutated giant cats could be subdued. They merely needed to reference some of the primitive tribes that lingered in the kingdom of the white elephant. Everyone, please share your thoughts on how we might seize this location, a stalwart man with a commanding presence suggested. From my observations, the park is predominantly populated by small goblins, followed by throwing goblins and goblin warriors. As for any additional goblin variants, that remains uncertain. Given our current strength, a direct assault on the goblin tribe is evidently unfeasible. We must strike them down one by one, first eliminating their sentinels and then luring the rest out. As the stalwart man's words settled, a somewhat fair-skinned youth timidly voiced his recommendation. Don't look at me. I am but a simpleton. You all can devise the tactics. Just the thought of a tactical manual gives me a headache. Let Xiao Li formulate the strategy. Isn't that his area of expertise in military tactical deployment? The exchanges among these individuals made it evident that they were primarily from military backgrounds. While they may not have hailed from the same military district in the real world, they were all soldiers of Huagua. With over 2 million active military personnel in Huagua, combined with the annual influx of retired soldiers, the total exceeded 30 million. This meant that within each safety zone, a military team could easily be assembled. In that case, the task of formulating the strategy shall fall to Xiao Li, declared the stalwart man, decisively concluding the discussion. Acknowledging the decision with a slight nod, the youth referred to as Xiao Li signaled his agreement. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, a somewhat concise tactical plan was presented before the group. At that moment, a sentinel tasked with observing the park's movements suddenly whispered, "A player has appeared outside the park. Hiss, he has spotted me." Following this exclamation, the sentinel responsible for vigilance immediately ducked behind a window, gasping for breath. The moment their eyes met, he felt an immense psychological pressure, akin to standing on the precipice of life and death. The group of about 10, engrossed in tactical discussions, immediately gathered by the window upon hearing the shout. "Lao Wang, what do you see?" The stalwart man, seizing the binoculars from the player beside him, peered outside but saw nothing. From the equipment and attire, he should be a demon. Once he managed to quell his fear, the player known as Lao Wang wore an expression of grave concern, though he had never encountered a demon. Players on the regional channel had already provided detailed descriptions of the demon's general appearance. Thus, upon glimpsing the figure for the first time, he immediately confirmed its identity. The atmosphere in the room turned somber the instant Lao Wang uttered the word demon. "Let us head to the top floor. I want to see if this individual is truly as formidable as they say." The calm, yet stalwart man's eyes flickered slightly. Having spoken, he led the charge toward the building's upper floors, prompting the others to exchange glances before promptly following suit. Just how powerful could a demon be? Their curiosity was palpable. At this moment, having stepped into the abandoned park, Su Ming effortlessly hurled a spear, piercing through the body of a small goblin. Ding! You have slain a level 1 goblin, gaining 1 experience point. The monster dropped 5 common currency, which has been automatically collected. Eliminating such detestable creatures requires no expenditure of energy or effort to unleash a blade of light. The vigilant goblin, upon detecting an intruder, immediately sounded the alarm. However, Su Ming refrained from mercilessly dispatching the foe. He chose instead to await the assembly of the goblin horde before unleashing a grand assault. For methodically slaying them one by one would prove a tedious endeavor. As he bided his time, the decaying industrial zone echoed with the cacophony of shrill cries emanating from various factory buildings. Concurrently, within a nearby structure, a dozen players, led by a stalwart warrior, ascended to the rooftop to survey the area. With a fleeting glance, Su Ming surveyed the rooftop, noting the presence of the players but dismissing them from his thoughts. "Old Wang, I now comprehend your earlier sentiments. Ridiculous. Is this even human? From such a distance, we merely glanced at him, and he detected us. If he were not formidable, how could he dominate the global player base and secure the top spots on all leaderboards?" A voice interjected, "Quiet. Old Wang, quickly capture this on video." Amidst their anxious discussions, the iron-willed warrior urgently hushed them. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Su Ming cast only a cursory glance at the players on the rooftop, preferring the company of monsters over the impoverished human players. At that moment, numerous goblins armed with wooden clubs and goblin warriors wielding swords erupted from the dilapidated factories, their excitement palpable upon spotting the intruders. As they hurled stones and debris, Su Ming exhibited no intention of evading. A shimmering black-red energy barrier enveloped him, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles. As hundreds of goblins encroached within a 2-meter radius, a sinister grin crept across his lips. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of sonic energy radiated outward from Su Ming's center. Black iron grade area attack skill, Lion's Roar. The immediate victims, the little goblins, crumpled to the ground, hands clutched to their heads, their faces contorted in agony, their lives extinguished in an instant. The frail little goblins succumbed to the overwhelming resonance, their eardrums shattered and organs ruptured. The sturdier goblin warriors, while exhibiting somewhat greater resilience, also found themselves bleeding from their mouths and noses, writhing helplessly on the ground. Some struggled for several seconds before meeting their grim fate. Notification: you have slain 150 level 1 little goblins, earning 150 experience points. Monsters dropped 75 common currency, 1 level 1 goblin dagger, and 1 level 1 goblin longsword, which have been automatically collected. Notification: you have slain 30 level 3 goblin warriors, earning 90 experience points. Monsters dropped 450 common currency, 1 level 3 goblin heavy armor, and 1 level 3 goblin broadsword, which have been automatically collected. Chapter 71, Goblin Sorcerer. In the wake of a single lion's roar, The encroaching little goblins and goblin warriors were utterly annihilated, their lifeless forms collected by the infinite space into a designated compartment, awaiting incineration. Meanwhile, the players atop the building, having witnessed the scene, were drenched in a cold sweat. This is beyond human capability. The Golden Lion King isn't even this formidable. The sonic wave had affected them as well, leaving them with a disorienting haze. Retreat. The first to regain composure was the team strategist, Shaoli, who urgently called out to his companions. As a strategist, he considered the broader implications. Remaining here posed a significant risk. He could not guarantee that the magician would not turn his attention towards them after cleansing the goblin tribe from the abandoned zone. Thus, fleeing this perilous area was the wisest course of action. Everyone, stealthily withdraw. The iron-willed warrior, too, recognized the seriousness of the situation. An entity capable of obliterating hundreds of goblins could easily wipe out their small team without a second thought. Continuing to observe could provoke the intruder's ire, leading to their annihilation. Upon hearing the captain and strategist Xiao Li's commands, the dozen players acted without hesitation, swiftly gathering their belongings and hastily descending from the rooftop. Adhering to the order, as they retreated, Su Ming, within the abandoned zone, casually glanced in the direction of the building. After averting his gaze, he shook his head slightly and proceeded deeper into the park. At this moment, the goblin tribe within the derelict industrial area was thrown into chaos. Goblin Sorcerer, level 11. Remark: a fortunate individual among the goblin race who has stumbled upon the path of the extraordinary, a rare find indeed. Goblin Chief Boss, level 10. Remark: ruler of a small goblin tribe, the chief of the tribe. With exceptional vision, Su Ming quickly identified two distinct goblins amidst the turmoil. One was adorned in relatively lavish attire, crowned upon his head, while the other wielded a staff-like apparatus and donned a flowing black robe. It seems there are two big catches. My journey here has not been in vain. A smile graced Su Ming's face as he locked onto the locations of the Goblin Chief Boss and the Goblin Sorcerer, his form flickering as he dashed toward them. The Goblin Chief Boss, stationed at a distance and orchestrating the goblin troops, immediately emitted a frantic cry upon noticing the approaching enemy. Simultaneously, the Goblin Sorcerer beside him began to chant incantations at a rapid pace. As the Goblin Legion closed in on him, Su Ming felt a surge of vitality radiate from within, and he stomped the ground with force. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy rippled outward from his center, causing the goblins that had yet to approach him to burst asunder, collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled towards Su Ming from a distance. The Goblin Sorcerer, filled with exhilaration, believed this spell would obliterate the insufferable intruder. However, Su Ming, ever vigilant, sensed the impending fireball and swiftly drew his blade. In the next heartbeat, the glimmering edge collided with the fireball, producing a dull thud as the fireball disintegrated into a shower of embers that rained down. The Goblin Sorcerer's pupils dilated in terror as realization dawned upon him. With a panicked scream, he urged the Goblin Chief Boss to flee, disregarding the fate of his subordinates. Witnessing the two prize targets attempting to escape, Su Ming exerted a subtle force beneath his feet, his figure flickering as he positioned himself before the Goblin Sorcerer, then swung his bloodthirsty blade downwards. Confronted by a formidable sorcerer who had mastered the triad of vitality, spirit, and energy, a fragile goblin wizard, one could scarcely perceive the fleeting flash of crimson blades before losing consciousness. Ding! You have slain a level 11 goblin wizard, earning 100 experience points. The monster has dropped 50 black iron coins, a level 11 wizard staff, and a low-grade black iron spirit restoration potion, which has been automatically collected. Having swiftly dispatched the goblin wizard, Su Ming immediately pursued the fleeing Goblin Chief Boss. Sensing the impending threat from behind, the Goblin Chief hastily turned and swung its blade. Yet, its speed was woefully inadequate. Before the massive sword could descend, it was struck by an overwhelming force, sending it flying. Before it could regain its bearings, a flash of crimson light swept across its vision, and it subsequently lost all semblance of life. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Goblin Chief Boss, earning 1,010 experience points. The monster has dropped 5,000 ordinary currency. A common skill book for Berserk 1, a Goblin Treasure Vault key, a level 10 Goblin Heavy Armor, a pair of level 10 Goblin Boots, and 5 level 10 Health Restoration Potions, as well as 5 level 10 Spirit Restoration Potions. After executing the Goblin Chief with a single blow, Su Ming summoned 2 black zombie bosses and 2 walking corpses to hunt down the remaining goblins within the factory. As for himself, he positioned himself at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the frail and wounded goblins before unleashing War Trample or Lion's Roar to clear the area. 10 minutes later, aside from a few goblin minions who had narrowly escaped the compound, the entire goblin tribe had been thoroughly eradicated. Observing the desolate factory area, Su Ming began to tally his spoils. Kill information: level 1 Little Goblin, 350. Level 2 Throwing Goblin, 100. Level 3 Goblin Warrior, 80. Level 5 Goblin General, 10. Level 8 Goblin Guardian, 4. Level 10 Goblin Chief Boss, 1. Level 11 Goblin Wizard, 1. Gazing upon the vast expanse of stored bodies, he initiated the process of refining. Ding! The refining process is complete. You have extracted 1 essence of life from the level 10 Goblin Chief Boss, 1 Spirit Fragment, 1 Common Level Talent Commander 1, and 1 Ordinary Skill Book for Rally 1. Ding! The refining process is complete. You have extracted 1 essence of life from the level 11 Goblin Wizard, 1 Spirit Fragment, 1 Black Iron Level Talent for Fire Affinity 1, and 1 Black Iron Level Skill Book for Fireball 1. Chapter 72, Treasure Vault? The Dilapidated Bronze Altar. The rewards were exceedingly gratifying. Both the boss and the wizard had yielded talents. The talent effect from the Goblin Wizard bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual roots depicted in cultivation novels. Once integrated into the body, it conferred a certain affinity boost towards the elemental energy of fire present in the world. Conversely, the commander talent from the Goblin Chief Boss enabled the user, through mere casual speech, to rally lower-tier kin to fight valiantly. Its efficacy was nothing short of explosive. Clad in a yellow robe, upon viewing the details of the commander talent, an idea instinctively sprang to Su Ming's mind. Shaking off the thought, he proceeded to enhance his throwing ability. 100 throwing goblins had bestowed upon him 100 orbs of throwing mastery, which were now perfectly suited for his enhancement. Throwing mastery, throwing master, throwing grandmaster. As the 100 orbs of throwing mastery were consumed, Su Ming's skills leaped from mastery to grandmaster. Grasping a level 1 spear, he felt an extraordinary sense of unity with the weapon. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear into the air. With tremendous force behind it, the spear whistled through the sky, soaring beyond the confines of the compound and embedding itself in the abandoned street. Watching the spear vanish from sight, Su Ming's gaze flickered momentarily. Retracting his distant gaze, he summoned the information of a few items. Goblin Treasure Vault Key. Description: this key can guide you to the hidden treasures of the Goblin tribe. Wizard Staff. Wear level: level 11. Grade: Black Iron. Quality: low grade. Attributes: Fire Attribute 10. Characteristics: Fire Magic Enhancement. Equipment Commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it amplifies the power of fire spells, yielding optimal results for fire-oriented practitioners. Observing the ethereal arrow rising from the treasure vault key, a spark of interest ignited within Su Ming. The thrill of treasure hunting was akin to stumbling upon money on the street. Following the arrow's guidance, he swiftly exited factory number 1 and entered factory number 2. As he stepped into this factory, Su Ming's demeanor shifted. His gaze quickly locked onto a certain area. An instinctual feeling hinted at concealed treasures nearby. This was no mere illusion, but rather the treasure-hunting talent bestowed by the Mouse King boss. Noting that the direction indicated by the key's ethereal arrow aligned with his own instincts, Su Ming quickened his pace. Upon encountering a dilapidated iron door secured with a rusty lock, a smirk crept across his face. Truly, the Goblin tribe's treasure vault was uniquely impoverished. After unlocking the door with his key, Su Ming pushed it open and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold of the Goblin treasure vault, the gaudy colors before him dazzled his eyes. Staring at the mountain of women's lingerie and vibrant skirts, Su Ming's grip tightened, crumpling the key in his hand. He couldn't believe the audacity of these impoverished goblins to possess anything of worth. Shifting his gaze away from the gaudy heaps, he took a few steps forward, maneuvering past the clutter. Upon spotting some tattered equipment and a pile of gold and silver trinkets on the ground, Su Ming's expression improved slightly. At least it wasn't a complete loss. These rags might still fetch a decent price. After collecting the worn-out gear into his infinite space, Su Ming stumbled upon a rather intriguing item. In the area he had cleared, a bronze altar, approximately 1 meter in diameter and intricately engraved with complex patterns, rested on the ground. Dilapidated bronze altar. Grade, quality, efficacy. Aside from displaying the information of a dilapidated bronze altar, all other attributes remained obscured. Pushing against the altar with his hand, Su Ming found it surprisingly heavy, easily weighing several tons. Realizing he might not decipher its purpose anytime soon, he resolved to take it with him. Summoning 2 black zombie bosses, he dug 2 small pits beside the altar. After lifting the bronze altar, Su Ming unleashed his vitality, hoisting the entire structure with sheer strength. In the next moment, the somewhat archaic altar vanished from his grasp, absorbed into his infinite space. Dusting off his hands and ensuring no items were left behind, Su Ming turned to exit the Goblin treasure vault. As he departed, in another realm teeming with goblins, a certain consciousness found itself momentarily bewildered, realizing that the faint sensation it had felt had abruptly vanished. Who could it be? As a profound voice, inaudible to ordinary beings, resonated throughout that world, the entire goblin realm was plunged into chaos. At this moment, having departed from the abandoned industrial zone, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware that his act of seizing the bronze altar had inadvertently brought misfortune upon the goblins of another realm, dooming them to a lifetime of calamity. Currently, he was substituting his bloodthirsty dagger for a wizard's staff, softly intoning the incantation for the fireball spell. As the 3 seconds of chanting culminated, a sphere of black flames manifested in the palm of his hand. Unlike the fireball conjured by the goblin sorcerers, Su Ming's version had undergone slight alterations due to the influence of magical energy. Sensing the formidable power contained within the fireball, he casually hurled it towards an abandoned bus on the roadside. Upon contact, the fireball penetrated the bus's exterior and ignited it in a rapid blaze. Observing the bus ablaze, Su Ming's gaze flickered. The destructive potential of this fireball surpassed that of the blade's energy he had previously unleashed, though its inability to be cast instantaneously was somewhat regrettable. After conducting a brief experiment to gauge the fireball's might, he turned and proceeded along the deserted streets toward the outskirts. In the desolation of the 186 region, the abandoned city no longer harbored throngs of monsters akin to goblin tribes, thus necessitating his venture into the wilderness to hunt. As Su Ming journeyed outward, discussions about him erupted across the reality realm, ignited by an anonymous player in the 186 region who had posted a series of topics regarding his exploits. On the secrets of the top player of the 3 rankings. The player is not human, but a demon in human skin. After 2.5 years of training, a player remarked, "I tell you, he must be cheating. We are all mere ordinary players, while he belongs to the VIP tier." A game designer chimed in. "From my years of experience in game development, if it's cheating, it's cheating." A cheat designer offered, "Pay me 50, and I'll tailor a cheat for you all." A sarcastic player commented, "The top player must be from our country, Semida." A keyboard warrior quipped, "Ah, yes, the universe belongs to your country." Chapter 73, The End of the Abandoned Highway. As information regarding magic proliferated across the internet, high-ranking officials from major nations outside of Manhwa observed the various rumors with grave expressions. In their eyes, this uncontrollable entity was akin to a ticking time bomb. Yet, they found themselves powerless to intervene. The emergence of the game world had thrown the order of the real world into disarray, rapidly dismantling the hierarchical structure. The chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished was swiftly narrowing, while the authority wielded by those in power was plummeting. Confronted with an onslaught of pressing issues, they had no time to engage in other matters, instead prioritizing the consolidation of their own power. As the order of the real world continued to crumble, Su Ming had traversed the abandoned city of the 186 region, entering the outskirts. This time, he intended to delve deeper into the area in search of more formidable creatures. Along the forsaken highway, still unobscured by overgrown grass, Su Ming glided forward, his form a mere wisp of wind upon the road. Maintaining a steady pace, he exceeded the speed of the fastest terrestrial creature, the cheetah, in the real world. After 4 or 5 minutes, he reappeared at a lake where a herd of wild buffalo grazed. Gazing at the shimmering waters, Su Ming's eyes flickered. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against venturing into the depths of the lake. Casting a glance at the traces left by some creatures along the lake's edge, he proceeded in a northwestern direction. While searching for prey, Su Ming also practiced with the soul banner. Although the essence of goblins, such as those of the humanoid variety, was not as potent as that of human souls of the same level, it could still be utilized to cultivate lower-tier soul bodies. Channeling his mental energy, he deposited the essence of the goblin chief boss, the goblin sorcerer, and 100 minor goblins into the soul banner's small space, directing them to engage in combat. With their ferocity ignited, the soul bodies of the goblin chief and the sorcerer descended upon the weaker goblin essences like tigers among sheep, devouring them effortlessly. Noticing the rapid enhancement of the soul's auras, Su Ming casually introduced the stored human souls from the infinite space into the fray. He had a premonition that this time he would successfully cultivate several noteworthy soul bodies. As he ventured deeper into the outskirts, time steadily passed. While scouring the area, Su Ming found himself somewhat vexed. Apart from a few weak monsters, he had yet to encounter any densely populated, mutated creatures. Undeterred, he resolved to press onward. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the terminus of the abandoned highway, regarding the warped, illusory barrier before him with contemplation. This phenomenon had eluded his notice from a distance, indicating the presence of special rules that rendered it visible only upon close proximity. After scanning the barrier a few times, Su Ming slowly extended a finger to touch it. Ding! You have discovered the Forest of Mutation. Do you wish to enter this area? Note: this area is quite perilous. Please proceed with caution. Upon hearing the prompt, a glimmer of delight crossed Su Ming's face. An advanced area. This was indeed an opportunity that had presented itself fortuitously. He felt compelled to venture forth into this wilderness. Ignoring the risk warning, he confidently chose to enter the Forest of Mutation. With a flash of violet light, his figure vanished at the end of the abandoned highway. When he reappeared, he found himself within a dark and foreboding forest, devoid of sunlight. Surveying his surroundings, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. He could not discern an exit. Could it be that this place permitted entry, but not egress? As this thought crossed his mind, he summoned 2 black zombie bosses. Treading upon the thick layer of fallen leaves, he followed his instincts deeper into the Forest of Mutation. Not long after, he encountered a mutated creature coiling around a tree. Mutated black python. Level 10. Description: a serpentine creature corrupted by mutation, exceedingly ferocious. Simultaneously, the mutated black python detected the presence of its prey. Unperturbed by the imminent attack, Su Ming deftly commanded the two black zombie bosses to engage. In a swift exchange, the mutated black python collided with one of the black zombie bosses, executing its constricting technique. Unfortunately for it, it had miscalculated its opponent this time. Under Su Ming's control, the ensnared black zombie boss thrust its hands deep into the body of the mutated black python, as if its scales were mere parchment. At that moment, the other black zombie boss leaped from the ground, its claw piercing through the head of the mutated black python. Ding! You have slain the level 10 mutated black python, gaining 10 experience points. The monster has dropped 100 units of ordinary currency and a pair of level 10 black python boots, which have been automatically collected. Ding! The refining process has concluded. You have extracted one portion of life essence from the level 10 mutated black python, one portion of the mutated black python essence, 10 strands of ordinary magical energy, and a standard skill book, Death Constriction 1, along with a common grade talent for storage. Storage. Talent quality, common. Talent description. Capable of storing energy through substantial consumption, sustaining prolonged physical energy expenditure. With a brief glance at the talents forged from the demonic black python, Su Ming nodded slightly, finding the initial success to be quite satisfactory. He harbored aspirations of acquiring extraordinary talents from level 10 monsters. He was not picky, as long as he could obtain some form of talent. After bestowing the talent orbs upon himself, he sensed subtle changes within his abdomen, noting an enhancement in his digestive capabilities. As he traversed the territory of the demonic black python, Su Ming ventured deeper into the heart of the demonic forest. Given that this area had been marked as dangerous, it was inevitable that black iron tier monsters would reside here. However, he was uncertain if there were any higher tier bronze monsters lurking about. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed from afar. Upon hearing this invigorating roar, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, for it indicated the presence of a formidable creature. After pinpointing the source of the sound, he deftly stored two black zombie bosses within his infinite space and vanished in a blur. Meanwhile, in a relatively central area of the demonic forest, a colossal black tiger faced off against an equally massive silverback gorilla. Neither creature initiated an attack, seemingly lacking the confidence to overpower the other. In response to the imposing presence of the black tiger, the silverback gorilla pounded its chest repeatedly, attempting to dissuade the tiger from launching an offensive. The black tiger, however, shimmered with an ominous black glow, and ethereal monster phantoms began to materialize behind it as it activated the skill Wraith. Sensing the black tiger's refusal to retreat, the silverback gorilla's fur gradually turned a vivid crimson, entering a state of rage. After a fierce display of intimidation, the black tiger made the first move, letting out a terrifying roar as it commanded the phantoms surrounding it to charge at the silverback gorilla. Unwilling to be outdone, the silverback gorilla seized a nearby tree trunk and lunged at the black tiger. In an instant, the two titans collided in a fierce battle. In terms of agility, the silverback gorilla had the upper hand. However, it fell short in terms of reflexes compared to the black tiger. Moreover, its spirit was suppressed by the monster phantoms, significantly diminishing its combat power. Even when unleashing its rage skill, it could only barely maintain its ground. As the two beasts clashed, an unseen figure approached the battlefield stealthily. Corrupted Black Tiger King Boss. Tier, Black Iron. Level, 15. Commentary, a transcendent level Corrupted Tiger King with terrifying combat prowess. Corrupted Silverback Gorilla King Boss. Level, 15. Commentary, a transcendent level Silverback Gorilla King with formidable strength. Observing the information on the two bosses flashing before him, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement within him. Should he manage to defeat and refine these two level 15 bosses, his own combat power would undoubtedly experience a significant increase. As the two creatures engaged in their fierce struggle, he opted to refrain from charging into battle, choosing instead to watch the spectacle unfold. The corrupted Silverback Gorilla King found itself on the defensive against the attacks of the corrupted Tiger King. At this rate, its defeat was merely a matter of time. Sensing its dwindling strength, the Silverback Gorilla King contemplated retreat. After momentarily fending off the corrupted Tiger King, it gathered its strength and leaped, intending to escape deeper into the forest. However, before it could vanish into the thicket, a scarlet blade of light descended from the heavens, blocking its escape route. Caught off guard, the Silverback Gorilla King was struck by the blade, causing its silvery sheen to fade significantly. Su Ming had initially planned to wait until both monsters were exhausted from their battle before swooping in to claim the spoils. Unfortunately, the Silverback Gorilla King's attempt to flee forced him to intervene, for in the vastness of the demonic forest, pursuing it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Alerted by the emergence of a third contender, the corrupted Tiger King boss remained vigilant, refraining from further assault while fixating its gaze on a particular direction within the forest. Under the watchful eyes of the two beasts, a figure gradually emerged from the thicket, and behind Su Ming, a terrifying shadow of a savage king. Born from a fusion of blood essence and demonic energy, instilled a profound sense of danger in both kings. Feeling its bloodline tremble, the corrupted Tiger King let out a roar, attempting to dispel its fear. Meanwhile, the already weakened silverback gorilla king yearned to flee. But faced with threats from both the front and back, it dared not make a move. Noticing the demeanor of the two kings, a fleeting smile graced Su Ming's face beneath his helmet. The shadow behind him was a manifestation of his savage king body talent, combined with the demon king's art and black iron demonic body, a product reminiscent of the Fashang from cultivation novels, albeit not reaching that terrifying level. Recognizing the wariness in the two corrupted kings, Su Ming raised his bloodthirsty blade and initiated the assault. As he unleashed a series of fierce blade beams, the corrupted Tiger King boss and the corrupted Silverback Gorilla King instinctively chose to join forces against him. Unlike the previous encounters with the corrupted Bull King and Lion King, the Tiger King and Gorilla King exhibited significantly greater strength, able to withstand the blade beams and retaliate. This did not surprise Su Ming. It was not due to his weakness, but rather the limitations of the bloodthirsty blade. An 11th level black iron equipment could not defy the heavens to the extent of slaying a 15-level black iron boss. At best, it could rapidly deplete the extraordinary power within the opponent. Thus, in close proximity, the two king bosses were entirely capable of launching a counterattack. As the two king bosses closed in, Su Ming swiftly donned the title of Forerunner Slayer, employing the Realm of Kings, the Rampage Technique, Energy Barriers, War Tread, and Lion's Roar, among other measures. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. There was no need to conserve skills when his life was on the line. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The two level 15 king bosses, undeterred by the blade beams, were immediately struck by the sonic shockwave of the lion's roar. The terrifying force caused blood to seep from their mouths and noses. Had they not possessed sufficient physical strength, such an attack might have rendered them incapable of continuing the fight. Following the impact of the lion's roar, the subsequent tremor from War Tread surged through their bodies. The dual assault, compounded by multiple mental intimidations, left the two king bosses feeling dizzy. Simultaneously, Su Ming was targeted by the monster phantoms controlled by the Tiger King boss. He chose to disregard this attack, as such feeble mental disturbances could not affect his resolve. In other words, the vast disparity in their mental attributes allowed him to remain unaffected by the Tiger King's mental assault. Seizing the moment while the two king bosses were momentarily dazed, Su Ming advanced toward the corrupted Silverback Gorilla King, having already replaced his bloodthirsty blade with an 11th level heavy hammer. Confronted with the formidable presence of a larger-than-life boss, he surmised that engaging in close-quarters combat utilizing shockwave force would be most efficacious. As two massive hammers, glimmering with dark crimson hues, struck heavily upon the chest of the demonic Gorilla King boss, its form was sent hurtling backward as if it had been struck by a freight truck, emitting a resounding thud. Following this violent blow that sent the demonic Gorilla King reeling, Su Ming leaped once more, descending upon the Tiger King's crown with the force of a meteorite. Just as the demonic Tiger King boss emerged from its stunned state, it was met with an overwhelming force descending upon its head. In the next instant, its entire body collapsed to the ground, its skull driven into the earth. The sheer power contained within Su Ming's two devastating strikes was beyond comprehension. Even a true bronze head would be pulverized. At this moment, the demonic Tiger King boss, its extraordinary power shattered, felt its life force rapidly dissipating. Its skull, crushed under the weight of the hammer, was reduced to a gruesome pulp, with brain matter splattered like tofu, painting a scene of extreme brutality. Chapter 75. Unlocking Secondary Professions. The 4 major secondary professions. Ding. You have slain the level 15 demonic Black Tiger King boss, earning a coefficient of level up bonus, 250250, 10 times experience points. And the monster drops a black iron grade secret method for body refinement, 2,500 black iron coins, 5 medium grade health recovery potions, 5 medium grade spirit recovery potions. A level 15 Tiger King dagger, a level 15 Tiger King armor, all automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the demonic Black Tiger King boss? Ding. Your current experience points are maxed. Your personal level has risen to level 14. Due to hidden profession bonuses, you receive 10 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. Ding. Your current experience points are maxed. Your personal level has risen to level 15. Due to hidden profession bonuses, you receive 10 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. Ding. As your personal level reaches 15, you may unlock secondary professions. As the life force of the Tiger King boss faded, 5 notification chimes echoed in Su Ming's ears. However, he did not pause to assess his gains, but instead rushed towards the demonic Silverback Gorilla King boss, which lay on the ground, its chest caved in and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as he approached, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The severely injured Silverback Gorilla King, with its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them with ferocity, and its hands struck forward at a terrifying speed. Faced with this desperate assault from the Silverback Gorilla King, Su Ming displayed no sign of alarm. He had already deduced that the creature was not truly unconscious. In that fleeting moment as its fists surged forth, he swung his hammer to block the impending blow. With the resounding clash of hammer against iron fist, the silverback Gorilla King's arms were mercilessly shattered under the immense force. Before the creature could utter a cry of agony, Su Ming swiftly swung his hammer once more, bringing it crashing down upon the Gorilla King's head. In the next moment, a gruesome scene unfolded, blood flowing like a river of crimson tofu. Ding! You have slain the level 15 demonic silverback Gorilla King boss, earning 25,000 and 10 times experience points. And the monster drops a black iron grade secret method for copper skin and iron bones, 2,500 black iron coins, 5 medium grade health recovery potions, 5 medium grade spirit recovery potions, a first tier intermediate pet bag, and a pair of level 15 silver boots, all automatically collected. Would you like to refine the body of the demonic silverback Gorilla King boss? After replacing the Bull King's heavy hammer with a bloodthirsty blade, Su Ming paused to review the spoils of this hunt. Firstly, he had ascended 2 levels, acquiring 20 free attribute points. The remaining secret methods and pet bag piqued his interest. Tiger King Body Refinement Method. Level, Black Iron. Type, Universal. Description, can use vitality to refine the body, enhancing physical strength and increasing vitality limits. Learning requirements. 1. Level 11-2. Vitality attribute exceeding 35 points. Copper Skin Iron Bone Method. Level, Black Iron. Type, Universal. Description, can use vitality to refine the body, enhancing defensive capabilities, achieving copper skin and iron bones when perfected. Learning requirements. 1. Level 11-2. Vitality attribute exceeding 33 points. Pet Bag. Tier. First tier intermediate magical item. Effect. Contains a 5 cubic meter space for pets. Creatures entering will fall into a slumber. Tiger King Dagger. Required level, 15. Grade, Black Iron. Quality, Superior. Attributes, Sharpness 50, Armor Penetration 20, Dissuasion 10. Special trait, Soul Capture. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials. It can harness extraordinary power to activate the equipment's unique trait, intimidating foes. Tiger King Armor. Required level, 15. Grade, Black Iron. Quality, Superior. Attributes, Defense 50. Force Reduction 50, Dissuasion 10. Special trait, Barrier. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it can harness extraordinary power to activate the equipment's unique trait, generating a protective barrier. Silver Boots. Required level, 15. Grade, Black Iron. Quality, Superior. Attributes, Defense 30, Comfort 20. Special trait, Swiftness. Equipment commentary. Forged from extraordinary materials, it can harness extraordinary power to activate the equipment's unique trait, enhancing movement speed. After quickly skimming through the loot information from the 2 kings, Su Ming recited incantations to replace his old gear. Having completed these tasks, he cast the 2 boss bodies into the infinite furnace for refinement. While waiting for the refining process, he casually opened the personal panel to examine the secondary profession section, marked with an exclamation point. Ding! As you possess the hidden profession of Demon Cultivator, the following secondary professions have been automatically matched. Blacksmith, Alchemist, Array Master, Spirit Plant Master. Friendly reminder, secondary professions have no exclusive requirements and can be combined. Gazing at the latest prompt that flashed before him, Su Ming's eyes gleamed. This truly steered players towards a path of longevity. After pondering for a moment, he opted to learn all 4 secondary professions. Ding! You have unlocked the Blacksmith, Alchemist, Array Master, and Spirit Plant Master secondary professions, with bonus entries for Blacksmithing 101, Alchemy 101, Array Mastery 101, and Spirit Plant Cultivation 101. Ding! As the player, Demon, is the first to unlock a secondary profession, a reward of 20 free attribute points is granted, along with a reduction of 3 hours in online time. The game world will undergo an online update, unlocking the ordinary secondary profession hall and area teleportation function. Damn. This is outrageous. Really? Is this how it's going to be? It's unbelievable. I humbly seek a powerful ally to aid me in leveling up. I yearn to experience the sensation of soaring. As the new world announcement reverberated in the ears of all players, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, players ranked in the top 3 glanced at the leaderboard, aghast at the sight of the level 15 demon. Their scalps tingled with unease. Just moments ago, they had seen his level at 13. Now, he had inexplicably surged 2 levels to 15. It was evident that he had vanquished formidable bosses to ascend so swiftly. Concurrently, a handsome player who had just completed the transition to the hidden profession of Immortal Cultivator froze in excitement upon hearing the world announcement. He was a noob. He was a noob. He was a noob. In his heart, he silently recited 3 times before the wine sword Immortal finally lifted the wine gourd from his waist and took a generous gulp. Casting aside the reckless thought of competing with the other party, he swiftly vanished within the confines of the job transition dungeon. As the second player to complete the job transition, he was rewarded with 10 free attribute points, though no world announcement accompanied his achievement. At this moment, upon witnessing the level of the wine sword Immortal rise from level 10 to level 11, the other players on the leaderboard felt as though they might shatter their teeth in frustration. Bah, what a noob. Amidst the fervent discussions among numerous players, Su Ming was quietly absorbing the information regarding his secondary profession. Although there were no restrictions on learning secondary professions, a hidden threshold existed. Ordinary players simply lacked the energy to dedicate to this pursuit, as the attribute points they could earn were exceedingly limited. Chapter 76, Talent Advancement. Silver-level talent. In the game era of catastrophe, players must engage in self-directed learning across various facets. Skills, such as the arcane arts and cultivation methods, required independent practice, with no shortcut to mastery. It was fortunate that Su Ming possessed a formidable mental attribute. Otherwise, even he would struggle to absorb 4 sets of secondary profession information at once. Ding. The refining process has concluded. Extracted from it are 1 essence of life from the level 15 demonized Black Tiger King boss, 1 spirit fragment from the level 15 demonized Black Tiger King boss, 1,000 strands of ordinary magical energy, Black Iron level talent Tiger King's might, Black Iron level skill Wraith, Black Iron level skill Tiger's might, and Black Iron level skill Tiger's roar. Ding. The refining process has concluded. Extracted from it are 1 essence of life from the level 15 demonized Silverback Gorilla King boss, 1 spirit fragment from the level 15 demonized Silverback Gorilla King boss, 950 strands of ordinary magical energy, Black Iron level talent Mighty Strength, Black Iron level skill Frenzy, Black Iron level skill Resilience, and Black Iron level skill Iron Fist Strike. The 2 king bosses had each contributed 1 talent and 3 skills, an absolute delight. Essence of life from the level 15 demonized Black Tiger King boss. Item description: can enhance the vitality of living beings whose health does not exceed 200 points. The extent of enhancement depends on the user. Note, it can also be used for health recovery, instantly restoring 200 health points. Spirit fragment from the level 15 demonized Black Tiger King boss. Item description: can enhance the mental attributes of living beings whose spirit does not exceed 150 points. The extent of enhancement depends on the user. Note, 1. It can also be used for mental recovery, instantly restoring 150 mental points. 2. This spirit fragment can be used for soul cultivation. After reviewing the information on the refined items, Su Ming took a deep breath and began to enhance himself. As the spheres of arcane arts, talent, skills, essence, and spirit merged into his being, an intangible aura of authority surged forth, rapidly expanding outward. Summoning 2 black zombie bosses to stand guard nearby, Su Ming invoked the synthesis grid. Body of the Barbarian King, treasure hunting, leadership, fire affinity, storage, Tiger King's might, mighty strength. The compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 2,000 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Synthesizing. You have acquired the silver level talent Barbarian King's body. As multiple talents were infused into the body of the Barbarian King, Su Ming's talent advanced, transforming from bronze level to the higher silver level. Barbarian King's body. Talent quality, silver. Talent description: 1. Grants an additional 300 health points. 2. Can rapidly heal injuries by consuming health. 3. Diamond body, immune to all toxins. 4. Enhanced sixth sense for danger perception. 5. Fire affinity. 6. Treasure hunting. 7. Leadership. 8. Energy storage. Milestone 3. No beef. After reviewing the capabilities of his advanced talent, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Through numerous syntheses, he had discerned that talent synthesis inherently belonged to him, resulting in exceptionally high compatibility regardless of the talent he fused with. If he continued to fuse diverse talents, he might eventually attain a physique immune to all forms of magic, as depicted in online novels. Though he had not encountered other silver-level talents, Su Ming had a strong intuition that none of the talents of the same grade could rival the one he had refined. As he sensed the burgeoning power within himself, he began to fuse the skills and arcane arts he had learned. Skills are more about quality than quantity. Excessive skills could lead to confusion. Domain of the King, Tiger's Might. Compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 150 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Tiger's Roar, Lion's Roar technique. Compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 100 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Frenzy, Resilience, Berserk technique. Compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 240 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Iron Fist Strike, War Tread. Compatibility was reasonably high, requiring 180 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Wraith, Black Zombie technique. Compatibility was reasonably high, requiring 260 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Tiger King's Body Refinement technique. Copper Skin Iron Bones technique. Black Iron Demonic Body. Compatibility was exceedingly high, requiring 500 energy points for synthesis. Yes. Synthesizing. You have acquired the skills: Domain of the King, Soundwave Resonance, Berserk technique, War Impact, Spirit Control, and Zombie Driving technique, an arcane Black Iron Demonic Body. Following this synthesis, the power ceiling of all the skills he possessed had been elevated. As he felt the surging power within him, Su Ming focused his thoughts and accessed his data. Game panel. Name: Su Ming. Profession: Demon Cultivator. Secondary professions: ordinary level blacksmith, alchemist, formation master, spirit plant master. Rank: black iron. Level: 15, 2,800 5,000. Health: 100. Vitality: 160, 300, 460, increasing. Mental: 110, 110, increasing. Magical energy: 550, 550. Arcane arts: black iron demonic body, entry, 25. First level demon technique, entry, 20. Skills: master of throwing, master of blade techniques, energy barrier, domain of the king, sound wave resonance. Berserk technique, war impact, spirit control, and zombie driving technique. Talent: silver level barbarian king's body. Title: black iron level pioneer slayer, unequipped. Comprehensive combat power, 22888. Equipment slots: level 15 tiger king's blade, level 15 tiger king's armor, level 11 lion king's ring, level 11 lion king's necklace, level 15 silver battle boots. Level 10 slayer gauntlets, level 10 slayer helm, level 10 slayer leggings. Equipped. Magical artifacts: first level low-grade magical item soul banner, first level low-grade magical item storage bag, first level medium-grade magical artifact pet bag. Plugins: infinite refinery. Free attribute points, 112 points. Glancing at the ever-increasing attribute points, Su Ming's gaze flickered. As long as no situation arose requiring a temporary boost in combat power, he had no intention of using these points. The unrestricted points could serve as a strategic reserve at any moment. Subsequently, he continued to practice while venturing deeper into the demonized forest. In this vast expanse, he was the sole pioneer, an exhilarating experience indeed. During Su Ming's hunting expedition in the depths of the demonized forest, numerous players in various regions of the game world were attempting to utilize the newly opened teleportation feature to enter Area 186. Among them, players from Eagle Sauce Country and the Island Nation were particularly zealous, eager to ensure that no formidable presence emerged among the players of Huagua. This is not a fortunate circumstance for them, especially following the activation of the regional teleportation feature. Should the game world introduce national warfare activities again, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Thus, they sought to unite and take the initiative to target the demon, while simultaneously uncovering the reasons behind the rapid advancement of their adversary. One must admit, the idea is commendable. Had it been another player of the Black Iron rank, they might have fallen victim to it. Chapter 77. Enhancement of the Soul Banner, Extraordinary Clans. Unfortunately, encountering a player utilizing cheats means that the schemes of various nations are destined to fail. Amidst the plotting of players from different countries, Su Ming, deep within the demonized forest, found a portion of his mental energy immersed in the small space of his soul banner. Through his nurturing, 10 robust soul entities had been birthed. Minotaur Wraith. Level 10. Description: capable of inflicting mental damage on creatures with weak mental attributes, immune to physical attacks. Minotaur Spectre. Rank: black iron. Level 11. Description: able to employ soul-snatching techniques to forcibly annihilate beings with weak mental attributes, immune to physical attacks. Upon observing the 2 Minotaur Spectres and the 8 level 10 wraiths within the small space of the soul banner, a flicker of joy graced Su Ming's visage. Influenced by his subjective consciousness, the soul entity that had devoured the essence of the demonized wild water buffalo had manifested a minotaur form upon its evolution into a specter. Concurrently elevating the rank of the soul banner he wielded. 10th soul banner. Rank: first tier advanced magical artifact. Soul body: 10, 100. Function: commands soul bodies to battle. In comparison to the bloodthirsty blade, the soul banner can ascend in rank through the enhancement of soul bodies, rendering it a growth-oriented artifact. The specifics of its potential growth depend on its wielder. Glimpsing the 10 soul banner now adorned with several purple lines, Su Ming waved it nonchalantly. In an instant, 2 towering minotaur specters, enveloped in a faint black mist and standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, appeared beside him, alongside a minotaur wraith standing around 2 meters tall. Utilizing the ghost manipulation technique and the 10 soul banner, he commanded the minotaur specters and the black corpses to spread out in a circular formation as he continued deeper into the demonized forest. Along the way, demonized centipedes, demonized millipedes, and demonized green bamboo snakes were periodically vanquished by the minotaur specters and the 2 black corpses. The sudden assaults from these demonized creatures lurking in the shadows posed no threat whatsoever to the black corpses and minotaur specters. Given that the minotaur specters were immune to physical attacks and the black corpses boasted formidable defenses, together they constituted a crushing force against creatures below the black iron rank. Watching the number of monster bodies steadily rise within the infinite space, Su Ming felt immense satisfaction, knowing that his time spent nurturing the soul bodies and black corpses had not been in vain. He had finally ascended from the plight of a mere laborer to the status of a small proprietor, maintaining this steady, methodical pace of sweeping through the area. After approximately half an hour, he found himself outside a canyon within the demonized forest. Demonized monkey. Level 11. Commentary: a race that has broken through its limits due to demonization. as he surveyed the area beyond the canyon. A black figure towering around 2.5 meters caught Su Ming's eye, filling him with delight. He had stumbled upon the extraordinary monkey clan. An extraordinary stroke of luck. He could only wonder how many extraordinary monkeys resided within the canyon. With numerous thoughts flitting through his mind, Su Ming directed a black corpse boss to leap swiftly from the edge of the dense forest to the canyon entrance, unleashing a fierce roar. The sudden roar startled the demonized monkeys stationed outside the canyon. Once they regained their composure, they emitted a piercing cry, signaling the clan within the canyon. Their eyes now fixed warily on the black corpse boss. In response, Su Ming, controlling the black corpse boss, provocatively kicked a large stone towards them. The demonized monkey, agilely evading the falling rock, felt a surge of rage as it had not encountered anyone bold enough to challenge the authority of its tribe in quite some time. Unable to contain its fury, the sentinel demonized monkey charged at the black corpse boss before the clan members could arrive for support. Faced with the rapidly approaching demonized monkey, the black corpse boss, under Su Ming's command, advanced rather than retreated. In an instant, the two formidable beings collided. The black corpse boss absorbed a punch from the demonized monkey, retaliating with a powerful strike from its great blade, sending the creature flying. For an ordinary black iron creature to challenge a black iron boss was akin to courting death, much like a standard player daring to duel a hidden class player. As the black corpse boss successfully struck the demonized monkey, it leaped into the air, delivering a devastating blow to the wounded creature's chest, resulting in its immediate demise. Ding! You have slain an 11-level demonized monkey, earning 100 experience points, monster loot, 100 black iron coins, 1 low-grade health recovery potion, and 1 level 11 bright silver auspicious helmet. Automatically collected. As the demonized monkey fell, an incredibly fierce roar erupted from within the demonized canyon. Demonized Monkey King Boss. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 15. Commentary, a demonized monkey king that has ascended to the extraordinary level, possessing immense power. As Su Ming's gaze swept over the enormous figure that charged forth from the canyon. Akin to a demonized silverback gorilla boss, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, another level 15 boss had appeared. At this rate, he might just elevate his own level to 20 today. Shaking off the thought, Su Ming's form flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself beside the black corpse boss, noticing the previously vigilant demonized monkey king now filled with a murderous glare. However, it did not recklessly attack. Instead, it remained at the canyon's entrance, awaiting the arrival of its clan members. Observing this, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. The demonized monkey king's actions were fortuitous for him. Otherwise, capturing the entire demonized monkey clan would prove somewhat challenging. Should he strike down the monkey king with overwhelming force now, the remaining demonized monkeys in the canyon would undoubtedly scatter in fear. Given the extraordinary speed of the monkeys, he would only be able to intercept a portion, unable to annihilate them all. From a standpoint of profit, that would be decidedly unwise. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, dozens of demonized monkeys rushed out from the canyon. Roar! Noticing the opportune moment had arrived, the demonized Monkey King boss issued the command to attack. Perfect. As the monkey clan surrounded him in an overwhelming assault, Su Ming activated his berserk technique. Instantly, a terrifying surge of vitality enveloped him, causing his form to swell perceptibly. After stacking the beneficial buffs upon himself, he unleashed the Sonic Shockwave and War Impact, both wide-ranging area attack skills. Accompanied by the forces of Sonic Shock and Impact radiating outward from Su Ming's center, the first wave of demonized monkeys found their feeble extraordinary powers abruptly torn asunder. Bereft of their protective extraordinary energy, the demonized monkeys descended into chaos. Under the immense force of the tremors, they were compelled to frantically collide with the ground in a desperate attempt to alleviate the pain coursing through their heads. Chapter 78. Brewing? Spirit Wine. It must be said that this internal assault, if one's resistance had not reached a certain level, was exceedingly insurmountable. Meanwhile, the demonized Ape King, who had been observing the scene, felt the dark, extraordinary power surrounding it wavering under the shock of the tremors. At that moment, it could scarcely believe its eyes. The once formidable tribal entourage had dwindled to just itself. Upon regaining its senses, the only thought that filled the demonized Ape King's mind was to flee. This suddenly appeared little figure was beyond its capacity to contend with the notion of retreat solidifying in its mind. The demonized Ape King turned and bolted towards the canyon. However, just as it set its feet in motion, it was suddenly engulfed in a moment of mental disarray, and in its dazed state, it seemed to see that little figure appearing before it. One swing, two swings, done and dusted. As the body of the demonized Ape King collapsed and vanished, Su Ming casually flicked the blood off the heavy hammer in his hand. Earlier, he had manipulated two bull-headed ghost soldiers to unleash a mental attack on the opponent, subsequently triggering the domain of kings and donning the title of Pioneer Slayer. This series of mental negative buffs stacked upon one another led the demonized Ape King to fall into a state of stupor, remaining unresponsive even in death. Ding. You have slain the level 15 demonized Ape King boss, earning 25 10 experience points. The monster dropped a black iron level secret art, the mighty ape demon fist, 2. 600 black iron coins, 6 black iron level mid-grade health recovery potions, 6 black iron level mid-grade spirit recovery potions, a level 15 ape king helmet, and a pair of level 15 ape king leggings, all automatically collected. Ding! Your current experience points are now full, and your personal level has increased to level 16. Due to hidden class bonuses, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. After swiftly dispatching the demonized ape king boss, Su Ming swayed slightly before turning his attention to the ailing group of monkeys at the canyon entrance, delivering the finishing blows. As he unleashed another war shock, a continuous stream of kill notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! You have slain 49 level 11 demonized monkeys, earning 900 experience points. The monsters dropped 900 black iron coins, 25 black iron level low-grade health recovery potions, a level 11 bronze wolf tooth club, and a level 11 dual-tipped spear, all automatically collected. Exhilarated. Glancing at the experience bar that was just 500 points shy of another level up, Su Ming felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The number of demonized monkeys was quite considerable, including the Ape King. He had slain a total of 51, though he was uncertain if any stragglers remained in the canyon. With this thought in mind, Su Ming did not immediately inspect his spoils but instead charged directly into the depths of the canyon. While searching for surviving demonized monkeys, he focused his thoughts on the bodies of the monsters in the area, initiating a mass refining process. Ding! Refining complete. Extracted 1 portion of life essence from the level 15 demonized Ape King boss, 1 portion of demonized Ape King essence, 950 strands of ordinary magical power. Black iron level talent giantization, brewing, black iron level skill bloodthirst, black iron level skill mountain shatter, black iron level skill ape demon staff technique. Ding! Refining complete. Extracted 50 portions of life essence from level 11 demonized monkeys, 50 portions of demonized monkey essence, 3,000 strands of ordinary magical power, 50 black iron level talents brewing, and 50 black iron level skills bloodthirst. Upon witnessing the talents extracted from the refining process, Su Ming's eyes shone with curiosity. Brewing. Talent quality, black iron. Talent description. Possession of this talent allows one to instinctively gather spirit fruits and brew black iron level spirit wine, accelerating the brewing process. Giantization. Talent quality, black iron. Talent description. By harnessing the power of this talent, one can increase their physical size by 50%, gaining defensive and strength bonuses. While the giantization talent was commendable as a powerful ability, the brewing talent seemed somewhat superfluous. After further contemplation, Su Ming discerned that it was not entirely without merit. In the future, should he wish to indulge in spirit wine, he could attempt brewing it himself. As this thought flickered through his mind, he advanced deeper into the canyon. At a glance, he found no signs of other demonized monkeys. It appeared that, under the call of the Ape King, the entire troop had surged forth. Recalling the incident with the goblin treasure vault, Su Ming had no intention of turning back. Instead, he lightly leaped onto a massive stone cave along the canyon wall, suspecting it might harbor valuable treasures. Holding his breath, he cautiously made his way into the depths of the cave. After traversing approximately 40 to 50 meters through a winding passage, he emerged into a vast open area, revealing an outdoor platform before him. After sweeping his gaze around, Su Ming quickly zeroed in on a small pool of water measuring about 1 meter square. With a brief shimmer, he appeared beside the green-tinted pool, reaching in to collect some liquid into his infinite space. Monkey wine. Tier, black iron. Effect, long-term consumption may prolong life, enhance physique, and boost health. Note, do not consume excessively if health is critically low. Indeed, there was monkey wine. Upon glimpsing the item information that flashed before him, Su Ming felt that his efforts had not been in vain. After spending some time gathering until the small pool was devoid of any monkey wine, he finally ceased his actions. A full 3 cubic meters of monkey wine would suffice for him for quite a while. Although it did not significantly enhance his health, it could serve as a beverage, and at the very least, its flavor was delightful. Once he had collected the monkey wine, Su Ming conducted a thorough search of the entire platform area. Utilizing his treasure-seeking abilities, he discovered numerous items. 10-year Zhu fruit, 100-year Zhu fruit, 10-year Angelica, diamond, obsidian, black gold iron. In addition to a plethora of ordinary level medicinal materials, there were also a few that had reached black iron rank, alongside various materials suitable for forging extraordinary artifacts. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Su Ming hummed a tune as he exited the cave. Relishing the sensation of his ever-growing collection, he felt a sense of elation that was perhaps unique to him. As Su Ming departed the Monkey Canyon and ventured into other regions for exploration, players on the level leaderboard across various areas observed the first place ranks soaring to level 16, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over them. This leveling up was akin to the act of eating and drinking, excessive, indeed, as if it were a never-ending process. Damn it, playing this game feels utterly unfair. This wretched game lacks even a means for complaints or account bans. It is infuriating. Such a powerful individual cannot be allowed to exist. He must die. Must die. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 79, The Demonized Wield's. As countless players vented their frustrations, Su Ming, who had long since distanced himself from the canyon area, was utilizing the brewing talent orbs. Once he had consumed all 51 talent orbs, a new copper-level brewing talent appeared on his personal panel. With this talent, as long as he possessed sufficiently aged spirit fruits, he could autonomously brew copper-level spirit wine and expedite the brewing process. With a thought, he also applied the giantization talent from the demonized ape king boss to himself, before commencing his efforts to enhance the 10 soul banners. The essence of the demonized monkeys held no significant value for him at present. However, when applied to the ethereal, it is exceptionally fitting. As 50 demonized monkey spirits were cast into the small space of the soul banner, a battle devoid of bloodshed erupted instantaneously. While a portion of his mental energy was directed towards observing the progression of the skirmish, Su Ming advanced deeper into the demonized forest, simultaneously perusing the regional chat channel. Area 186. Not a cilantro fan. Cross-region teleportation is exorbitantly expensive. Who, aside from the elite, can afford it? Spicy rabbit head, it's not too bad. 1 kilometer for 10 common currency, feels like a fair price. Dragon Reigns. Beep beep beep. Those interested in transitioning to the warrior class, please private message me. Sweet melon. Why do I sense that our region has seen an influx of golden retrievers and little black dogs? Glancing rapidly through the myriad messages in the regional channel, Su Ming's gaze flickered. He gleaned some useful information. Regional teleportation charges were based on distance, at 10 common currency per kilometer. Additionally, Area 186 had attracted a plethora of players from other regions. These individuals had evidently swarmed in with ulterior motives. The most coveted secret in this area undoubtedly resided within him. Contemplating this realization, a slightly sinister smile crept across Su Ming's lips. Once he departed the demonized forest, he could indulge in a little game with those players. For now, he resolved to thoroughly scour the entire demonized forest. As time gradually slipped away, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Su Ming encountered no boss-level creatures, only scattered demonized beings. Among them, 3 level 11 demonized wild boars contributed 3 pieces of black iron level tenacity, while the remainder were feeble, demonized creatures below the black iron tier. Concurrently, after an hour of intense combat, the small space within his soul banner had accumulated dozens of ghostly specters, enveloped in dark energy. If Su Ming were to unleash them at night, it would undoubtedly create a terrifying spectacle of 100 ghosts in procession. With 50 demonized monkey specters and 2 bull-headed specters summoned from the soul banner, Su Ming's thoughts shifted as he issued a series of commands. In an instant, a dense aura of ghostly energy emanated from him, rapidly spreading outward like a spectral miasma. Any weak, demonized beings within this area, whether concealed in thickets or hidden beneath the earth, faced inevitable doom upon being discovered by the specters. Ding, you have slain an 8-level demonized centipede, earning 8 experience points. The monster dropped 80 common currency, and an 8-level centipede armor has been automatically collected. Ding, you have slain a 7-level demonized viper, earning 7 experience points. The monster dropped 70 common currency, and has been automatically collected. Ding, your current experience points are full. Your personal level has increased to 17. Due to hidden class bonuses, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. As the specters dispersed to hunt the weak, demonized beings, Su Ming's experience bar, perilously close to leveling up, was instantly depleted. Maintaining this extermination-style advance, none of the demonized creatures in his path escaped unscathed. All were sent into the infinite furnace, transformed into sustenance. Along the way, Su Ming also collected a variety of miscellaneous common level and black iron level talents. The common level talents included rapid digestion, quick eating, enhanced vision, enhanced smell, and danger perception, among others. The black iron level talents comprised tenacity, copper skin, and passive recovery. Once he assimilated these talents, his combat prowess would undoubtedly rise accordingly. An hour later, as he directed the specters to scour a somewhat eerie area, Su Ming halted. Demonized Sephora Tree. Level 7. Commentary. A demonized plant life, possessing robust vitality. Demonized Sephora Tree. Level 10. Commentary. A demonized plant life, possessing robust vitality. Observing the rows of pitch-black Sephora trees not far away, a flurry of information flashed before his eyes. Upon discerning the details of the demonized plants, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seemed he was poised for yet another surge. After pausing to contemplate, he switched his equipment to a wizard's staff and cast a fireball. As the fireball soared towards the nearest demonized Sephora tree, the previously motionless tree suddenly extended a branch. Attempting to swat the fireball away, with a resounding boom, Su Ming's fireball was dispersed. However, the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they ignited the nearby demonized Sephora tree's trunk. In an instant, the entire grove erupted into chaos, branches thrashing about like malevolent spirits. Under the onslaught of numerous branches, the black flames gradually subsided. Witnessing this, Su Ming's gaze flickered. No wonder they were deemed resilient. Even his conjured fireball could be extinguished, marking these trees as formidable entities in their own right. Kill. As a white miasma rapidly spread from within the grove, Su Ming mentally commanded his specters. The demonized Sephora trees, capable of wielding branches, evidently possessed a flicker of instinctual awareness. Thus, he decided to eradicate their instincts on a mental level before severing their trunks, ensuring their complete obliteration. With a single command from Su Ming, the specters surged into the Sephora grove, unleashing a tempest of shadows. The moment the demonized Sephora trees were targeted, their trunks began to tremble violently. Had they not been rooted in the soil, they might have fled in terror. Observing the outermost demonized trees fall silent, Su Ming then commanded 2 of the black zombie bosses to advance and chop them down. With the sharpness of their extraordinary equipment combined with the brute strength of the black zombie bosses, a demonized Sephora tree was swiftly felled, crashing to the ground. Ding! You have slain an 8-level demonized Sephora tree, earning 8 experience points. The monster dropped a common skill book, Frenzy Dance, and 80 common currency has been automatically collected. As each demonized Sephora tree succumbed to the ground, Su Ming's infinite space filled with a plethora of demonized Sephora tree trunks. As time elapsed for approximately 2 hours, the grove of demonized Sephora trees that had obstructed his path was now entirely eradicated, leaving only a cluster of bare roots exposed above the earth. Ding! The refining process has concluded. You have extracted 10 sources of life from the 10-level demonized Sephora trees, 100 strands of common magical energy, and 10 ordinary-level talent gathering yin. Ding! The refining process has concluded. You have extracted 20 sources of life from the 9-level demonized Sephora trees, 180 strands of common magical energy, and 20 ordinary-level talent gathering yin. Ding! The refining process has concluded. You have extracted 30 sources of life from the 8-level demonized Sephora trees, 240 strands of common magical energy, and 30 ordinary-level talent gathering yin. Ding! The refining process has concluded. You have extracted 40 sources of life from the 7-level demonized Sephora trees, 280 strands of common magical energy, and 40 ordinary-level talent gathering yin. A total of 100 Sephora trees yielded 100 instances of the gathering yin talent, in addition to the so-called sources of life. 10-level demonized Sephora tree source of life. Item description: can enhance vitality, passively increasing the lifespan of living beings. Note: excessive use of this item will lead to resistance. Gathering yin. Talent level: common. Effect: passive accumulation of yin energy. After glancing at the item description, Su Ming chanted a mantra to invoke a source of life within himself. A refreshing aura coursed through his body, and he sensed a slight increase in his lifespan. Although he could not ascertain the exact extent of this augmentation, it was indeed evident. Consequently, during his continued journey, Su Ming persistently utilized the source of life on himself until that faint sensation dissipated, at which point he ceased. Simultaneously, through continuous fusion, 100 instances of the yin gathering talent advanced to a bronze tier affinity for the yin element. In terms of cultivation terminology, this meant he had acquired an additional type of spiritual root. Subsequently, while he attuned to the changes within his body, he directed his legion of ghostly soldiers to advance further. Half an hour later, he found himself standing beside a bottomless cliff. Observing the purple barrier before him, he casually tapped on it. Ding! You have discovered the level 15 hidden team dungeon of the demonic forest. Entry requirements: level 15. Maximum party size: 20 players. Optional mode: hard. Note: this dungeon is a hidden instance, and upon completion, it will enter a cooldown period of 7 days. As the information about the dungeon materialized, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. A hidden dungeon in hard mode. The rewards for completion would undoubtedly be exceedingly generous. Considering the bountiful rewards from the level 5 dungeons in the Undead Merchant shop, one could only imagine the treasures that awaited in a level 15 hidden dungeon. As for whether he could successfully clear it, that was beyond his concern. Ding! Please name your team. Tianma Squad. This time, Su Ming did not opt for the name Unnamed Squad, but instead whimsically entered Tianma Squad, aiming for a more flamboyant approach. Ding! You meet the dungeon level requirements. Would you like to enter the hidden team dungeon of the demonic forest? Friendly reminder: entering this dungeon alone carries an extremely high risk, with a 10-fold chance of death. Please choose wisely. Yes. Ignoring the warning, Su Ming resolved to enter the dungeon. At the moment he confirmed his entry, a violet luminescence enveloped him, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Ding! You have entered the hidden team dungeon of the demonic forest. The objective for completion is to defend the demonic altar and prevent all demonic creatures from destroying it, which will be deemed a successful completion. Demonic creatures will assault in 10 waves. Please strive to survive. The shorter the time taken, the higher the completion rating. As Su Ming materialized above a black altar, the dungeon prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! The first wave of demonic creatures is approaching. Prepare for battle. Demonic Monkey. Level 11. Casting his gaze towards the distant area, he spotted 10 rushing demonic monkeys, and a fleeting smile graced Su Ming's face. True to the nature of a hard dungeon, The opening act consisted of 10 level 11 demonic monkeys. No wonder it recommended a party of 20 level 15 players. Facing the impending assault on the altar by the demonic monkeys, he waved his soul banner. In an instant, 50 phantom-like demonic monkey soldiers surged forth to confront their former kin. 10 against 50 was a disparity that spoke volumes. Under the pressure of his spiritual onslaught, the 10 demonic monkeys were swiftly dispatched. Ding! You have slain 10 level 11 demonic monkeys, earning 1,000 experience points. The monsters dropped 500 black iron coins, a black iron grade skill book, frenzy, and an 11 level chime staff. Ding! You have successfully defended against the first wave of demonic creatures. The time taken was 10 seconds. The second wave of demonic creatures will arrive in 30 seconds. Please prepare. As the last of the demonic monkeys fell, the dungeon prompt provided him with 30 seconds of respite. Although he had no need for this downtime, he took advantage of the moment to conjure a chair from his infinite space and leisurely lit a cigarette. In the blink of an eye, the 30 seconds passed. Demonic wild boar. Level 12. Commentary. A herd of demonic wild boars. Be wary of their charges. Compared to the first wave, the second wave featured monsters of a higher level, yet the quantity remained unchanged at 10. This slight discrepancy left Su Ming feeling a tad disappointed. He had hoped for an increase in numbers with each wave. It appeared, however, that the initial waves were merely focused on elevating the monsters' levels. It made sense. If the number and level of monsters continually escalated, the difficulty of this dungeon would surely transcend hard mode, venturing into the realm of hellish challenges for ordinary players. A sonic wave disrupted the charging state of the demonic wild boars, and Su Ming commanded his demonic monkey soldiers to reap their harvest. These creatures, with their tough hides yet low mental attributes, were akin to pigs on a cutting board for the ghostly soldiers, completely at their mercy. Ding! You have slain 10 level 12 demonic wild boars, earning 1,500 experience points. The monsters dropped 750 black iron coins, a black iron grade skill book, barbaric charge, and an 11 level spiked rake. Ding! You have successfully defended against the second wave of demonic creatures. The time taken was 10 seconds. The third wave of demonic creatures will arrive in 30 seconds. Please prepare. Similar to the conclusion of the first wave, the second wave also granted him 30 seconds of recovery time. During this wait, Su Ming nonchalantly added another cigarette to the pile at his feet, exuding an air of casual elegance. Demonic grizzly bear. Level 13. Commentary. A large and ferocious beast turned demonic. As the third wave of monsters appeared not far from his position, information regarding them flickered rapidly before Su Ming's eyes. 10 demonic grizzly bears, larger than the wild boars, charged forth with the might of an army, yet they too could not breach the defensive line established by the demonic monkeys. Under the onslaught of multiple spiritual impacts, they collapsed, struggling in their final moments. Ding! You have slain 10 level 13 demonic grizzly bears, earning 1,750 experience points. The monsters dropped 1,000 black iron coins, a black iron grade skill book, war roar, and a 13 level grizzly bear armor. Ding! You have successfully defended against the third wave of demonic creatures. The time taken was 15 seconds. The fourth wave of demonic creatures will arrive in 30 seconds. Please prepare. Observing the slightly ethereal forms of the demonic monkeys after repelling 3 waves of assaults, Su Ming chanted to summon 100 demonic mouse essences. The ghostly soldiers were not endowed with infinite energy. They too would weaken under rapid energy depletion. Without a pure essence to replenish their strength, they could only rely on slowly absorbing energy from the surroundings to recover. As the 100 demonic mouse essences were consumed by the 50 demonic monkeys, their slightly translucent bodies returned to their initial vigor. Meanwhile, the fourth wave of demonic creatures rapidly materialized to the right of the demonic altar. Demonic lion. Level 14. Commentary. A ferocious and demonic lion. As Su Ming's gaze swept across the position of the fourth wave of demonic creatures, 10 demonic lions, their bodies adorned with black markings, let out a terrifying roar that echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, an invisible wave of sonic energy surged towards Su Ming, prompting the Tiger King's armor adorning his form to passively unleash a protective energy shield that intercepted the auditory assault. At that moment, the demonic lion, which had initiated the sonic attack, swiftly charged toward the demonic altar upon realizing its offensive had failed. Observing this, Su Ming gently waved the soul banner in his hand, and the vigilant demon apes immediately collided with the 10 demonic lions. However, this encounter did not culminate in the swift annihilation witnessed in the previous 3 instances. The roars emitted by the demonic lions inherently mitigated a portion of the psychic damage inflicted by the demon apes upon them. Under equal circumstances, the ghostly soldiers would not necessarily prevail against their foes. Unfortunately, the scant number of demonic lions rendered their resistance increasingly feeble as they faced 5 adversaries each, ultimately leading to their complete demise. Ding! You have slain 10 level 14 demonic lions, earning 2,000 experience points. Monsters dropped 1250 black iron coins, the skill book Lion's Roar of black iron grade, and a level 14 golden sword. Ding! You have successfully defended against the fourth wave of demonic creature assaults. Taking 30 seconds. The fifth wave of demonic creatures will arrive in 2 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Ding. Your current experience points are full, and your personal level has risen to level 18. Due to the hidden class bonus, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. As the 10 demonic lions transformed into corpses within the boundless space, Su Ming was greeted by 3 successive notification chimes. This time, the respite granted by the instant space was notably prolonged, lasting a full 2 minutes. Additionally, his personal level had ascended once more to level 18, thanks to the accumulation of substantial experience. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming flicked the cigarette butt from his fingers and casually retrieved a few pieces of chewing gum from his inventory, popping one into his mouth to chew. At this pace, upon completing the instance, his personal level would assuredly reach level 20. Lost in contemplation, the 2 minutes swiftly elapsed, heralding the arrival of the fifth wave of demonic creatures. Demonic Tiger. Level 15. Remarks. A ferocious creature transformed by dark magic. Like the demonic lions, the 10 demonic tigers emitted a thunderous roar upon their emergence. The demon apes, caught in the immediate aftermath of the tiger's roar, felt their ghostly essence surge violently. Connected to the demon apes, Su Ming sensed their instinctual dread. Truly, the Tiger Clan, renowned as the Mountain Monarchs, posed a considerable challenge for equally leveled ghostly soldiers. Recognizing the innate fear of the demon apes, Su Ming could not help but reflect. He swiftly waved the soul banner in his hand, promptly withdrawing the ghostly soldiers into a confined space. Concurrently, the 10 demonic tigers, radiating a menacing aura, charged toward the demonic altar. In response, Su Ming advanced rather than retreating, positioning himself to intercept the oncoming tiger horde. In an instant, waves of sonic vibrations and terrifying force radiated outward from his center. The very air shimmered as the tiger roars collided with these two forces, producing visible ripples. Almost immediately, 10 agonizing roars erupted from the instant space, continuing for approximately 10 seconds before finally subsiding. Ding. You have slain 10 level 15 demonic tigers, earning 2,500 experience points. Monsters dropped 1,500 black iron coins. The skill book Tiger's Might of Black Iron Grade, and a level 15 tiger staff. Ding. You have successfully defended against the fifth wave of demonic creature assaults. Taking 35 seconds. The sixth wave of demonic creatures will arrive in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Friendly reminder. The next wave will feature a boss creature. As the 10 demonic tigers perished, the instance notification echoed softly in Su Ming's ears. Unlike the previous 5 waves, the sixth wave promised the emergence of a boss demonic creature. Noticing the increasing length of the respite, Su Ming decided to tally his gains from the instance to pass the time. Instance drops. First wave, 500 black iron coins, 2 pieces of level 11 equipment, 2 low-grade health recovery potions of black iron grade, 1 skill book. Second wave, 750 black iron coins, 2 pieces of level 12 equipment, 3 low-grade health recovery potions of black iron grade, 1 skill book. Third wave, 1,000 black iron coins, 1 piece of level 13 equipment, 2 mid-grade health recovery potions of black iron grade, 1 skill book. Total, 5,000 black iron coins, 9 pieces of equipment of varying levels, 10 potions of different quality, and 5 skill books. With the title bonus, Su Ming enjoyed a 10 increase in drop rates compared to ordinary players, rendering his haul quite satisfactory. After recounting his spoils, he decided to take advantage of the remaining rest time by tossing the monster corpses stored in the boundless space into the infinite furnace for batch smelting. Chapter 82, Golden Grade Talent, Milestone 3. Ding. Smelting complete. Extracted 10 units of life essence from level 11 demonic monkeys, 10 units of demonic monkey soul essence, 600 strands of ordinary mana, 10 black iron grade talents brewing, and 10 black iron grade skills bloodthirst. Ding. Smelting complete. Extracted 10 units of life essence from level 12 demonic wild boars, 10 units of demonic wild boar soul essence, 800 strands of ordinary mana, 10 black iron grade talents resilience, and 10 black iron grade skills brutal charge. Upon completion of the smelting process, Su Ming's boundless space was filled with an array of luminous orbs. The 5 varieties of creatures bestowed upon him the talents of brewing, resilience, grizzly bear's strength, lion's might, and tiger's power. The skills acquired included bloodthirst, brutal charge, mighty strike, lion's roar, and tiger's howl. After applying all the talents to himself, he conjured a synthesis grid to commence the merging of talents. Beast King's body, resilience, giantization, affinity with the shadow realm, exhibiting a high degree of compatibility, required 15,000 energy points for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? As a multitude of talent icons were placed within the synthesis grid, a prompt for synthesis immediately materialized. Compared to previous attempts, the required energy had surged into 5 figures. Clearly, as both quality and quantity escalated, so too did the energy necessary for synthesis. Yes. Casting a glance at the still ample energy within the furnace, Su Ming confirmed his decision. Beginning synthesis, you have acquired the golden grade talent fusion body. As the intangible power coursed through his being, The various talents coalesced into a singular force. It was a truly intoxicating sensation. Sensing the overwhelming vitality and formidable mental strength within him, a fleeting expression of joy crossed Su Ming's face. The culmination of multiple talents had again elevated his silver-grade talent. Fusion body. Talent quality, golden. Talent description, 1. Increases health points by an additional 450. 2. Allows for rapid healing of injuries at the cost of health points. 3. Note. This talent can enhance the upper limits of lower-grade talent abilities integrated within the user's body. Milestones 4, 5, and 6 achieved without consuming beef. Upon reviewing the talent description, Su Ming felt as though he had leaped several steps forward in a certain milestone. His talent was one that required no further development. Synthesis was the pinnacle. Unlike those depicted in novels where sacred bodies or divine bodies required arduous cultivation to unlock their ultimate potential, equivalent to an alternative golden finger, it allows one to wield power inconsistent with their level while engaging in lower-tier dungeons. As this thought flickered through his mind, the 3-minute respite granted by the dungeon entered its final countdown of 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the respite elapsed, a furious roar erupted from 100 meters southeast of the demonic altar. Demonic Wild Boar King Boss. Level 16. Commentary. A corrupted wild boar king, possessing formidable defense. As the colossal figure, larger than an elephant, emerged, Su Ming swiftly darted out, needing to vent the immense energy within him. The appearance of the demonic wild boar king boss was perfectly timed. When the two collided at breakneck speed, the massive demonic wild boar king was sent crashing to the ground by an overwhelming force. The ensuing brutal pain rendered the wild boar king boss to emit continuous wails. It could not fathom why this diminutive creature before it was so terrifying. Its own incredibly resilient skin could not withstand the onslaught of the opponent's strikes. Under the relentless assault and intangible psychological pressure, it found itself incapable of rising from the ground, reduced to a mere target. After enduring a dozen punches, the tenacious demonic wild boar king boss finally succumbed, reluctantly closing its eyes. One could only imagine the agony of its demise, as its insides were ravaged by the horrific force. Ding! You have slain the level 16 demonic wild boar king boss, earning 30,010 experience points. Monster loot includes black iron grade secret copper skin iron bone technique, 3, 100 black iron coins, 6 black iron grade medium health recovery potions, 6 black iron grade medium spirit recovery potions, 1 level 16 barbaric heavy armor, 1 level 16 9-pronged spiked rake, automatically collected. Ding! You have successfully defended against the 6th wave of demonic creature assaults. Taking 30 seconds. The 7th wave of demonic creatures will attack in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Friendly reminder. The next wave will feature a boss creature. With the death of the demonic wild boar king boss, Su Ming finally exhaled in relief. Releasing a surge of pent-up energy felt exceedingly gratifying. This visceral sensation of striking flesh was far more exhilarating than flailing at the air. After returning to his seat atop the demonic altar, Su Ming activated the regional chat channel. The energy within him continued to transform his body, leaving him with little to do but pass the time idly. As for the boss's remains, he planned to refine them after completing the dungeon, which would undoubtedly enhance his satisfaction. Region 186. Miyamoto Musashi. I hope the esteemed demon will reveal himself. I wish to negotiate with you. Kojiro. I thought the top-ranked player would be quite a figure. Yet it turns out he is a coward, hiding away and not even daring to show his face. Truly, the people of Huagua are all cowards. No cilantro, you dog of the upper floor, must have eaten excrement. Did your mother nurture you with the placenta? No celery. Little garbage from the island nation. Only daring to make empty threats in the regional chat. Why not shout in front of the big shots? Browsing through the various messages in the regional chat, Su Ming's expression turned slightly odd. There was a sudden influx of disparaging remarks aimed at him, predominantly from players of the island nation and Eagle Sauce country, as well as others. These individuals, unable to locate him, resorted to taunts, which seemed somewhat pitiable. Contemplating the myriad of insults flooding the channel, Su Ming casually typed a response. He was not one to refrain from retaliation. He believed in settling scores. Demon, I know that the players from the island nation and Eagle Sauce country are most abundant in certain regions. Post a regional message. And when I return to the safe zone, you may collect some small rewards from me. It is only fair that if they can come to find him across regions, he too could venture to their gathering points and ambush them. Upon exiting the demonic forest, Su Ming planned to set a trap, eliminating players from other nations congregating in region 186 who harbored thoughts against him, before pillaging resources from other areas. Through exploration, he discovered that the number of demonic creatures within a region was finite. Aside from dungeons, the respawn rate of wild monsters was not particularly high after death. To gather a substantial number of monster corpses, he would need to venture across regions to seize them. Chapter 83. The Ritual of the 100 Souls Banner. As Su Ming's message topped the 186 regional chat, several eager players quickly responded with relevant information. Horse treading on Tokyo for cherry blossoms. The island nation has the highest player count in regions 250, 744, and 712. As for Eagle Sauce Country, most are concentrated in regions 635, 411, and 477. Miyamoto Junichi, Baka, you lot are truly wicked at heart. Fearless and valiant. I also know a few spots, like regions 487, 404, and 611 where island nation players gather. Observing the regional chat, Su Ming nodded slightly, in the face of adversity. The Hwagwa players were indeed quite united. Meanwhile, several groups within Region 186 were conspiring and strategizing. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be elite players from various nations, united in their singular goal, to eliminate Demon. While players from various nations were formulating their tactics, Su Ming, concealed within the hidden dungeon space, suddenly received a private message request from the player, Tiger. Ding, player Tiger requests to chat with you privately. Do you accept? Yes. Seizing the opportunity before the respite concluded, Su Ming chose to agree. Meanwhile, within a decaying building in an abandoned city, Tiger, upon seeing the acceptance of the private chat request, promptly sent a message. Mr. Su, a massive influx of military players from various nations has entered Region 186, and their intent appears to be to encircle you. Please exercise caution. Upon reading the message that popped up in the private chat interface, Su Ming's gaze flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he casually replied, understood. Is there anything else? As Tiger awaited a response, he was struck by the casualness of Su Ming's demeanor, which suggested he did not regard the gathering of foreign players as a significant threat, leading Tiger to realize he might have underestimated Su Ming's capabilities. Regaining his composure, he hastily composed a new message. Mr. Su, I possess detailed information regarding the regional distribution of players from various countries. I currently have no use for it. Should the need arise, I will contact you. I have matters to attend to, so I will log off now. Seeing the emergence of the 7th wave boss, Su Ming's thoughts shifted, and he unilaterally ended the private chat. Glancing at the now closed chat window, Tiger opened his mouth, uncertain of what to express. He had come to understand the frustration of negotiating with a client. Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind, Tiger opened the regional chat again and sent a private message to several Hwagwa players. Simultaneously, within the hidden dungeon of the demonic forest, a boss even larger than the demonic wild boar king boss appeared to Su Ming's right. Demonic grizzly bear king boss. Level 17. Commentary: the corrupted grizzly bear king. Possessing immense strength and formidable defense. Casting a quick glance at the information of the creature that flashed before him, Su Ming's form flickered and vanished from the demonic altar. When he reappeared, he had already collided with the demonic grizzly bear king boss. In the next moment, the colossal gray bear king boss was violently toppled to the ground by an overwhelming force. Following this, agonizing screams reverberated throughout the hidden dungeon space. Faced with Su Ming's brutal assault, the corrupted gray bear king desperately yearned to retaliate, but found itself utterly incapable of doing so. Under the oppressive weight of terrifying vitality, magical energy, and mental pressure, the extraordinary power within its body could not be summoned at all. After enduring a barrage of over a dozen strikes, the broken and battered corrupted gray bear king ultimately met the same fate as the corrupted wild boar king. Ding! You have slain the level 17 corrupted gray bear king boss, earning 35,010 experience points. The monster dropped the black iron level secret technique bear's body refinement method 3. 500 black iron coins, 7 black iron level superior health recovery potions, 7 black iron level superior mental recovery potions, a level 17 bear armor piece, and a pair of level 17 bear gauntlets, which have been automatically collected. Ding! You have successfully defended against the 7th wave of corrupted creature attacks. Taking 30 seconds. The 8th wave of corrupted creatures will arrive in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Friendly reminder, the next wave will feature a boss creature. Shaking his neck, Su Ming returned to his seat at the corrupted altar. After glancing at the attributes of the dropped equipment, he promptly replaced his current gear. With his current combat prowess, he could easily handle black iron tier bosses at his whim. Not dispatching monsters in an instant was merely a means to practice his skills on a living target. During the ensuing wait, Su Ming chose not to lurk in the regional channel, but instead casually tossed 50 black iron tier essence shards and a plethora of lower tier shards into the soul banner. He prepared to refine 10 soul banners into 100. Once completed, he would no longer need to personally intervene in every skirmish while sweeping through remaining areas. As numerous souls entered a frenzy within the small space of the soul banner, Su Ming distinctly felt his mental energy being restrained. If he wished to refine 1,000 or even 10,000 soul banners, he would need to further enhance his mental attributes. As 3 minutes elapsed, the 8th wave boss made its grand entrance. Corrupted Lion King boss, level 18 remarks, the corrupted king of lions, possessing immense combat strength. Upon witnessing the colossal lion's form, Su Ming pondered thoughtfully. If this trend continued, the 9th wave would likely feature the level 19 corrupted Tiger King boss. As for the 10th wave, he could only speculate. While he was lost in thought, the corrupted Lion King boss charged towards the corrupted altar. In response, Su Ming deftly evaded the altar. After delivering a series of brutal blows, the notification of a kill echoed in his ears. Ding! You have slain the level 18 corrupted Lion King boss, earning 40,010 experience points. The monster dropped the black iron level secret technique Lion's Body refinement method, 4,000 black iron coins, 8 black iron level superior health recovery potions, 8 black iron level superior mental recovery potions, a level 18 Lion King greatsword, and a pair of level 18 Lion King boots, which have been automatically collected. Ding! You have successfully defended against the 8th wave of corrupted creature attacks. Taking 30 seconds. The 9th wave of corrupted creatures will arrive in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Friendly reminder. The next wave will feature a boss creature. Ding! Your current experience points are now full, and your personal level has increased to level 19. Due to hidden profession bonuses, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no restrictions on allocation. As the corrupted Lion King boss met its demise, Su Ming's level rose once more. Such rapid advancement could only be achieved by monopolizing the experience typically shared among a 20-person team in a group dungeon. Chapter 84. Final boss, bewildered yet unfazed. Meanwhile, numerous players who had been vigilantly monitoring the level leaderboard fell into a state of stunned silence. If memory served correctly, the individual's level had only been 13 at the start of the day. What on earth was happening? In the blink of an eye, it surged to level 19. And judging by the momentum, it was far from over. Damn it, what the hell? After regaining their composure, many envious players could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. In summary, their words were merely a means to vent their frustrations, mindlessly lashing out. If Su Ming could absorb their resentment, he would be on the brink of divinity, if not already. Simultaneously, a young swordsman venturing into the outskirts to slay monsters glanced at the leaderboard and sighed inwardly. Why must there be both Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin? With that, he effortlessly pierced the head of a sneaky, corrupted mantis with his sword. As countless players strove to excel, Su Ming welcomed the 9th wave of corrupted creatures. True to his expectations, the 9th wave manifested as the level 19 corrupted Tiger King boss. After a brief struggle, he dispatched the boss, and his experience bar surged dramatically. Ding! You have slain the level 19 corrupted Tiger King boss, earning 45,010 experience points. The monster dropped the black iron level secret technique Tiger King's Body refinement method, 4,500 black iron coins, 9 black iron level superior health recovery potions, 9 black iron level superior mental recovery potions, a level 19 Tiger King ring, and a level 19 Tiger King necklace, which have been automatically collected. Ding! You have successfully defended against the 9th wave of corrupted creature attacks, taking 30 seconds. The 10th wave of corrupted creatures will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Friendly reminder. The next wave will feature a boss creature. After surveying the dropped items, Su Ming felt satisfied. The Tiger King boss had generously yielded 2 accessories. However, the wait time was rather exasperating, stretching to 5 minutes. With no means to alter the dungeon's rules, Su Ming could only patiently refine the 10 soul banners while biding his time. The fault did not lie with the dungeon program, but rather with his overwhelming strength, rendering him in need of no respite. For ordinary players, or even other elite players entering this hidden dungeon, the intervals between waves of monsters constituted a critical lifeline. After all, they lacked the capacity for unlimited special abilities and extraordinary talents. As the 5 minutes of dungeon time elapsed, a figure shrouded in dark energy materialized to the left of the corrupted altar. Lesser Demon Boss, level 20 remarks, an abyssal lesser demon projection, possessing formidable combat power and autonomous intelligence. Upon seeing the final monster emerge, Su Ming couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. Pathetic little insect. I grant you permission to end your own life. At that moment, the lesser demon boss, adorned with blood-red wings and sporting 2 horns, towering at approximately 2.5 meters, made its entrance without immediately launching an attack. Instead, it boldly taunted Su Ming. Despite the words not being in his native tongue, Su Ming comprehended their meaning. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Faced with the provocatively smug lesser demon boss, a sinister smile crept across Su Ming's lips. He had long sought a suitable commander for his soul banners, and this individual appeared remarkably fitting. With a low, menacing chuckle, he unleashed his vitality. In the next instant, a terrifying shadow of a demonic form slowly emerged behind him. The lesser demon boss, poised to speak, was instantly struck with dread upon sensing an overwhelming aura. Without allowing him a moment to react, a figure, swift as lightning, appeared before him. In response, the little demon boss could only conjure a layer of blood-red energy barrier. However, he soon felt an overwhelmingly powerful force that forcefully tore through his energy shield and struck him squarely in the chest. The excruciating pain left the little demon boss momentarily disoriented. At that instant, with his energy fully unleashed, Su Ming swiftly pursued the demon as it was sent flying, delivering a crushing blow from above. Though the little demon boss was a valiant projection of an abyssal demon, In the face of such a significant disparity in their three-dimensional attributes, he could barely catch even a glimpse of Su Ming's movements. Thus, he was fated to be on the receiving end of the assault, unable to harness his extraordinary powers to effectively counterattack or unleash any skills. At that moment, Su Ming seized the little demon boss by the ankle and entered a mode reminiscent of whack-a-mole. In an instant, the hidden dungeon reverberated with explosive sounds. The foul creature had the audacity to insult him as a pest. He simply could not allow his opponent's demise to be too swift. Employing his self-created chaotic hammering technique, Su Ming unleashed a relentless barrage of 81 strikes upon the little demon boss before finally relinquishing his grip on the shapeless body. Notification: you have slain a level 20 little demon boss, earning 50,010 experience points. The monster dropped a black iron level secret technique, demon breathing method, 5,000 black iron coins, 10 black iron grade superior health potions, 10 black iron grade superior mana potions, 1 level 20 abyssal demon blade, 1 level 20 abyssal armor, and 1 level 20 abyssal helmet. Items have been automatically collected. Notification: your current experience points are now full. Your personal level has increased to level 20. Due to the hidden profession bonus, you have gained 10 free attribute points with no allocation restrictions. Notification: you have successfully cleared the level 15 hidden team dungeon, Guardian of the Altar, in 25 minutes, earning a grade A rating. First completion reward: 1 little demon pet egg, 20,000 black iron coins, black iron level title, Guardian, to be awarded upon exiting the dungeon. World announcement: congratulations to the Tianma team for being the first to clear the Guardian of the Altar team dungeon, receiving a special reward of 3 sets of level 15 Guardian gear, 50,000 black iron coins, and 20 free attribute points. Special note: reward items will be randomly distributed based on each team member's contribution to the dungeon. As the little demon boss fell, a series of notifications echoed around Su Ming's ears. The rewards for pioneering a new dungeon were extraordinarily bountiful. Beyond the dropped items, the rewards from the first completion and the world announcement were equally enticing. After ensuring he had overlooked nothing, Su Ming muttered a spell and opted to exit. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the Guardian of the Altar dungeon space. Simultaneously, players from various countries, repeatedly struck down, had begun to feel somewhat numb. They were gradually acclimating to this bewildering yet brainless sensation. There was no need to check the leaderboard. Just the name of the Tianma team made it abundantly clear who had conquered the dungeon. Once they regained their composure, some players in their respective regional channels launched vehement condemnations towards a certain individual for clearing the dungeon, venting their frustrations. Damn it! How could those from Manhwa be so unyielding? Heretics shall surely find no resting place in death. Chapter 85, Power Surges, Flight. While players from various nations continued to endure repeated blows, Su Ming had already exited the hidden dungeon space, returning to the cliff area of the demonized forest. Ready to assess his gains. Little demon pet egg. Item description: can hatch into an abyssal demon battle pet. Guardian title: tier, black iron. Effect: wearing it increases the user's overall defense by 5, limited to black iron tier. Note: the percentage bonus of the title will diminish upon tier advancement. Aside from the equipment, only 2 items held significant value. Among them, the potential of the little demon pet egg should be considerably higher than that of the little king snake, especially since it was a reward for the first completion of a level 20 dungeon. As for the Guardian title, its effect was decent, providing a 5 boost to the overall defense of the wearer at the black iron tier. After quickly scanning the information of these 2 items, Su Ming began to refine the boss's body. As the flames of the infinite furnace blazed, a multitude of items instantly appeared within his infinite space. Refinement gains: life essence, wild boar king, grizzly king, lion king, tiger king, little demon boss. 1. Spirit essence, wild boar king, grizzly king, lion king, tiger king, little demon boss. 1. Common mana, 9, 200 strands. Black iron level talents: mighty strength, resilience, power of the bear king, ironclad, power of the lion king, mental domination, power of the tiger king, sovereign's might, dark affinity, fire affinity. Black iron level skills: brutal charge, bear king trample, iron wall, charge strike, bear king roar, earthquake, lion's fury. Mental shock: tiger king roar, bloodthirsty tiger king, extreme frenzy, demonic whispers, demonic wings, demonic form. Bloodline: little demon bloodline. 1. Having descended from a wave of hidden dungeons, Su Ming acquired an impressive array of items from the boss, each belonging to the category of rare early game treasures. Among them, the 5 portions of boss essence and spirit essence would allow his health and mental attributes to shatter previous limits and rise anew. The mana could be utilized to cultivate the source of demonic energy within him. The remaining talents and skills would be synthesized shortly, significantly enhancing his foundational strength. Additionally, this round of refinement yielded an unexpected item: little demon bloodline. Item description: allows ordinary practitioners to undergo a second job change, becoming either a demon warrior or a demon mage. Casting a brief glance at the item's description, Su Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. This item possessed notable significance. Suppressing certain thoughts, Su Ming began to elevate himself. Fusion body, mighty strength, resilience, power of the Bear King, ironclad. Compatibility is exceedingly high. Required furnace energy for fusion, 10,000 points. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Sound wave resonance, Bear King roar, Lion's fury, Tiger King roar, demonic whispers. Compatibility is exceedingly high. Required energy for fusion, 1,000 points. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? War impact, Bear King trample, earthquake, charge strike. Compatibility is exceedingly high. Required energy for fusion, 800 points. With remarkable swiftness, Su Ming completed the combination of talents, skills, secret techniques, and titles before choosing to proceed with the fusion. Notification: you have acquired the golden level talent, Fusion Body. Notification: you have acquired the bronze level skills, Demonic Voice, Warquake, Mental Domain, Demonic Form. Notification: you have acquired the bronze tier title, Pioneer Guardian Slayer. As Su Ming's internal talents and learned skills rapidly fused, the source of demonic energy within him, alongside his cultivated black iron demonic form, surged at a terrifying speed. It was as if he stood atop a towering giant tree, while others had to painstakingly climb step by step. He merely needed to grow in tandem with the tree's ascent. As the night descended upon the game world, the tumultuous demonic energy surrounding Su Ming finally began to settle. At this moment, his strength had undeniably doubled since before he entered the Hidden Team dungeon. The data vividly illustrates the extent of his terrifying advancement. Game panel name: Su Ming. Profession: Demon Cultivator. Secondary occupations: Novice Weaponsmith, Alchemist, Formation Master, Spirit Plant Master. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 20, 32501000. Health points: 100. Vitality: 300, 600, 900. Mental power: 200, 200, 400. Magic energy: 9999999. Secret arts: Bronze Demon Body, 5. First stage Heavenly Demon Technique, 99. Skills: Master of Throwing, Blade Master. Energy Barrier, Voice of the Demon, War Shockwave, Mental Domain, Demon Body, Spirit Summoning, and Zombie Control Technique. Talent: Golden Level Fusion Body. Title: Bronze Level Pioneer Guardian Slayer, not equipped. Comprehensive Combat Power, 88888. Equipment slot: Level 20 Abyssal Demon Blade, Level 20 Abyssal Armor, Level 19 Tiger King Ring, Level 19 Tiger King Necklace, Level 18 Lion King Boots. Level 17 Savage Bear Gauntlets, Level 20 Abyssal Helmet, Level 15 Guardian Leggings, equipped. Magical Artifacts, Second Stage Low-Level Magic Artifact 100 Souls Banner. First Stage Low-Level Magic Artifact Storage Bag. First Stage Intermediate Magic Artifact Pet Bag. Add-ons: Infinite Furnace. Free Attribute Points, 182 points. After further fusion of his talent, he gained an astonishing 600 points in Vitality, along with an additional 200 points in Mental Power. Furthermore, bolstered by his talent, his Black Iron Demon Body has been enhanced to the Bronze Demon Body, with the Heavenly Demon Technique just a step away from advancing to the next stage. Setting aside these enhancements, the most significant achievement is that he has mastered the art of flight, with a pair of energy-formed, purple-black demon wings sprouting from his back. Su Ming, with a mere thought, flaps his wings and soars into the sky. His immense mental strength, coupled with the skills he has practiced countless times, allows him to fly with an innate grace, as if it were second nature. Soaring rapidly into the heights, he gazes down upon the pitch-black, demonized forest below, a sense of indescribable exhilaration filling his heart. What youth has not fantasized about rising to the clouds, surveying the earth below through their own prowess? After indulging in flight for a while, he lowered his altitude. He has now compensated for his only shortcoming in this gaming world, and henceforth, the skies are his to traverse and the seas his to conquer. As he gazes down at the demonized forest, a crimson glint flickers in his eyes. In the next moment, a multitude of tiny red dots flit across the dark expanse of the forest within his field of vision. After integrating various talents, his eyes can now perceive the life essence leaking from living beings. Unless faced with a formidable creature capable of completely sealing its vitality, nothing can escape his gaze. Chapter 86. Is that it? There are no worthy opponents. It is as if he has acquired a radar detection ability, making it significantly easier to locate monsters from here on out. Gliding past the flickering crimson lights akin to candle flames in the wind, Su Ming zeroes in on a red dot roughly the size of a basketball. He then shifts his form slightly and vanishes into thin air, following the direction of the light. The energy cost of maintaining his demon wings is negligible for Su Ming, thanks to the dark affinity granted by the little demon. Along with his bronze demon body and the source of magic energy within him, he can effortlessly maintain a balance by passively absorbing the magical energy present in the air of the game world. After a few moments, a figure appeared above a region strewn with bizarre rock formations. Below, a demonized creature lay sleeping soundly, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Demonized Black Bear King Boss. Level 15. Remarks: a powerful creature transformed by demonization. As the information flashed before him, Su Ming's demon wings gently fluttered, placing him 10 meters above the head of the demonized Black Bear King boss. Before the large creature below could react, he swung down the abyssal demon blade he held. In an instant, a blade of light, imbued with terrifying power, descended from above. The slumbering, demonized Black Bear King boss jolted awake, but alas, the speed of the blade was too swift. Before it could comprehend, it merely saw a flash of purple-black light. Ding! You have slain the level 15 demonized Black Bear King boss, gaining 25,010 times experience. Monster drops include Black Iron level secret technique Bear King's body refinement art, 2,000 Black Iron coins, 5 Black Iron level intermediate vitality recovery potions, 5 Black Iron level intermediate mental recovery potions, a pair of level 15 Bear King boots, and a level 15 Bear King ring, automatically collected. Seeing the boss's body vanish, Su Ming prepared to leave the demonized forest. He had nearly exhausted the potential of this area, having defeated all the significant bosses, and found the remaining minor creatures unworthy of his time. With such time, he could venture to other regions and seize numerous bosses and dungeons. After discerning his bearings, he swiftly sailed through the void towards the direction of the abandoned city. It was not that Su Ming wished to traverse through the demonized forest to reach deeper areas, but rather that he could not. Because on the opposite side of the cliff, where the hidden dungeon lay, an energy barrier sealed all pathways, possibly indicating that the higher-level maps had yet to be unlocked at this stage. Thus, the highest map currently available in Area 186 is the demonized forest. In this situation, to locate boss creatures, he had no choice but to seek out beings in other regions. While racing through the sky, Su Ming did not forget to send a pinned message in the regional channel. Demon, I will arrive at the safe zone in a few minutes. Upon sending this message, the players from various nations, who had been closely monitoring the channel, could not help but feel a pang of annoyance. How could he choose such a time? Not returning until it was dark? After regaining their composure, they began to ponder what powerful trump card he possessed that allowed him to act so recklessly, disregarding their presence. Although firearms could not be brought into the game, as elite players from various nations, they had their countries backing them. Many of the items they possessed bore tremendous lethality, such as neurotoxins, coagulants, and biochemical gases, which were not restricted within the game world. This was also one of the reasons why top players from various nations could level up rapidly. To be prudent, the leaders from Japan, the Eagle Nation, and the White Elephant Nation in Area 186 opted to test the waters, as long as they could ascertain Demon as trump card. Even if some elite players lost their gaming qualifications in the process, they deemed it inconsequential. Not everyone possesses the same lack of vulnerabilities as Su Ming. The vast majority still have ties in the real world. As long as the nations do not fall into absolute calamity, those at the pinnacle of the pyramid can still leverage interests to compel many to serve them. The saying a brave man will arise under a heavy reward holds true at all times. As the leaders from various nations in Area 186 meticulously deployed outside the safe zone, Su Ming, already within the demonized forest, had flown to the entrance area's energy barrier. Unlike his entry, there was no prompt upon exiting. Upon touching the energy barrier, he departed from the demonized forest. A mere 2 to 3 minutes later, he had crossed the wasteland and entered the abandoned city. High above, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the central area, resembling a colossal light bulb, the designated safe zone. After a brief period, he soared above this sanctuary, casting his eyes upon the structures below, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. In his eyes, the buildings surrounding the safe zone flickered with the faint glimmers of life, dimmer than candle flames, pulsating with a weak luminosity. With a thought, he summoned the 100 Souls banner, gently waving the soul banner that glimmered with a purplish golden sheen. Almost instantly, a swarm of shadowy specters emerged from the void. Little Demon Ghost Soldier Boss, level 20, devours the souls of the living below. A fleeting glance at the newly summoned commander of the 100 Souls banner prompted Su Ming to issue a command with a subtle mental gesture. As you command. The Little Demon Ghost Soldier Boss responded promptly, its voice laced with reverence. Unlike the ordinary Black Iron tier creatures or bosses, the essence of the Little Demon Boss, refined from its molten form, possessed a degree of sentience upon becoming the commander of the 100 Souls banner. Su Ming had been aware of this during the refinement process, as relevant information was contained within the Heavenly Demon art. Otherwise, he would not have settled on appointing the Little Demon Boss as the commander upon first encountering it. To become a commander of the Soul Banner, certain prerequisites must be met, a robust mental attribute and an independent intellect. After all, one could hardly expect a simpleton to lead a legion of ghost soldiers. With Su Ming's command, the dark legion of ghost soldiers swiftly melded into the shadows. Before long, anguished screams resonated from within the buildings, the chilling cries sending shivers down the spines of the players sheltered in the safe zone. Hearing the wails of players from various nations below, Su Ming took the opportunity to send a pinned message in the regional channel. Demon, is this all? Who are you looking down upon? There isn't a capable one among you. A bunch of worthless fools daring to set ambushes like others. Go home and wash up before sleeping. The Chinese players, astonished by the commotion outside the safe zone, were invigorated by the flashing golden barrage in the channel. Brave and fearless, 666. Not eating cilantro, I don't know what to say. Just bow to the great one in admiration. Miyamoto Musashi, you are being excessive, my lord. Kojiro Baka, you're provoking all nations. Are you trying to die? Chapter 87, Crimson Name Status. As the regional channel erupted with messages, a sinister grin spread across Su Ming's face. Through the 100 Souls banner, he could sense the profound terror gripping the foreign players within the buildings below. Although death in the game world meant rebirth in reality, what if one's psyche were to suffer irreparably? Would they return as lunatics? This thought intrigued him. Perhaps these individuals could serve as test subjects. Meanwhile, within the 186 safe zone, the leaders of various nations wore expressions as dark as stormy waters. They were oblivious to the methods employed by Demon that allowed for simultaneous attacks on so many. The players dispatched had lost contact, and their private chat interfaces remained devoid of any messages. After a brief contemplation, they chose to remain observant. Simultaneously, hovering above the safe zone, Su Ming was surrounded by a swirling mass of ghost soldiers. Annihilating a group of players who hadn't even reached level 10 was akin to using cannons to swat flies for the Black Iron Tier ghost soldiers. Unless a player had allocated all their initial upgrade points to mental attributes, they might withstand a single wave of mental assault from a ghost soldier. Otherwise, death was inevitable. As the last of the insignificant foes fell, Su Ming casually waved the 100 Souls banner, drawing all ghost soldiers into a small space. With a flicker, his figure vanished from the air. Moments later, a silhouette bathed in soft white light appeared at the entrance of the safe zone. As Su Ming stepped into the sanctuary, all gazes in the plaza immediately converged upon him. Among them were expressions of anger, shock, and reverence. Players who entered the 186 safe zone at this juncture knew precisely who had arrived. Baka, you have such audacity to openly oppose all nations. A player from the island nation, brandishing a katana, shattered the tense silence of the plaza. His words instantly drew the attention of every player present. Sensing the myriad gazes directed at him, Kojiro felt a surge of excitement. He dared to question Demon so brazenly because he believed himself secure within the safe zone, ready to log off at any moment, thus seeking to bask in the limelight. What bravery! What folly! Murmured the onlookers from China, observing Kojiro's arrogance. Meanwhile, the leaders of various nations and their undeployed elite players within the 186 zone cast cold stares at the figure in the entrance, saying nothing. They were eager to see how Demon would react to such provocation. At this moment, a subtle smile crept upon Su Ming's lips, concealed beneath his helmet's visor. In an instant, he closed the distance across the plaza with terrifying speed, confronting the belligerent little figure before him, and delivering a swift slap. By the time the players registered the event, they could only perceive the figure at the entrance dissolving like an afterimage. What followed was a gruesome spectacle, as a body lay crushed upon the ground, resembling something that had been flattened by a bulldozer, dissipating into specks of starlight. Ding! You have killed a player within the safe zone, violating the rules. Would you like to pay the fine to avoid penalty? Upon hearing the warning chime, Su Ming responded without hesitation, selecting yes. Ding! 10,000 common currency has been deducted. Friendly reminder. Killing players within the safe zone will result in a crimson name status. As this notification echoed, a faintly red demon appeared above his head. At that moment, the foreign players, now fully aware of the situation, collectively gasped, hastily opting to log off as quickly as possible. They were not foolish. Given the speed displayed by Su Ming, even if they banded together, they would likely not be enough to withstand his onslaught. Now was the time to retreat. As for the gamble that Demon might falter under the weight of excessive killings and be unable to pay the safe zone fines, they dared not take that risk. It was only when the blade was at their throats that they would truly grasp the meaning of fear. Observing the unfolding scenario, Su Ming's gaze flickered. With his strength, he could easily have slain several players alongside the little one. However, he refrained, deeming it unnecessary, as it would be futile to attempt a complete wipe. Wasting game currency on a horde of insignificant players felt like a gross misallocation of resources. He could simply refine the 100 Souls banner with these individuals in the real world. Those wishing to trade, step forward. He proclaimed solemnly as he made his way to his golden stall. With his words, the remaining players in the plaza suddenly snapped back to reality. It is not a lack of insight, but rather the shocking scene just witnessed has inflicted an overwhelming psychological impact on them. The bewildering speed displayed sent shivers down the spines of all present. Once they regained their composure, some players who had previously interacted with Su Ming hastily dragged the monster corpses forward to barter. Simultaneously, players from various nations who had logged off from the 186 region returned to the real world, letting out a sigh of relief. The sensation of having one's life hanging by a thread was indeed terrifying. Once their emotions stabilized, the leaders of the players from the 186 region quickly compiled detailed information regarding MO. Before long, a relatively comprehensive dossier, interspersed with certain video clips, appeared before the high-ranking officials of various countries. Personal profile, game alias, MO. Personal level, level 20. Class, unknown. Speed, extremely fast. For specifics, please refer to the video. Skills, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Talents, unknown. Danger level, extremely high. Note, players were annihilated by the entity in the game world, leading to a state of mental derangement. Upon reviewing the dossier laid out before them, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from various countries turned grim. A group of incompetents, so many of them mobilized. Yet they managed to gather such scant information. Suppressing their anger, the officials resolved to exert pressure on China. As time progressed, approximately half an hour later, world news outlets began issuing announcements from various nations. The White Elephant Nation. We urge China to surrender the executioner known as MO. For his existence is detrimental to world peace. The Eagle Sauce Nation. MO harbors great secrets. He ought to embody the spirit of sacrifice, allowing the great Eagle Sauce Nation to lead all of humanity in uncovering the mysteries of the game world, thereby achieving collective advancement. The Stick Nation. Our country welcomes MO to join us, and we hope to establish contact with you soon. As these myriad announcements were released, the populace of various countries found themselves bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. How could the tide change so rapidly? Chapter 88. Strong Condemnation and Inquiry. While the lower-class citizens engaged in fervent discussions within a certain area of Longjing City, the high-ranking officials of China were solemnly gazing at a large screen. Let us each voice our opinions. How should we address this matter? After a moment of contemplation, the first speaker began. In response, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his demeanor resolute, solemnly interjected, I have reviewed the information regarding that child. Orphaned, devoid of relatives or friends. He is essentially unencumbered, with no ties in the real world. From his dealings with Xiao Hu and his conduct towards foreign players, it is evident he possesses a certain patriotic sentiment, yet cannot be restrained. I personally propose we foster goodwill and engage in peaceful transactions, for his presence might afford China a significant advantage in the game world, thus enabling us to navigate through this calamity. Upon hearing these words, the assembly nodded in agreement. I concur with this perspective. Let Xiao Hu devise methods to cultivate a closer relationship with him. As for the Eagle Sauce Nation and the White Elephant Nation, we need not concern ourselves with them. Let them stew in their own juices. Very well, I shall attend to this matter shortly. While the high-ranking officials of China succinctly finalized their subsequent strategy regarding Su Ming, numerous video clips began to surface across major social media platforms worldwide. Among these was a gruesome video depicting Kojiro having his skull shattered by a single blow, his body torn asunder. It was apparent that this video originated from certain players who had logged off from the 186th region, eager to witness the spectacle in the safety of their zone, perpetually recording to avoid missing any drama. As the video proliferated, some individuals with weaker psychological fortitude were quick to vomit upon witnessing the bloody scene. Simultaneously, major online platforms initiated 404 actions. However, the speed of the bans could not keep pace with the rapid dissemination by netizens. Before long, all trending lists across platforms were dominated by topics related to MO. The comments from the lower-class citizens were polarized. Not eating rabbit. What a brutal individual. How could he commit such indiscriminate slaughter? Subway Judge, you moron. Sky Bomb Gang number 1. I hope the game world introduces a guild feature soon. I wish to become a loyal subordinate to the big shots. Demon Soldier number 1. You can tell your heart is insincere. When I look at you, I see sincerity in abundance. Vanguard of the 10,000 souls. Vimy 50. When I ascend to the rank of captain, I shall grant you a slot as a soldier. Amidst the turmoil in the real world, Su Ming, situated in the game world of the 186th region, had concluded his acquisitions for the day. As the number of players increased, so too did the quantity of corpses he procured. Among them, the most numerous were the demonized rats, totaling 610. Following these were the demonized red snakes, demonized geckos, demonized lizards, demonized giant cats, and various other monstrous remains. In a collaborative team setting, player combat capabilities are not merely additive, they are exponential. Utilizing potions, setting traps, and luring enemies into ambushes. It can be said that in the early stages, aside from the black iron level monsters, ordinary demonized creatures pose little resistance to their onslaught. Upon completing the monster body acquisitions, Su Ming also fulfilled his promise by distributing minor rewards to the players who had shared information about the regions of other countries in the area chat. These rewards included low-level equipment and some ordinary skill books. While he did not possess the ambition to benefit the world at large, he remained true to his commitments. As Su Ming wrapped up his tasks, the ever-watchful tiger swiftly approached him. Mr. Su, do you have a moment to converse? Let us go to the tavern. Understanding the inquiry that loomed in the air, Su Ming stood and replied calmly. Very well. Approximately 2 minutes later, within a lavish private room of the tavern, two figures sat opposite each other. Mr. Su, I have arranged for a specialized vehicle to transport the biological remains you requested in bulk to Zhongyan City. You may proceed with the transaction upon logging off. Feel free to speak candidly. No need for reservations. Upon hearing this, Su Ming slightly nodded. gesturing for the other to continue. Indeed, there are several inquiries I wish to pose. Here are the questions we would like to ask. Please peruse them and select those you wish to answer. As a token of our appreciation for the next transaction in the real world, you shall owe us no remuneration. Without further ado, Tiger hastily produced a sheet of paper from his pocket. This list had been prepared in advance, though he had added a few more questions this time. Game World Information Inquiry. 1. Do you possess any rare or hidden classes? 2. How formidable are monsters exceeding level 10? 3. How can one acquire storage items? Glancing over the list, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he fell into contemplation. Observing his demeanor, Tiger's heart immediately raced. Compared to mundane currency and ordinary skill books, he yearned to uncover certain esoteric information, for it held far greater significance for the nation. As of now, only Mage and the elusive Wine Swordsman have accomplished their class transitions on the leaderboard. Hence, to acquire certain clandestine information, one must delve into the circumstances surrounding these two individuals. There exist rare and hidden classes, yet obtaining them is no trifling matter. It necessitates the completion of a challenging class transition dungeon. Beyond the desolate city in the 186th zone, there lies a dungeon where one can attempt such a transition. As for the formidable creatures exceeding level 10, engaging them in a one-on-one confrontation would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death, given their extraordinary powers. Furthermore, the acquisition of storage items can be facilitated through hidden class transitions, and defeating powerful bosses also presents a chance for drops. Having selected matters that do not pertain to secrets, Su Ming responded in a solemn tone. These pieces of information will inevitably circulate as players' levels rise. Thus he saw no reason to withhold them. I am immensely grateful, Mr. Su. Please contact me directly once you are offline. Upon hearing the answer, the expression of the fierce Tiger momentarily brightened. Such intelligence could save them from considerable detours, rendering it invaluable. After lingering for a brief moment and seeking clarification on a minor strategy, the fierce Tiger rose to take his leave. Only when the figure had departed the room did Su Ming slowly rise from his chair, gazing into the pitch-black sky beyond the safety zone. His eyes reflecting a profound depth, lost in contemplation.